As the top soldier in the entire army, you are assigned to train a group of physically weak female soldiers. When everyone believes female soldiers could never achieve notable results, the women under your specialized training unexpectedly win the championship in the Army's grand competition. Even the notoriously arrogant Wolf Special Forces end up battered and bruised when facing these female soldiers. The high-ranking officers are stunned and ask, "How did you turn these female soldiers into a team of iron-blooded warrior flowers?" Hearing the news, you are dumbfounded and say to the brigade commander, "Brigade commander, are you joking? Sending a male officer like me to lead female soldiers? You call me the Army's sharpest blade, and a blade should be used on the finest steel. But these are just Signal Corps women who only know how to march in formation and handle communications. How is that fine steel? Not that they're useless, every military role has its purpose. But sending a frontline combat company commander like me to lead a group of female soldiers in information work, it's just not appropriate." Brigade Commander He pulls out a document and calmly says, "This isn't my decision. It was decided in a military meeting, and I believe you, Chen Yuan, are the most suitable candidate to train this unit and Aldo Main Combat Female Special Forces Company." You take the document and widen your eyes in shock. It's true that female soldiers can't match male soldiers in physical aspects, but it's undeniable that they can accomplish missions male soldiers can't, such as behind enemy lines infiltration and disguise reconnaissance. These are their innate strengths. However, if a mission fails, they face harsher treatment than male soldiers, so they must possess strong willpower, endurance, and unwavering faith and determination. With an excellent instructor guiding them, these roses of our motherland can complete their missions more safely. Chen Yuan, you turned the Army's worst performing company into its sharpest blade. I believe you can lead this female company to success too. Hearing this, you smile bitterly and say, "But I'm still a man. Training and living with a group of female soldiers, isn't that inappropriate?" He replies, "Of course. You won't be the only man. You can select 3 non-commissioned officers from your company to assist you. The Army will also assign a female officer as your political instructor to help with ideological work. Make any requests you need, and we'll do our best to accommodate them. But you must bring them up to the Army's assessment standards within 3 months and to the level of a combat company within 6 months. Can you do it?" After a moment of silence, you resolutely say, "All right, I'll take on this mission." You then present He with a series of requirements and the supplies needed for training. Seeing that He agrees to them all, you continue, "Brigade Commander, you know me, I either don't do something, or I do it to the best of my ability." Although female soldiers are naturally weaker in physique than male soldiers, if male soldiers can become special forces, why can't female soldiers? I have confidence in myself. He praises. "Good, that's the spirit. If you can truly train these female soldiers to rival special forces, I'll personally commend you to the higher command." You add, "Brigade Commander, I have one more request. Could you temporarily not announce my appointment as the company commander of the female soldiers?" He retorts, "What? Are you afraid of losing face?" You explain, "Of course not. I think it's better not to assume the role as a male officer initially." He looks puzzled. "What do you mean? Can you turn into a woman or something?" You smirk. "That's not entirely impossible. I could disguise myself as a female officer. If I go in as a man and outperform them, the girls might take it for granted. But if I outperform them as a woman, they'll think, if she can do it, why can't I? Since we're both women, wouldn't that create a competitive dynamic?" Hi's eyes light up. "You sly dog. That might just work on these pampered female soldiers." After discussing more details, you bid farewell to the brigade commander. The next afternoon, the door to Brigade Commander Hi's office is knocked. Without looking up, Hi says, "Come in." "Good afternoon, Brigade Commander." A strikingly beautiful female officer, standing at 6 feet tall with delicate features and the rank of captain on her shoulders, enters and salutes. Hearing a woman's voice, Hi looks up in surprise, momentarily stunned. He asks, "Who are you?" The female officer replies, "I've been transferred from Army B to serve as the company commander of your brigade's female special forces unit. My name is Chen Yen, but you can also call me Chen Ruyan." Hi is baffled. What's going on? Where did this female officer come from? Wasn't it agreed we'd appoint our own company commander? Wait, Chen Yuan, Chen Yen, recognizing the resemblance to your features. Hi suddenly realizes and jumps to his feet. You adjust the wig on your head and switch back to your male voice, laughing, "Sir, don't you recognize me? It's me." Hi exclaims, "How did you pull this off? Even your voice sounds like a woman's." He then proceeds to pinch your face and feel for the concealed Adam's apple before reaching toward your chest. You quickly step back. "Brigade Commander, please don't, this stuff is expensive. You might break it." Hi flushes red with embarrassment. "Nonsense. I was just checking for dirt on your shoulder." After joking around, Hi took you in women's clothing to the female soldier camp to personally select candidates. Upon arriving at the barracks, the female major battalion commander greeted you. After introductions, the battalion commander asked, Brigade Commander. You mentioned coming this afternoon to pick soldiers. May I ask how you plan to select them? He looked at you. Company Commander Chen. You explain. You nodded and stepped forward, saying, it's simple. The female soldiers must have trained for the 400-meter obstacle course, right? Just call them out and have them run it once. The battalion commander and 3 company commanders looked puzzled. That's simple? You smiled confidently. Yes, that's simple. Though confused, the battalion commander immediately made arrangements. He asked curiously, Xiao Chen, just by watching them run once, you can pick the ones you want? You explained. The 400-meter obstacle course fully reflects a soldier's physical fitness, coordination, courage, tactical movement skills, and endurance. I'm not looking at their current abilities but their potential. Soon, all the female soldiers in the battalion were called out, unaware they were being selected for the Special Operations Company. Upon hearing they had to run the 400-meter obstacle course, most of them groaned. For soldiers in the army, they'd rather run 5 kilometers than tackle the 400-meter obstacle course, though only 400 meters. It's a challenge testing short-distance explosive power, with over a dozen obstacles that drain physical energy. You stood by the 400-meter obstacle course, holding a roster and observing the lined-up female soldiers. At the sound of the whistle, 2 female soldiers dashed out first. After crossing the sandy obstacle, the toughest part was the suspended rope bridge, which you had made even harder. The female soldiers had to tread carefully, and some even stood frozen, too afraid to look down, their faces filled with fear. The bridge was essentially a 10-meter-long rope nearly 5 meters above the ground. Though there was a sand pit below, even male soldiers would feel nervous at such a height. You did this to weed out those who lacked courage or mental resilience. The 2 female soldiers who ran first hesitated for a few seconds in front of this obstacle. After taking a deep breath, they tightly gripped the rope with their hands and feet, slowly crawling to the other end. You silently assessed, too slow. Their movements were clumsy, but their courage was commendable. After conquering the most challenging floating bridge, their stamina was nearly depleted by over 90%. The remaining 100+ meters of obstacles took them more than a minute to complete, totaling around 4 minutes, falling short of the passing standard. He shook his head with a bitter smile as he checked his watch. The female battalion commander sighed. Brigade Commander. The first 2 to finish are Rin Miao and Gu Yun. They're among the better trained soldiers in our female unit. But they're technical personnel. This kind of training is extremely difficult for them. You marked their names with a check on the list, as your selection criteria prioritized potential and perseverance. Even with weak foundations, you were confident in molding such individuals into elite soldiers. The second group of female soldiers performed slightly worse but ultimately persevered and completed the 400-meter obstacle course. Then came the third group. The fourth group. This is way too high. Yu Xinshin looked down at the sandpit below, then at the floating bridge's endpoint 10 meters away. Her legs trembled slightly, her breathing grew heavier, and she hesitated to grab onto the rope. The suspended floating bridge in this 400-meter obstacle course was far more challenging than before. Previously, there were ropes on both sides with spaced-out wooden planks in between, and the height was only about 3 meters. Back then, she could still shakily make her way across slowly. But now, with just a single rope, how was she supposed to cross? I give up. After hesitating for half a minute, Yu Xinshin still didn't have the courage to take that step. With a voice choked with tears, she spoke to Lu Fan, who was standing beside her. Lu Fan nodded expressionlessly and did not speak. He had also seen Yu Xinshin's potential. It was indeed not good. Her potential was only level 1. Although it could still be improved, but that was to go through a lot of devilish training, but also time and time again to break through the limits, to explore greater potential, psychological resistance to pressure ability of the lower level of her. I am afraid that simply cannot carry. With Yu Xinshin beginning, behind some overall quality with her almost female soldiers, also have expressed to give up this special forces selection, a total of 58 people. However, the entire female battalion had a total of more than 500 people, so this number was still acceptable. More than a bell had passed without realizing it. Lu Fan's expression finally showed a slight change. To be more accurate, it was surprise. Only to see a female soldier quickly leaping out, quickly passing through the sand pit in front of him, far ahead of the female soldiers in the same group. Although it was still not comparable to the male soldiers, it was the fastest amongst the female soldiers so far. Lu Fan immediately checked her data. Name, Dai Zhu. Overall physical fitness, 8. Arm strength, 110 kilograms. Leg strength, 150 kilograms. Mental resistance, upper middle. Mental strength, upper middle. Emergency responsibility, upper middle. Current physical exertion, 15%. Physical potential assessment, level 6. Seeing this data, the corners of Lu Fan's mouth could not help but curl upward slightly. This is really a good seedling for the king of soldiers. Paired with the training I tailored for him, I guess it won't take more than half a year to become a qualified special forces warrior. Lu Fan secretly thought. In the end, Daiju used 2 minutes and 58 seconds to pass this 400-meter obstacle, but for a technical female soldier, it was already considered very good. Moreover, this had also entered the time frame stipulated by Lu Fan. This stipulated time was merely a measurement standard in Lu Fan's mind and was not raised. In Lu Fan's opinion, these technical female soldiers who were able to pass this 400-meter obstacle selection all had the opportunity to go through training. Daiju's performance was one of the best amongst the female soldiers, and even Yi Haitao couldn't help but praise it. This soldier is okay. The female battalion commander's embarrassed face also revealed a smile. Yes, Daiju can be considered the king of our female battalion. Hearing Yi Haitao praise his own soldier, the female battalion commander also had a hint of comfort in her heart. Luckily it's not that bad. So far, even the strongest Daiju had only just made it into the passing line to meet Lu Fan's selection standards. Even if this result was due to Lu Fan's increased difficulty, the female battalion commander's face was still a bit ugly. Originally, she thought that this kind of selection would be very simple, until she saw this kind of result. The female battalion commander realized that this was simply not something that these female soldiers of their battalion could easily accomplish. Yi Haitao seemed to have read the female battalion commander's mind, so he continued to comfort. Major Su, you don't have to have any psychological burden. You were originally responsible for communications and information processing, and the physical training in this area is also less. It's already very good to be able to have this kind of result, and I can see that quite a few of the female soldiers of your battalion have quite a lot of potential. What the brigade commander said is true, it's me who's being presumptuous. Major Su would smile. At this time, the time had already come to 6 p.m. From 1 p.m. to now, a whole 6 bells, only more than 200 people had been tested, and half of them had not been tested. In addition to the 50 or so people who gave up at the beginning, there were quite a few people in the middle who also gave up. Most of them faltered at the suspended pontoon bridge, and in the end, only 100 or so people passed. The afternoon selection test ends now. Rest for half an hour after dinner and continue the selection. Lu Fan said to the crowd. Upon hearing this, the female soldiers in the back who hadn't tested yet breathed a sigh of relief. By this point, everyone was hungry, and if the test continued, the number of people who could pass at the back would probably be in the single digits, or even 0. Lu Fan certainly understood this, so he told the women to go replenish their energy and recover their strength. After dinner, half an hour's rest quickly passed and the selection test began again. During the evening test, Lu Fan found quite a few good seedlings again. Some had good potential, some had good stress resistance. In Lu Fan's opinion, the strength of stress resistance also directly affected the training of these female soldiers in the future. Even if the potential was average, but if they could carry on with his training, then they would definitely be able to slowly improve up at a later stage. On the contrary, even if your potential is very good, but your resistance to pressure is weak, and you can't withstand the training if you strengthen it a little bit, then I'm sorry, you'd better go, it's not suitable for the special operations team. This is Lu Fan's standard for selecting people. He wants the strongest, but more importantly, he wants the right ones. Because the road of special forces, unusually difficult to go. Chapter 6 Female soldiers are inferior to male soldiers? The selection proceeded in an orderly manner, and it wasn't until 7 o'clock in the evening that all the female soldiers were tested, with a total of 379 people passing the obstacles. There were quite a lot of people, but according to the regulations, the Special Warfare Company could only have a maximum of 100 people, and down the line, there were more people who would be sifted through the training. I really can't imagine, I actually passed. In the team, a female soldier said in disbelief, and even cried some tears of joy, with a bit of pride in her heart. There were not a few like her, all gloating over the fact that they could pass such a test, as if they were proving how good they were. Indeed, in their opinion, as female soldiers, they were already very strong for being able to achieve this level. Of course, most of the female soldiers thought otherwise. Geez, do those male soldiers train like this every day? It's already killing me to come once, but to come once every day, that's just hell. If it's all this kind of training in the future, then Some people already had some dissimilar thoughts. All of you. Attention. At ease. Let me introduce to you all, this is Captain Lu Wei Lu, who was transferred from B Army and is also the commander of the Women's Special Warfare Company. Although he had already gotten through to the female soldiers, when Major Su spoke, everyone still didn't hold back from looking, and some even stood on their tiptoes. Women's Special Warfare Company commander? Quite heroic looking. That's right, this was Lu Fan's first impression to the female soldiers, heroic. It's not much, it's just a little bit taller. I feel like Dai Zhu can go 50-50 if he competes with her. Don't joke, she's the commander of the Special Operations Company, where can we technicians compare? The Special Operations Company commander is also a woman, how strong can she be? I've never seen a woman stronger than Dai Zhu. If this female soldier knew that Lu Fan was not a woman, I don't know what her reaction would be. What do you guys understand about the Special Warfare Company, or Special Warfare? At this time, Major Su had already retreated to the side and Lu Fan had come across to the opposite side and questioned the crowd. Special Warfare, Special Battles, and a Special Warfare Company is a company that performs all kinds of special battles or missions, and can also be said to be a special force. Lu Fan continued. For the Special Forces, I believe that everyone has heard of them, and the missions that they carry out, most of them have a high coefficient of difficulty and a high coefficient of danger. Therefore, those who passed the selection test just now and want to quit, it's still not too late to quit. And the training of the Special Forces is also harder and tougher than the training of the conventional forces. That 400-meter obstacle just now may have been the hardest training program for you guys since you entered the army, but I can definitely tell you that for the Special Forces, this is nothing but child's play. This kind of training will come every day in the future, and there will be no shortage of training that is even more intense than this, even with injuries and bloodshed and sacrifices. Lu Fan said all this to make these people understand what cruel training they were going to face next. If any of you want to quit, it's still not too late. After Lu Fan finished speaking, he stopped and looked at the crowd. The crowd of female soldiers fell into deep thought, and most of them hesitated. Only a small number of them hesitated for a few seconds before their eyes then looked at Lu Fan firmly, expressing their determination to join the Special Warfare Company. Captain Lu, we are nothing but female soldiers, our physique is inherently worse than that of male soldiers, and we are still technicians, not frontline combat troops. How can we possibly train to be able to train a special forces unit like the male soldiers? And isn't it inappropriate to train our female soldiers in the same way we train our male soldiers? Right, we are female soldiers, how can we train like male soldiers? We definitely can't compare to them. When someone started, quite a few people chimed in. There were still quite a few among them who wanted to change troops, or wanted to experience the Special Forces, because in their eyes, the Special Forces were very mysterious and powerful. No matter what kind of person they were, whether they were soldiers or not, the mentality of Mu Qiang would be there for anyone. It was only that what Lu Fan said was really too dangerous and exaggerated, which made them hesitate and never made up their minds. Hearing these words, the corner of Lu Fan's mouth lifted upward slightly. I already knew that you guys would think like this, luckily I was prepared for it as well. The preparation Lu Fan was talking about was his female officer status. If he didn't show it before selecting people, it was expected that there would be quite a few people who would give up because they were timid and scared. Those whose potential was not up to par were fine, but if the ones he favored also gave up, then there would be no messing around, just remove the makeup and leave. You guys think that our female soldiers are not as good as the male soldiers? No matter how much training we do, we can't be better than the male soldiers? Yes, the innate physique gap is there, as much as we don't want to admit it, but in this aspect, the men are indeed better than the women. Someone responded. Alright, then you guys watch. After saying that, Lu Fan came in front of the 400-meter obstacle and said to the female battalion commander, Major Su, help me time it. Okay, I'll time you. Major Su readily agreed, and she was also quite looking forward to Lu Fan's performance to see how strong this company commander of the Women's Special Operations Company was. Major Su took the timing sheet from the timekeeper and waited for Lu Fan to get ready, then shouted loudly. Begin! As soon as Major Su's words fell, Lu Fan shot out violently like a cannonball. You read that right, it was shot out. And the place where Lu Fan had just stood left 2 deep craters, which was a reflection of the explosive power. Ah! What? Shocked cries burst out, and some female soldiers even disregarded their image as expletives broke out. Is this a human? Is this the fucking speed a female soldier should have? I saw residual shadows, I'm not dreaming, am I? Everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at that one swift and incomparable figure. Even the female battalion commander, Major Su, had her mouth slightly open with a shocked expression on her face. The reactions of the female soldiers were all captured by He Haitao, who was standing at the side. This is the effect to have. However, Lu Fan, aren't you acting a little too exaggerated? I'm damn scared by your kid. Although He Haitao already knew Lu Fan very well, his heart still indisputably skipped a beat when he saw this powerful display of Lu Fan. Lu Fan hadn't actually exerted all of his strength for fear that being too exaggerated would scare these female soldiers. However, even so, it had already shocked the crowd. In just 2 seconds, Lu Fan passed the sand pit, and the short wall was even a leap, just like hurdles. As for some female soldiers, the short wall had to be climbed for half a day. Chapter 7 Instructor Lian Yuan. When it came to the low pile net, Lu Fan's speed didn't decrease at all. Bending down, with a force under his feet, he drilled in as if he was a swordfish, and then with his hands propped up on the sand and sent forward, he was out of the low pile net. And when it came to the iron-locked pontoon bridge, Lu Fan didn't even hesitate for a second. Grabbing the rope, his feet hitched to the rope, and his strong hands climbed along the rope towards the end of the bridge, without the slightest stagnation in his movements, very silky smooth. The next obstacles, such as the log bridge, the hurdle, the trench, etc., were passed smoothly and quickly, as if they were walking on the ground. 1 minute 50 seconds. Seeing the chronograph in her hand, the female battalion commander's pupils instantly dilated, and her voice trembled a little. This is too fast. This world is too crazy. No, it's this woman who is too crazy. 1 minute and 50 seconds, this is the fastest record for the entire Daxia force, right? The shock that Lu Fan had brought about left the many female soldiers in awe. Battalion commander, this special operations company commander, is she really a woman? No, I don't think it's possible for a male to run this. So, is he still a person? Several female company commanders said one thing to each other. Anyway, they just didn't treat Lu Fan as a human being. What nonsense, of course company commander Lu is a human being, and she is a woman of honor, the pride of our female soldiers. The female battalion commander reprimanded a few people in a low voice, and then smiled awkwardly yet politely at Haidao beside her. Brigade commander, I've made you laugh. They stayed in the camp all day and haven't seen any strong people, especially since Lu company commander is still so strong. Haidao laughed, no harm done, not to mention you guys, even I feel that this little girl is quite perverted, actually able to achieve this level. Mad, almost said it out loud. Yeah, really perverted. The female battalion commander followed Haidao's words, muttering under her breath. At this time, her attention had returned to Lu Fan. As far as she knew, the current record holder for the fastest 400-meter obstacle in the Daxia troops was Lu Fan, the company commander of their brigade's 8th company, at 1 minute and 35 seconds. The difference was only 15 seconds, ranking second. A female soldier ran out of the second place of the Daxia troops in the 400-meter obstacle course, so you can imagine how perverted it is. Of course, that Lu Fan is also a pervert. Lu Fan, these two perverts you're talking about, they're both me. It wasn't just the female battalion commander. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lu Fan, moving with him, their eyes filled with admiration. How about it? Do you guys still think that female soldiers are inferior to male soldiers now? The crowd shook their heads woodenly in the negative. Right now they were all still in shock, unable to speak. Then do you guys want to become as strong as me? Do you want to compare those male soldiers? Do you want to leave your names in the honorable history of the army, or even Daxia? Want. Special forces, everyone can be unique, everyone is almost all-powerful. Do you want to become such people? Want. The crowd responded in a loud voice. Then put away your delicate, pathetic looks, don't let me look down on you, reveal your fierce side, let me see your determination. All the female soldiers instantly straightened their already straightened backs. Once again, their eyes became firm and murderous, and their soft gazes became ferocious. It's so burning, so hot. As a female technical soldier, I damn well want to go to the battlefield now to kill the enemy and establish unearthly feats, do you? Good, then you're going to undergo the most brutal training. No matter how much pressure there is, you have to carry it for me, and make yourselves stronger and better. Now, I'll give you all half a minute to think about it, and anyone else who wants to quit can walk out of the queue now and return to the original team. Hearing this, most of those 379 female soldiers who had passed the test were caught in a tangle. Although Lu Fan's words had played a certain influence in their hearts, they also returned to reality when it came to making a choice. After half a minute, 88 female soldiers left the queue and returned to their original ranks. They had given up. These female soldiers who gave up, they had too many concerns, only child, with parents to support at home, or grandparents. The vast majority of them were because of family reasons. There were also those who felt that they couldn't carry on with the training, and those who felt that their abilities were weaker. Amongst the more than 300 people, all of them gave up to participate in the training of the Special Warfare Company. At this point, there were still 291 people left. Very well, the rest of you, go back and pack up your things. In 5 minutes, gather at the gate and set off for the new camp. Lu Fan did not say anything more and turned to leave. At the front gate of the women's camp, there were no troop transport vehicles, and after Lu Fan arrived, he stood at the gate and waited. At this time, the brigade commander and the female battalion commander also came over, accompanied by a second lieutenant female officer. Lu Fan visually estimated that the female officer was 1.73 meters in height and weighed around 55 kilograms, with handsome features that gave a feeling of rigidity and competence. This should be the instructor that the brigade commander was talking about. Having spent time in a male unit is different.
Come, Company Commander Lu. Let me introduce you, this is Ensign Lian Yuan, the future instructor of the Women's Special Operations Team.
As soon as he came up, He Haitao introduced Lu Fan.
Greetings Lian Chang, Instructor Lian Yuan reports to you.
Lian Yuan saluted Lu Fan.
Hello, Instructor Lian.
Lu Fan saluted back.
I heard that Instructor Lian has spent some time in the male army?
Yes, I once spent 2 years in the Border Defense Force.
Still a Border Defense Force, no wonder.
On Lian Yuan's body, Lu Fan sensed an aura that was different from the conventional troops, the kind of aura that had fought and even killed people.
In peacetime, the regular troops were almost nothing but training and maneuvers.
Some people had been soldiers all their lives and had not performed any combat missions that were a matter of life and death. This was not the case with the Border Defense Forces, who not only had to guard the country's gates, but when necessary, had to fight against drug dealers, arms dealers, and all sorts of criminals. Of course, occasionally there will be friction with the border forces of other countries. The sacrifice may be relatively small, but there will certainly be bloodshed. This was a warrior who had experienced the baptism of blood.
Lu Fan stood in awe.
He was also quite satisfied with this company instructor. With company instructor on board, I believe we will soon be able to train a special force that can come and win in battle. Lu Fan said with a smile.
Instructor Lu is overpraised. There were no waves on Lian Yuan's face.
On the way here, she had also heard He Haitao and the female battalion commander introduce Lu Fan, and the female battalion commander had even focused on describing Lu Fan's astonishing performance in the 400-meter obstacle just now. Of course, she wouldn't doubt the element of exaggeration by the two of them. A soldier's word was 1, and his word was 2. However, the way she was looking at Lu Fan now, she obviously had the desire to compete.
Chapter 8 9 kilometers, you let run back to camp?
The leap in Lian Yuan's eyes was certainly seen by Lu Fan, but he just didn't say anything about it. Right at this moment, the more than 200 female soldiers who had packed their bags came over.
Where's the car? Aren't we going to the new camp? Where's the car that's picking us up? It's not like we're going to run back to the camp, is it?
Shut up, you crow. With puzzled faces, the female soldiers arrived at the entrance of the camp to line up. I know you guys must be wondering why there are no cars. Lu Fan naturally saw their doubts, and his next words caused the female soldiers to gasp.
The new camp is about 9 kilometers from here, let's run back. Everyone was dumbfounded. 9 kilometers, letting them run back with such a heavy load on their backs? That was a whole 25 kilograms. The hearts of all the female soldiers were wowed. Company Commander Lu, isn't this a bit too harsh? After all, this is just the beginning.
Even He Haitao couldn't stand to watch a little bit. Then he stepped forward and said to Lu Fan in a low voice.
Brat, have you ever played like this? 9 kilometers, you let people run back?
Don't scare people away when the time comes. The entire integrated company doesn't have enough people. What else is it called? A special operations company?
Scare them away? Scared away is even better. Lu Fan was not amused. The special warfare company doesn't want cowards.
However, Lu Fan was still merciful, since the brigade commander said it's too harsh, and considering that your usual training intensity is relatively low, so the luggage doesn't need to be carried on your backs, I'll have someone arrange for a car to pull it back later.
Of course, if someone wants to quit on the way, that's still possible.
After all, the special operations company doesn't want coward soldiers. Lu Fan's words caused all the female soldiers to collect themselves.
All of them.
Put down your luggage.
Target, Women's Special Warfare Company Camp, run and go.
With Lu Fan's order, everyone began to run out of the women's barracks in a well-organized manner and set off towards the new camp.
Oh, I kind of regret it. After half a bell, a female soldier opened her mouth to complain.
Her footsteps were already getting heavier and heavier, her breathing was getting more and more rapid, and her throat felt as uncomfortable as if it was about to go up in smoke. 9 whole kilometers, even though there was no way to carry, that was something they couldn't bear. Gradually, originally also neat team, began to become sparse. The team is also more and more lone.
The ones with good physical fitness were following Lu Fan closely, while the ones with poor physical fitness had fallen far behind. Lu Fan's speed wasn't very fast, but it wasn't something these female soldiers could overtake either. He was just being a leader in front. What's going on? What's going on? All run for me. If you can't run, use walk. Chen Yan shouted at the few female soldiers who had stopped. He was the deputy platoon commander of the 2nd platoon of the 8th company, transferred over to assist Lu Fan in practicing, and currently, he was the temporary commander of the 2nd platoon of the Women's Special Operations Company. Instructor, I really can't run anymore. If you can't run, then walk, don't stop. Chen Yan said again. In response, the female soldiers could only walk with a bitter face, helping each other. And up until now, the part of the group that was in the lead was also 4 kilometers and kilometers away from the camp. Why run back? Isn't this making things difficult for us? If you didn't want us, you should have said so earlier. Many female soldiers began to complain. That's right, we usually train for just 3 kilometers, now 9 kilometers all of a sudden, the hell with it. I really can't, I don't want to join some special operations team. Some of the female soldiers had already fallen to the ground in exhaustion, shaking their heads uncontrollably to catch their breath. If one person starts, there will be a second, a third. In a short period of 40 minutes, a total of 136 people had given up on joining the Women's Special Operations Team, nearly half of the total, which could not be said to be small. Lian Yuan, who was the instructor, saw it all in her eyes. However, she didn't try to persuade these female soldiers because she knew that the reason why Lu Fan wanted these people to run was to test their determination and perseverance. If they really wanted to join, then even if they crawled, they would crawl to the camp. Strong perseverance and determination was the only way to persevere through that hellish training. Those who gave up, Lu Fan had them picked up by car. Dai Zhu, do you think we made the right decision? Ran Miao was one position behind Dai Zhu, and they were the ones running at the front of the entire team. But at this point, Ran Miao had also come up for air, so she began to tangle and hesitate. Dai Zhu didn't answer right away, but instead raised her eyes to look at Lu Fan, who was running at the front. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but I know what I want most in my heart. I want to become as strong and fearless as company commander. Hearing this, Ran Miao also looked at Lu Fan, and then her eyes also slowly became firm. I want to become strong too. Shortly after the 5 kilometers had passed, there weren't many female soldiers who were basically running anymore, and their trotting speed was comparable to walking. However, Lu Fan didn't reprimand them and just watched silently. As long as they could reach the camp, then no matter if they were running, walking, or crawling, then they could become his soldiers. Female soldiers are more delicate than male soldiers, but if they become special forces soldiers, the dangers they will face are the same as male soldiers, even more so than male soldiers. At 11 o'clock at night, all the female soldiers finally came to the new camp. None of them came back running, and the best ones were still walking back in 2s and 3s, helping each other in stumbling. As for the ones at the back, they even crawled back. They were lying scattered on the ground, dusty, and some even fell inadvertently, leaving them bruised and purple. Some were venting, some were crying. They weren't because of the bitterness and tiredness or the injuries they had sustained along the way, but because they had finally persevered to the campground, to the end of the line. They were crying tears of joy for having persevered to the end. Lu Fan didn't stop them, they also needed to let out the breath in their hearts. You are all good. Lu Fan spoke. Hearing the company commander speak, the female soldiers just wanted to get up and form up, but they were stopped by Lu Fan. No need to get up, you guys continue to rest. The female soldiers laid down again. The point was that there were not many who could stand up at this time either. To be able to insist on coming here, not to mention you guys, even some of the male soldiers can't do it. Of course, the male soldiers Lu Fan was talking about were the ones who were newly enlisted and had not received systematic training. So, in the future, you guys should not have the idea that we are not better than the male soldiers. If they are strong, then you guys train hard, and as long as you can't die, train to the death until you are stronger than them. I am proud of you all. Finally, Lu Fan said in a loud voice. Although these female soldiers hadn't officially become soldiers of the Special Warfare Company, it didn't matter. To be able to persist in completing these 9 kilometers to come here, it was worth Lu Fan giving them a thumbs up. Hearing this, all the female soldiers cried happily. Even a demanding female soldier like Dai Zhu couldn't help but have red eyes. She already regarded Lu Fan as her idol, and it was a great honor to be recognized by her idol. Chapter 9 Cutting and Dicing. Wang Fei Yang, count the number of people. Yes. It didn't take long for Wang Feiyang to finish his head count and come before Lu Fan. Reporting to the company commander, the total number of female soldiers who arrived at the camp is 153. Those who haven't arrived yet have been sent back to the original women's camp. Lu Fan nodded and did not say anything more. No matter where, the law of survival of the fittest and survival of the fittest would always exist. The troops were the same, especially the special forces. Whoever was capable and excellent could stay. Your luggage have all been put inside the dormitory, now you can go back to wash and rest. After tossing them around all day, Lu Fan knew that this was already their limit, so he let them go back and rest. Wang Feiyang, you three take them back. As for the detachment, let's talk about it tomorrow. Yes, company commander. All get up, don't lie down, hurry back to clean up, get a good night's sleep, raise your spirits, there's still a big training waiting for you tomorrow. Wang Feiyang urged the female soldiers to get up, and those who couldn't stand up, went up and pulled them up, letting them help each other back. Don't say that Wang Feiyang's 3 men are elms, don't know how to show mercy. In fact, the 3 of them have been very restrained. If they were replaced by male soldiers, they are afraid that a foot will go over. A few minutes later, on the entire training ground, only Lu Fan and instructor Lian Yuan were left. Company commander, this hasn't even started yet, you've tossed them around enough, aren't you afraid that they'll resent you? Lian Yuan said jokingly. It's normal to have resentment. That soldier doesn't have resentment towards the people training him at first? If I'm afraid of this and that, how can I still practice? Why don't I just resign from the leadership? Besides, isn't there still your company instructor here? With you giving them ideological guidance, I think they will understand my intentions. Lu Fan looked at Lian Yuan with a smile. This is originally my job, please don't worry company instructor. In the next second, Lian Yuan but suddenly said. Company commander, I heard from the brigade commander and battalion commander Su that you are very strong. The 400-meter obstacle only took less than 2 minutes to complete. Hearing this, Lu Fan gave Lian Yuan a meaningful look. What does instructor Lian mean by that? I am in awe of strong people, especially those like you, Lian Yuan. That's why I want to spar with Lian Yuan. Lian Yuan spoke sincerely, and there was no provocation in her words. The reason why she wanted to spar with Lu Fan was because she wanted to see how strong Lu Fan was and whether she had the ability to be the company commander of this women's special forces team, and secondly, she also wanted to see how big the gap was between the two of them. She didn't feel that she would be much worse than Lu Fan, and even felt that she was stronger than Lu Fan, even if Lu Fan ran an amazing 400-meter obstacle course, but that didn't mean that Lu Fan was also strong in other areas. It is important to realize that the missions performed by the Special Operations Team are particularly dangerous, and the ability to fight in actual combat is the most important. When the leaders informed Lian Yuan that the army was going to form a women's special operations team, she was still very happy, but when she learned that she was only serving as the company's instructor, Lian Yuan was not happy. Lian Yuan thought that with his 2 years of combat experience, when the company commander and instructor of this special operations company, it is more than enough, but also better training the team into a team that can fight hard. So when Lian Yuan heard that the company commander was a company commander of a conventional unit, he was inwardly skeptical and reluctant. Lian Yuan, don't underestimate the human Lu company commander, he can bring the company at the bottom of the whole brigade to the first place in the whole brigade. This can become a legend. This is what the leader said to Lian Yuan at that time, and it was also the sentence that made the original reluctant to come over. She wanted to immediately see the true face of Lu Fan the legend. In the end there is no legend so powerful. Lu Fan instantly understood. It seems that this instructor, who has doubts about his own strength, is not very convinced. Originally, Lu Fan was not going to pay any attention. After all, he had a clear perception of his own strength. Not to say that the world is invincible, but at the moment, the entire force, there is no one enemy. Moreover, Lian Yuan was still a female. In this aspect of physical quality, Lu Fan already had the advantage, which was not very fair to Lian Yuan. But in order to make Lian Yuan convinced and properly cooperate with his training in the future, Lu Fan felt like playing with her for a while. May I ask, how does instructor Lian want to spar? It's very simple, compare hands, compare marksmanship. Just compare these two? Yes, those two are already enough. It's late bedtime, marksmanship can be compared tomorrow, let's compare hands first. So anxious? Lu Fan couldn't help but laugh. Lian Yuan, be careful, I'm coming. Lian Yuan responded, then she bullied her way forward. She had already been unable to hold back her desire to strike. A cloud-piercing hand attacked Lu Fan's face. To be precise, it was an attack on Lu Fan's nose. If this was hit, he would directly lose his ability to fight. I'm going to go. This was too ruthless, coming up and directly attacking someone's vitals. Although Lian Yuan's speed was fast, in Lu Fan's eyes, it was no different from slow motion. He calmly dodged his head sideways, and then his footsteps lightly retreated backward, pulling away the distance between the two of them. Lian Yuan didn't feel anything wrong when his blow fell short. If this was a hit, it would be a big departure. Seeing Lu Fan retreating, she also continued to follow, and then swept a whip leg. Lu Fan ducked short and moved to the side. Just in time. Lian Yuan was delighted in her heart and turned around with a fling. This time, she felt sure she could put Lu Fan down. But as if Lu Fan knew her path already, his body leaned back and dodged Lian Yuan's attack again. Lian Yuan was a bit surprised, her face then grimaced. Lian Chang, is that all you can do is dodge? Why don't you fight back? Is it looking down on me? Lian Yuan was a bit angry, feeling as if Lu Fan was teasing her. Instructor Lian, why do you need to be so serious? We're only sparring, where you're attacking, everywhere is vital. Don't worry Lian Guiding, I will grasp the strength well, and it won't cause substantial damage to you, at most it will make you lose your ability to move temporarily. Besides, when we, the frontline combat troops, take on the enemy, don't we want to kill them with a single blow? Instructor Lian is right. Come on, continue. Don't worry, Lian Yuan, I won't let you get hurt. At this time, Lian Yuan, in his heart, had already evaluated Lu Fan a little lower. How could a person who was afraid of getting hurt be a good company commander of this special operations company, and how could he train a division of tigers and wolves? She was already thinking that after defeating Lu Fan, she would apply to her superiors to be this company commander, so that she could train this special operations team. However, what Lian Yuan didn't know was that in the next few seconds, her own 3 views would be blown apart by Lu Fan, and she would be ashamed of her previous thoughts. Chapter 10, Lian Yuan, Wash Together. Lian Yuan just wanted to move his feet closer to Lu Fan, but he only felt a shadow flashing in front of him. What? Lian Yuan was wildly shocked inwardly, and a look of panic appeared on her face. Lu Fan arrived in front of her with an arrow step and raised his left foot high up to press towards Lian Yuan. This was really too fast. So fast that even if Lu Fan revealed the middle door as a crack, Lian Yuan didn't have the strength to counterattack and could only hastily raise her hands to block. The world of martial arts, indestructible, only fast and unbreakable. This is a generation of martial arts idiot Fire Cloud Evil God said, is it joking with you? Lu Fan's powerful kick smashed onto Lian Yuan's hands as if it was a titanic pressure. How is it possible? Lian Yuan's pupils instantly dilated, covered in shock. Lu Fan's foot was like steel, and his strength was also terrifyingly strong, smashing Lian Yuan to directly kneel on one knee. Lian Yuan used all her strength to push Lu Fan's foot away, and in the process, she rolled backward and pulled away from the two of them, trying to ease her shocked hands. But Lu Fan didn't give her a chance to catch her breath. By the time Lian Yuan was able to stabilize herself, Lu Fan had once again come to her, and Lian Yuan had finally felt the terror of Lu Fan. The pressure Lu Fan gave her made her feel suffocated. Lian Yuan instantly understood the gap between the two and then stopped doing resistance. I lost. Hearing this, Lu Fan's foot that was about to kick Lian Yuan's head instantly stopped. The distance was only 0.5 centimeters. The wind accompanying the high-speed movement blew Lian Yuan's short hair up. I apologize, Instructor Lian. Lu Fan said blandly. Lian Yuan let out a bitter smile. Don't bury me, Instructor Lian, your hands are the best I've ever seen. I ask myself that even if I meet those special forces, I can still go through a few moves with them, and I even have the confidence to beat them. However, I feel that with your stature, it's no problem to put down a squad. This was what Lian Yuan had in mind. From the time Lu Fan made his move to the end, it only took 2 moves to leave her helpless, saying that putting down a squad was conservative. Lu Fan smiled faintly, not showing much pride. Alright, Instructor Lian, now that the sparring is also over, can we go back and rest? After Lu Fan finished speaking, he immediately blushed in embarrassment. That seemed a bit wrong. Fortunately, with the makeup on his face, Lian Yuan did not see Lu Fan's embarrassment. Without waiting for Lian Yuan to respond, Lu Fan had already taken a step and walked towards the dormitory. Lian Yuan reacted and hurriedly followed. Lian Yuan, how did you practice this body skill? Can you teach me? Lian Yuan followed behind Lu Fan and said with a slightly petulant tone. Lu Fan's body stuttered, his face a little unnatural. How can this still be pampering? Thinking about seeing people with their true colors in the future, it would not be a direct social death. You'll know this later. Lu Fan returned a sentence, and then he wiped his feet and hurriedly buggered off.
Lian Chang, aren't you going to take a bath? Let's join together? Lian Yuan shouted behind him again. Lu Fan stumbled on his feet and almost fell to the ground, ignoring it and dodged into the dormitory. Taking a bath together? This is also too rogue. Fortunately, Haito had thought it through and installed a bathroom in his dormitory, or else Lu Fan would have to take a bath in the future with fear. If this identity is exposed, then his face where to put it, still do not want to do this special operations company, Commander? Lian Yuan looked at Lu Fan, who hurriedly returned to the dormitory and closed the door. In his heart, he was a little surprised. The company commander is not shy, right? The next day, the sky was slightly bright. Tut tut tut. The loud and clear whistle resounded throughout the camp. It didn't take long for everyone to arrive at the training ground and gather in formation. Due to the fact that they came back late last night, and the crowd was physically and mentally exhausted by Lu Fan, they had yet to be divided into teams. These few, you guys have met them last night. Now to give you guys a formal introduction, this is the company Yuan instructor. This is 1st Platoon Leader Wang Feiyang. 2nd Platoon Leader Qing Yan. 3rd Platoon Leader Mo Zuqin. Those whose names are read, stand behind their respective platoon leaders. 1st Platoon, Dai Zhu, Cheng Huan. 10 minutes later. For you guys to be here, you must have aspirations for the Special Operations Company and want to make yourselves strong. But, to tell you the truth, in the end, only 100 people, or even less, will be able to stay in the Special Warfare Company. So, among you, if any of you can't keep up with the training well, or don't meet my requirements, you still have to leave here. After hearing Lu Fan's words, the female soldiers looked at each other, and some of them were a bit upset in their hearts. We worked hard to come here, and you say that we have to leave if we can't train well or can't meet the standards? Really think we don't have a temper? Lu Fan swept over the uncertain expressions of the crowd. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I see that some of you are very unconvinced. What, do you want to run another 9 kilometers? Upon hearing this, all of them hurriedly looked straight ahead and collected their minds, not daring to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction anymore. If you want to stay, then give me desperate practice next. The Special Operations Team doesn't need soldiers with little ability but no temper. This is not a place to raise canaries, it's a place to raise wolves, fierce and cunning wolves. Lu Fan's aura increased steeply when he said this, truly giving off the feeling of a beast that chooses to devour others. Platoon commanders. Present. Lead your platoon in military posture. If I don't say stop, you can't stop. Yes. The 3 company commanders took their teams away from each other and stood in military posture separately. At this point, only Lu Fan and Lian Yuan were left on the field. Ding. Detected the initial establishment of the Special Warfare Company, rewarding 153 points of merit value. Ha! Lu Fan was stunned. There's a merit value reward for this? Yes. Establishing the Women's Special Warfare Company is also enhancing the combat power of the troops and contributing to the troops to the country, so there will be a merit value reward. Then these 153 points of merit value correspond to these 153 female soldiers? That's right, the host is so smart. Yo! This system can still compliment people, how fragrant. Come on, a few more compliments. Host, please respect yourself, don't be so shameless. Lu Fan's face instantly darkened. Marred, even if you don't boast, you still say I'm shameless. Lu Lian Yuan, Lu Lian Yuan. Lian Yuan called Lu Fan twice before Lu Fan reacted. What's wrong, Lian Guide? Lu Lian Chang, isn't this standing military posture too basic? These are all training programs for new recruits. We are a women's special operations team. Lian Yuan was puzzled. Lian Guide, they used to be technical soldiers, they usually train less, basically just doing it for show. In my eyes, there's not much difference with new recruits. Moreover, if they can't even stand military postures well, then how do you expect them to be able to withstand the next training? Standing in military posture, on one hand, is to sharpen their temperament, and on the other hand, it can also exercise their willpower and obedience, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing Lu Fan say this, Lian Yuan could only nod silently. Chapter 11, Training begins. It was early summer, and it was only a little after 6 o'clock, and the air was already distorted by the sun. 2 bells had passed, and all the female soldiers' training uniforms were already drenched in sweat, and bean-sized beads of sweat were flowing down their faces non-stop. Until when is this going to stand? I'm so hungry, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. I can't hold on much longer.
Xiaojun, hang in there, it was hard for us to come here, we can't just give up. The comrades beside her encouraged. A similar scene was quietly staged amongst the group of female soldiers. And right at this moment, Lu Fan came to the middle of the three teams, and had people bring in tables and chairs and umbrellas. That wasn't all, it wasn't long before someone else took a cut watermelon and set it on the table. Instructor Lien, please sit down. With that, Lu Fan sat down and casually picked up a slice of watermelon and ate it. Instructor Lien, this isn't too good, everyone hasn't eaten breakfast yet, we're eating watermelon here, isn't it a bit excessive? Although Lien Yuan had experienced moments of life and death before, she was a woman after all, and looking at her compatriots in front of her, who were also all the same woman, it was inevitable that she would be a little soft-hearted. Not excessive at all. As the old saying goes, looking at plums to quench their thirst, today I'll let them look at melons to quench their thirst, I'm helping them Lu Fan said fervently. Lien Yuan had a bitter smile on her face, but in her heart, she was slandering, still looking at melons to quench their thirst, that will only make them thirstier. In the end, Lu Fan's reason for doing this was still to hone the hearts and perseverance of the female soldiers. Training like this would not be rare in the future. Lu Fan also did not explain this to Lien Yuan. He had already told He Haitao before he came that everything here was his call and no one was allowed to ask questions. If he had to explain everything, then Lu Fan would die of boredom. Until 8 o'clock, Lu Fan finally let the crowd finish standing in military posture. Alright, everyone is hungry and thirsty, right? Go back to eat breakfast first, after breakfast, then proceed to the next step of training. Ow! My feet, it feels like they're going to be ruined. No, I can't walk anymore, I need to rest for a while. Quite a few people stayed where they were, rubbing their aching legs. The reason why it was like this was still because last night they ran 9 kilometers from the women's barracks to come here, and then stood in military posture for a few bells in the morning. How could they, who usually trained less, stand it? That icy pitying look, even Lien Yuan, who was on the side, felt pity. You guys don't go to breakfast, do you want to stay and continue training? Just as the crowd was relaxing, Lu Fan's voice rang out. When the crowd heard it, their hearts trembled. OMG, get out of here. I don't want to be crippled by training here on the first day. Those who were still in place pulled their legs out and ran, and those who were already on their way also sped up. This scene looked at Lien Yuan in a daze. Didn't he say that he was ruined and couldn't walk? Lu Fan snorted coldly, Lien guiding, see, if you don't give them some pressure, none of them will be motivated. Instructor Lien is wise. Lien Yuan gave a thumbs up. After breakfast, the training program Lu Fan arranged was to carry 10 kilograms of weight for 5 kilometers of armed cross-country. Of course, 10 kilograms was the minimum requirement. Among you, if anyone feels that 10 kilograms is less, then you can also increase the weight for yourselves, but do it according to your strength. Through the physique perspective, Lu Fan had already roughly understood the physique of the crowd, and 10 kilograms was already the limit for most of the female soldiers. Cootie! Only then will you increase the weight. Ren Miao muttered in a small voice. But what kind of person was Lu Fan, since he came to this world, through non-stop training, coupled with the assistance of the system, all the qualities of his body had long since far exceeded those of ordinary people. Although Ren Miao's voice was small, it was still heard by him. Ren Miao, add another 5 kilograms to your load. Ah! Why? 10 kilograms. Hearing this, Ren Miao no longer dared to show any emotion and silently added 10 kilograms to her backpack. Dead pervert. Menopause is coming. Many female soldiers cursed Lu Fan in their hearts. Let's stand in military posture and eat watermelon on the sidelines by ourselves. Now letting us run with weights, are we going to sit in an air-conditioned car and drive us aside? It's really too inhumane. The female soldiers were dissatisfied in their hearts, and of course Lu Fan could tell. Is it very unconvincing and upsetting in your heart? No one answered, and no one dared to answer. In this case, I will also carry weight and run with you guys, and it will be 40 kilograms. Lu Fan had told He Haitao before he came here that he wanted to inspire this group of pampered technical female soldiers as a woman. Therefore, he had to set an example. 40 kilograms? Did I hear you right? Male soldiers in the regular army are only 30 kilograms at most, right? When the female soldiers heard Lu Fan's words, they all raised their heads and looked at him incredulously. Company commander, you're not joking, right? Yes, company commander, there's no need for this? If you get exhausted, who will lead the training? Wang Feiyang and the three of them also persuaded. Not to mention Lu Fan, even if they were to carry 40 kilograms of weight in cross-country for 5 kilometers, they would still have enough trouble. Such a perverted thing could only be done by that perverted company commander of theirs. Wang Fei-yang and the three of them didn't realize that the woman special operations company commander in front of them was that perverted company commander of theirs, Lu Fan. Not only me, but you three platoon commanders as well, all give me 30 kilograms of weight to run together. Ah. Oh, I'm persuading myself into it. Ah, what, do you think you're not even as good as female soldiers? Come on, what else is there to say? The three silently added weight to their backpacks, but instead of 30 kilograms, it was 40 kilograms. They didn't want to lose to Lu Fan as a female, or else when they returned to the company, they would be reprimanded by the company commander and ridiculed by their comrades in the company. Thinking about it made them feel ashamed. Soon, Lu Fan filled up his backpack. Does anyone want to come up and check to see if there are 40 kilograms or not? Lu Fan asked the crowd as he loaded his backpack and carried it easily with one hand. 40 kilograms, carrying it so easily with one hand, who believes it, it's definitely not there. When the crowd saw Lu Fan carrying it so easily, they all had disbelief in their hearts. A female soldier, who was closest to Lu Fan, came up to the front and carefully glanced at Lu Fan, then stretched out her hands and took the backpack. She didn't use any force at all even when she saw how easy Lu Fan was, and the moment Lu Fan let go of her hand, the backpack directly fell to the ground. It was really 40 kilograms. The female soldier shook inside and looked at Lu Fan with awe. It's really heavy. The female soldier said to the crowd. Is there 40 kilograms? There was still someone who was undeterred. I feel like it's 50 kilograms. The female soldier responded with a bitter smile. Let me take a look? Wang Feiyang came forward and smiled shyly at Lu Fan. Company commander, it's not that I don't believe you, it's really a bit unbelievable. Wang Feiyang took the backpack from the female soldier's hand, and the moment he felt the weight, his eyes suddenly shook. I'm sorry, company commander, I shouldn't have questioned you. Chapter 12 Brushing Lu Fan's battle record. Seeing that the company commander really had to carry 40 kilograms of weight to run with them, all the female soldiers had a look of shame on their faces. Some of them were already adding weight to their backpacks. Of course, they were all adding according to their abilities or just carrying 10 kilograms of weight. Daiju silently added 15 kilograms of weight to herself. Her purpose of coming here was to become stronger, and that had never changed. Especially after seeing Lu Fan's power again, the heart to become stronger became even stronger. The 5-kilometer weighted cross-country started. Lu Fan and Wang Feiyang's three men followed the side of the team, urging them on and also preventing anyone from getting injured in an accident. Old Wang, what on earth is the company commander so strong? I even think it's comparable to our company commander. Mo Zuqin said to Old Wang. I'm not sure, I only know that it was transferred from the military department. Although this Lu company commander is also quite strong, I don't think it's comparable to our company commander. Shen Yan also interjected. These three in the team ran out of a kilometer, slowly gathered together, and now even began to talk about it. They were really too curious about this female company commander. Their surname Lu, why are they all so perverted? Ha? Yeah, both of them are surnamed Lu, they can't be brother and sister, right? Shen Yan had a sudden thought. Just go back and ask the company commander when the time comes. Are you stupid? The company commander has gone for further training, how can you ask? Old Wang, why don't you go up and test the waters? Test what? Compete with this Lu company commander, see how strong she is? Mo Zuqin egged on. That's not good, is it? You're not wimping out, are you? Shen Yan also spoke out to incite from the side. If you don't wimp out, why don't you go? Old Wang counter-advocated. Of the three of us, you're the strongest, it's most appropriate for you to go. Shen Yan didn't take the bait at all. Old Wang thought about it carefully, it seemed to be the same, but he always felt that something was wrong. No, if we want to go we'll go together. Old Wang, you're really a wimp. The two gave Old Wang a look of contempt. Old Wang pretended not to see it and ignored it. Besides, if all three of us go, who's going to watch them? Go ahead, I'll watch them here. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang in the ears of the three, and Wang Feiyang's three were all startled. Instructor, why are you here? Why, as the instructor of the company, can't I come and watch the soldiers train? Lian Yuan asked with a smile. Yes. The trio smiled sarcastically, their faces slightly embarrassed. Don't worry, there will be no problems here with me watching. And I can also pretend that I didn't hear what you guys just said. What words? What didn't we say just now? Mo Zuchin was still holding on for dear life. You guys said that Lian Yuan is. Lian Yuan didn't continue, only looking at the trio with a smile on his face. The trio only felt their scalps go numb. It's not just a competition with Lian Chang, I'll go. Wang Feiyang said immediately. Compare a little, there is nothing, this is to let the company commander know that the three of them said that it's perverted, that is certainly not good to suffer, a reprimand is inevitable, or perhaps there will be a review of the criticism. The three of them are not familiar with the company commander, and do not know what temperament the company commander is. I'll go too. Chun Yan immediately followed Wang Feiyang's footsteps. Mo Zuchin looked at the two who were far away, then looked at Lian Yuan and hurriedly shouted, "You two wait for me." Lian Yuan looked at the trio's backs, the corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. "Lu Lianchang, show me your full strength, let me see how strong you really are." Carrying 40 kilograms cross-country for 5 kilometers, Lian Yuan asked herself that even she couldn't do it. As far as she knew, these three platoon commanders, transferred from the strongest company of the Green Arrow Brigade, even if they weren't the strongest in the company, they certainly weren't that bad. Moreover, in her opinion, since Lu Fan wanted to make a group of female soldiers feel that female soldiers were not worse than male soldiers, and wanted to mobilize these female soldiers to train with enthusiasm and motivation, she was also helping Lu Fan. What Lian Yuan did not know was that this was exactly what Lu Fan wanted. "You three don't watch from behind, what's the matter with following up?" Lu Fan couldn't help but be puzzled when he saw the three who followed him up. Mo Zuchin and Shen Yan gave Wang Feiyang a you-know-what look and then powered up to overtake the two. "You two guys, don't run!" Wang Feiyang shouted in a low voice. But Mo Zuchin and Shen Yan didn't respond to him at all, running forward in a bored manner. "What's wrong, platoon leader Wang, what's so hard to tell?" Wang Feiyang looked at Lu Fan's handsome face and clear eyes, and his old face reddened for no reason. "Ahem. It's like this, company commander. The three of us want to compete with you to see who can run to the finish line first?" Lu Fan didn't have the slightest change on his face, but in his heart, he was happy. Isn't this a way to brush up on my performance? But immediately, he put on a stern face and rebuked, "Aren't you guys just fooling around? What do I have to compare with you guys? Besides, how can it work without someone watching the team?" "Company commander, the instructor said she's watching, so don't worry." Lu Fan twisted his head to look back and saw that Lian Yuan was running along with the team. Seeing Lu Fan looking at himself, Lian Yuan's face instantly became a bit unnatural. "This platoon leader Wang, what's wrong? Why did he even sell me out?" Lu Fan turned his head. "Since you guys are so interested, then I'll have a match with you." Seeing that Lu Fan agreed, Wang Feiyang revealed an expression of having seen a ghost. He was already prepared to be punished, but he didn't expect the company commander to agree. This was too unexpected. "You guys run first, I'll catch up with you later, go ahead." "Ah, okay. Wang Feiyang responded stupidly. Ever since he joined the army, Wang Feiyang had never left the barracks, and he had never had the chance to speak so much to a girl, and such a handsome girl at that. So when Lu Fan was talking, he was absent-minded, not knowing what he was thinking about, and when Lu Fan told him to leave, he really left, going after Mo Zuchin and Chen Yan. "Female soldiers, your platoon leader wanted to challenge me to see who can run these 5 kilometers first and reach the finish line," I agreed. "Next, you guys continue to run forward, don't give me the slip, the instructor is watching you." After explaining a few words to the crowd, Lu Fan powered up and chased after Wang Feiyang's trio. What did the company commander just say? To compete with platoon leader Wang and the others to see who reaches the finish line first. Is there a match for that? Platoon leader Wang and the others are men, and their load is not as heavy as the company commander's, so the company commander definitely won't win. Who said that? Platoon leader Wang and his men knew that the company commander had to carry 40 kilograms, so they added 10 kilograms, which is the same as the company commander's weight. That's still a loss, the company commander is so far behind. Platoon leader Wang and the others should wait for the platoon leader to arrive before they start. The crowd of female soldiers started talking when they learned that Lu Fan was going to compete with the 3 platoon commanders. Who do you guys think will be the first? It's unlikely that it will be the company commander anyway, right? Chapter 13 Reasons for Elimination. Why don't you run faster? Lu Fan caught up with Wang Feiyang's trio. I've already said there's no need to wait for me. How can that be? Originally you are a female company commander, and we are still running first, is that like it? Company commander, don't joke around, we should let you run first. Yes, the three of us are still running first compared to you. If this spreads out, we will really become the laughingstock of the whole army. Looking at the three people's sincere appearance, Lu Fan had a laugh in his heart. Even if you don't run first, you will probably become the laughingstock of the whole army. Without saying anything else, Lu Fan just nodded. Let's start then. The four of them were already on the same starting line at this point, and Lu Fan started to run forward as soon as he finished speaking. On the other hand, Wang Fei Yang and the three of them maintained their original speed, so it seemed that the three of them were equivalent to still being on the starting line. They intended to let Lu Fan run first so that it would seem fair. Lu Fan noticed the trio's movements and just smiled and shook his head. When are we going to catch up? At this time, Lu Fan had already pulled away from them by more than 10 meters. Right now. Wang Feiyan took the lead and overtook both Mo Zuqin and Chen Yan. I'll go. Old Wang, you're not being generous. The two started to power up as well. Old Mo, old Chen, something's not right. 10 minutes later, Wang Feiyan looked at Lu Fan's figure ahead and frowned. You just realized it now? Although this Lu company commander is a female, this stamina really has no words. Have you guys noticed that no matter how much we chase, the distance to the company commander never changes? It's still true. This was a bit unbelievable. Even if we can't catch up, the distance is just as dead on as it was in the beginning. Brothers, if this gets out, we can't afford to lose face. Then what's the point of wasting words? Hurry up and chase after them, don't leave any room for error. At this point, the three of them exerted all their strength and chased towards Lu Fan. Look, the three platoon commanders are catching up with the company commander. The three of them were like a gust of wind, and when the overtaking female soldiers saw them, they immediately exclaimed in shock. They're so strong. Carrying such heavy backpacks and still running so fast. At this speed, it's estimated that the company commander will soon be overtaken. Noticing the movement behind him, the corner of Lu Fan's mouth hooked into a smile. Brat, finally willing to use your full strength? With that, Lu Fan also slowly exerted his strength, once again distancing himself from the trio. Still have some strength left? The three of them were confused when they saw that Lu Fan also started to use his strength, but there was nothing they could do, so they could only grit their teeth and desperately chase after him. Our company commander is also strong, he's also starting to power up. At this time, Lu Fan had already come to the front of the group and had already run for nearly 4 kilometers. Daiju looked at Lu Fan's back, and a blazing fire lit up in his heart. Lu Fan's image had already grown immensely in her heart. Lu Fan was her role model, her goal to strive for. Although she was already exhausted and her feet were as heavy as lead, Daiju still burst out all her strength and ran towards the front. Even though she couldn't catch up with the company commander and platoon leader, she didn't want to fall too far behind. Not only her, the other female soldiers were the same, looking at Lu Fan's back with little stars of adoration in their eyes. Couldn't they see that the three platoon commanders were exhausted to the point of being dogs and hadn't even managed to catch up with the company commander? The company commander was also too tough. It only took 20 minutes for Lu Fan to finish the 5 kilometers, which was still the result of not running properly at the beginning. As for the three platoon commanders, the fastest one, Wang Feiyan, also used 27 minutes and 56 seconds. Company commander, we lost, heartily. By the time they reached the finish line, the three Wang Feiyangs were already out of breath, but their admiration for Lu Fan was overflowing. Three platoon commanders, it seems that you need to strengthen your training in the future. Lu Fan felt the need to knock these three, so that they wouldn't think that they had become the number one in the entire brigade and become complacent and unselfish. Hearing Lu Fan's words, the three people's faces were immediately ashamed, and they could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Of course, for the three of them, this was just a small lesson, a small setback. When the whole brigade was at the bottom, it was much more humiliating than now. The four of them then stopped communicating too much and waited for the crowd to arrive at the finish line. Daiju is worthy of being the strongest among this group of female soldiers, the first to reach the finish line first, but also used more than 50 minutes. It could be imagined that this kind of training had far exceeded their usual training intensity. As time slowly passed, everyone reached the finish line one after another. Lu Fan stood at the finish line and used the physical perspective skill on every female soldier that arrived. Name, Lin Yonghe. Overall physical fitness, 11 normal person 10. Current physical strength consumption, 90%. There is still strength left. Lu Fan's brows furrowed. There were not a few like Lin Yonghe who still had remaining stamina, as many as 36 in total. Lu Fan let out a long sigh in his heart. These female soldiers, it seems that they still don't understand what it means to be a special forces warrior. After everyone had arrived and assembled, Lu Fan gazed at the crowd with cold eyes and did not speak for a long time. This made the crowd, who already had a mental shadow over him, even more apprehensive inside. I would like to ask you all, what exactly did you come here for when you arrived? Hearing Lu Fan's words, not only the female soldiers, but even the three Wang Fei Yang and Lian Yuan, the instructor, were a bit confused. Didn't they come to participate in special forces training? All of them did not understand why Lu Fan asked this question. Seeing that no one was speaking, Lu Fan began to name the female soldiers who did not put their best foot forward to complete the mission. For those whose names are read above, you can go back to your dormitories to pack up your things and return to your original units. Huh? Why? The crowd became even more confused. Reporting to the company commander, why is that? There are a lot of people who are slower than me. Yes, please give us a reason, company commander. A female soldier boldly questioned. Because although they weren't running at the front, they weren't the last to arrive either. In their opinion, even if they were to be eliminated, it would be the ones who ran at the back who would be eliminated, so how could it not be their turn? Lu Fan sneered, you guys want reasons? Good, then I will give you reasons. For those whose names were called just now, ask yourselves, during the 5-kilometer cross-country training just now, did you go all out to complete it? Hearing Lu Fan's words, the 36 people's faces all stagnated. But we ended up completing the 5 kilometers of weight-bearing cross-country as well. Some people still did not die. They didn't even have the heart to think about how Lu Fan knew that they still had some energy left, they only thought about justifying their behavior. Yes, Company Commander Lu, since they've already completed the 5-kilometer weight run, it's better not to be too harsh, right? Even Lian Yuan, who stood on the sidelines and witnessed all of this, felt that Lu Fan was being a bit petty and felt that there was no need for this at all. Moreover, her thoughts were also the same as those female soldiers, if they really wanted to be eliminated, then eliminate those at the bottom. Chapter 14 The Unconvincing Instructor. Lu Fan glanced at Lian Yuan, then sneered, you all think that I'm making a big deal out of this, that you think it's irrelevant that you didn't go all out during training? Then let me tell you, as long as any one of you thinks like that, then you can leave my team immediately now. No matter how capable you are or how much potential you have, I will never retain you. Lu Fan paused for a moment, swept a glance at the crowd, and then said, if you even slack off on your usual training, don't seek to make progress, and only think about being as comfortable as you can be, then what kind of special forces training are you still here for? Go back and continue to be your technicians well, more comfortable than doing this laborious training here, isn't it? Even for regular troops, there will be bloodshed and sacrifice, not to mention the special forces that will always fight on the front lines. Once war breaks out, the special forces are the vanguard troops at the front. They will even go deep behind the enemy's back and fight to the death with the enemy in isolation. For the sake of victory, they can disregard everything and are not afraid of sacrifice, every drop of their blood is born for battle. In order to be able to make the most out of themselves on the battlefield, they will fight to the death to train to strengthen themselves and enhance their strength. And by sweating one more drop of sweat in usual training, one less drop of blood will be shed on the battlefield, and there will be a hope of surviving. If you don't go all out in your usual training, if you don't seize the opportunity to improve your strength, what are you talking about going into battle to kill the enemy and build a career? You guys are just going to die. Lu Fan's every word was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing at their hearts. Even Lian Yuan, who had experienced life and death combat, couldn't calm down inside for a long time. Yes, slacking on training, wasting time, wasting life, how different from suicide? Such behavior is also sorry for the word special forces, it is an insult to special forces. Only heard Lu Fan slowly said, this reason, enough? Those female soldiers who were still unconvinced all lowered their heads in shame, and many of them were already in tears. That's all I have to say, I hope that when you all go back, you can reflect on yourselves and learn from this lesson. All of you. Dismissed. A weighted cross-country of 5 kilometers directly eliminated 36 people, it had to be said that Lu Fan was really very strict. This also allowed the crowd to finally deeply realize that the special forces really wasn't comparable to ordinary conventional forces, the cruelty of which they had already imagined. But they were still thinking too naively, the real cruelty was still in the future. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a new round of training began. Shooting training. Isn't this the regular troops training? This is what the Special Warfare Company practiced? Shen Yan was puzzled. Don't special forces use guns? Fighting the enemy with their bare hands? Mo Zuchin disliked. Fair enough. Chen Yan smiled awkwardly. Originally, he had thought that he could learn something different when he came to the Women's Special Warfare Company as an instructor, but he didn't expect that it would still be the same as when he was in the 8th Company, which more or less disappointed him. Based on the fact that these female soldiers were all technical soldiers, the training was even less than the regular troops, so Lu Fan had to start from scratch. It was the same as a student going to school. You couldn't have an elementary school student who had just finished kindergarten go straight to university knowledge, could you? That would only take days to learn. And by starting from the beginning, Lu Fan could also properly observe their basic abilities, what kind of level they had reached in the end, so that he could prescribe the right medicine and formulate a training course program in line with these female soldiers. All give me a good practice. After the training is over, it will immediately go into a shooting test. Those who haven't reached more than 85 rings, then I can only say sorry, here, it's not suitable for you. Lu Fan's words caused the hearts of all the people to be shaken as an invisible pressure pressed down on them. Lien Yuan, who was standing beside Lu Fan, also had a straight frown on her face. Company Commander Lu, a group of people were just eliminated in the morning, and now another group will be eliminated. Isn't that too fast? What happened in the morning is expected to affect the morale of a group of female soldiers, and this elimination one after another, I'm afraid it will affect their performance. Lu Fan's eyes looked askance, then he said blandly, it's not them who are eliminated, so what morale is affected, and by doing this, I'm also squeezing their potential. If they are affected so easily, it only means that they are really not suitable for the Special Warfare Company, not suitable to be this special forces. Besides, I don't have that much time for them to slowly adapt. Lien Yuan could only smile bitterly, then on second thought, he felt that Lu Fan's words were also reasonable. In addition to the strong military quality of the special forces, a strong psychological quality was also very necessary. One couldn't encounter some difficulties and setbacks, and have to cry and go back to their moms. Alas, if you want to blame, you can only blame them for choosing this path. Lien Yuan lamented in his heart. Throughout the afternoon shooting training, all the female soldiers were concentrating on completing every shot. And Lu Fan would personally come down to instruct them, teaching them how to shoot to hit the bullseye more accurately. Your movements are not right, didn't your previous instructors teach you? Brace your feet a bit, so that you can stabilize your center of gravity, or else your muzzle will sway extraordinarily when you shoot. Time always flies when one concentrates on one thing. The training came to an end without even realizing it. Rest for half an hour. After half an hour, the shooting test will begin. Lu Fan said to the crowd. Company Commander, a competition? Lien Yuan said jokingly. Lu Fan looked at Lien Yuan with smiling eyes. It seems that the instructor will not die until he reaches the Yellow River, or is he unconvinced? Lien Yuan waved his hand. That's not true. I just want to see the company commander's marksmanship. Lien Yuan worshipped the strong, so she was curious about whether Lu Fan, who was so good with his hands, was just as good with his gun skills. Yes, Instructor Lien first. Lu Fan did not refuse. Seeing that the company commander and instructor were going to compete in marksmanship, all the female soldiers had gathered. They were not only watching, they were also holding a learning mentality, hoping that they could learn something from it to help them pass the test. It's not much fun for the two of us to shoot fixed targets, let's switch to moving targets. No problem. Lien Yuan came to the target position, her movements were incomparably skilled as she set up her shooting posture, her eyes staring like a torch at the 500-meter position in front of her. This was her own request, Lu Fan did not say anything more. The 500-meter moving target was already Lien Yuan's limit. In the entire Green Arrow Brigade, there were only a handful of people who could achieve this level. Even the three of them, Wang Feiyang, were sweating for Lu Fan. What's the situation with this instructor? Is this adding to the company commander's problems? Shen Yan's face was a bit displeased. Don't talk nonsense, can't you see that the company commander has agreed? Mo Zuchin reminded. 500 meters, that's a full 300 meters more than us. The instructor's shooting skills are that good? Looking at the way the company commander is breezy, I guess he's even better than the instructor. Maybe the company commander is calm on the surface, but he's actually panicking inside. A group of female soldiers were also whispering underneath, and the female soldiers who had a grudge against Lu Fan were not optimistic about Lu Fan. Chapter 15 Strength to hit the instructor in the face. Suddenly, 3 targets appeared 500 meters ahead and were moving from side to side at a speed of 20 yards. Bang! 3 seconds later, the gun in Lien Yuan's hand went off and a target fell. Bang bang. Immediately followed by 2 more gunshots, both with a time interval of 3 seconds. The targets also fell down in response.
The next was also as it should be, a total of 10 targets. Lian Yuan knocked down the targets one by one shot at a time, within half a minute's time.
Instructor is so strong. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in a small voice. I'll let Lian Yuan laugh at you.
Lian Yuan got up, handed his gun to Lu Fan and said with a smile.
Pa pa pa. Lu Fan applauded Lian Yuan.
Lian Yuan's shooting level, when placed in the entire Green Arrow Brigade, could be said to be the top group. Instructor's shooting skills are quite good, but compared to me, it's still far worse.
Lu Fan took the gun and didn't let the people start immediately.
Put the target at 1,000 meters, moving target.
What? Lian Yuan looked at Lu Fan with wide eyes. Company Commander Lu, you can really put yourself in a difficult position? How come you think I'm pretending?
Lian Yuan smiled faintly, non-committal.
If you still lose this time,
then I'll definitely be subservient and obedient to Lian Lu from now on. There's no need to be so exaggerated. After all, you and I are equal in rank. I just hope that you won't tell me what to do about my training in the future. Lu Fan said indifferently.
Okay, it's a deal.
Lian Yuan said seriously.
Lian Yuan wants to shoot 1,000 meters? Or a moving target? This difficulty is not simply an extra 500 meters.
You also have to take into account the strength of the wind, and the humidity of the air and other factors, and this is a rifle, not a sniper rifle. Wang Feiyang 3 people were also shocked, so evil things, only their company commander can do.
Looking at the female company commander in front of them, they even had the illusion that this could not be their company commander, right?
But it was obviously impossible. Whether it was his looks, physical features, and that feminine voice, all reminded them that this was Lu Wei, not Lu Fan.
This Lu company commander is a bit pretentious. Wang Feiyang also couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. Do you guys think the company commander can get a hit? I think it's a bit up in the air. Even if he's from the special forces, I don't think there are many people who can do it, right?
Lu Fan ignored the whispers of the crowd, and when the target was put in place, he stood with his rifle at the target position. Such a shooting position could be much harder than lying on the ground. The center of gravity was quite unstable.
Everything was ready. Swish.
1,000 meters ahead, 5 targets appeared at the same time and were moving from side to side at a speed of 40 yards.
Holy shit. This moving speed, it's twice as fast as the instructors.
Then the difficulty of this, hasn't it increased several times? This is too difficult. No matter how much I practice, I definitely won't be able to reach this level.
Bang 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 bang. The sound of gunfire was dense and steady. Ha! The target is still there? I told you, it's impossible to hit it. That's a bit early to say. This is 1,000 meters, let the bullets fly for a while.
More than a second later, 5 targets fell to the ground one after another. The interval between 2 and 2 falling to the ground was almost negligible.
Everyone's pupils instantly dilated. What kind of inhuman marksmanship is this? My eyes aren't blurry, are my eyes opening the wrong way?
Lian Yuan looked at the target that fell in the distance, and in his heart, besides shock, he felt remorse. I'm so stupid, really. Why did I challenge this dead pervert?
Now it's good, my face is swollen. I lost again.
Lian Yuan dropped her eyes in discouragement, feeling a deep sense of frustration. When she was in the male military unit, her marksmanship could be said to belong to the top of the pyramid. But just like Lu Fan said, compared to him, Lian Yuan's marksmanship was really far inferior.
A gap between heaven and earth. Mard, are all the ones surnamed Lu really that good?
Our company commander is already sick enough, and so is this female company commander. At this moment, Wang Feiyang's trio was also shocked beyond words. When we go back, we must talk to the company commander and let these 2 Lu company commanders compete to see who is more powerful between them.
Lu Fan, I'm fucking comparing myself to myself? Left and right hand fighting each other? There's something wrong with that. Did you all see that?
I'm not boasting, this is special forces. As long as you are willing to work hard and train hard, you guys can be like me. Lu Fan handed over his gun to Lian Yuan and turned to the group of female soldiers.
Really? Really?
A wry smile appeared at the corner of Lu Fan's mouth, which no one noticed. Company commander, don't worry, I will definitely train my ass off to become like you in the future.
The crowd let out high-pitched oaths with high fighting spirit.
This was the power of role models. Remember what you all said today. The half-bell break quickly passed, and the female soldiers once again stood on the range, preparing for the shooting test. This time, in their hearts, besides pressure, there was more motivation. Concentrate your mind, have no distractions in your mind, not to mention not being disturbed by external objects. You have only one target, and that is the target in front of you. Bang bang bang. The first round of examination began, 10 people in each round. Wang Meijing, 87 rings. Liao Bixia, 91 rings. All played very well, only 3 people didn't meet the test standard. Lu Fan nodded secretly in his heart. The 3 female soldiers who did not meet the assessment standard returned to the team with their heads hanging down, knowing that what awaited them would be the fate of leaving the Special Warfare Company. Reality was like this, the survival of the fittest. The assessment proceeded step by step, some people were happy and some people were sad. Reporting to the company commander, a total of 108 people passed the assessment, and 9 people did not meet the standard. Wang Feiyan reported the results of the assessment to Lu Fan. Lu Fan nodded, these female soldiers still have some basics. In fact, most of them were above 85 rings and below 90 rings, only a dozen of them could reach above 90 rings. And among them, the most outstanding was Dai Zhu, hitting 100 rings. The 9 female soldiers who were about to leave, stood under the camp's military flag and silently took off their helmets. Although they had only been here for a short day, they remembered it even more than they did in the original women's barracks. Now that they were ready to leave and might never have the chance to come back, their hearts were incomparably hard. Don't cry. Seeing someone with red eyes, Lu Fan shouted. You may not be good enough now, but it may not still be the case in the future. In my heart, you are all good, don't be a coward soldier. I hope you all remember that no matter what kind of soldier you are, don't slack off on yourselves, work hard to make yourselves strong and guard every brick and tile of the motherland, every civilian. The 9 female soldiers were touched by their hearts, gathered their emotions, held back their tears, saluted the military flag, turned around to salute the crowd again, and then silently left. Chapter 16 Night Attack on Female Soldiers' Dormitory. The night breeze of early summer was slightly cool, and the female soldiers, who had trained all day, soon fell into a deep sleep under the hypnosis of exhaustion. 3 o'clock in the morning. Outside the female soldiers' dormitory, several silhouettes flashed past. Reporting to the company commander, we are all in position. Good, start moving. With Lu Fan's order, several smoke bombs and tear gas bombs were thrown into the female soldiers' dormitory. And at the entrance of the dormitory, Lu Fan also drew a few lady officers from other departments to guard it with batons, preventing the female soldiers from rushing out from inside. After a while. What's the situation? Why isn't there any movement at all? Just as Lu Fan and the others were wondering, movement finally came from inside the dormitory. Cough. What's going on? What a choking smell, so much smoke. Someone was choked awake by the pungent smell, and then saw the white blanket in front of them, and said in a confused manner. Cough cough. More and more people woke up. It's tear gas and smoke bombs. Some people came back to their senses and exclaimed. Aren't we in the dormitory of the barracks? How could someone drop tear gas and smoke bombs on us? Not good, this is an enemy attack. Finally, someone reacted. What should we do then? At this time, they couldn't see each other and could only communicate while covering their noses and mouths. Go out first. This was followed by a clanging sound. Due to the smoke, the crowd basically became blind, and could only slowly grope their way out, but all sorts of collisions were still inevitable. Sisters, the gate is here, everyone come slowly. The female soldier near the gate shouted to the crowd. Hurry up and open the gate, I can't stand it anymore. I'm going blind. Under the interaction of the tear gas and smoke grenades, the crowd only felt that their eyes were incomparably unbearable, and some of them were even red and swollen. Opening the door to the dormitory, a female soldier just wanted to step out. Before she could open her eyes to see the situation, a baton had already struck her. Ah! The female soldier let out a mournful scream, and all the female soldiers' hearts were tightened, their entire hearts lifted. What's wrong? Someone attacked me. The beaten female soldier retreated back. How many of them are there? I was beaten back before I could see clearly. It must be the instructor and the others, let's charge out. A female soldier suggested. But they have weapons. There are only a few of them, we have over 100 people here, what are we afraid of? We can't continue to stay here any longer, or our eyes will really be scrapped.
The tear gas was at its peak at this point, and the crowd was about to go crazy. Charge! The crowd of female soldiers roared, and then they all surged towards the door, one squeezing the other. Even though the few female soldiers guarding the doorway fought to stop them, they were too many and were still rushed out. The female soldiers who rushed out also didn't recognize the direction and began to rampage. Swish! 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 3 powerful columns of water stopped them from 3 directions and forced them back. Some of the female soldiers realized that the situation was not right, and just wanted to turn around and go back to their dormitories, but the dormitory doors had already been closed, and a few lady officers were guarding there with batons. Seeing this scene, the female soldiers' footsteps stuttered, and a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. What are we afraid of with so many people? Grab their weapons and go! Daiju said loudly, then he took the lead and was the first to rush up. Seeing this, the others also swarmed up. Daiju was worthy of being the one with the strongest physical quality amongst this group of female soldiers, coming in front of a lady officer, using her hand to directly grab the baton that was coming from one of the lady officers, and attacking the lady officer. Of course, the lady officer is also not a vegetarian. After reacting, also immediately returned fire on Daiju, the two of you back and forth, so scorching. At this time, the other female soldiers also supported them. Although the female soldiers were outnumbered, but the lady officers did not panic at all, their backs to the dormitory surrounded a half circle. The female soldiers, even if there are more people, it is impossible to do an effective attack on them. Against the female soldiers who rushed up as a stick and stick, hands and feet, there is not a trace of mercy. Beat the female soldiers ghosts and wolves, crying father and mother. Da! A sharp whistle sounded, and the jet of water stopped. The female soldiers stood dumbfounded in place, every single one of them already soaked through, their hair disheveled, looking unusually wretched. Are they all awake? Lu Fan's voice slowly sounded, and the female soldiers still did not have any reaction. Assemble! Lu Fan yelled. The cool evening breeze blew by, and the group of female soldiers couldn't help but shiver. The vast majority of them hadn't put on their military uniforms yet, and were only wearing a thin sweatshirt. And some of them were injured, with bruises and purple patches on their bodies. Some female soldiers couldn't stand it, and their eyes were watering with tears. Wang Feiyang and the 3 of them were all a little bit unable to bear it. However, Lu Fan ignored all of this. Is it that you feel aggrieved? Want to vent very much? But you guys are not qualified. Your performance tonight really disappointed me too much. Sleeping like dead pigs, the attack had already passed for more than 10 seconds before you guys reacted. And also being defenseless and only knowing how to mindlessly charge forward, your reactions are really not even as good as those of a regular trooper. As a soldier, even when you're sleeping, you have to be alert at all times, and any slightest breeze, you have to immediately react correctly and reasonably, not to mention being a special forces soldier. If it was on a real battlefield, a mission in a behind enemy lines area, just the way you guys performed just now, you wouldn't know how many times you've died. And death, for any captured soldier, is still the best way to be relieved, but let me tell you, there are enemies who will use all kinds of methods to torture you and even abuse you, making your life worse than death. Believe me, a scene like that, you will never want to face in your lifetime. Listening to Lu Fan's words, the female soldiers associated themselves with that kind of scene, and immediately felt even colder. Their bodies all started to tremble slightly. How about it, after hearing all this, do you guys still want to be special forces? The corner of Lu Fan's mouth revealed a hint of mockery. I also don't know what kind of madness those people in the brigade ministry are smoking. They actually delude themselves into thinking that you delicate technical soldiers can be made into special forces soldiers. Look at the way you look now. That's simply delusional. Each and every one of you yelling about wanting to be better than the male soldiers and wanting to become special soldiers, I think it's more appropriate for you to go back to playing the keyboard and dealing with those words. Letting you guys deal with the enemy, I'm only afraid that the enemy will make you cry as soon as they venture out. Lu Fan's words ruthlessly ravaged the hearts of these female soldiers. No, we are not like that. Finally, someone couldn't stand it and exploded. Chapter 17, Welcome to Hell. Daiju couldn't stand Lu Fan's cynicism any longer and yelled. Our training has only just begun. Who are you to say we can't do it? Just based on your performance just now. Lu Fan said coldly. More than 10 seconds have passed since the attack, even an ordinary person would probably have already reacted. Losing you guys are still a warrior. Also, mindlessly running outside without figuring out the situation, if there were real bullets waiting for you outside, you would have already been beaten to death. Aren't there any towels in the dormitory? Won't you use your own urine without water? At this time, anything in the dormitory can be used as a weapon. And what did you guys do, unclothed and rushing out without a care in the world? Tell me, if this is a real battle, are you sending yourselves to death? Yes, even if they hadn't gone through such training, but for what they had just done, they really weren't even as good as an ordinary person. When they encountered an attack, they were slow to react, panicked, and only knew to flee as quickly as possible. Everyone lowered their heads in shame and felt remorseful inside. Nonsense, I don't want to say more. Now all of you, I will give you 2 minutes to go back, change your clothes and gather at the training ground. Lu Fan finished speaking and turned to leave. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and move. The 3 platoon commanders urged the crowd. 2 minutes later, everyone came to the training ground. At this time, although they were already fully dressed, most of their eyes were red and swollen, and some female soldiers could even only reveal a slit, barely able to see. This middle of the night, tossing us around like this, and now we have to train, it's really too hard. Someone muttered in a low voice. Keep your voice down, be careful that the company commander hears and lectures you to death. The comrade beside him kindly reminded. I know what's in your hearts. It's nothing more than thinking that you've already done intense training during the day and tossed around a bit just now, so you think that I should let you guys have a good rest, isn't it? Lu Fan had a smile on his face as he scanned the crowd, and immediately put away his smile, and his expression became incredibly serious. But I want to tell you, that kind of training intensity today is nothing more than the daily training of a regular troop, and it's more than 100,000 80,000 miles away from a qualified Special Forces soldier's usual training standards. Wang Fei Yang, tell them what kind of brutal training they will be facing next. Yes. Listen carefully, the training of our Special Warfare Company, specifically, has 3 stages. The first stage is extreme physical fitness, extreme endurance, extreme willpower, extreme hunger and other subjects, and the time is 1 month. During this month, you guys will eat half as much as you normally would, and you might even go without food. The same goes for sleeping time, it will only get less and less, and you might not even get a single bell of sleep a day. Training is also irregular, as long as the instructor wants to, no matter what time it is, even if they're on the toilet, they have to come out immediately to gather and participate in training. In the morning, midday and evening before the start of the meal, weight-bearing 10 kilograms of armed cross-country 5 kilometers each, not completed in the prescribed time, not allowed to eat. And the weight bearing and distance traveled will also increase as your physical abilities increase. Every day, you will complete 200 sit-ups, 200 squats up and down in the mud puddle, and 300 water pressure impact push-ups in the mud puddle. Each of the drills described above will increase in difficulty each day. Either the weight is increased, or the number of reps is increased, or both at the same time. 400-meter obstacles, 10 times a day. 300 meters of low prostration on a rocky ground. The further the training time goes, the longer the distance will be. Listening to the training subjects announced by Wang Fei Yang, the faces of all the female soldiers slowly became bloodless from their initial gravity, having been completely stunned. With this kind of training intensity, do we still have a life? Not to mention killing the enemy, it's already a blessing to be able to survive this kind of training. Suddenly I want to go home. Many female soldiers began to feel a little shaky inside. Lu Fan scanned the entire field, taking in everyone's expressions. Among the crowd of female soldiers, there were only a few whose faces were still calm, basically the ones that Lu Fan was more optimistic about, the ones with great potential. What, is this fear? Are you all a bunch of cowards? It's still the same sentence, if you feel you can't take it, then you can leave. After Lu Fan's words, the faces of several female soldiers were very torn and hesitant. By the way, I forgot to tell you guys, the training of the Special Forces has a death quota. Death quota? The crowd became even more terrified inside. That's right, Special Forces training all uses live ammunition, so during the training process, there will inevitably be injuries and bloodshed, and even sacrifices. Don't think I'm being alarmist, Special Forces is a soldier who doesn't know if there's a tomorrow, maybe I don't know which day, when I'm not careful during the training, I'll be martyred not necessarily. But they are not afraid of bloodshed, not afraid of sacrifice, afraid only of their own failure to complete the mission. In order to complete the mission, even if they shed every drop of blood on their bodies, even if they hugged the enemy and died with them, they had no regrets. You bunch of cowards, do you have such conviction, such determination? I'm done talking, I'll give you one last chance, anyone who wants to leave, hurry up and leave, otherwise, the only way you'll get out of here in the future is if you're eliminated. After Lu Fan finished speaking, the entire training ground fell silent. I'm not leaving. I'm staying. After a while of silence, finally a female soldier gathered enough courage and shouted out. Everyone was a soldier, and although they were female soldiers, they all had a sense of pride in them. Who would want to be a coward? Moreover, for Disya soldiers, fear of death did not exist. That was a great shame. We're not leaving, we're staying. Slowly, more and more people responded, their voices resounding throughout the camp. They came here to participate in training. Which one of them wasn't holding their breath? They also didn't want to go back to the women's barracks, didn't want to go back to their original troops, repeating the boring training and work every day. Here, it was obviously much more exciting. In their bones, they are still very competitive, plus Lu Fan's verbal blows, but also provoked their strong mentality. Lu Fan was inwardly pleased as he looked at their fighting spirit. Very well, I hope you won't regret the decision you made today. Next, welcome to the real hell. Looking at the smile on Lu Fan's face, the crowd suddenly felt a little cold. Martyr fell for the company commander's big B pawn. Chapter 18, Challenging the 6th Company. In the following days, the female soldiers repeated the heavy and incomparable training every day. Of course, when they slept at night, they had to guard against Lu Fan's raids. The raids were also different. In short, Lu Fan was just changing his ways to torment them. In order to prevent Lu Fan and the others from raiding, they also thought of a solution, that is to arrange for people to stand guard, 2 by 2, each group for half an hour. But how could Lu Fan allow them to do so, and directly gave the order that if anyone was found standing guard and sentry, all of them would have to bear the weight of the cross-country, and they would not have to sleep. If found once, 10 kilograms would be added, and the distance would be increased by 5 kilometers. The crowd could only honestly lie in bed and sleep. It was reasonable to say that if one was marching and fighting outside, it was proper for someone to be on sentry duty while the soldiers were resting. But special soldiers were different. Special soldiers sometimes have to fight alone. When the lone army is deep, who do you find to give you a sentry, or do you say that all the time do not sleep? Even the strongest people, there will be times when they doze off. At this time, a person's early warning mechanism was extraordinarily important. Lu Fan was now exercising their vigilance, as well as their ability to react when they encountered an attack. Just like this, half a month had passed. And the intensity of the female soldiers' training had also increased a lot from the original. From the 10 kilograms cross-country 5 kilometers at the beginning, to the 20 kilograms cross-country 10 kilometers now, holding a log sit-up 500 times a day, carrying a log up and down squatting 500 times a day, and so on. The female soldiers were also much darker than before, and the muscles on their bodies were also strong and incomparable. Until the 23rd day. On this day, Lu Fan pulled all the female soldiers to the comprehensive training ground. Because the Special Operations Company's camp was too small, it could no longer fulfill the daily training of the female soldiers. There were some training equipment that were not available inside the Special Operations Company, and the training ground was more complete. On the integrated training ground, there weren't a lot of people, only 1 or 2 male troops were doing training. After being isolated in the camp for most of the month, the female soldiers came to the integrated training ground for the first time. Their moods were all very excited, and they seemed particularly curious about everything. Ha! Female soldiers? Wei Zhengxian, who had just finished his training and was taking a break, had a somewhat bewildered expression when he saw the group of female soldiers entering. Where? The comrade beside him immediately asked. Blind, can't you see so many? It's still true. How did so many female soldiers come all at once? Usually this training complex, basically all male soldiers, which at first glance to see so many female soldiers appeared here, cannot help but feel very strange. Which army is this? Who knows? Why don't you go up and ask? Ahem, let's see what happens first. Goon. The conversation of the male soldiers could not be heard by Lu Fan and the others. At this time, they had already arrived at an open space. Wang Feiyang, Shen Yan, and Mo Zuqin. Present. Take your soldiers and practice all the subjects in the entire training ground. Yes. After this period of training, the group of female soldiers had improved significantly. Not only in terms of physical fitness, there was a significant breakthrough in all aspects of mental strength and willpower. As long as they trained, each one of them went all out, tiring themselves out, falling down, and even fainting from exhaustion. Lu Fan was happy to see this. As long as they couldn't die, Lu Fan would train them to death. It was in this short period of more than 20 days that all of these female soldiers had transformed and completed a metamorphosis. Look at those female soldiers, they're coming over. A male soldier said in surprise. These male soldiers had been in the army for such a long time, and the people they came into contact with every day, from the brigade commander down to the cooks, were all male. Seeing so many female soldiers all at once, all of them big, bloodthirsty guys, how could this not make them excited? They're probably all new recruits. Brothers, it's time for our show. A male soldier said staggeringly. Then what's the point of resting? Hurry up and drill. While the female soldiers were training, Lu Fan didn't stay idle, but found the male company commander. It was Li Xingdong, the commander of the 6th company. But at this time, Lu Fan could only pretend not to recognize him. Hello, this company commander, my name is Lu Wei, I'm the company commander of this women's company. What's the name? Hello, company commander Lu, my name is Li Xingdong. Li Xingdong responded, politely. That female chief is chatting with our company commander, could it be that she knows our company commander? Or maybe they know each other? Lu Fan, you guys were really right. Company commander Li, are you guys training here? Just finished training, currently pausing for a break. What's the matter with company commander Lu? It's like this, our female company wants to challenge your company. Lu Fan stated his purpose. Li Xingdong's eyes shook, his expression was a little stunned, and he said without confirmation, challenge us? Yes. Li Xingdong's expression was a little difficult, this is not too good, right? What's not proper? You are female soldiers and we are male soldiers, this challenge is not fair at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan smiled faintly, instantly giving Li Xingdong a feeling like a spring breeze. What's so unfair about this? Could it be that when company commander Li was on the battlefield and encountered an enemy female soldier, he just retreated without a fight? Lu Fan's words caused Li Xingdong's face to flush. It's not the same, this. Li Xingdong still wanted to argue, but Lu Fan didn't give him a chance at all. Li Lianzhang, when you go to the battlefield, both sides have only you and me to live and die, where is the difference between a man and a woman? Do you think the enemy will let them go just because they are female soldiers? Li Xingdong's face was a bit ugly by Lu Fan's question, and he was silent without responding. Or is company commander Li afraid of losing to us? Afraid? A Daxia soldier never says he's afraid. The method of provocation, it really worked. Then how? Your challenge, I accept. Very well, you've just finished training, so take a good rest first, and my soldiers need to familiarize themselves with the grounds. Half an hour later, we'll start, how about it? Fine. Li Xingdong snorted coldly, then he stopped paying attention to Lu Fan and turned around to shout at his company's men. All of the 6th company, come over and gather. The people of the 6th company heard this and ran back, and those who had gone to watch the female soldiers train were also called back. Let me tell you guys, just now, the commander of the female soldier company came to me and said that he wants to challenge our company, what do you guys think? What? Challenge us? Company commander, this isn't appropriate. Isn't this bullying others? The male soldiers said. This is something the female company commander took the initiative to ask for, and the men even said that if we accept it, then it's us being a wimp, we're afraid of losing. Holy shit. So arrogant? Yes, if we don't compare people will say we are wimpy and look down on us, are you willing to be looked down on by those female soldiers? No. Mad, let's compare, then let them see what it means to be crushed by strength. Very well, at that time, you guys will take out your full strength and let these female soldiers see how powerful you are. Looking at the group of male soldiers, Li Xingdong felt very satisfied, then he looked at Lu Fan who was not far away, with a wave of anger in his eyes. Since you want to compete so badly, how can I be merciful? Chapter 19, Testing the Effectiveness of Training. Rookies, the time to test the effectiveness of your training has come. After all the female soldiers had familiarized themselves with the field, Lu Fan gathered them all together. It's been half a month of training, and while there are other male soldier companies around today, I've issued a challenge to them on your behalf. Hearing Lu Fan's words, the female soldiers froze for a moment, and then a flash of excitement appeared on all of their faces. Since that night, Lu Fan and the others had followed them back and forth every day with real bullets, and the slightest dissatisfaction was a barrage of bullets. Occasionally, there were control failures, and the bullets grazed or were spattered by the stirred-up debris. Although it is only a superficial wound, but also let the crowd of fear and trembling, can only fight to train, to complete each project. During this period of time, they suffered from the torture of Lu Fan and others every day, but also to endure the trash talk of a few people, physically and mentally, have been ravaged to the bone. It was such a miserable training that made them metamorphose again and again, rapidly becoming stronger, and now compared with the time when they first came, it was simply like being transformed. Company Commander Lu, are you ready? Our gang of wolf cubs, all hungry, thinking of hurrying to finish the competition so that we can go back for breakfast. Li Xingdong laughed, that meaning, did not put the crowd of the Women's Special Warfare Company in his eyes at all. That might have to disappoint you guys. I'm afraid that by that time, you guys won't be able to get your breakfast on, and you'll still have to train extra. Lu Fan responded with a smile as well. Li Shengdong snorted coldly, is that so? I can't wait to see how such a group of delicate female soldiers will defeat my wolf cubs. Soon, the soldiers of both companies arrived in front of a training ground. This field, which was for training arm strength, had large tires weighing up to 200 pounds. What they were going to compete in the first round was strength. Who wants to be the first to come up? Li Xingdong asked the soldiers of the 6th Company. Me. Company commander, let me do it. Me first. The soldiers of the 6th Company were very enthusiastic. Through the stimulation of Li Xingdong's words just now, the warriors of the 6th Company had completely abandoned the distinction between men and women. What's fair or unfair, since the enemy provoked first and have accepted the challenge, there's no need to have any scruples at this time, just do it. Wang Weixian, you come. Yes, Company Commander. Wang Weixian's strength, in the 6th Company already belonged to the top 10 existences. With the strength of one arm, he could lift 55 kilograms. This was a replacement for a regular person. Lifting 50 kilograms with both arms was a struggle. Does any of the female soldiers want to volunteer? Lu Fan didn't directly name the female soldiers, but let them take the initiative to ask for battle. Me. I'll do it. Company commander, pick me, let me do it. The female soldiers were also very enthusiastic, each thinking of coming up to give it a try. Wei Shiyu, come up. Yes. Wei Shiyu's face was joyful as she leapt out and came onto the field. The moment Wang Weixian saw Wei Shiyu, his face revealed a sneer. This lesbian, it's not that I'm looking down on you, are you sure you want to compete with me? I think it's better to get a stronger one up here. Wei Shiyu's height was 1 meter 7, amongst the crowd of female soldiers, it belonged to the upper middle class, her weight was less than 101, and she looked a bit on the thin side. With such a physique, how could she compare to him? What? You're afraid of losing to me and losing face? Wei Shiyu said to the other party. With your physique, I'm afraid I can win you with one hand. Wang Weixian sneered. Don't speak too soon, or it won't look good to be slapped in the face later. Alright, next, talk about the rules. It's simple, it's whoever can lift a heavier weight and for more than 5 seconds, wins. It was indeed very simple, it was simply a test of strength. Aren't we a sure winner here? There's no need to compete at all. The male soldiers debated. In their opinion, in this aspect of strength, men inherently had the advantage, and they thought that these female soldiers should have just joined the army not long ago. After all, they had never seen them before. How long had they been trained? How could they possibly compare to them, the veterans? Wang Weixian came to stand in front of an 85-kilogram tire, glanced provocatively at Wei Shiyu, then took a steady horse stance, clasped the tire with both hands, and bellowed. Rise for me! The veins on Wang Weixian's arms were rippling, a sign of strength used to the extreme. The tire was slowly picked up by him, then with a force, and a bump upwards, it was lifted high above his head. After holding on for 5 seconds, Wang Weixian slammed the tire heavily on the ground, obviously this time was almost his limit. Good. We won. The crowd of male soldiers shouted. Wang Weixian also revealed his sturdy and powerful arms to Wei Shiyu and the female soldiers. The smug look in his eyes seemed to be saying, see, such muscles, such strength, do you have it? Wei Shiyu smiled and shook her head, then walked directly to the 90-kilogram tire. Seeing this scene, the male soldiers who were still complacent all immediately gathered their smiles, while Wang Weixian's face also became serious, his brows furrowed. Ha! What is she doing? She doesn't think she can lift it, right? A male soldier said with disbelief. Li Shengdong also looked at Lu Fan with a puzzled look. Company Commander Lu, don't advise your soldier, if this flashes your back, we won't be responsible for it. Lu Fan smiled, don't worry, Company Commander Li, you don't have to be responsible. Hearing Lu Fan's glib tone, Li Shengdong snorted coldly, unconscionable. Whether or not it's unself-conscious, Company Commander Li will know later. Hey! At this time, Wei Shiyu snorted lightly, and with a push of her hands, the entire tire was steadily picked up by her. How is it possible? It was really picked up by her. The faces of the crowd of male soldiers were immediately appalled. Is this damn sure it's a female soldier? I'm not dreaming, right? How could this female soldier do it? However, next, there was what surprised them even more. After Wei Shiyu picked up the tire, she didn't stop for too long, and with a strong support from her waist, she matched her hand's strength and lifted the tire up to the top of her head. It wasn't until nearly 10 seconds had passed that Wei Shiyu put the tire down, glancing bashfully at Wang Weisan and standing in place to wait for the results to be announced. All the male soldiers, including Li Xingdong, looked at the thin-bodied female soldier on the field with a look like a monster. Their hearts shook and they could not calm down for a long time. To them, this was just too absurd. If this is a dream, please hurry up and let me wake up. Where on earth did these female soldiers come from? It couldn't be that the higher-ups saw that we were lax in our training and sent them to crack down on us to teach us a lesson, right? In front of the unbelievable facts, many people's thoughts became absurd. Li Lianzhang, how do you say, this round, we won, right? Lu Fan asked with a smile. No, I can still compete once more. I can also lift 90 kilograms, or even 100 kilograms. Wang Weixian could not accept his defeat for a moment. Chapter 20. How did you guys practice? Wang Weixian said, then ran to the front of the 100-kilogram tire, wanting to lift it up. But having just completed a weightlifting session, he couldn't use much strength in his arms at all, and could only lift the tire slightly, and tried several times in a row. Wang Weixian, enter the ranks. Still not enough to embarrass me? Li Xingdong said sternly, turning to Lu Fan with a somewhat unnatural look on his face. This round, you guys won. Understood, Li Lianzhang. Lu Fan smiled faintly. Huang Mingji, you do it. Yes. Among the male soldiers, a tall and powerful warrior jogged onto the field. His footsteps were very steady, and his training uniform could not hide his burly body in the slightest, giving off a feeling of an explosion of power. Even Lu Fan nodded secretly when he saw it. This can be into the army, a little slowly practiced out, not the gym inside those eating muscle-building powder can be compared. Huang Mingji, let these female soldiers take a good look at what real strength is. No problem, company commander. The corner of Huang Mingji's mouth hooked upwards slightly, his eyes carrying disdain as he quickly walked to a tire. This tire, weighing 120 kilograms, with a width longer than his stretched-out arms, was much more difficult to pick up, and required much more strength. After Huang Mingji stood still, he let out a loud shout, and the position where his hands grabbed were all dented by the strength of his fingers, and then with a burst of force, the 120 kilograms tire was just picked up by him. Then just like a weightlifter, he lifted the tire above his head and held on for a full 13 seconds before putting it down. Good. Good job, old Huang. An ovation rang out from the 6th Company's camp. Pa pa pa. Even Lu Fan, without any hesitation, applauded. How about it, Company Commander Lu? Huang Mingji is the strongest warrior in our 6th Company. If any of you female soldiers can lift the same weight as him, no matter how long it takes, we'll admit defeat. Li Shengdong said rather generously. He felt that a weight of 120 kilograms was already far beyond the strength that normal people could lift, and onwards, it could only be done by those professionally trained weightlifters. For those like the troops, who had developed in many ways, to be able to lift 120 kilograms was already the best. Li Lianzhang, although our two companies are just sparring, but we still need to be a bit more rigorous in terms of what we should do in terms of victory and defeat. It seems that Company Commander Lu is not going to die until he reaches the Yellow River, no problem. Lu Fan smiled faintly and turned to the female soldiers. How about it, does anyone want to come up and challenge them? There's no shame in losing, and if you win, you can add a steamed bun at noon. Hearing Lu Fan's words, a group of female soldiers' eyes were bright, and there was a burst of enthusiastic enrollment. Looking at the male soldiers of the 6th Company was another burst of consternation. No, it's just one steamed bun, is that too much? That is 120 kilograms not 12 kilograms, is you want to lift can lift? Don't these people have any self-awareness at all? You know it's not feasible, but you insist on doing it? In the hearts of most of the people in the 6th Company, these female soldiers were just a bunch of fledgling recruits, and they had no respect for them at all. Company Commander Lu, your soldiers are really courageous, but they seem to be a little too confident in their own strength. Lu Fan did not comment on Li Xingdong's words, but instead shouted to a female soldier, Shen Mengyao, you come. Yes. Shen Mengyao had joy on her face, and even made a mischievous expression to her comrade beside her. This steamed bun, it's mine. Without unnecessary words, Shen Mengyao came to the front of the 120-pound tire in stride, took a deep breath, then bent down to hold the tire, in the middle of a stern cry, held the tire up, paused for 2 seconds, and lifted the tire above his head with one effort. Huang Mingji was dumbfounded, looking at the body twice as small as his own, and then looking at himself, he began to doubt life. The 6th Company's soldiers' pupils shrunk violently, their mouths unconsciously half open, their expressions shocked and somewhat dumbfounded. Under such a cute appearance, it actually hides such a terrifying power. Could this be the legendary King Kong Barbie? I want to see her abs. Pa! The comrade beside him gave a slap to this male soldier who wanted to see his abs, and the soldier righteously educated him. What are you thinking, nasty? Don't say I know you. In fact, he also wanted to take a look, he was really too curious. Shen Mengyao had a cute baby face, looked harmless and soft, clearly a small potato in the south. Such a little girl, actually able to lift 120 kilograms of weight, is a person have to be confused after that is curious, want to find out. Lu Company Commander, what kind of monsters are the female soldiers in your company? Li Shengdong couldn't even speak properly. He felt that his 3 views had been shocked, this female comrade, she used to be a weightlifter, right? Lu Fan smiled and shook his head, no. These female soldiers, they used to be technicians, information officers in the female battalion. Ah? Li Shengdong was even more dumbfounded. Those female soldiers from the women's barracks. How could they have such power? Regarding the personnel mobilization of the women's battalion, Li Shengdong had heard a little bit about it, but he had only heard a little bit of wind, and did not know the specifics, not to mention the existence of the women's special warfare team. So let him how to guess, also cannot guess in front of him these female soldiers, is the reserve members of the special forces. However, Li Shengdong instructed that Lu Fan had not lied to him, because he knew that on the women's battalion side, however, there were 100 or so people who had been transferred. Company Commander Lu, can you tell me how you trained them to be like this? There's no harm in telling you. Lu Fan turned to Wang Fei Yang and said, Wang Fei Yang, come tell Li Lianzhang how we usually train? There was nothing to hide about the training methods. Special Forces training, even if they have not been exposed to it, but there are TV dramas that have been broadcast on TV about Special Forces, and online Baidu also has a brief description, although it is not very comprehensive, but the cruelty of it, just think about it. Television shot out, and the description on the network are less than 1/10. Wang Feiyang walked up and looked at Li Shengdong, thinking of his shocked appearance just now, he couldn't help but laugh. Li Shengdong frowned slightly. Wang Feiyang, aren't you the deputy platoon leader of the 1st platoon of the 8th company? Company Commander Li, it's not just me, Chen Yan, Mo Zuqin and the 2 of them are also here. The 3 of us are here to assist Company Commander Lu in training these female soldiers. Wang Feiyang answered Li Shengdong's doubts. Alright, Wang Feiyang, we'll catch up later if we want to, hurry up and tell Li Lianzhang about our training program, the competition isn't over yet, hurry up. Yes, Company Commander. Hearing Lu Fan say that, Wang Feiyang immediately said with a straight face. Chapter 21 400-meter obstacle run relay. Company Commander Li, this is our daily training program. Wang Feiyang said with a calm face. Li Shengdong's heart had begun to raise waves of shock from the moment Wang Feiyang said that he would do a minimum of 20 kilograms of armed cross-country for 10 kilometers every day. His heart trembled every time Wang Feiyang talked about a training program later on. What kind of devil troop is this training in the end? Li Shengdong asked with intense doubt and some incredulity. You guys, are you special forces? Wang Feiyang didn't answer, but instead looked at Lu Fan. Lu Fan also just smiled and did not respond positively. In his opinion, these female soldiers were still 100,000 miles away from being special forces, there was nothing to say. Company Commander Li, we've already competed in strength, let's compete in endurance and speed below? Li Shengdong let out a bitter smile, what else is there to compare? Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, what, did Company Commander Li admit defeat so easily? Company Commander, compare. We are not convinced. Before Li Shengdong could respond, the soldiers of the 6th company underneath roared angrily. Fine, let's compare. Li Shengdong opened his mouth to respond after a slight contemplation. Now his thoughts had changed. At the beginning, he didn't think that Lu Fan could win against them, and even felt that Lu Fan and the girls were humiliating themselves. But his thoughts had changed now, he also wanted to see to what extent these female soldiers could be powerful after only disappearing for a short period of more than 20 days. Besides, listening to Wang Feiyang's words just now, they were basically exercising their physical abilities. But endurance and speed, both of which could only be improved little by little after a long period of exercise, he didn't believe that his own veterans who had been practicing for 2 or 3 years were still no match for these female soldiers who had been gone for more than 20 days. Good. Company Commander Lee has guts. Lu Fan complimented at the right time, then we'll test speed first. Of course, to make it a bit more difficult, we can't just run, let's compare this 400-meter obstacle course, how about it? No problem. What Li Xingdong was thinking in his heart was that the 400-meter obstacle, they had practiced it several times a day, and there were several people whose scores were ranked in the entire Green Arrow Brigade. If they lost again, they would really lose their face. Soon, the crowd came to the 400-meter obstacle course. This time, both sides sent 4 warriors each to compete in a relay race. Each warrior had to complete a lap and return to the starting point to high-five the next member of the team before the relay was considered successful. On the 6th company's side, Li Xingdong no longer had any reservations and sent the top 4 of the entire company. On Lu Fan's side, he was still furtive and scrambling to sign up. After all, winning was a meal plus. Even if he lost, there was nothing to lose. The crowd was so positive and enthusiastic, and Lu Fan was happy to see it. He could see everyone's strength through the data, but he mainly wanted to let these female soldiers see the results of their training during this period of time, and see the gap between themselves and the male soldiers. Ready, start. As the password officer's words fell, the first warrior from both sides on the field stormed out, and the two of them started almost at the same time. However, if one looked closely, one could see that the female soldier was slightly later. It had to be recognized that in this aspect of movement, the male soldier's advantage still existed. The male soldier's steps were huge, one step topping the female soldier's 2 or 3. If the female soldiers wanted to win over the male soldiers, they could only accelerate desperately, and the frequency of their feet had to be twice as big as that of the male soldiers. However, the advantage was there. No matter how hard the female soldiers tried, they were always one length behind the female soldiers. What everyone except Lu Fan didn't know was that the male soldier had actually tried his best. He had already lost the previous strength test, he didn't want to lose this time as well, so as soon as the test started, he did his best without any reservation. His current speed was even a bit faster than usual. The male soldier could see from the corner of his eye that the female soldier had been following closely, and wasn't lagging behind him by much, which made him more or less anxious, and an invisible pressure pressed on his heart. Although the female soldier Zhang Weiwei was lagging behind by 1 position, she was still calm and unruffled. Her goal was always only one, and that was to do her best to complete the 400-meter obstacle course as fast as she could. As expected, due to excessive nervousness, the male soldier made a slight mistake when crossing the log bridge, allowing the female soldier to catch up. What's wrong with this kid Rock? He actually made a mistake. Mard, this female soldier is also a bit ridiculously strong, this is too steady. The male soldiers were whispering, and the female soldiers weren't idle either. I didn't expect that we're all already so strong now, we're actually comparable to all these male soldiers. To know, when the selection just started, the fastest person among them to run the 400-meter obstacle course would take more than 3 minutes. Of course, the main reason was that the 400-meter obstacle at that time was a bit more difficult than this. And now, the two quickly ran a lap back to the same place, taking almost the same amount of time, 1 minute and 42 seconds. The second member of both sides started off. The second female soldier was Ren Miao, who was ranked second among the female soldiers when they were first selected. After Ren Miao picked up the relay and came over, she sprinted forward. After this period of intensive training, Ren Miao's speed had improved quite a bit, and the frequency of her feet was so fast that she could only see pieces of residual shadow. Holy shit! Holy shit! Is this turbocharging? Ren Miao's performance drew gasps from the male soldiers. This time, the two sides were reversed, with the male soldiers lagging behind the female soldiers by a body position. On Li Xingdong's forehead at this time, sweat was already slowly sliding down, he was starting to get nervous. On the contrary, Lu Fan had been in a breezy demeanor, not changing at all. By the time the third person took over, the male soldier was already nearly 2 meters behind the female soldier. The male soldier Nong Hua Bing gritted his teeth and used his milk to catch up, bursting out with unprecedented speed. In the barracks, it was already more competitive, no one was submissive to anyone, everyone wanted to win, wanted to be the strongest one. And this time their opponent is still a female soldier, he really does not want to lose, this is about the dignity of the male soldiers, about the dignity of the 6th company. With this kind of support, Nong Hua Bing once again fought for the men's chance to win, surpassing the women soldiers, but only by less than a meter. Nong Hua Bing didn't know how he finished the 400 meters, anyway, after running the 400 meters obstacle course, the whole person felt deflated. The last female soldier, and the strongest of the 4, was named Zhao Binglin. She was slowly surpassing Ren Miao through the training at the back, and was almost equal to the first place Dai Zhu. The male soldier, who was also the strongest in the 6th company, was named Hu Bing. In the company, everyone teased him as Scud, which was enough to see that he was very fast. The final winner or loser depended on how well the two performed. Lin, go for it. Fan Chan, go for it. At this moment, the male and female soldiers under the field couldn't help themselves and shouted for their comrades. Chapter 22. Haven't eaten for a few days? Zhao Binglin's calves were very sturdy and powerful, so her bouncing power was amazing. During the training, Lu Fan also arranged intensive training specifically for her based on this characteristic of hers. In addition to the usual training, Zhao Binglin also had to find time to train her bouncing ability, and was even asked by Lu Fan to tie sandbags on her feet. Now Zhao Binglin's bouncing power could almost be comparable to that of a kangaroo. Just now, before it was her turn, Zhao Binglin unclasped the sandbags tied to her legs in advance, and the male soldiers who saw this scene were all dumbfounded. Hu Bing, who was standing on the side, saw that his eyes were also wide open, and he inexplicably had a feeling in his heart that this game, I'm afraid it's going to be a tough one. The moment she unlocked the sandbags, Zhao Binglin only felt unprecedented ease, just like unlocking the seal, the whole person felt especially light. When she ran, there was a feeling of flying. This female soldier, is she fitted with jets? How come she's so fast? Our company scuds can barely keep up. Li Shengdong, who originally felt that he had already won, looked at the wind-swept figure on the field, and his face instantly became incredibly grave. Zhao Binglin took the lead, basically leaping over any obstacle she encountered that needed to be crossed. In the face of the high wall, is also a violent stomp, hands on the high wall, by the role of inertia, hands to send forward, the whole person easily over the high wall, the whole set of action in line with the clouds and water, very silky smooth. Nima, is this still a female soldier? There aren't many male soldiers who can do such an action. This is too perverted. Perverted? In Lu Fan's opinion, this was not perverted at all, this was just a regular operation of the special forces. After consecutively passing a few obstacles, the distance between the two increased. At this time, Hu Bing was already 2 meters behind Zhao Binglin. Although it was only 2 meters, but Hu Bing wanted to catch up, unless Zhao Binglin made a mistake, otherwise it would be harder than heaven. The match ended without any suspense, and in the end, it was the female soldier who gained the victory. Company Commander Lu, what kind of monsters are your company? Are they really all those technicians from the female battalion? Lu Fan said with a straight face, yes, Company Commander Li, there's no need for me to lie to you about this. Li Shengdong felt a little bad in his heart, you didn't lie to me, but I suspect that you intentionally wanted to compete with us, to come and slap our 6th company's face. Ha ha. Company Commander Li is joking. Lu Fan revealed a very polite smile, these soldiers have been training for most of the month, I just want to test their training results and see how big the gap is with the male soldiers. After hearing Lu Fan's words, Li Shengdong fell silent. Mad, you're testing it out, our 6th company's face will be lost, we've been rubbed on the ground by the female soldiers. Being struck twice in a row, Li Shengdong's heart was hurt. Li Company Commander doesn't have to be sad, victory and defeat is a common thing in the military, it's not just losing 2 games, your company still has a chance to get back in the game. Although Lu Fan's words were comforting, Li Shengdong always felt that something was off. Company Commander Lu, do we still need to compete in this last game? You guys have already won. Li Shengdong smiled bitterly and said with difficulty. Of course we need to compete, Company Commander Li wouldn't think that he can't even win a single game, right? Yes, at least win a round, so it wouldn't be so humiliating. But if you can't win, wouldn't you lose all your face? Li Shengdong was a little hesitant. Company Commander Li doesn't need to hesitate anymore, if you don't finish this last game, I don't think your soldiers will be convinced, so that they will completely realize their own shortcomings, and only then will they train harder in the future, won't they? Lu Fan followed the good advice. Good, then let's finish this last hand. The strength of the 6th company was ranked at the bottom of the entire Green Arrow Brigade. It wasn't that the warriors of the 6th company didn't work hard, it was just that the other companies were so strong that no matter how hard they worked, they could never catch up, so much so that when they trained, they basically trained in order to complete their training, and there were not a few who had the heart to go in and didn't think about challenging themselves to a higher level of difficulty. When Lu Fan pulled the 8th company from the bottom to the first in the entire brigade, although it also stimulated the motivation of the companies, as time went on, everyone's eagerness to forge ahead was slowly worn out again. Just let these female soldiers, to stimulate this group of brats a little better, so as not to muddle through every day, not knowing what to do. Li Shengdong secretly said in his heart. The next endurance competition was also very simple, 20 kilograms of weight bearing 10 kilometers of cross-country. 20 kilograms of weight? And 10 kilometers? Are you guys kidding? As a regular troop, their usual requirement was to carry a load of more than 10 kilograms in cross-country for 5 kilometers only. The load was fine, it was this distance, doubling it all of a sudden, instantly making it a little difficult for the crowd of the 6th Company to accept. Could it be that these female soldiers are usually armed cross-country? How else would they dare to propose such a competition? Is this a fucking competition? This is clearly a blow to us, right? Experiencing the blow of the previous 2 rounds of competition failures, the warriors of the 6th Company were all a bit depressed at this moment, and after hearing such a competition request, their mentality collapsed a bit. 6th Company's cubs, I know what's in your hearts. But what are we? We're de Xia's warriors. Great Xia's warriors, even if we know we're losing, we'll lose, we can't wimp out, we can't be afraid. Besides, to be timid before the battle, this is not the style of our de Xia soldiers. In the face of difficulties, in the face of a powerful enemy, we have never retreated. 6th Company's pups, all give me a boost. Compare these female soldiers to me, let them know that our 6th Company is not easy to bully. Li Xingdong to the 6th Company of soldiers cheer, not to mention these words, so that the original low morale of the crowd all of a sudden high emotions. Don't steam buns to fight, 6th Company will win. The soldiers of the 6th Company roared. Li Shengdong nodded, his heart somewhat relieved. Lu Fan also nodded, and in his heart, he was also very satisfied with the spirit of defiance shown by the 6th Company warriors at this moment. Only in this way would they go all out in the competition later on, and such a 6th Company would be challenging. The 6th Company had already finished mobilizing. Lu Fan also turned to the female soldiers and said, I have only one request, and that is to bring out your full strength to run through this 10 kilometers, and as long as the one who reaches the finish line before the last one of them, they can all have extra meals. Lu Fan's words made the eyes of the crowd of female soldiers all light up as they looked at the warriors of the 6th Company with an unprecedented wariness. Those eyes were like a hungry wolf seeing food, full of wild longing, glowing ghostly. Even the soldiers of the 6th Company felt it. What kind of eyes do these female soldiers have? Why do they feel like they want to eat us? It's a bit scary. Have they not eaten for a few days? Chapter 23. Are they on stimulants? One couldn't blame the female soldiers for their eyes glowing like hungry wolves seeing food when they heard that there were extra meals. It was Lu Fan who was to be blamed for controlling the diet to a very extreme range for every meal every day, and it had been a long time since they had that feeling of being full. In the beginning, they had already depleted all the energy in their bodies in less than half a day of training, and it was extremely difficult for them to train. Nonetheless, Lu Fan did not pity and sympathize with them in the slightest, and even the slightest slowness was the bullets urging them on. In such a situation, not only did it exercise the female soldier's ability to carry hunger, but it also stimulated their inner wildness. One must know that a vicious wild wolf, under the temptation of food, bursts out of the fighting force, but it is very strong. As a sharp whistle sounded, the 2 companies, totaling 200 or so people, began to run on the training ground. Seeing this scene, the other company training next to them couldn't help but stop. The 7th Company commander, Fan Zhongxian, frowned and said to his deputy at the side, What are they doing? The deputy shook his head, I'm not sure, I guess it's a joint training of the 2 companies? Due to the fact that they were a bit far away, they couldn't see very clearly and didn't realize that one of the companies were female soldiers. Who is the one standing with the 6th Company commander? How come I don't seem to have seen them before? At this time, they finally noticed the 2 people standing still. Li Xingdong he naturally recognized, it was Lu Fan who looked a bit strange. You watch them here, I'll go over and see what's going on. After Fan Zhongxian put down this sentence, he walked straight towards the 2. Company Commander Li, what are you doing? The 2 men who were watching the warriors turned their heads to look when they heard voices coming from behind them. Company Commander Fan. Li Shengdong shouted and waited for Fan Zhongxian to approach before continuing to speak. It's nothing, just sparring with Company Commander Lu's female soldiers. By the way, Company Commander Lu, this is our 7th Company Commander Fan Zhongxian. Company Commander Fan, this is Company Commander Lu of the Women's Company. Only at this time did Fan Zhongxian turn his gaze to Lu Fan. Hello, Company Commander Lu. Company Commander Fan, hello. I said we look strange, so it's a newcomer to our brigade, or a woman, huh? Captain Fan is joking. Lu Fan said in his heart, I'm not a woman, I'm just like you, I'm a bandwagon. By the way, Company Commander Li, what did you mean when you said the competition just now? Upon hearing this, Li Xingdong's face was a bit unnatural, and for a moment he didn't know how to open his mouth. The 6th Company had already lost 2 matches in a row to the Women's Company. If Fan Zhongxian found out about this, where would he put his old face if it was passed back? It's just a simple competition for fun, so that there's some confrontation between the two companies to motivate everyone to train. Seeing that Li Shengdong didn't open his mouth, Lu Fan spoke up. Hearing this, Fan Zhongxian's brows slightly furrowed, his eyes carried a bit of disbelief, in which there was also a hint of hidden mockery looking at Li Shengdong. What the hell is this look in your eyes? Although Fan Zhongxian's mockery was subtle, it was still detected by Li Shengdong. Company Commander Fan, don't underestimate these female comrades. Before this, we had already competed in 2 matches. You guys won? Fan Zhongxian said without thinking. Both matches, we lost. Fan Zhongxian couldn't help but stare at Li Shengdong with wide eyes, very incredulous, before looking at Lu Fan. He didn't think that Li Shengdong would lie to him about this matter. After all, who would admit that their soldiers lost to a group of female soldiers? How about it, Company Commander Fan, does your company want to compete with Company Commander Lu's female soldier faces as well? Li Shengdong was completely concerned about face at this point. Pulling the 7th company down, then he could be in a better position. After a short period of shock, Fan Zhongxian came back to his senses, and when he heard Li Shengdong's words, he smiled somewhat awkwardly. Or not, you guys take your time to compare, just pretend I haven't been here. After saying that, Fan Zhongxian left in a hurry. Mada, this old Li guy, even if he lost, he actually wanted to pull the 7th company down, a real dog. The strength of the 6th company and the 7th company were equal, and each had won and lost in previous army-wide competitions. You 6 companies can't even compare to others, and still want us 7 companies to go up and send people's heads. Fan Zhongxian is not that stupid. Don't go, Company Commander Fan, you're not going to wimp out, are you? Li Shengdong shouted. Fan Zhongxian only pretended not to hear, but his pace under his feet was much faster. Old fan, let you kid taunt me. Li Shengdong gloated a little in his heart. Although Fan Zhongxian did not verbally taunt, but taunting would not do, who let him see it? On this side, Fan Zhongxian walked quickly towards the company, but in his heart, he was secretly angry. Old Li, this guy is absolutely intentional, I'm not just secretly mocking a little bit, as to pull me down. Company Commander, what's the situation? Returning to the 7th company's camp, the deputy immediately asked. Nothing, those guys from the 6th company competed with the women's company and were abused by those female soldiers, Fan Zhongxian said and couldn't help but laugh. The deputy froze for a moment, then looked at Fan Zhongxian in confusion, not understanding what there was to be happy about. The 6th company and the 7th company were equal in strength, but the 6th company had lost to that female company. This was a disgrace for them, the male soldiers. However, the deputy didn't say what was on his mind, but continued to ask. Company Commander, when will our brigade have a female company? Fan Zhongxian put away his smile and was a bit bewildered in his heart. Yes, where did this female company come from? Then, as if he remembered something, he said, I heard earlier that our women's battalion had a personnel transfer. It should be those technicians from the women's battalion. Speaking here, Fan Zhongxian's pupils shrunk slightly, feeling a bit incredulous in his heart. If those female soldiers in front of him were the technicians of that women's battalion, what did that mean? It means that these female soldiers are only just half a month gone. The strength has been in the 6 companies above. This is fucking hanging, right? This is still those weak female soldiers? Fan Zhongxian was a bit incredulous. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. While the two were still discussing the female company, this side of the competition was about to enter the white-hot stage. At the beginning, all the male and female soldiers, in order to maintain their stamina for the final sprint, everyone almost kept the same speed marching. Until the end of the 7 kilometers, gradually some people's stamina began to decline, and a small portion of the male soldiers had begun to slowly fall behind. Mard, it's already 7 kilometers, how can these female soldiers continue to run, aren't they tired? A male soldier who was lagging behind, looking at the female soldiers ahead who were still advancing at an even pace, gasped and said. It's really a bit unacceptable, are they taking some kind of stimulant? At this time, most of the female soldiers, their footsteps were still very steady, and the female soldiers who were lagging behind, also chased after the male soldiers in front of them like wolves and tigers. Chapter 24 Hanging the 6th Company. The last kilometer. Everyone was already tired and panting like a cow long ago. Because this time it was a competition with male soldiers and it was the first time, so a bunch of female soldiers were running very hard, thus consuming their stamina very fast. As for the soldiers of the 6th Company, their usual training intensity was not this great, and there were quite a number of people who had already overdrawn their stamina, and the echelon that ran at the very back of the line, totaling more than 24 people, were all male soldiers. It's not that the 6th company has been training for a longer time, the foundation is more solid, otherwise the people who fell at the end, I'm afraid that we have to add dozens of people. Running in the front, there are female soldiers company, there are also 6 companies.
There were 9 people from the 6th company and 17 from the women's company.
Almost twice as many as the 6th company. These 9 people from the 6th company could be said to have put their best foot forward. They were the most physically powerful group of people in the 6th company, shouldering the success or failure of the 6th company in this game of competition. They didn't want to lose again, that would be really humiliating. Company Commander Lu, you're really something, it's only been less than a month and you've trained these female soldiers to such a level. Looking at the female soldiers on the field who were running hard and not giving in at all, Li Xingdong was overcome with emotion and could not help but praise them. Company Commander Li overpraised, even if my training is great, it is only possible if these female soldiers are willing to cooperate and can withstand it. This is all the result of their own hard work and struggle. Lu Fan smiled lightly. Li Shengdong nodded and fell silent, seemingly thinking about something. There were still 500 meters to go, and everyone started to sprint hard. The ones behind wanted to catch up with the ones in front, and the ones at the very front were sprinting towards the finish line, wanting to take this first place throne. Su Feiyu looked at the female soldier beside him, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked upwards, and he didn't say anything. Now he couldn't care less about talking, he was ready to explode all of his strength, running to the finish line in a single breath, and taking the first place for the 6th company. As he surpassed Dai Zhu and became the first place, Su Feiyu couldn't help but look back at Dai Zhu, with a provocative look in his eyes. When Su Feiyu surpassed himself and ran to the front, Dai Zhu also raised his head to look at him, and the two of them just happened to have opposite eyes. Seeing that slightly provocative look, Dai Zhu's eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth curved into an arc as he slowly sank his head down. Immediately, she no longer held back, bursting out her only remaining energy and sprinting towards the finish line with all her might. Her goal was always only the finish line. Not only the two of them, but those who still had energy left, were all going all out. Only what the soldiers of the 6th company had in mind was to win over the female soldiers and get back the game for their company. And what the female soldiers were thinking about, odds were, was only food. Perhaps stimulated by Su Feiyu, Dai Zhu exploded with unprecedented strength. Originally lagging behind slightly, she all of a sudden rushed to the front of Su Feiyu. Su Feiyu was startled in his heart, and then he became ruthless in his heart, gritting his teeth and chasing after him, trying to catch up with Dai Zhu and overtake him. Su Feiyu, you kid should try harder, you're so close. Li Xingdong was watching from the finish line, his heart was anxious, this was their last chance to win the female soldiers. A minute later, the first place was born. It was Dai Zhu. The female soldier company took this first place in the 10-kilometer armed cross-country. Following closely behind was Su Feiyu. After running to the finish line, Dai Zhu and Su Feiyu were both exhausted, both had their hands propped up on their knees, arching their backs, and kept gasping for air. The two looked at each other, and Su Feiyu gave Dai Zhu a thumbs up. Dai Zhu smiled, thanks for the honor. One after another, everyone ran through the finish line, and the last one to arrive was the male soldier. All female soldiers, today, could have extra meals. Company Commander Lu, you guys are really strong. Understood. When we get back, I'll train these rabbits according to the training style you mentioned. When we have the chance in the future, let's have another match. Although he lost 3 times in a row, the wariness in Li Xingdong's eyes became even more intense. I'm afraid that next time, the gap between us will be even bigger. However, looking at Li Xingdong's battle spirit, Lu Fan smiled and said, good. After assembling their respective teams, the two saluted each other and led their teams away one after the other. The soldiers of the 6th company stood in formation, looking at Li Xingdong who stood at the front of the group, their hearts were unusually apprehensive. Having lost all 3 matches to female soldiers, it was expected that the company commander would be furious. Li Xingdong was indeed very angry, the kind that had never been seen before. Looking at the group of soldiers of the 6th company in front of him, Li Xingdong took a deep breath. You brats, it seems that I was too relaxed with you all during the usual training. Starting today, the training intensity will be strengthened by 2 times. Oh no! The warriors of the 6th company wailed inwardly. On the contrary, on the side of the women's special operations team, the atmosphere was just the opposite, with laughter. Yay! We won! With 3 matches, the crowd had consumed a lot of physical strength, so Lu Fan told everyone to rest in place. We are now better than the male soldiers. Ha, I didn't expect that it's only not a short month or less and we've already surpassed them. The female soldiers talked happily, talking about the competition just now. Having won over the male soldiers, they all felt immensely proud, feeling that they were very good at what they did. Lu Fan looked at the crowd and a smile appeared on his face. However, he knew that now was not the time to be complacent, because the strength of the crowd, not to mention the ultimate goal of becoming a special forces soldier, there was still a long way to go to reach the average level of the entire brigade within 3 months.
What, you got carried away after winning a handful?
Lu Fan's cold voice rang out. Hearing this, everyone quieted down and waited for Lu Fan to follow.
Do you guys think that winning the 6th company is winning all the male soldiers?
Moreover, for the final armed cross-country, amongst you, there are still most of you at the back. Although I said that if you run and win over the last person of their 6th company, you can have an extra meal, it doesn't mean that your overall strength has surpassed them. On the contrary, in my opinion, you guys won these 3 matches very hard, so from that point of view, you guys are only that much stronger than them.
And the entire brigade, there are so many companies, do you guys dare to guarantee that you are stronger than all of them?
Moreover, these 3 are just the most basic competitions. There are also all kinds of firearms equipment, tactical knowledge, all kinds of armor, and so on, which you guys haven't even mastered until now. I really don't know what you guys are so happy about. Do you believe that if it was on a real battlefield, you would have been wiped out long ago, and the other side might not even be hurt? Listening to Lu Fan's words, a group of female soldiers all fell into deep thought, and then they all revealed a look of shame. Yes, what they have mastered now is nothing more than the most basic things. Strictly speaking, they can't even be counted as a real warrior, and when they go to the battlefield, it is estimated that they will only get beaten up. Seeing the faces of the crowd, Lu Fan understood that his words had awakened them.
Do they all understand the gap between themselves and others?
Understood.
The crowd responded in a loud voice. Then why are you still sitting? Hurry up and get up and train, you bunch of rookies.
Lu Fan shouted angrily.
The crowd quickly got up and set off on their training journey once again. Chapter 25, New Training.
The first day of the 2nd month of training began. As usual, Lu Fan let a group of female soldiers get up early to train. Now the physical abilities of the crowd, under the hellish level of intensity training, had all improved greatly, and had basically reached the average level of the entire brigade.
Today, Lu Fan was ready to start training other programs.
Of course, physical fitness training, every day was still essential.
It has been a month since we trained, what is everyone's feeling? Lu Fan asked smilingly. The company commander is caring about them?
The crowd of female soldiers looked at Lu Fan's warm smile with a somewhat dismayed expression on their faces. In the past month's time, the crowd could be said to have been tortured by Lu Fan to the point where they didn't look like human beings, and didn't look like ghosts. In the beginning, there were often people who were practiced until they fainted. Slightly displeased with him, and even after everyone had already put their best foot forward, Lu Fan still kept attacking with words and using live ammunition to urge the crowd to train. Those words were hard to hear and still made their hearts palpitate. And in their hearts, they have never seen such a vulgar woman. Old grannies run faster than you guys. It's a waste of time to teach you guys, idiots can be your teachers, retards can teach you to speak human language. Saying you guys are is all praise. The words they were scolded this month were the most diverse they had ever heard since they were born.
All of them dared to be angry, and even showing just a hint of dissatisfaction would incur even more insane humiliation and punishment.
Lu Fan was the devil incarnate in their hearts.
Now at first hearing these words of concern from Lu Fan, the crowd couldn't help but shiver. Are you guys deaf or dumb? Instructors ask questions to answer immediately.
Lu Fan shouted angrily. This period of time has been tiring, but it's also very fulfilling. Forced by Lu Fan's pressure, many people responded sparsely. Reporting to the instructor, I feel that this period of training has been tiring but fulfilling. I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger than before. This kind of training is hard, but after getting used to it, we don't feel anything, and after this kind of training, we've gotten a lot stronger. I like this kind of training. Everyone slowly became active and spoke freely, expressing their true inner thoughts. Quiet. After letting everyone speak for a minute, Lu Fan shouted loudly. Waiting for everyone to quiet down, Lu Fan continued, very good, it seems that everyone is quite satisfied with their performance during this time. But you guys don't think that you can already be compared to those male soldiers, right? Hearing this, most of the female soldiers couldn't help but nod their heads. 10 or so days ago, when they competed with the male soldiers of the 6th Company, they had won 3 matches in a row, which could no longer be said to be comparable, it could even be said to be a strength-crushing. Let me tell you, in terms of comprehensive combat strength, you don't even have half the strength of others. If it was on a real battlefield, before the two sides even had a short fight, you would have all been wiped out because you wouldn't even have a chance to get close to each other. The modern era is the era of hot weapons, and even more so the era of information warfare, short combat, that is the helpless move after both sides have fought to the end and exhausted everything. After hearing Lu Fan's words, the people underneath were a little confused. Then why do you still let us work so hard to train physical fitness? Wouldn't practicing guns and learning high-tech arts be enough? You're still purposely doing so much physical training on purpose, aren't you? Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Lu Fan understood what everyone was thinking. Isn't it tempting to ask why we still need to do physical training? Some people couldn't help but nod their heads. Isn't it silly? Without abundant physical fitness, how can you carry dozens of kilograms, or even hundreds of kilograms of weapons and equipment and run? How to fight in a harsh environment? Without good physical fitness, before the enemy rushes in front of you, you exhaust yourself instead. Do you guys think that's like it? After pausing for a moment, seeing that everyone no longer showed a silly white look, he then announced, starting today, in addition to the physical training that we have to complete on a daily basis, there will be 2 additional programs, shooting and cultural lessons. Shooting, not just weapons like firearms, but also tanks and airplanes and such, including driving. Cultural lessons is to learn the knowledge of various weapons and ammunition, including making explosives, and various languages. Each person must master at least 3 foreign languages. Short time, heavy task. Therefore, your rest time behind you will only become less and less. The training that follows will also be more brutal, and those who can't stand it during that time can automatically quit. Practice for battle, not for watching. What I want to create is a special operations team that can traverse the forest of bullets. The female soldiers wailed inwardly. Just by listening to it, one could imagine how fulfilling their lives would be by then. The words just now were still spoken too early. With so many programs coming down in a day, it would be good to have 5 bells of time for them to sleep. If Lu Fan knew what they were thinking, he would definitely be unable to resist a wave of sneers. If it wasn't for the fact that they hadn't been in contact with training for long and couldn't be rushed, sleeping 2 or 3 hours a day would have been more than enough. Shooting training, in addition to the second day, just came to the test once, after the crowd have not shot a gun. Although every day in the rain of bullets, but that are shot at their own bullets, urged to life. Now that they heard that they could start practicing with guns, and airplanes and tanks, the crowd was naturally frenzied inside. Which soldier didn't want to raise a gun and shoot, and didn't want to drive on an airplane and tank? But the truth was a little different from what they had imagined. After the crowd arrived at the shooting range, Lu Fan didn't immediately let them start the shooting training. What's the most crucial factor in hitting the target, and that's a steady hand. So, before shooting, practice basing your gun. After saying that, Lu Fan nodded his head to the 3 Wang Fei Yang. Everyone, hang your water bottle at the muzzle. The 3 of them shouted to their respective teams and checked the weight of the water bottles in their teams. If the water bottles were too light, they would fill them up. The female soldiers secretly screamed in their hearts, especially those who had less water in their water jugs, originally thinking that they could muddle through, but never imagined that it would still be hard to escape their fate. Don't think of speculation. If you don't train at this time, when you go to the battlefield, there will be a time for you to regret it. The old rules, today according to the gun training, whoever has the longest time, can add food, the shortest time, then you can only starve. It was good that during this time, the crowd's physical fitness had gotten a good training, and all aspects had been improved, or else if they were to change to the previous ones, it was estimated that it wouldn't take more than 10 minutes for their arms to become weak, and they had put their guns down. Half a clock later, the time has come to 7:30. At this time, someone's gun muzzle had already begun to shake. Can't hold on so soon? That month of training has been practiced to the dogs? Chapter 26 according to the gun training. No, I can't hold on any longer. He Bing Bing's eyes were reddened, her silver teeth clenched, her hands holding up the gun were trembling violently, obviously she was about to lose her grip. Bing Bing, hold on, don't give up easily, hold on even if you die. Chi-Ji said with difficulty. At this time, although she was also nearly exhausted, she still encouraged her comrade. At this time, if he Bing Bing put down her gun, she would be the last one, then Chi-Ji would definitely be able to avoid punishment, but she still chose to encourage her comrade, telling her not to give up. It wasn't just them, every corner of the entire Special Operations Company had a scene similar to this one playing out. Everyone's muzzles at this time were no longer as horizontal and straight as they were at the beginning, they were all more or less tilted downwards. What? When you guys were fighting the enemy, the muzzles of your guns were all pointing at the ground as well? Is the enemy lying on the ground for you to hit? All raise your guns to me. Lu Fan shouted sternly. Lu Fan, who was always paying attention to the physical data of the crowd, naturally knew where their limits were. Whenever someone couldn't meet the requirement of being according to the gun, he scolded them loudly, and then almost mocked them, stimulating the anger in their hearts and making them hold up to their limits. Until an hour and 17 minutes, there was finally someone who couldn't hold out any longer. Lu Shifan put down the gun in her hand, her hands hanging helplessly. In response, Lu Fan didn't say anything, and Wang Fei Yang's trio acted as if they didn't see it. After looking around with both eyes, Lu Shifan realized that no one seemed to have noticed him, so he carefully raised his gun again. After a bell and a half, the people put their guns down, and the last one to do so was Dai Zhu. Lunch will be served later, and Dai Zhu can add to it. As for who the last one is, I think she knows in her own heart. Step forward herself. When Lu Fan's words fell, Lu Shifan unconsciously looked at him. Seeing that Lu Fan did not look at herself, Lu Shifan was torn. In fact, she wasn't sure if she was the first one to put her gun down or not. After all, there were so many people, and she couldn't see if there was actually anyone who put it down before her. Not willing to come forward? Just as Lu Fan finished speaking, several people stood out. Lu Shifan was also included. Lu Fan scanned the crowd and said sternly, "How many of you are last?" Several people looked at each other, not daring to make a sound. Several of them didn't know if they were the last ones. After all, they were all very focused when according to the gun and didn't pay more attention to the others. But they did slack off in the middle, and if they didn't step forward they were afraid of being penalized even more heavily, or even being eliminated and quit. They were well aware of Lu Fan's fiery eyes, and would rather stand out and be penalized than be shrinking birds. Report! Lu Shifan suddenly opened her mouth. Lu Fan's gaze fell on her. Speak. Lu Shifan straightened her chest and said bluntly, "It should be me." What do you mean it should be you? Yes or no? There is no such word as should in my dictionary. Lu Fan stared at her with a very sharp gaze. The few other female soldiers who stood out together didn't dare to breathe. All of them were shocked by his overpowering aura. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Lu Shifan took a deep breath and directly said, "Report. It's me. I am willing to accept the punishment." Lu Fan swept his cold eyes and said in a deep voice, "Where are the others?" Several female soldiers paused, puffed out their chests and said, "Report. I don't know if I'm the last one, but I did put down my gun to rest in the middle. I'm willing to accept the punishment." Report. Me too. Report. Me too. Lu Fan looked down at his watch and said coldly, "Very well. All push-ups 300. Yes." After saying that, the few female soldiers immediately got down, adjusted their posture, and started moving one after another. He looked at the others and continued, "Rest for 5 minutes, next I will give you a set amount of time. Whoever puts down their guns in the middle of the day, 600 push-ups." When these words came out, there was a sigh of relief at the bottom, and they cursed in their hearts at the same time. Pervert, too perverted. You're on your period, aren't you, so cranky? In case you accidentally put the gun down a little bit, you'll have to do 600 push-ups while your arms are extremely sore. Will my arms be ruined? But they just dared to be angry and didn't dare to make any mistakes. After all, these sins were all self-inflicted. People told you to quit, but you didn't. Who can you blame? You can't live with your own sins. Taking advantage of these 5 minutes of rest, they helped each other fling their arms around, relaxing their muscles as much as possible. Although their mouths were dry, they only dared to gently sip water for fear of being punished for going to the toilet during the gunning process. Lu Fan glanced at them and said nothing, directly turning away. Wang Fei Yang and the three of them looked at the group of downcast girls and only shook their heads helplessly. Although they thought Lu Fan's training was very strict, they had to say that it was quite effective, even comparing the male soldiers. As the saying goes, if one more drop of sweat is shed on the training ground, one less drop of blood can be shed on the battlefield. If a female soldier is unfortunately captured on the battlefield, the consequences are very serious. The enemy will inhumanly squeeze the last bit of value out of them. 5 minutes later. The whistle sounded. All of the female soldiers all immediately stood straight and held their heads up. Lu Fan slowly walked over, his hands behind his back, looking at them with cold eyes. He looked down at his watch and held a shell casing in his hand, continued to hang the water bottle on the barrel of the gun and place a shell casing on top of the scope. Sight according to the gun for 25 minutes, if you drop your shell casing, add another 5 minutes. Ward Hare. As soon as the words fell, the female soldier's face looked worse than if she had eaten a ton of shit. Does this even let people live? Even Wang Fei Yang and the three of them found it unbelievable, but they didn't dare to make any comments. Lu Fan coldly grunted, "Those who have opinions can just quit now, and all those who don't have opinions get down and train for me." Wang Fei Yang, send down the shells. Yes. Wang Fei Yang picked up the shell casings in the bag and urged the female soldiers, "All get down and adjust your posture, quick. Open your legs a little. Open up a bit, it's not wide enough. How can you hold a gun at this width and stabilize it? Open wide for me." Although the female soldiers were resentful, there was nothing they could do, and one by one they followed the rules. Soon, the cartridges all stood straight up on the sights, and with a heavy kettle, they felt that their arms were no longer part of their bodies at all. Lu Fan cruised over the girls and then said, "What I'm training now is your stability according to the gun and muscle memory. Only after going through the unbearable training that ordinary people can't endure, will you be able to make the fastest and most stable reaction in wartime. A top sniper will not move a muscle in the face of enemy fire. If you move a bit, it's possible that instead of taking out the enemy, you'll expose your position and be taken out by enemy snipers or artillery fire. On the battlefield, once a sniper's position is exposed, it's a very treacherous thing." Time passed by, each female soldier was drenched in sweat, and some of their elbows had worn off a layer of skin due to the tiny friction on the ground, blood staining their clothing red. Daiju faintly glanced at Zhao Binglin on her left and said heartily, "Binglin, your clothes are stained red, you can't continue training." Zhao Binglin was in a cold sweat, sweat kept flowing from her cheeks into her eyes as she endured the severe pain and said in a deep voice, "No way. I can't quit. I resolutely won't quit." Chapter 27. Just because it was a female soldier, the training had to be harder than the male soldiers. Daiju eyed the front and frowned as he whispered, "If you continue to train, your wounds will get worse and must be treated as soon as possible." Zhao Binglin endured the pain and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry. It can hold up. I've worked so hard to last until now, I can't give up halfway." Seeing how determined she was, Daiju didn't continue to persuade her, but focused on the barrel of the gun. Without realizing it, 20 minutes passed. All of the female soldiers began to have their arms tingling, their shoulders aching to the extreme, and their entire spirits extremely tense. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Lu Fan followed the sound and realized that it was Zhang Weiwei's bullet shell that had fallen. Zhang Weiwei instantly changed her face. Finished. Barbecue was up. It was so hard to hold on for 20 minutes, and it was just 5 minutes away. Lu Fan walked to her, squatted down and picked up the shell casings and put them back. Add 5 minutes, 10 minutes left. Zhang Weiwei's features gradually twisted, her face completely gloomy. Ding! Another crisp sound came. Lu Fan followed the sound and realized that it was Zhao Binglin's bullet shell. Zhao Binglin panicked and sucked in a breath of cool air. Lu Fan slowly walked over to her and picked up the shell casing, and was just about to put it back on when he realized that her arm was shaking terribly. "You're hurt at the elbow?" Zhao Binglin held her breath and said directly, "Report." "No. My arm was too sore, that's why it was trembling." At this time, she was deathly unwilling to admit it, even feeling that her elbow was dragging her down. "Lift your hand up slowly," Lu Fan said coldly. "Yes." Zhao Binglin put down her gun and took a deep breath, attempting to slowly raise her arm up, but just as she was about to move, she felt a heart-rending pain. Ah, hiss. She still put her arm down under the intense pain, her clothes already sticking to the wound. "Don't move." Lu Fan took out a knife and slowly cut the clothes on her elbow, realizing that her elbow was already swollen and red and full of blood. If it wasn't treated in time and continued to train like this, it would be easy for something to go wrong. Wang Fei Yang, treat her wound. Zhao Binglin retracted her arm, report. "I'm fine. I can still continue to hold on. I don't want to quit." Lu Fan glared at her and grunted coldly, "No one is telling you to quit. Bandage your wounds and obey orders. Train according to the gun again tomorrow." "Yes." Zhao Binglin nodded excitedly. As long as she didn't quit, she would be willing to do anything she was told to do. After Lu Fan gave his orders, he continued to walk back to his chair and sat down. Zhao Binglin looked at Lu Fan's back and suddenly felt that he wasn't as cold-blooded as he usually acted. There was still a bit of humanity. Just then, Wang Fei Yang walked over with a medical kit and squatted down to bandage her. "Don't show off. Say it when you're hurt." When it really gets serious, no god can save you." The tone of voice carried reproach and pity. Lu Fan looked at his watch and said seriously, "There are still 3 minutes left. All of you hold out for me. Pain. Grit your teeth and bear it." A top sniper's psychological resistance, endurance, pain tolerance, and hunger tolerance are all much higher than that of an ordinary special scout. An excellent sniper can crawl in the enemy rear, 2 days and 2 nights without moving or sleeping, even without eating or drinking, just to finish off the prey. If you want to become a ghost, you have to go through a hellish fiery ordeal before you can be reborn in nirvana. Once these words came out, the crowd fought like chicken blood, their fighting spirit was high, and their fatigue was reduced by half. Especially Daiju, she has always dreamed of being a female Special Forces soldier, especially a sniper in the Special Forces. A sniper is a sharp knife, a sharp blade that can go straight into the heart of the enemy. Time's up. Rest for 5 minutes. Hearing Lu Fan's pardoning order, all of them immediately slumped to the ground in a paralyzed state, one too tired to move, their faces full of lifelessness. "I feel like my arms aren't mine anymore. Sniper is too hard, too hard. I feel like I can't hold on anymore. This day, when is the end? Even if we can't hold out, we have to hold out, sisters. The company commander doesn't just want to force us to quit, we won't. We must use our strength to prove that we female soldiers are no worse than male soldiers, and even have an advantage over them. Amazing female soldiers. Never say die. Amazing female soldiers. Never say defeat." Lu Fan heard their exchanges and picked up the mineral water on the ground and took a big gulp, only to sneer and helplessly shake his head. Just then, Wang Fei Yang walked over. "Company commander, is the next step still to train according to the gun? I see that those female soldiers are a bit too much to handle." "What? Are you heartbroken?" Lu Fan laughed lightly. Wang Fei Yang smiled awkwardly. No, I just think that after training for so long, it's time to properly relax." Lu Fan coldly grunted. "Will the enemy give time for them to relax? Will the enemy let them off because they are female soldiers? Just because they are female soldiers, the training must be even more bitter than male soldiers. On the battlefield, what happens to female soldiers when they are captured? Aren't you aware of that?" Wang Fei Yang straightened his chest and stood at attention. "Yes. I understand." Lu Fan put the water down and then said, 15 kilometers of armed cross-country, now set off." "Yes." After Wang Fei Yang saluted, he turned around and rushed those female soldiers who were still on the ground and urged, 15 kilometers of armed cross-country. After it's over, 5 kilometers of armed swimming, all move for me. Hurry up." After saying that, he also fired a few rounds into the sky. Bang bang bang. Mo Zuqin and Shen Yan rudely pulled them up, tugging on their collars, and kept urging. "Hurry! Hurry up and get on your feet and run. Last place, no lunch." Bang bang bang. The girls who were still a bit lethargic, when they heard the words "no lunch," all of a sudden scuffed up from the ground and ran faster than a rabbit. Now that they were already hungry to the point where their chests were pressed against their backs, one by one, they had a very great desire for food. Even a small steamed bun could make them salivate. The three of them, Wang Fei Yang, sat in the car and kept firing bullets into the sky, and on both sides of their running, the artillery fire never stopped. "Rookies! Can't stand it, hurry up and quit, and you won't have to suffer this crime. Hot showers, chicken legs, and comfortable beds are waiting for you. I don't understand why you're here, you have to suffer like this is not the place for you. Go home and be your mother's good girl, doesn't it smell good to eat, shop and watch movies with your boyfriends?" The female soldiers were unconvinced, and one by one they ran slowly with their backpacks, yelling and shouting. "We won't quit. We resolutely won't quit. Right. Resolutely not quitting." Wang Fei Yang and the three of them looked at each other and smiled at each other, holding the loudspeaker and continuing to urge, "Don't just talk without practicing. If you don't want to quit, hurry up and run for me. What are your 2 legs for? Move. If you're so slow again, I'll release the dogs. Woof woof woof." Hearing the dogs bark, the female soldier's legs were like electric motors, and her footsteps involuntarily accelerated. Not far away. Lu Fan looked at their running backs and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. The real hell week has just begun. Chapter 28, Lu Company Commander, don't you have a great aunt? Gradually, after an hour, it was already close to noon. One by one, the green figures waved their sweat and continued to weave through the mountains. In just 1 hour, there were already 20 female soldiers who couldn't take it and chose to quit. Some had suffered serious foot injuries and were forced to quit because they could no longer continue this high-intensity training. Everyone who quit was upset and had doubts about themselves. When they came back to the national flag and watched the 5-star red flag still fluttering in the wind, their hearts were very touched. However, there was nothing they could do. Wang Fei-yang took the loudspeaker and continued to keep urging the female soldiers. His words were ruthless and determined. Hurry! Running so slowly and still wanting to be special forces, who gave you the courage? With your current physical abilities, you're not even worthy of sweeping the toilets of our special forces. All of you are wilting like old ladies with tubes in the hospital. When there was still one last kilometer left, Guyun's 2 legs went soft like noodles, and she obediently laid down on the ground. No, it's okay, I can't really run anymore, I'm too tired. Ren Xiaoxiao ran to her side, squatted down and took her arm, quickly. Get up, there's still the last kilometer left. Guyun lay on the ground, waving her hand repeatedly. I really can't, you go, leave me alone. Ran Miao looked back at Wang Fei-yang and continued to persuade, no way. I can't leave any of my comrades behind. If you don't get up, you're going to be eliminated. Come on, hold on a little longer, victory is just ahead. Guyun couldn't raise his spirits at all, his whole body was limp, and he couldn't even climb up. Right at this moment, Wang Fei-yang jumped down from the car and walked straight towards them. Either quit for me. Either keep running. Hurry up. Hurry. Ren Miao used all her strength to try and pull her up, but she was already exhausted as well and couldn't exert any strength at all. Looking at Guyun's indifference, Wang Fei-yang waved his hand at Mo Zuqin. Release the dogs. Yes. Woof woof woof. Hearing the dogs barking getting closer and closer, Guyun's ears throbbed a few times and struggled to open his eyes. The moment she locked eyes with the dog, she quickly got up from the ground, her exhaustion less than half. OMG, almost got eaten by a dog. As expected, when a person is faced with fear, the desire to survive stimulates her limits. The finish line. Lu Fan stood in the camp's lee, looking at the large screen on the wall, occasionally looking down at his watch. Instructor Lian Yuan looked in for a moment and walked straight in. Instructor, you're here? Lu Fan heard footsteps and turned his head to greet her. Lian Yuan stared at the big screen and frowned slightly. You really let them run 15 kilometers? What's the problem? Lu Fan said with his hands on his chest, staring at the big screen. Lian Yuan directly said, but don't they usually run 10 kilometers? You let them run 15 kilometers all of a sudden, or in a starving state, adding 5 kilometers all of a sudden, and 5 kilometers of armed swimming after the run, would that be too harsh? Lu Fan said coldly, this is not something you should be concerned about, you just need to be responsible for doing a good job on their thoughts. I'll make the call on the training. But some of them are on their regular vacation. Lian Yuan was a bit indignant, having their period makes them run such a long distance and carry 25 kilograms of weight. You're also a woman, you should know how much this harms women. Although she was a combat heroine, she believed that training should be gradual. Especially female soldiers, who were inherently weaker than their male counterparts, shouldn't be subjected to such abusive methods. Lu Fan was about to say something, his face flushed a little. Although he was a man and had never had a girlfriend, he knew a little bit about girls having their menstrual period, but he hadn't thought about it before. Lian Yuan also noticed the subtle expression on Lu Fan's face. Company Commander Lu, why are you blushing? Could it be, you don't come on your period? Killing and executing. Lu Fan's heart screamed bitterly, I'm a male, I'm not on my period. However, he only cursed a few times in his heart. Since he chose to disguise himself as a man, he would stay in disguise until the time when the Special Operations Team was established. During that time, he couldn't show any breaks. Come, of course come, once a month. He stammered his reply with his head down. He couldn't wait to find a hole to drill into when he said this. Soon, he adjusted his mindset. Instructor, if a woman comes on her period in the battlefield, is it true that she doesn't have to charge the line? Could it be that you tell the enemy, sorry I'm on my period, I'll fight another day? When Lian Yuan heard him say that, he was speechless. Lu Fan was right, the enemy didn't care if you were a man or a woman, much less if you were on your period. As long as you were their enemy, they would do whatever it took to finish you off. On the battlefield, there were no men or women, no sympathy. Truth is only within cannon range. On the camp, there were already scattered female soldiers returning to the camp and stepping over the white line at the finish line. The first to arrive was Dai Zhu, followed by Zhao Binglin and Shen Mengyao. Behind them were Rin Miao and Gu Yun, the two of them supporting each other as they slowly moved their feet. Just after they stepped over the white line, they sat on the ground, not moving at all, panting heavily. Obviously, this had already reached their limit. Although they had trained for a month in physical fitness before, there was still a big difference between 10 kilometers and 15 kilometers. Adding to that, they had already trained for a morning of gunning, and their physical strength had been depleted quite a bit. Adding 5 kilometers at once was a huge challenge for them. Those who ran at the very back could only choose to quit in the end due to their physical strength. After everyone returned to the finish line, Lu Fan walked slowly in front of the crowd with his hands behind his back, followed by 2 hygienists. Only after a long time did he slowly open his mouth. Whoever is having a stomachache from their period today, stand out and let the hygienists take you for a body check. Lien Yuan also persuaded, right. Don't be embarrassed, everyone, just say it if you're not feeling well. Some of the female soldiers just wanted to stand up, but felt embarrassed when they saw that it was a male hygienist. The hygienists also saw their hesitation, and they stood up and said directly, in a doctor's eyes, there are only patients, not men and women. Anyone not feeling well? If not, we'll go back first. Hey, wait. Lu Shifan covered his stomach and slowly stood up. Immediately after, Gu Yun also stood up. The two helped each other and followed the hygienist to the infirmary. Immediately afterward, Wang Fei Yang protested a box of things over and opened it in front of them, 3 packets per person, come and get them all. The female soldiers looked at the outer packaging, and their eyes suddenly widened, sanitary napkins? Right. This is specially prepared for you. Lu Fan spoke directly, to avoid your blood leaving clues for the enemy. Wang Fei Yang rushed at them and urged, hurry over to receive it. What are you waiting for? The female soldiers looked at each other for a few moments, lowered their heads and slowly walked over, taking 3 packs each. Lien Yuan was completely unaware of these preparations by Lu Fan and was a bit turned around at once. Originally she thought that Lu Fan was a hard-hearted woman, but she didn't expect that there was also a soft side to her heart. She looked at Lu Fan's back and couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. It's true that women are still sympathetic to women. Chapter 29. What does this crazy woman want again? After lunch, the girls had a short half-hour break before they were pulled off to train again. The sun was blazing in the sky, the sun enveloped the entire land, baking the ground to a fiery temperature. Inside a building canopy. All the female soldiers were seated with a small table in front of them, each table had a piece of paper and a pen on it, like an elementary school student in class. Wang Feiyang and the 3 of them stood next to them, staring at them without looking away. It was only after a few minutes that Lu Fan appeared in their field of vision. Next, write the periodic table of chemistry silently. Finish answering the test paper above. What? Periodic table of chemistry? I forgot all about it a long time ago. Zhang Weiwei muttered in a low voice. The other girls also began to whisper, I forgot it too, I gave it all back to the teacher. It's over, I've forgotten too. I just remember that what, sodium, magnesium, aluminum. It's not easy to learn all the knowledge from middle school when you're a soldier. Lu Fan listened to their conversation and laughed coldly. How are you going to learn to make explosives when you're not even proficient in the periodic table of chemistry? I don't ask all of you to become masters of explosives, but the most basic ones must be learned. Write as much as you remember, there is paper and pen on the table, start. A grade at 60 is passing. Turn it in 15 minutes. As soon as the words fell, the female soldiers began to rack their brains, biting the caps of their pens and constantly reviewing the knowledge they had learned in middle school. Among them, many of them were highly educated and had attended good universities, so their cultural quality was naturally not low. It was only that they had been away from textbooks for too long, and many of them had long since left this knowledge behind. Suddenly, a burst of artillery fire rang out outside, and some bits and pieces of trash kept flying down from overhead. The girls were so scared that they almost couldn't hold their pens steady. Although they had artillery fire in their daily training, at the moment, their brains were racing, and too much sound would be very disruptive. However, this was what Lu Fan was aiming for. You have to get used to the sound of artillery fire at all times and learn not to be disturbed by the sound of artillery fire. Don't start to disorganize yourselves with some movement, get used to thinking in the sound of artillery fire. On the battlefield, it's impossible to be so quiet all the time, artillery fire is even around you. Lu Fan sat on his chair, looking down at the questions and said coldly. The test he had arranged was nothing more than an ordinary test, wanting to roughly understand their mastery of the blasting knowledge points. At the same time, it was also a simple screening of the girls. If the cultural level was too low and they knew nothing about chemistry and D physics, under the same conditions, they would also prioritize the ones with high cultural qualities. As the old saying goes, if you learn mathematics, physics and chemistry well, you will not be afraid of going everywhere. Being a soldier, it is also such a truth. Soon, 15 minutes passed. Some girls still wanted to continue answering the questions, but they were directly collected by Wang Fei Yang, without giving them a second more.
Hand it in.
Time's up. If the young and strong don't work hard, the old will be sad.
Wang Fei Yang organized the test papers and handed them all to Lu Fan.
Lu Fan took the papers and looked at Wang Fei Yang and said, "You take them to continue the gun training.
Practice until they get down."
"Yes." Wang Fei Yang turned his head to the female soldiers. "What are you still waiting for?
Didn't you hear what Company Commander Lu said? Train under the gun, quick quick quick."
Bang bang bang. He immediately fired a few more rounds into the sky. This had become the horn of their training urging. Mo Zuqin, Chen Yan, and the two of them were also urging them from behind at the same time. Each and every one of them haven't had enough to eat, walking so slowly. After saying that, they fired a few more shots into the ground.
The female soldiers screamed in agony, their faces full of suffocation. Sinning ah.
What kind of life is this? The women of the old society are not as capable as us. When they were far away, Lu Fan slowly opened their test papers to look at them. When flipping to Zhao Binglin's and Lu Shifan's test papers, his eyes suddenly lit up like he found gold.
Not bad, it's a bit interesting. Proper blaster blanks.
Sure enough, a graduate of a prestigious university with comprehensive knowledge. He folded up the test paper, the corner of his mouth slightly rising as a new idea sprouted in his head. After a day of intense training, gradually only the last 60 people remained. These 60 people had gone through thousands of trials and tribulations, gritting their teeth and putting in 3 times the effort of a supernormal person. Their tenacity was even stronger than the male soldiers, and they had suffered more than the male soldiers. With the more intense training, Lu Fan gradually opened up his diet to them. However, it was only a bowl of millet porridge more than the usual starvation training. Soon, an afternoon's training with guns was over. They dragged their tired bodies and helped each other back to the dormitory, and many of them already had blisters on the soles of their feet. The moment they took off their boots, they felt a heartbreaking pain. They had no choice but to poke through the blisters. The whole person was paralyzed and motionless, not even having the strength to speak. This time, the training was even tougher than the previous ones, and there was more to learn. At this moment, they deeply realized that the hellish training had just begun. When they thought they could rest, the whistle of assembly sounded again outside.
All hands, assemble in 3 minutes. The female soldiers were in agony and complained. Didn't this just end training, again? It's like we're being practiced to death. I just took off my military boots.
Alright, stop eating, we'll all be punished if we're caught. Although there was resentment in their hearts, they didn't dare to have any hesitation. One by one they started to get up and get dressed, and in less than 2 minutes they were assembled.
Wang Feiyan looked down at the table and laughed coldly. Yo!
Not bad, there's progress.
2 minutes and it's settled. The female soldiers looked at him and sighed helplessly. Wasn't this all forced out by you guys? Are you boasting in disguise? Lu Fan swept his cold eyes and said coldly, "Are you tired?"
When these words came out, the scene was dead silent. Lu Fan raised his voice and yelled, "I'm asking, you must answer."
Tired. The female soldiers roared in unison.
It's been a day of carrying 25 kilograms of weight for 15 kilometers of cross-country, and a few hours of gun support training.
And you're asking us if we're tired? Isn't that bullshit? Auntie is going to be practiced back by you.
Lu Fan looked at them and continued, "Look at how you all wilted, and you're talking big about being better than the male soldiers and surpassing them. Today is only a slight increase in difficulty, and one by one you seem like you're preparing to go to hell, and you still dare to say that you're female special forces members? Do you guys think that today's training is over just like that?" As soon as the words fell, the crowd stared wide-eyed in horror, their faces full of lifelessness.
What does this crazy woman want again? There's no end to it, right?
Lu Fan, sorry, I'm not a woman, please call me crazy.
Wang Fei Yang.
Lu Fan yelled.
Present.
Lu Fan looked at the crowd of female soldiers and said sternly, "Take them to where the test is today."
Yes.
Wang Fei Yang turned to look at the female soldiers, all of them, gathered towards the location of today's exam. Lu Fan looked at their backs and laughed coldly. I like it when you guys can't stand to see me but can't do anything about it. Chapter 30, you call this taking care of us? Do you want this blessing? Lu Fan watched them go and followed with his hind feet. All sit down in order, quick. What you guys lack the most right now is time. You have to race against the clock to complete the mission. Lu Fan urged them closely behind him, his face expressionless the entire time. In the eyes of these female soldiers, Lu Fan had become a female devil, or even an exterminator. Even the instructor, Lian Yuan, had to be afraid of her. Zhao Binglin, Lu Shifan. Present. The two looked at each other and stood up trembling, their hearts pounding. With their understanding of Lu Fan, there was usually nothing good about those whose names were suddenly called out. Lu Fan looked at them and coldly said, for the next week, you two will be the teachers and teach them these chemistry points. Ah? The two of us as teachers? When the two heard this order, they looked at each other and suddenly froze. Not just them, everyone present was taken aback. What? Have an opinion? Lu Fan asked with a raised eyebrow. Protests are invalid. Zhao Binglin and the two of them waved their hands back and forth, and no, we're just afraid that we won't be able to teach well and fail your trust. Therefore, I have requirements for your teaching. Lu Fan said indifferently. Zhao Binglin and the two of them skimmed their mouths with a helpless expression. Nothing good really came out of it. Report. Lu Shifan suddenly spoke. Speak. Lu Shifan, why are the two of us the teachers? Lu Fan continued, there's no reason, it's an order. Within a week, I will check the results of the teaching. If the test does not reach 80 points, they will be directly eliminated. Only when you reach 80 points will you be considered to have learned the basics. He looked at Zhao Binglin and Lu Shifan and said, teaching a fish is better than teaching a fisherman. Two teachers, let's begin. He looked down at his watch, class time is 1.5 hours. Wang Feiyang, you three are responsible for supervision. With these words, he turned around and left the building shed, raising his head. Wang Feiyang looked at the female soldiers and coldly grunted, what are you still standing there for? Go to class after a week all of you who can't reach 80 points can get out, just so you can turn in with the above. With these words, the female soldiers slowly clenched their fists, and their eyes were filled with a strong will to fight. Early the next morning. The sun rose from the east, illuminating every inch of land. A green military uniform was particularly dazzling under the sunlight. Every morning, the girls would have a 2-hour training of holding on to their guns. Lu Fan walked around in front of them with his hands behind his back and slowly opened his mouth. To form muscle memory, you need thousands or tens of thousands of training sessions to achieve it. Now, let me tell you about the items a sniper needs to carry. Sniper rifles, camouflage clothing, pistols, knives, maps, compasses, radios, satellite communication instruments, testers, etc. He emphasized, sniping is affected by distance, wind speed, air humidity, gravity, etc. I will explain the elements of sniping to you every day, and every night. In addition to learning about blasting, you will also need to memorize sniping formulas and learn the appropriate knowledge points. After you guys have had a week of training under the gun, I will continue to let you guys shoot guns. Hearing that they were going to shoot guns, each and every one of them jumped at the chance, their spirits refreshed. They couldn't wait to pick up a gun and raid it right away, so that they wouldn't have to work so hard every day at gunpoint. Soon, 2 hours passed. After a 5-minute break, they all habitually put their equipment on their backs, ready to carry out 10 kilometers of armed cross-country. This had already become their daily habit. All. Unload all the equipment. Lu Fan coldly said. Lightly equipped? This happiness came too suddenly. The female soldiers froze for a moment, all looking at him incredulously. Instructor Lian Yuan hurriedly urged, unload when I tell you to, your company commander Lu is merciful today. She looked at Lu Fan with a smile and said, isn't that right, Captain Lu? Lu Fan looked at Lian Yuan and said, Instructor, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. What do you mean? He pointed at a pile of logs not far away, 3 people carrying a log. Don't worry, these are all unsoaked, they don't weigh much, and it's a disguised way of taking care of you guys. Pooh. When these words came out, the female soldiers collectively spat out blood, their jaws almost dislocated in surprise. What the hell is this about taking care of us? Do you want this blessing? The women would rather carry 25 kilograms of equipment on their backs than carry wood up the mountain. The wood isn't wet with water, but it's very hard on the shoulders. These girls are all tender-skinned, and in less than 5 kilometers it is estimated that they will wear off a layer of skin. It was true that the most poisonous woman had a heart. They seriously doubted whether this Lu Fan was a woman or not. How could his heart be so cruel? Although Lian Yuan felt that it wasn't right, she didn't stop it to her face. She understood very well that retorting at this time would not serve any purpose. On the contrary, it would make Lu Fan's majesty weaken in front of the female soldiers. Her superiors had also given her an order that she could not participate in the training matters. This was also not something she was assigned to do. After spending so much time together, she was also very clear about Lu Fan's style of doing things. She was still clear about what was more important. Bang bang bang. The three of them, Wang Fei Yang, kept firing bullets into the sky, urging them to act. Those who don't want to resist can quit now. I suggest you guys go back to your original technical positions, blowing air conditioning and eating watermelon. There are no husbands, no boyfriends, no parents here, no one will feel sorry for you. Hurry! Run up, all of you, and hold on. Wei Shiyu bent down and vigorously carried the log on the ground. Sisters, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and act. Really want to be eliminated? Ran Miao and Shen Mangyao also quickly rushed over, and the three of them carried the log on their shoulders so hard that they slowly ran. Daishu rushed them and said loudly, Sisters, we've survived all 81 difficulties, and we're not afraid of this one. Charge! Charge! With them as the first line, the other female soldiers also started to act, one by one, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, with a high level of vigor. As they ran, they shouted out slogans, Amazing country female soldiers, never say die. Amazing country female soldiers, never say die. Watching their backs walk away one by one, Instructor Lian Yuan couldn't help but sigh, these female soldiers, they are even stronger than I imagined. I really didn't expect that under such intense training from you, they could still hold out until now. Lu Fan clasped his hands on his chest and looked at the big screen with a slight smile. Why don't you say that women can endure hardships and live longer than men? You women are usually much more resilient than men. You women? Aren't you a female? Lian Yuan snickered. Lu Fan revealed an awkward yet polite smile. I said it wrong, it's us women. When he said this, Lu Fan's stomach felt a gust of acid reflux. He hadn't been a man for a long time. It had already forgotten what it was like to be a man. Lian Yuan suddenly stared tightly at Lu Fan's chest. Company Commander Lu, I suddenly realized that your chest is so straight. What kind of underwear is this wearing? Give me I see. After saying that, she just wanted to tentatively go up to check. Lu Fan hastily took 2 steps back, holding his chest with both hands in death. You don't come over ah. Chapter 31 There is no such thing as the sickest, only the sickest. Night. In the female soldier's dormitory, a wailing sound stretched on and on. My shoulders are all peeling off, it hurts like hell. Is this Lu Company Commander a woman or not, really practicing us as men? Zhang Weiwei gently covered her right shoulder and moaned in a small voice. Shen Mengyao also slowly undid her clothes and took out the sterilized water to apply the medicine. The moment the sterilized water dripped onto the wound, she was in pain that tore her heart out and her features were tightly twisted together. This Lu Company Commander is really ruthless. It's not practicing us as men, it's simply practicing us as men. Daiju, you've rotted a large portion of this flesh. Wei Shiyu looked at her wound and exclaimed in horror. Daiju frowned and waved her hand. It's fine, I'll be fine after a few days of medicine. Everyone, don't blame Company Commander Lu, she's also doing it for our good. Didn't the old revolutionary forefathers always say that more sweat on the training ground will result in less blood on the battlefield? Since we've chosen this path, we must be prepared to suffer. Don't forget that we are all female soldiers, and if we are unfortunate enough to be captured, you should all know the consequences. I think Company Commander Lu is taking this into consideration, that's why he's letting us practice to the death. At these words, everyone fell silent. How could they not know this in their hearts? Although they had grievances, they also still greatly admired Lu Fan. Lu Fan could be said to be their guide on the road to becoming a soldier. For the next week, Lu Fan would personally supervise their training. Every day, he tortured them to death. Every day, they completed 500 sit-ups while holding the logs in mud puddles. Carrying the log mud puddle up and down squats 500 times. Water pressure impact mud puddle push-ups 500 times. Complete 10 kilometers of armed cross-country every day. Every day 400 meters obstacles back and forth running 6 times. Crawling in a low position, according to the gun training, cultural lessons and so on. Not only that. Often in the late night when the female soldiers are asleep, coldly take out 2 tear gas canisters to stimulate the nerves of their lungs. Emergency assembly has become a routine for them. After many training sessions, the female soldiers dared to sleep too much at night, and their alertness had increased a lot. From the initial panic, to the armed assembly within 2 minutes. The heartache experienced in this, only they know. It was because of this high-intensity training that every day there were female soldiers who quit because they couldn't withstand the immense pressure. Gradually, the last 30 people were left. Whether or not these last 30 people could last until the end, Lu Fan didn't dare to make a promise. After all, what he had experienced in front of him was the first and second stage, and there was also the third stage, which was also the most important one. One night, blackness enveloped the entire land, and even the last trace of moonlight was swallowed up. The assembly whistle sounded. After 2 minutes, all the female soldiers were gathered outside the camp, one by one straightening their backs and staring ahead. A moment later, Lu Fan walked over. He scanned the crowd and slowly spoke, "Today, I'll let you guys feel a different kind of training. Are you interested in a challenge?" The crowd looked at his smiling face and immediately felt flustered. This was clearly a smile hiding a knife. No one responded to him and just stood silently. They understood that no matter what the training program was, they couldn't escape. "Wang Fei Yang, take them to climb the low net." At these words, the female soldiers froze for a moment and muttered in whispers. "Climb the low net? Isn't this a daily training? What's so special about it? This low net is not the same as the ground net, let's not get too happy too soon. Have you ever seen Company Commander Lu being merciful? Go go go, don't ink, beware of being penalized." A few minutes later, they had arrived at the low net. Unlike the previous crawl, all the nets on the low net had been taken off, leaving only an empty space. There were large and small stones placed on the empty space, and each stone was incredibly sharp and nailed there like nails. It was obvious that it had been specially treated. 2 machine guns were set up at the other end of the low net, facing the center of the field. "Report. Speak. Is it for us to crawl through here?" Zhang Weiwei said shakily. "Or else what? Invite you guys to fall in love?" Lu Fan coldly grunted, "I'll be over at the end, setting up a machine gun and firing parallel at 40 centimeters from the ground level. Also, just to warn you guys, the machine guns are filled with light ammunition. If you don't want to die, keep your head down as hard as you can, or I can't guarantee you'll see the sun tomorrow. Anyone want to quit? I'll give you all 2 minutes to think about it." Lu Fan stood in front of the crowd with his hands behind his back, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. The dim light hit him as if he was a life-sapping ghost. It was as oozing as it could be. "Report. Speak. Why did you remove those nets? In case we accidentally head a little higher, won't we explode?" A female soldier suddenly stood out. Lu Fan calmly said, "On the battlefield, would there be low nets for you to use as reference? You've been training for so long, if you can't predict even 40 centimeters, I advise all of you not to become soldiers, or go back to your elementary school math teachers and revisit the 9 years of compulsory education." Hearing Lu Fan say this, they finally understood. The sharp stones on the ground mainly stimulated their nerves of pain, in the baptism of artillery fire and bullets. Even if there was a nail pressed on their bodies, they had to endure it. If the head is lifted a little because they can't withstand the pain, what awaited them was a cold corpse. "Report. What if the head is accidentally elevated a little bit and is blown up by a bullet?" Lu Shifan swallowed his saliva and spoke cautiously. Lu Fan sneered, "I'll notify your parents to come over and collect the pension, and at the same time hold a memorial service for you. Put your picture in front of the tombstone for people to admire." When these words came out, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, their backs gushing. The previous training was hard, but not so hard that they lost their lives. Even though the previous training was also with real guns, it wasn't really aimed at them to hit them, but rather served as a kind of sound making. But now, it was equivalent to 2 machine guns hitting at their position at the same time. The slightest mishap would kill them. All tigers had their moments of napping. Although they had also seen Lu Fan's marksmanship. But with so many bullets, who could guarantee that each bullet was controlled within a manageable range? At this moment, they realized that their previous training was child's play. This was truly facing death head-on. Thinking of this, a few of the girls no longer had any courage and stood out trembling. "Report. I quit. Report. I also quit." Looks like there are still a lot of smart people among you. Lu Fan looked down at his watch. There are still the last 20 seconds. As soon as the training starts, that's the beginning of the war. Quitting in the middle is not allowed. It's all scars and bruises. Crawl, you have to crawl to the finish line for me. Anyone who quits in the middle will be treated as a deserter. 10-9. Listening to Lu Fan's countdown, everyone looked at each other, their hearts clogged. Zhang Weiwei wavered as she raised her hand slightly, but was stopped by Dai Zhu. Hang in there. We've come this far. Could it be that all your suffering in front of you has been in vain? Company Commander Lu is precisely testing our guts. Zhang Weiwei's eyes reddened a bit and she stammered, I'm afraid. Dai Zhu gripped her shoulders tightly and calmly persuaded, we are soldiers, an honorable amazing country female soldier. We've suffered so much, isn't it for the sake of becoming a female special operations soldier? Don't forget our common oath, amazing country female soldier, never say die. Hearing these words from Dai Zhu, Zhang Weiwei was enlightened and nodded her head vigorously, I understand. I'll climb. I won't give up even if I die. Ran Miao also echoed, right. We are amazing female soldiers, resolutely not quitting. Shin Mengyao nodded, let the cannon fire come harder. The other female soldiers also spoke out, we must persevere to the end. No quitting, resolutely not quitting. Chapter 32 Try and pass away. In the end, only 25 female soldiers remained. They encouraged each other and clenched their teeth. With this result, the instructor, Lian Yuan, was shocked to the core. She never expected that these female soldiers wouldn't back down in this situation. This was a real, bloody battlefield. However, all of this was expected by Lu Fan. He could see everyone's physique and also everyone's potential. To be able to survive this far, they all had their own strengths. However, he was also not sure that the remaining 25 would pass without any problems. Time. Lu Fan looked at his watch and grunted coldly, training begins. After saying that, he walked to the end of the low net and came to the location of the machine guns, placing both hands on the two machine guns at the same time. Bang bang bang. Wang Fei Yang fired the first shot. Depart. Quickly. Get down, all get down for me. Those who don't want to die, keep your heads down for me. At the command, all the female soldiers all got down, staring ahead without any retreat. Lu Fan did not hesitate to hold the trigger and swept left and right. Da-day-day. Bullets whistled out from the muzzle and kept weaving in and out of the dark night. The bullet casings kept falling off from the muzzle, emitting a pinging and crisp sound. At the same time, deafening explosions rang out from the periphery, rolling smoke and the pungent smell of gunpowder filled the entire field. Wang Fei Yang and the three of them also held their guns and kept firing on the ground. It could be said to be a three-sided attack. There was no turning back. At this time, they had no way back. Although the ground is stone, it is sharp, and it hurts like a pinprick to climb on it. But they had to endure it, they had to grit their teeth even if they died of pain. Bullets flying past their scalp, that hot feeling makes them not dare to doubt that this bullet is fake. It was a real live bullet. As long as they raised their heads a little, they would have been killed. Some of the female soldiers were so terrified that they screamed out, tears raining down on them, scared to the core and unable to stop trembling. I don't want to be a special forces soldier anymore, I want to go home. I can't, it's too scary. The bullet just now slipped right through my hair strands, I'm only 20 years old, I don't want to die here. Let's escape together, as the saying goes, the law is not against us, they wouldn't dare to really take us as deserters. As soon as these words came out, Dai Zhu turned around and glared coldly, flourishing flower, if you say these words again that disturb the military, I'll report it immediately. This is a battlefield, not a house. She yelled at the crowd, sisters, there are still 100 meters to go, hold on. Brave the enemy fire, advance, 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 advance. The female soldiers yelled in unison, charge. This 200 meters distance, they seemed to have climbed for a long, long time. Wang Fei Yang held the loudspeaker, fired his gun, and kept urging them, climb faster. Hurry! This is your battlefield, it's too late to regret now. Whoever dares to retreat in the middle, I'll kill you with one shot. If you don't believe me, come and try. In this hail of bullets, who dares to try? If you try, you'll die. When the crowd heard him say this, the female soldiers who were still shaken were all scared pale and in a cold sweat, and could only muster up the courage to crawl forward. After such a long time of contact, they believed that they could definitely do it. Lu Fan, on the other hand, continued to buckling the board without expression, never stopping. Gradually, one by one, the female soldiers climbed to the end, and they lay on the ground panting heavily. Not because they were tired, but because they were afraid. Everyone had big and small wounds on their bodies, and the blood stained their clothes red. Who knows how they crawled through these 200 meters? Immediately afterward, the sound of artillery and gunfire stopped. The scene was quiet again. The piece of sharp stone, floating dots of blood, in the light of the light, hidden. Instructor Lien Yuan looked at them heartily and nodded gratefully. Congratulations, you guys, you've broken through another barrier. Get up. I'll take you guys back to bandage your wounds. Wait. Lu Fan walked over with big strides. Lien Yuan said with some grumbling, Captain Lu, they are already like this, do you still want to continue training? Lu Fan did not respond to her, but walked straight to the woman named Manhwa and glared at her with a stern gaze. Frightened, Flourishing Flower shivered and silently lowered her head, not daring to raise her eyelids. Everyone gazed fixedly at this scene, holding their breath, no one daring to make a sound. The scene was dead silent. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. Lu Fan said icily, What were you doing just now? Prosperous Flower's eyes rolled her head a few times, her chest kept rising and falling, and she stammered and spoke, Report. I didn't do anything. Obviously, she had been nervous to the extreme. Lu Fan continued, Do you know what the consequences of disturbing the military center of gravity are on the battlefield? Flourishing Flower looked up at him slightly and shook her head in horror. Lu Fan pulled out a pistol from his belt, pointed it at the right side of her head, and gently snapped the plate. As an amazing nation soldier, for you to encourage other soldiers to become deserters on the battlefield is simply shameful. What kind of place do you think this is? Come and go as you please. You don't deserve the word soldier. If this was a real battlefield, it wouldn't be enough for me to shoot you 10,000 times. Flourishing Flower was so scared that she knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness again and again, crying like a pear. Company Commander Lu, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. I was too scared just now, so I won't do it again next time, never again. Seeing this scene, everyone present was all stunned, their throats subconsciously rolling a few times. None of them dared to go up and persuade, even the instructor Lien Yuan was frozen in place. They had never seen such a serious scene from Lu Fan. Even if they were usually poorly trained and bad, Lu Fan had never been overly aggressive today. His eyes burst out with a thick killing intent that could not be blocked. If eyes could knife people, Flourishing Flower would have already been killed by 1,000 cuts. Only after a long time did Lu Fan put his gun back and pinned it back on his waist. He took 2 steps forward and stared coldly at Flourishing Flower. I won't write the word deserter in your file. Send her back to her original department. Disqualify her from the Women's Special Operations Team and get out. After saying that, he turned his back and gazed sternly into the distance, seemingly thinking about something. At this moment, the world seemed to stand still. Only after Flourishing Flower left did Lu Fan slowly turn around and looked at each of the gray-haired female soldiers. Today's training ends here, dismissed. Putting down this sentence, Lu Fan left in a furious manner. As the crowd looked at his back as he left, each one of them was paralyzed with fear, and the entire group had yet to shake their heads. This was the state after a sudden relief after a high level of mental tension. Wang Feiyang walked over. All right, don't all stand still. Do you know what the male soldiers put on the ground if they want to pass this level? What? Zhang Weiwei asked curiously. The others were also looking at him with anticipation. Wang Feiyang scanned the crowd and sneered, glass. You still need to soak in sterilized water after tripping through the glass, that taste, you guys know. I'll go. It's too perverted. The female soldiers were terrified. Wang Feiyang said, if it wasn't for the fact that you guys are going to get married and have kids in the future, maybe Company Commander Lu would really let you guys go through the glass. What are you waiting for? Still really want to keep climbing a trip? Sleeping is not active, there's something wrong with your mind. Guyan smiled and said, don't. We're leaving. We'll leave right away, old Wang, bye. Hey! Who are you calling old Wang? Your whole family is old Wang. Wang Feiyang looked at their departing backs and ruthlessly crushed a few mouthfuls. Chapter 33, Brigade Commander, give me 10 male soldiers to accompany me. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight sprinkled the earth. After last night's low net crawl training, only the last 24 female soldiers remained. They overcame the fear in their hearts, experienced the baptism of artillery fire, and became stronger inside. That one figure appeared on time on the training field every day. With less than 4 hours of rest a day, the small bodies endured great trials. They broke through their limits again and again, stunning Lu Fan again and again. Lu Fan watched them progress day by day, and his heart grew more and more relieved. Without realizing it, it had been almost a month of training. The female soldier's metamorphosis this month could be described as a transformation. Lu Fan looked at the figures on the training ground and had a different idea in his heart. Today, he did not supervise the training of the female soldiers, but returned to the Green Arrow Synthesis Brigade, the brigade headquarters organ. In order to hide his identity, he didn't change back into his male clothes, but still used his female identity. Brigade headquarters office. He stood at the door and hesitated for a while, then knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. Enter. Brigade Commander Hito said without lifting his head. After hearing the response, Lu Fan pushed the door in and walked straight to him to salute. Reporting to the brigade commander, the company commander of the Women's Special Operations Team, Lu Wei, reports to you. Lu Wei? Upon hearing this name, Hito put down his pen and jerked his head up, looking at his face and suddenly laughing out loud. He stood up and walked over to him, hitting him in the chest with a hammer. You kid, I almost didn't react. Why are you free to come to my place today? You couldn't have exposed your identity in there to ask me for help. Lu Fan shook his head and laughed. Brigadier, look at what you said. Am I that careless? I came back to make an application to you. Application? The smile on Hito's face suddenly froze, and he said in a bad mood, what kind of crooked idea do you want to play again? I'm telling you, money is exempted. Last time you have taken a lot of good things, you should also be satisfied. Who told you that I want money? Lu Fan laughed. Then what do you want? Hito said with a sullen face, not even if you want equipment. Lu Fan said with a bad smile on his face, Brigadier, I want neither money nor equipment. Then what exactly do you kid want? Hito looked at him with a surprised face. Lu Fan rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, Brigadier, I want the 10 fighting experts of the Sharp Dagger Company to be picked by myself. After all, I am most familiar with them. I only need them for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks I'll send the people back to you in their original condition. What? You want soldiers from the Sharp Dagger Company? Don't you train female soldiers? What do you need these male soldiers for? Hito was confused. You kid wouldn't be them acting as a bridegroom and introducing them to each other, would you? Brigadier, you have misunderstood. Lu Fan said, I want them to train female soldiers. These female soldiers don't have a high level of fighting right now, and on the battlefield, without guns, fighting skills play a very big role. Right now they are training within the confines of their self-perception, with no real opponents. So you want to find them a couple of sparring partners? Hito suddenly came to a realization. Lu Fan laughed. The brigade commander really deserves to be a brigade commander. He understands everything at once. These female soldiers have encountered the most male soldiers on the battlefield. If we find a few fighting experts to train with them for 2 weeks, their level will improve very quickly. Hito turned his back and looked out the window in deep thought for a while. If trained in this training mode, the effect would indeed be good. Female soldiers' opponents were usually male soldiers, so if they could find male soldiers to accompany them in their normal training, so that they could anticipate the male soldiers' weaknesses in advance, they would only be able to get the job done on the battlefield. Moreover, working behind closed doors was not the best strategy for training. Thinking of this, he nodded thoughtfully. All right. I agree. Hito said firmly, however, it can only be for 2 weeks. After all, they have their own training subjects. By then, they still have to participate in the Special Forces competition, so we can't let them drag their feet. Lu Fan straightened his chest and stood upright. Yes. After 2 weeks, I will definitely bring the people back as is. Hito reminded, I've also seen the results of this female soldier's training, and it has indeed improved a lot. I hope you can get them to walk into the top 15 of the entire brigade as much as possible. Lu Fan promised with conviction, Brigadier, I haven't forgotten the agreement with you. As the saying goes, if you eat a man's mouth, take a man's hand. 2 months later, I will definitely hand you a satisfactory answer sheet. Hito looked at him and nodded in satisfaction. I'll talk to the instructor of the Sharp Knife Company in a while, just go over and pick people directly. Lu Fan saluted, yes. Thank you, Brigadier General. I'll go over first. Go. Looking at Lu Fan's departing back, Hito sat back in his office seat and picked up the phone to dial the familiar string of numbers. After Lu Fan walked out of the office door, he familiarly arrived at the training ground of the Sharp Knife Company. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise as he watched from afar the single figure galloping across the training field. Pointed Sword Company was brought up by him, with the strongest and deepest feelings, which could be said to be a brotherhood of blood thicker than water. They were all a bunch of people who could give their backs to each other. This bunch of bastard boys, it seems that they haven't slacked off, and their muscles have all firmed up quite a bit. Lu Fan secretly praised in his heart. As Lu Fan slowly approached, he gradually drew the attention of the male soldiers of the Sharp Knife Company. Being a soldier for 2 years, a sow races a sable. Not to mention such a big tall beauty. Lu Fan's makeup skills were superb, and the whole person looked like a natural beauty, with snow-white skin like a painting, and very delicate features. What's more, the 2 missiles on his chest kept jumping up and down, and every time he took a step, they shook a few times, making people think of him. The soldiers of the Pointed Sword Company looked at his attractive appearance and couldn't take their eyes off him, looking like they were salivating. Where did the female soldier come from? So tall and so pretty. I don't know, but it always feels familiar, seems like I've seen it somewhere. I feel a bit familiar too, just can't recall it once. I think you guys have been watching too many sirens, and you all feel familiar when you see a beautiful woman. Although a bit taller and stronger, I like it. I like this kind of big square, don't you all steal it from me. Ahem, stop talking, she's coming our way, hurry up and stand still, don't lose the face of our Sharp Knife Company. Lu Fan looked at each of them staring at him colorfully, and goosebumps rose all over his body. With that expression, he could not wait to strip himself alive and fight for 3 days and 3 nights. How many years has it been since he's seen a woman greedy like this? Some individual soldiers even blew the hooligan whistle, causing the instructor to scold them. A few minutes later, Lu Fan walked up to them and threw a wink at them. All of them were unmoved, each cold as ice and expressionless. Lu Fan secretly laughed in his heart, these boys, they are quite capable of pretending. Chapter 34, what grade they are, what grade we are, can't compare, right? The instructor strides over and salutes, hello. I am the instructor of the Sharp Knife Company. The brigade commander has already called just now, you see which soldiers you want to select, we will definitely cooperate fully. Lu Fan also straightened her posture and saluted him back, hello, instructor, I am Lu Wei from the Women's Special Operations Team. Then tell them the specifics on your side first. Good. The instructor turned to look at the soldiers of the Sharp Dagger Company and slowly spoke, this is Lu Wei, the instructor of the Women's Special Warfare Team. She's here today mainly because she wants to select 10 fighting experts from us to serve as accompanying trainers for their Women's Special Combat Team. The duration is 2 weeks. The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up and their throats rolled vigorously a few times. Accompanying trainers for the Women's Special Warfare Team? Wouldn't that be seeing beautiful women every day? To die under a peony flower, to be a ghost is also a good thing. How could one miss such a great good thing? Everyone's eyes were sparkling with golden light, and although they were pretending to be calm on the surface, their hearts had already been raging. Each and every one of them looked at Lu Wei with an expression that turned into begging, choose me. Pick me. Choose me. The instructor looked at Lu Wei and continued, Company Commander Lu, how do you think we should choose? Should we let them compare? Or should I help you choose? No need to go to such trouble, instructor. I'll choose myself. After saying that, he walked straight to the middle of the ranks of the Sharpshooter Company, staring at them with a sharp gaze. Back and forth, he strolled among them several times. This kind of scene was akin to a princess choosing her emperor's son-in-law. Everyone's spirit was taut on a thread, holding their breath and not daring to make a sound, cold sweat surfaced on their foreheads. Dead silence. A dead silence. Suddenly, Lu Fan stopped and pointed at a few people, you, and the ones behind you. Come out. Just the 10 of you. The ones who were pointed to smiled like a chrysanthemum, their mouths grinning to the back of their ears, unable to stop their smiles. They could hardly stop smiling. They were close to writing the word triumph on their faces. They walked straight out and stood in a row, facing Lu Wei. The other unsuccessful soldiers had a bitter look on their faces, their hearts dripping blood. They suddenly felt that this was the grayest moment in their lives. The instructor looked at these 10 people who were selected, the corners of his mouth twitched madly, and he secretly laughed bitterly in his heart. This company commander Lu's vision was poisonous enough, and these 10 were all the top fighting experts of the Sharp Knife Company. How on earth did she see that? This is not scientific. Lu Fan also saw the instructor's doubts, but she didn't explain. Instead, she looked at him and said, "Instructor, I want these 10, is that okay?" "Of course. Of course," the instructor said with a leathery smile. "The brigade commander has explained it, do I dare not agree?" Lu Fan continued, "Then I'll take them back now, and I'll definitely bring them back in 2 weeks with all their limbs intact, not a single part missing. I'll leave you guys to train." The instructor suddenly felt hairy in his heart when he heard him say that. Isn't it just going to accompany the training, and the other side is still a bunch of girls, could something still happen? However, he didn't say it out loud either, but politely said, "Good. Company Commander Lu, I have to say that you have a really good eye, they are all our company's fighting experts, I hope they can help your Women's Special Forces team grow." Lu Fan smiled, "Thank you." He looked at the male soldiers behind him and said, "Although the brigade commander has given the order, I still abide by the principle of voluntarism. Although they are all female soldiers, there will definitely be injuries from accompanying them. I want to emphasize that as long as you return to the training camp with me, you can't quit in the middle until the 2 weeks of training are over. Are you guys willing?" "Willing," the 10 male soldiers yelled without hesitation. To train with a female soldier's companion, the ones who were unwilling to do so were pigs. Who would do such a stupid thing? Lu Fan looked at the soldiers in front of him and secretly laughed in his heart. "You guys brought this on yourselves, don't blame me." After he saluted at the instructor, he led the 10 male soldiers back. Women's Special Warfare Team Training Camp. A military vehicle slowly drove up and stopped at the entrance of the training ground. Immediately afterward, the door of the vehicle was opened. Lu Fan as well as the 10 male soldiers came down from the vehicle one after another. "From today onwards, I am your commander, everything is subject to my arrangements, is that clear?" The male soldiers responded in unison, "Understood." Lu Fan pointed to a house and said, "That's your dormitory, put your luggage away and gather in 5 minutes." "Yes." After saying that, the male soldiers immediately rushed towards the dormitory and began to organize their housekeeping. At this time, the female soldiers were training to shoot with loud gunfire and did not notice their arrival. 5 minutes. The assembly whistle sounded. Everyone came from all directions to gather, and the female soldiers were no exception. The moment they locked eyes, the female soldiers were confused. What's going on here? What's with these male soldiers? Could it be that they were also members of the Women's Special Operations Team? Wang Feiyang and the 3 of them did not act surprised. Lu Fan had already informed them of this decision in advance before. Only that they did not expect Lu Fan to be so efficient. What was even more unexpected to them was that the brigade commander had agreed so quickly. A woman begging a man to do something was really fast. With his hands behind his back, Lu Fan walked up to the crowd and slowly spoke. "Speak up. These 10 male soldiers are the ones I found to be your fighting companions." The moment these words came out, the female soldiers were all dumbfounded. Ever since the last time they defeated the 6th Company, they started to get a little high and mighty, thinking that they were never weaker than the male soldiers, or even stronger than the male soldiers. "Report." Ran Miao stood out defiantly. "Speak." Ran Miao stood up his chest and said, "Company Commander Lu, I don't think we need the male soldiers as a chaperone, we are not necessarily worse than them in fighting. Last time we PK'd with the 6th Company, weren't they still defeated by us? Moreover, they're male and we're female, there's a difference between men and women." As soon as the words fell, the male soldiers looked at each other with gloomy faces. This bunch of female soldiers had a big mouth. What grade is 6th Company, what grade are we? It can't be compared at all, right? Lu Fan coldly glanced at them and coldly grunted, "On the battlefield, will the enemy let you go because you're a female? Will they not touch you because there is a difference between men and women? Do you all think that you are very, very powerful right now? Then I'll give you guys this chance to prove yourselves by going 2-on-1 with a male soldier, PK. If you guys win, I'll let them go back to their units right away." "Well, who's it going to be?" The moment these words came out, the scene suddenly quieted down. The female soldiers looked at the 10 male soldiers in front of them, all of them rough and tall, and couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. They thought that their fighting level was not low, but men had a natural advantage in terms of strength, and they were not completely sure. Lu Fan looked at them and said provocatively, "What? No one dares to compete? Were they not all quite arrogant just now? When it comes to the battlefield, how come they all wimped out?" Ran Miao looked at the smug look of these male soldiers and couldn't hold back. "Report. Me. Report. And me." Gu-yun couldn't help but stand up as well. Lu Fan said, "Good. You two go pick an opponent. No matter who you pick, as long as you two can defeat him, you'll be considered winners." Ren Miao and Gu-yun looked at each other, then walked in unison to the 10 male soldiers. The male soldiers did not make a sound, but stood straight one by one, staring ahead. The two of them scanned the circle before pointing at a guy. This guy was the shortest and thinnest among the 10 male soldiers. Their thoughts were simple: surely the smaller the better to fight. The other male soldiers looked in unison at the guy they chose, and with an evil smile on their faces, they immediately scattered and retreated to the sides. Ren Miao hooked her finger. "You. Come out." This guy smiled faintly and jumped lightly, directly leaping in front of the two female soldiers. One step jumped a distance of 5 or 6 steps. Could it be that he could do light kung fu? Ren Miao and the girls looked at each other and felt bad. They wouldn't have picked the strongest one out of 1,000, right? Chapter 35. Can't win at all. When Lu Fan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, filled with anticipation. "Can we start?" the male soldier asked politely as he looked at them. "Of course." Ren Miao and Gu-yun looked at each other and made a half-squatting position with their hands clenched into fists and raised them in front of their chests. Whoosh! The two of them swung their fists and attacked the male soldier's front at the same time. Without changing his face, the male soldier took a step back and steadily grabbed their fists with his right and left hands, followed by a forceful push. The force was so great that the two were directly pushed out 2 meters away, almost falling to the ground unsteadily. The male soldier had his hands behind his back and stood straight across from them, looking at them with a provocative face. Ren Miao and Gu-yun roared angrily and swung their fists at each other again. This time, the speed was obviously faster than the first time. The male soldier sneered and immediately took the initiative, intending to fight quickly. His left and right hands came out at the same time, immediately blocking with his elbows. He then stomped his right foot with force, and the ground splattered with sand and dust. The two female soldiers' brows tightened, their feet unconsciously backed up and immediately blocked their eyes with their hands. Seeing this, the male soldier, like lightning, immediately rushed over and swept his right foot forcefully across the ground. Due to the speed and the sand and dust that filled the sky, the female soldier's scalp went numb and it was too late to make any reaction. Bang! The two of them fell heavily on the sandy ground, pained by cold sweat. The male soldier continued forward, his hands quickly clasping their necks. "You're dead." Ren Miao and Gu-yun stared at him with a surprised expression, unwillingness written all over their faces. They didn't expect that the fighting skills they had studied for so long would be so unbeatable in front of these male soldiers. Moreover, the other party was still defeating them in a crushing manner, without the ability to fight back. They had lost completely. The soldiers of the 6th Company were far too poor compared to them. The male soldier slowly stood up, bending down and reaching out his hand to try to pull them up. I'm sorry for offending them more just now." Ren Miao and Gu-yun glanced at each other and held his hand tightly as they slowly stood up. Willing to gamble, willing to lose. They were soldiers, naturally they did not have this kind of small-minded mentality. At this moment, all the female soldiers hadn't slowed down yet. One by one, their jaws dropped and their faces were filled with horror. It was only now that they understood what it meant that there were mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. The male soldiers, on the other hand, raised their heads in triumph, like a big rooster, their faces full of victory smiles. "Now you know how hard real men really are. Is everything okay?" Daiju walked up to help the girls. The others quickly rushed over as well, looking at them anxiously and worriedly. The two shook their heads and said, "It's fine, minor injuries, just rest for a while." Lu Fan looked at the crowd and sneered, "How about it? Who else is not convinced? Stand out." Once these words came out, the scene was once again dead silent. No one dared to make a sound. After the PK just now, they had already deeply seen the strength of the other party. If they came out at this time, it could be said that they were rushing to find a fight. No one would bump into a gun at this juncture. "Weren't you all wild just now?" Lu Fan let out a light laugh. "Didn't you all claim that the amazing female soldiers never lose?" His face completely sank. "Each and every one of you is arrogant and uninspired. Thinking that you're invincible just because you defeated the 6th Company? Let me tell you, the enemies you encounter on the battlefield are far more insidious than them. Just now he let you off the hook. If he had hit you a little harder, you wouldn't have been able to get up. If it was a real battle just now, you would have all been captured." All the female soldiers lowered their heads in shame, their faces as green as a cactus. Now they no longer dared to show any contempt for the 10 soldiers in front of them. He turned his head to the 10 male soldiers and asked with a raised eyebrow, "How many of them do you think one person can beat?" Hearing that, the male soldiers looked at each other and smiled smugly. "Report. 5 for me. Report. I 6. Report, I 8. Hearing these male soldiers say this, the female soldiers instantly felt their self-esteem being wildly ravaged by them stepping on their feet. All the female soldiers clenched their fists, and their eyes erupted with a thick battle intent. The scene exuded an odor of gunpowder, ready to explode at a moment's notice. Lu Fan scanned the entire scene and said icily, "Whoever said 8 just now step forward." The guy smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and then stepped out. Lu Fan said indifferently, "Very well. He said that he can beat 8 of you by himself, so who's going to PK him? I'll be the conductor." With these words, the situation was instantly reversed. Wang Fei Yang looked at the guy who just stood out and shook his head helplessly. "It's over, you're done." The female soldier's self-confidence instantly went up a lot. They had seen Lu Fan's amazing fighting strength, which was definitely one of the few in the entire army. Even if he didn't put up a fight, as long as he commanded from the side, he could still secure a victory. The same could not be said for the male soldiers. They had not sparred with this Lu Wei in front of them and did not put her in their eyes. They were the sharpest fighting soldiers of the Pointed Sword Company, and had almost reached the level of the special forces. Normally, they were able to fuck up 5 or 6 regular male soldiers by themselves, and thought that it was absolutely no big deal to fight against 8 female soldiers as well. In their worldview, only Lu Fan was a godlike existence. But they didn't realize that the one standing in front of them was none other than Lu Fan. Lu Fan looked at the guy and said, "You don't need to fight against 8, just the 4 of them will be enough." Will it say that I'm bullying you guys? The male soldier laughed bitterly. Lu Fan sneered, "Brothers, you have to eat your meal one bite at a time." He understood that he had to establish his majesty at this time, otherwise with the arrogance of these male soldiers, they wouldn't be absolutely obedient to him. These were also the soldiers he had trained, and knew their urbane nature very well. The male soldier shrugged, "All right, listen to you guys, a few is a few." Lu Fan looked at the female soldiers and asked, "For female soldiers, who will come out?" The female soldiers looked at each other, and each one of them rubbed their fists and jumped into action. Just then, Wei Shiyu, Shin Mengyao, Zhang Weiwei, and Zhao Binglin took the lead. "Good. Just the 4 of you," Lu Fan said indifferently. The male soldier looked at these 4 harmless little girls in front of him, and his chances of winning in his heart increased a lot more. It seemed that this Lu company commander had a brain cramp, finding these few weak girls to come out. Lu Fan looked down at his watch, seized the moment and start. After the order was given, they took their positions and immediately made a ready stance. The male soldier took the lead in the attack in order to get a quick kill and highlight his fighting prowess. A fist lifted up as quickly as a gust of wind, straight at Wei Shiyu. Wei Shiyu was startled by this sudden speed, her pupils contracted violently and she instinctively stepped back. "Wei Shiyu, don't retreat, block with your elbow." Just as she was panicking, Lu Fan's voice came from her ears. "Shin Mengyao, kick his calf." After Shin Mengyao heard the command, her right foot snapped out. The male soldier was just about to dodge when Lu Fan's low growl came again. Zhang Weiwei kick his lower leg from behind. With 3 simultaneous attacks from 3 sides, the male soldier instantly panicked and couldn't fight at once. Although these female soldiers were not proficient in fighting skills, they were surprisingly strong. Lu Fan took the opportunity to yell. Zhao Bingling hit his side waist. Wei Shiyu kicked his stomach, Shen Mengyao hit his neck, and Zhang Weiwei kicked his crotch from behind. The 4 prongs came together. The male soldier was completely overwhelmed and disorganized, being punched and kicked by several female soldiers at the same time. Every time he tried to fight back, Lu Fan would give them a stance. It could be said that he saw the moves. In the end, he was crushed to death on the ground and cried out in pain. Can't win at all. Chapter 36, finally, I can go back. It took a few minutes of being beaten before he surrendered and admitted defeat. The 4 female soldiers looked at each other, patted the ash on their hands, and walked back to the column with smiles on their faces. The female soldiers took the 4 of them by the hand and gave them a wild praise. "Too good you guys, finally saving face for our female soldiers. It's so cool, the fight was so enjoyable. I can't wait to go up and kick them twice, see if they still dare to look down on us. It's mainly because Company Commander Lu commanded them well, otherwise you wouldn't have been a match for them." "Right. Company Commander Lu's fighting skills are top-notch, that's what he said, and easily fucked them down. One of the male soldier's companions quickly rushed over and pulled him up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his head with a belly full of aggression. The moment they locked eyes, everyone was scared out of their chrysanthemums and tigers. The male soldier was beaten and bruised, with wounds everywhere, his hands kept covering the lower half of his body, and he walked with a limp like an old man. Too bad, these female soldiers hit really hard. Looking soft and weak, their strength is surprisingly so great. It's true what they say, you can't offend a woman if you offend anyone. I can only say that Company Commander Lu commanded well, those moves pressed no room to fight back. Those 10 male soldiers couldn't help but start to be on edge. The way they looked at Lu Fan no longer had the contempt they had at the beginning, but more of a reverence. Lu Fan looked at the expressions of the crowd and smiled slightly, his purpose was achieved. He looked at the female soldiers and said, these 10 male soldiers will accompany the training here for 2 weeks. Since you guys can't win a one-on-one fight, then 2-on-1, 3-on-1, or even 4-on-1. In fighting, tactical movement skills are extremely important. Being intentional and recklessly impulsive is definitely the next best thing. Report. A male soldier stood out. Speak. He gulped and said cautiously, then won't the next training always be 3 against 1 or 4 against 1? Lu Fan nodded, right. Only this can help them grow fast. The male soldier stammered, but after such guidance from you just now, won't we be crippled by them if we train like this? Lu Fan smiled and said, don't worry. I said I will definitely bring you guys back with sound limbs. Upon hearing this, the corners of the male soldiers' mouths twitched madly, their faces full of hopelessness. Being crippled was also a sound limb. They now understood that the so-called chaperones were the ones who acted as sandbags to get beaten up. And it is they on the rush to put together the face to go. Originally thought that the face is a group of delicate female soldiers, who had thought are a group of tigers. Now their intestines are repenting, women not to be messed with. The next few days. The training ground often came from the sound of shouting, there are pain, there are also excited. These cries all crossed over and played a perfect symphony. The male soldiers were adding new injuries to their old ones every day, a scream of agony, breaking their fingers every day. Lying on the bed, not even dare to move, sleep all have to wake up with nightmares. They now see the female soldiers as if they saw a witch, as far as possible to run as far as possible. Now they finally understood why their superiors had to form a women's special operations team. Because behind their sweet smiles was a sharp blade that could plunge directly into the enemy's heart. Let people cannot be defended. They look harmless, but actually more than 100 hard eyes. That slender physique can burst out very amazing combat power. Beyond your imagination. Gradually, 2 weeks passed. During this period of time, the female soldiers had improved by leaps and bounds under the accompaniment of these male soldiers. Under Lu Fan's guidance, some of them were even able to fight these male soldiers one-on-one. However, these male soldiers were also trained by Lu Fan himself, and the female soldiers could not catch up to their overall level in a short period of time. Lu Fan was already very satisfied with the training to this point, and the next step was to train more. Looking at the military vehicle that came to greet them, like Ultraman seeing light, his eyes gasped with long-lost hope. Finally I can go back, I don't want to stay for a second. This place is a hell of a hell. I'm going to lose my children and grandchildren if I'm beaten by them again. I won't even come next time 8 palanquins carry me. As soon as the military vehicle pulled up, the crowd swarmed up, not wanting to delay for a moment. The female soldiers hurriedly chased after them, smiling and shouting, "Don't be in such a hurry to run, play with us again, we haven't fought enough yet." "That's right, Auntie, I'm in a good mood today, I will definitely not hit hard." They looked at those female soldiers and couldn't stop trembling. At this moment, they felt like the Tang monk in Journey to the West, and those female soldiers were the demon spirits in the Ponzi cave. The driver looked back at the male soldiers and said, "Look at those girls being so enthusiastic, aren't you going to say goodbye?" A male soldier covered his bloated face and cursed, "Sue your sister, Sue, look at what we have been beaten by them, hurry up and go, quick quick quick." "They're not girls, they're clearly the midnight bell." The driver looked at them and bared his teeth, then slowly started the vehicle. Not far away. Lu Fan clasped his hands on his chest and watched them leave from afar, and only shook his head helplessly. "Brothers, I'm sorry for this period of time." Without realizing it, a month and a half had passed. After going through such a long period of intense training, the combat power of the women's special operations team rose higher and higher. They had shed the tenderness on their faces and were no longer flowers blooming in a greenhouse. Each of them had developed their own unique characteristics. Their current level had already surpassed the basic standards of the brigade headquarters. As their abilities continued to grow, the merit value of Lu Fan's system also increased. Night. Everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. Lu Fan walked out outside the camp entrance and stared blankly at the moonlight above his head, seemingly thinking about something. Just then, Instructor Lian Yuan walked over and handed him a bottle of mineral water. Still up this late, what are you thinking about? Thanks. Lu Fan took the mineral water and laughed. Nothing, just thinking about the next training program of the Special Warfare Team. Lian Yuan bared her teeth. To be honest, at first I didn't really agree with this training mode of yours. I even felt that this was pure abuse. But then I realized that although your training is ruthless, your heart is hot and you won't really put their lives in danger. And I realized that you were actually pretending to be cool. Playing it cool? Lu Fan looked at her with raised eyebrows. I'm not pretending. Lian Yuan looked at him and asked in surprise, could it be really cool? That's what you said. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth hooked up slightly. Lian Yuan suddenly reacted and looked at him fixedly. I found out how you are different from other women. You always seem to be lacking something. But I don't know where the problem is. Don't think about it if you can't figure it out. He suddenly looked seriously at Lian Yuan and said, Instructor, you can wear high heels, right? Will. Of course I will. Lian Yuan looked at him and said, what are you asking for? Lu Fan directly said, then can you coach these female soldiers? Ah. Chapter 37, All Men, what's the point of pretending? You, what do you mean, let me teach them to wear high heels? Lian Yuan looked at him with a surprised face. Lu Fan nodded firmly, yes. Not just wearing high heels, I also want you to teach them some manners. Simply put, it's to teach them how to become a sexy and versatile woman. Lian Yuan sounded confused. No, what does what you said have to do with training? Aren't you going to train them to be female special warriors? Then what's the point of you asking me to teach them this? Lu Fan laughed. It is precisely because I want to train them into female special warriors that I am asking you to teach them this. Hunters often come in the form of prey. If we train them all to be manly women, then it would be better to just train male soldiers, so why waste so much manpower and resources to create a women's special operations team? We often fight behind enemy lines, and learning camouflage is one of the important skills. On the battlefield, which kind of people let your guard down the most? That would naturally be the elderly, children, and women. Lian Yuan answered directly without thinking. She raised her eyelids, suddenly thought of something, and said excitedly, Instructor Lian Yuan, I see what you mean. Instructor, you can't, it took you so long to turn the corner. Lu Fan snickered, at least you are a woman who came from the rain of gunfire, so slow to react. Lian Yuan didn't have the good sense to say, Lian Lu, all the chutes in this 500-mile radius have been captured for you. She slowed down her tone and said, but I'm worried that I won't be able to teach it well. After all, I don't have any teaching experience in this area. Lu Fan looked Lian Yuan up and down and said in a deep voice, I've read your resume, you've worked as a Miss Manners before you were in the military, and you've also worked as a host when you were in the army. Take off this military uniform, you are feminine when you raise your hands and throw your feet, this is exactly the effect I want. Lian Yuan couldn't help but smile when he was complimented so much. Aren't you a woman? Why don't you teach them yourself? Wasn't it you who said that I'm not allowed to meddle in training matters? Lu Fan brushed his face and blushed in embarrassment. I don't know these things. It's too late, I have to go back and rest, so I'll trouble you tomorrow. Leaving these words behind, he turned away with large strides, not daring to delay for a moment. He understood very well that if he continued chatting any longer, the chances of wearing out would become greater and greater. Hey, wait for me! After Lian Yuan reacted, she closely chased after him. Hearing her voice, Lu Fan's footsteps couldn't help but speed up, and he disappeared into the darkness in a few seconds. Lian Yuan crossed her waist, gasping for air, and scolded in a bad mood, I won't eat you, what are you doing running so fast? Are you a woman or not? It won't be a human demon. The next morning. The assembly whistle sounded and everyone rushed over to gather. Lu Fan walked to the middle of them, scanned the circle and slowly opened his mouth. This morning, you will train other subjects, and physical training will be temporarily suspended. At these words, all of them glanced at each other, an ominous premonition sprouting in their heads. There was bound to be a demon in everything that happened. With their understanding of Lu Fan, there were definitely other damaging tricks against them. Wang Fei Yang and the three of them also froze for a moment. This was not within their script at all. When you were a soldier,
didn't you always train physical fitness? What else could you train?
Lu Fan pointed to another building and said, unload your equipment in place, go there and find the instructor, she will tell you the subjects for today's training.
What are you waiting for? Act immediately.
Wang Feiyang urged from the side.
Upon hearing the order, the female soldiers unloaded their equipment and walked straight to their destination.
While walking, they did not forget to look back at Lu Fan.
Everyone was anxious in their hearts. For them, as long as it wasn't physical training, all other training was equivalent to resting.
But what they were most afraid of was training that was even more perverted than physical training.
After watching them leave, Wang Feiyan walked up to Lu Fan and asked, Company Commander, what are you having them train today? Training on how to become a real woman.
Lu Fan looked at the backs of the female soldiers and said in a deep voice.
Wang Feiyang frowned and scratched his head, they are already women, but they still need to train?
Chen Yan, Mo Zuqin on his shoulder, this you don't understand, right? They can only be called female now, they can't be called women.
Inside the building.
After they just stepped into the doorway, they saw the instructor standing straight in the middle of the hall. She was wearing a white shirt on her upper body, a sexy wraparound skirt on her lower body, a pair of 8-centimeter black high heels under her feet, and her two hands were clasped together and pressed against her abdomen.
The image of a proper flight attendant.
When the female soldiers saw the scene, they were suddenly stunned, one by one.
Why is the instructor dressed like this today?
What is this for?
It's not going to make us become waiters, is it? Don't think so much, just go ask the instructor.
After seeing them standing in formation, Lien Yuan immediately walked forward and said with a smile, next I'm going to teach you guys some etiquette and camouflage. To put it simply, how to disguise the image of yourself as a soldier, so that at a glance others will think you're just an ordinary woman, not a soldier. Of course, to learn this knowledge you must change into a costume as well as high heels.
What?
When these words came out, all the girls opened their mouths wide and looked at her with surprised faces.
Guyan stammered, aren't we here to be soldiers? Why do we have to train for this?
Ran Miao skimmed her mouth and sighed, my kind is originally a female, so I'll still be a female even if I practice. I'd rather have 15 kilometers of armed cross-country than train these contraptions here.
Wei Shiyu nodded in response, me too. The crowd was full of reluctance as you said one thing and I said another.
Lien Yuan scanned the crowd and said seriously, camouflage is one of the important skills of special warriors. Fighting a war doesn't necessarily require wearing a military uniform, there may be a need to wear a tattered and torn piece of clothing disguised as a beggar. It may also be necessary to wear a sexy and alluring dress to disguise as a nightclub lady. No matter what the disguise is, it is a preparation for war. Especially for female soldiers, it's easy to be targeted by the enemy if you don't have the right camouflage skills. Instead of letting you go to war and be captured, posing a threat to the country, why don't you take off your uniforms now and go home? As soon as the words fell, all the female soldiers hesitated for a moment before finally picking up the clothes on the ground and running towards the locker room. A few minutes later, they all stumbled out with their clothes changed. Some walked with a limp, some needed help to walk, and only Zhang Weiwei walked the smoothest. They were all originally a big tall girl, and their shoes were usually flat-soled. Especially after the military enlistment, every day is a military uniform, military boots.
High heels was an unfamiliar adjective for them.
After Lien Yuan saw them concentrate, his entire person also shed his military stance and showed himself as a teacher in front of them.
Good. We'll start the class now. Inside the monitoring room.
Lu Fan was sitting on a chair, brewing coffee and drinking it leisurely, his eyes glancing towards the screen a few times from time to time. Wang Feiyang and the three of them didn't have to train the female soldiers, so they could only watch the video of their lessons in the surveillance room.
Company Commander, so the training you're talking about is this kind of training, it's a bit interesting. Wang Fei looked at the screen and laughed. Chen Yin held his chin and said, you don't say, these female soldiers have changed drastically after changing their usual clothes.
Each and every one of them is a delicate flower of about 20 years old.
Mo Zuqin bumped his shoulder and said with a bad smile, old Chen, you don't have any other ideas, do you?
Screw you. Chen Yin clasped his hands on his chest, lousy as a person with a girlfriend, unlike some people who are still bachelors and can only rely on the five-fingered girl to vent their frustrations, you've swollen your hands with your rubbing, haven't you?
A Hamlu Company Commander is here.
Wang Feiyang hurriedly came out to round up the situation.
Chen Yin lowered his head and whispered, I'll go. Almost forgot that she's a female.
Mo Zuqin bit the heel of his teeth and came to his ear and lowered his voice, I didn't treat her as a female at all. Lu Fan's face was not red and his heart did not jump, with a look of calmness and self-containedness. Got nothing to do, do you? 20 kilometers of armed cross-country, roll. They are all men, what are they pretending to be? Chapter 38 Extreme Pain Training. In the next few days, Lian Yuan did not only teach them manners and walking postures. At the same time, she also trained them in some simple dances and body movements. It could be said that she poured in all the knowledge she knew. Although these female soldiers were resentful, they dared not speak out in anger. They understood very well that their every move was under Lu Fan's eyes. If they went on strike or showed discontent, Lu Fan would definitely abuse them in 100 ways. Although they were not afraid of Lian Yuan, they were quite afraid of Lu Fan. Lu Fan was the image of a female devil in their eyes, not even close to the word female. Watching them successfully complete their tasks, Lu Fan's training program advanced another step. He gathered Wang Fei Yang and the other three for a small meeting. The plan might have to change a bit. Lu Fan looked at the three of them and said, I still underestimated the resilience and courage of this group of female soldiers. Wang Fei Yang frowned and said, Company Commander Lu, do you mean you want to make the training more difficult? Chen Yan said, they often hug each other for warmth, and I think that's why they can persevere. Lu Fan pondered for a while and continued, next, we need to train them for extreme physical ability and extreme mental and pain training. Exactly how to do it, I will draw up a program out in a while, and you will each look over it. Remember, we are now at the final stage, we must not be merciful. He looked at Wang Fei Yang and said, go find a few dummies over for me, the kind of female dummies that are made very realistically. Preferably the kind that can make sounds. Wang Fei Yang and the others all glanced at each other, revealing a slightly lewd smile. I didn't expect a female, Lu Company Commander, to play with this. Lesbian how exciting. Lu Fan could see the little plans in their hearts. He let out a cold laugh, then threw his pen aside and smoothly leaned back in his chair to stare at them coldly. What are you laughing at? Do you guys understand what I'm saying or not? Wang Feiyang nodded his head repeatedly, understand, I understand. Lu Fan gave him a blank look, then looked at Chen Yan and said, also, find me a few blood bags. Blood bags? What do I need to come for? Chen Yan asked with a surprised face. Lu Fan coldly grunted, I have my own use for it. As for how to use it, I'll tell you guys later. This time, I'm going to let them truly feel the cruelty of war. 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. The assembly whistle sounded. This was already the nth emergency assembly that the female soldiers had experienced. They were also already accustomed to it. Quick! Hurry up and get dressed. Dai Zhu urged the crowd while putting on her equipment. Zhang Weiwei had a lifeless look on her face, I don't even know if I'm here to be a soldier or a masochist. My skin is all boiled and yellow, and the skincare products don't work at all. Ren Miao did not have the good sense to say, I have long advised you to quit, you are not the material of a special operations soldier, sooner or later you will be eliminated. I think you'd better go back to your civilian troop and dance and sing for the rest of the day. Hey! Ren Miao, who are you to say she'll be eliminated? Wei Shiyu fought back, it's not certain who will stand at the end. Several people wanted to continue arguing, but were interrupted by Shen Mengyao, you guys still have time to be smart here, it's emergency assembly time, 30 seconds left. 2 minutes later. All of them stood in 2 rows, one by one straightening their chests and staring ahead. Lu Fan swept his eyes over the crowd and yelled lowly, I heard you guys chirping and making a lot of noise right outside the door. Don't you know that this is an emergency assembly? If this were a battlefield, with this dragging speed of yours, the enemy would have already hit in. Disorganized and undisciplined. It's just a scattered sand. It seems that you've all been too relaxed and energetic with the etiquette training over the past few days. Wang Fei Yang. Present. Lu Fan then said, if they don't get beaten down today, you'll have to get down, got it? Yes. Wang Fei Yang waved his hand and 50 male soldiers immediately appeared behind him. Give me a beating. Just save your breath. As soon as the words fell, 50 male soldiers pounced on them like a pack of vicious wolves, each holding sticks in their hands. The female soldiers were confused, not reacting at all. Many of them were so scared that they retreated back and forth, their faces uglier than if they had eaten a ton of shit. These 50 male soldiers were covered in lumpy flesh, and they were fighting experts at first glance. Although their fighting skills had grown a lot, they were using the tactic of a sea of men, with more men than women. The strength was directly crushed. Sisters! Get on! Definitely can't let them look down on us. Daiju took the lead and charged up. Kill! The women roared in unison. As the words fell, both sides began to mingle together. The scene was very chaotic. The screams and wails pierced through the entire dark night. It stretched on and on. These male soldiers struck quite hard, without a trace of mercy in their eyes. Of course, these were all explained by Lu Fan in advance. The purpose was to make the female soldiers endure extreme pain, and even make them take this as a habit. Over time, their ability to tolerate pain would become stronger and stronger. After more pain, they would naturally not be afraid of it. After 10 minutes, all the female soldiers were knocked down. The corners of their mouths, hands, and feet were covered in blood, and their bodies were covered in bruises. Lu Fan waved his hand and all the male soldiers immediately scattered and retreated. Wang Fei Yang. Medicate and sterilize them. Lu Fan yelled lowly. Sterilize? Is this a typical slap and a candy? Zhang Weiwei said breathlessly as she lay on the ground. Ran Miao gasped for air and slightly opened her eyes. Don't be too happy, Company Commander Lu has never had a bodhisattva's heart. Guyan covered her stomach and stammered, isn't it, after disinfecting us, we can sleep? Before they could finish their words, Wang Feiyang and the others pulled out several water cannons and aimed them. Whoosh! A water dragon rushed towards their bodies, stimulating every inch of their skin. Especially their feet that were already covered in blood blisters. Ah! The female soldiers immediately felt a fiery pain all over their bodies, and one by one, they cried out and screamed, lying on the ground and rolling around. Every cell, every inch of their skin protested. Zhang Weiwei curled up on the ground in pain. It hurts like hell, what are they spraying us with? Can't you guys smell it yet? It's the smell of disinfectant. Wei Shiyu yelled. Zhao Bingling opened her mouth wide in horror. Sterilized water? We're covered in wounds and they're actually spraying us with sterilizing water? Pervert! All of a sudden, an extremely beautiful sonata rang out from the scene. When the male soldiers heard these sounds, they couldn't help but reveal a lewd smile. Lu Fan glared fiercely at them from the side, and in his heart, he helplessly sighed, I guess this third leg has already risen collectively. Stop! Lu Fan raised his hand to signal Wang Fei Yang to stop. One by one, the female soldiers' faces were covered in tears, even the female ones who were usually stronger and wouldn't cry easily, were so raw that they shed tears. Lu Fan came over with a smile, squatted beside them, lifted their sleeves and looked at them for a few moments, and couldn't help but shake his head. The female soldiers couldn't stop trembling when they saw the smiling face of his. The fear of him had gone to the extreme. All the orders were given by her, she was the most venomous female devil. They couldn't wait to transform into their man bodies and crush her underneath them and whip her until she was dry. Their wounds are too deep, Wang Fei Yang, bring the needle and thread over for them to stitch themselves up. Remove the stitches by themselves tomorrow. Ward Hare. Chapter 39, Rocket Escape. Report. I protest. I protest against your dehumanizing training methods, I'm quitting. A female captain roared. Lu Fan smiled faintly, very well. Anyone else? A second lieutenant couldn't bear it and then stood out as well, report. I'm going to quit as well. I'm also going to sue you guys, so you'll just wait for the court-martial. Lu Fan looked at them and nodded with a smile, good. If you guys don't know how to sue, you can contact me by phone and I will teach you on the spot. Anyone else? Zhang Weiwei was sobbing in pain, she wanted to raise her hand but was unwilling to do so. She had persevered for so long and suffered so much, but this time she did feel like breaking down. Wei Shiyu saw her hesitation and slowly squirmed her body to move to her side, holding her hand tightly and said, they all say that you're from the Civilian Workers' Corps, so surely you won't stick it out until the end. You must prove to them that you can. It will definitely work. Zhang Weiwei looked at her deeply, then wiped away her tears and nodded her head vigorously. Sisters, we just broke through another barrier, we're not even afraid of death, what else are we afraid of? Daiju slowly sat up and cheered at them, listen to me, the stitches are actually not that scary, just close your eyes for 3 or 2 strokes. The others quickly gathered around and listened closely. All the female soldiers formed a circle, head to head, shoulder to shoulder, hugging tightly together. Seeing this scene, although Lu Fan was unperturbed on the surface, his heart rippled. During this period of time, these female soldiers had suffered far more than the male soldiers. Many of them were the only children of their families, the golden girls of their families, and to be able to carry them this far was already very rare. Even, it had surpassed many male soldiers. However, he had to do it. On the battlefield, female soldiers were either alive or dead, or worse than dead. What are you still frozen for? Hand out the needles and threads. Everyone must sew their own needles, no substitutions. If I find anyone sewing for someone else, I'll cut a new wound with a dagger and see to it that you sew until you're done. Dai Zhu. Here. Lu Fan looked at her and said, I've read your profile, you used to be a doctor, you're in charge of supervision, I'll come over to check in a while. Yes. After explaining everything, Lu Fan left without looking back with his hands behind his back. Watching all of them leave, the female soldier tightly gripped the needle and thread in her hand, but she was hesitant to do it. I'm not afraid of hard work, I'm not afraid of training, but I'm most afraid of needles. Since I was little I've always been afraid of needles. Guyan clasped her hands on her knees and sobbed in a small voice. Shen Mengyao patted her shoulder and consoled her, now you're afraid of needles, what if you go to war in the future? Soldiers must overcome all fears, otherwise, you'll be killed by your own fears when you go to war. Hearing this, Guyan looked at her thoughtfully. Hiss. Sisters, you sew like me, follow me and maneuver, you'll be done soon. Daiju sewed while explaining at them. Zhang Weiwei looked around and looked at her with a begging face, Daiju, why don't you also for us, they aren't here to see it anyway. Wei Shiyu slapped her on the shoulder, you're such an elm brain, there's surveillance everywhere here. Even if you roll over she can see it, you don't want to take one more cut on a white body. Ren Miao nodded, she's right, since Company Commander Lu said we can only do it ourselves, then we can only do it ourselves. If we dare to be even the slightest bit fake, she will definitely do what she says. We've all seen her tactics before, and she's true to her word. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other and lowered their heads in silence. They were already scared by Lu Fan's entirety, and this fear had been implanted in their bone marrow. It couldn't be waved away. A few minutes later, a pig-killing scream came from the dormitory. In the surveillance room, Lu Fan watched everything on the screen, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up, nodding in relief. Although he couldn't bear it in his heart, reason still defeated weakness. He sat straight back at the computer and opened the game interface. It's time to play a couple of games, I'm getting rusty if I don't play. Go stay. Bro. For the next week, they had to endure this fight-resistant, pain-resistant training mode every day. The previous mobilization of those 10 male soldiers from the Sharp Knife Company to come over and give them a companion training was to plan for this step. It allowed them to have the strength to fight back in case they were beaten up, and not really be beaten to a pulp. Only, after the beating Lu Fan did not continue to sterilize them with alcohol and stitches. The reason why he let them get stitches last time was also to train a first aid technique. On the battlefield, doctors couldn't be around all the time, and they had to learn basic first aid measures. During this time, Lu Fan would also teach them some pain relief techniques so that they could slowly adapt to the rhythm. After 2 weeks of training, from the beginning when they grimaced in pain from a slightly heavier blow, to the point where even if they were hit with a stick, they would at most frown. Clearly, their overall level had moved to a new level. 9 p.m. After performing the 2-hour-long anti-skinship deep squat, Lu Fan led them to a new training ground. Speak up. Tonight's training subject is your last test. As long as you pass this test, you will have the qualifications to be a Special Forces soldier. When these words came out, all the female soldiers' hearts surged with passion. They had been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. Now, it was finally the final step. The heartache in this, only they themselves knew. Ghosts knew what they had gone through during this period of time. The high-intensity training every day had completely tortured them to the point where they were inhuman and unearthly. Not enough to eat, not enough to sleep, the ancient palace maids and eunuchs were not in such a sorry state. Lu Fan pointed to the training ground not far away and continued, the last program is called Rocket Escape. The field is roughly 900 meters, and inside there are 400 meters of obstacles, low prostrate barbed wire, and a full-length 20-meter pontoon bridge and so on. Most importantly, there are minefields. These minefields are buried in the ground as well as in the sand under the bridge. During that time, I'll show up somewhere to randomly strafe the area with a machine gun, remember it's somewhere. It could be east or west, the location is unknown. As the words fell, all the female soldiers were dumbfounded, their jaws smashed hard. Where the hell is this an assessment? It's simply sending people's heads. There was machine gun fire in front of them, the pontoon bridge, or there might be mines under their feet, and there were flames as well as constant bombardment of explosives next to them. No matter which, as long as they encounter, they will directly die, or even become cannon fodder. This is not only to test their ability to adapt, but also to test their strong psychological resistance to pressure. Of course, it also required a great deal of luck in order to escape this heavy calamity. These three, you can't have one without the other. All the female soldiers did not say a word, staring blankly at this training ground in front of them, suddenly feeling a chill down their backs. This was the real baptism of artillery fire, the real facing death head-on. Just listening to Lu Fan's introduction, they already felt their scalps tingling, not to mention being there. This is simply taking life to fight. Lu Fan looked at them provocatively. Look at your expressions, do you not believe in mines? Wang Fei Yang, show them again. Yes. After saying that, Wang Fei Yang directly lifted a stone from the side and threw it into the sand under the pontoon. Boom. There was a loud bang. The hearts of all the female soldiers beat hard. The sand was instantly blown out into a large nest, emitting a strong smell of gunpowder that stimulated the cerebral nerves of every female soldier. Some female soldiers couldn't help but shiver all over. It was a real landmine, not a blank bomb. It was just that they didn't know that this was an illusion that Lu Fan was using to confuse them. Chapter 40. This bunch of species that can't die from bleeding for a week are really not something to be messed with. Lu Fan walked in front of them and grunted coldly, this is a real battlefield. It's not too late for anyone who wants to quit. Once the test starts, you can't quit in the middle. Anyone who quits in the middle will be treated as a deserter. Moreover, my machine gun likes to hit deserters the most, it is my eyes. Report. A captain couldn't help but stand out. Speak. The captain puffed out his chest and said directly, you guys, aren't you afraid of blowing us all up? What's the difference between you guys and the enemy if you do that? Lu Fan coldly grunted, right now, we are your enemies. I told you guys before, special training has a death quota, which means that if you die in battle during training, it's all in line with the unit's rules. If you're afraid of death, hurry up and quit. If you want to become a real special warrior, you must have the mentality of not being afraid of death. I'll give you all 5 minutes to think about it. Once these words came out, everyone looked at each other and began to fall into a state of contemplation. Daiju, you're our big sister, tell us what we should do. Ren Miao asked with a frown. Daiju looked at them and asked, sisters, why do we want to be female special warriors? That's naturally to protect the family and the country. Guiyun said without thinking. Daiju nodded, if we don't even dare to go on the training grounds here, how can we dare to face the bloody battlefield, and how can we protect our family and defend our country? Soldiers, fight for war. Fight for peace. If we don't even dare to face artillery fire, then why don't we just go back to sitting in an office and be technicians? Aren't we here so that we can better reflect the value of a soldier? Company Commander Lu keeps eliminating people just so that he can screen out female soldiers with strong mental qualities, strong stress resistance, and the ability to cope with all kinds of crises on the battlefield, and only after experiencing the thousands of hammers of artillery fire and bullets can they truly grow. Shen Mengyao nodded thoughtfully, I understand. Let's put up a fight today. Ran Miao also nodded in response, right. Let's fight. We've survived all the difficulties, I don't believe we can't pass this hurdle. It's been hard for us to make it this far, we definitely can't back down. Female soldiers of the Yin Kingdom, never say die. The female soldiers hugged together and roared in unison. After Daiju's mobilization, everyone had a high level of energy and morale, their eyes revealing an unyielding wildness. Daiju had the highest prestige amongst them and was more prominent in whatever aspect of her abilities, so they were all very convinced. Lu Fan looked at Daiju meaningfully and nodded with satisfaction. It seems I didn't look at the wrong person, this soldier does have a commanding demeanor. Time's up. Is there anyone quitting? Lu Fan looked down at his watch and yelled lowly. All the female soldiers straightened their backs, their gazes were stern, and they were undaunted. Not a single person quit. Lu Fan said in a deep voice, good. Since you guys like to give away your heads, then I will fulfill you, the test begins. As the words fell, the artillery fire around the field continued to bombard, rising and falling, stretching on and on. Boom! Boom! The flashes of fire from the explosion of a single cannonball turned the dark night into a blur of light. At the same time, Lu Fan also set up a machine gun in a certain corner and randomly strafed them. His shooting level had already reached the peak, so he was able to control each round well. Da-day-day. Bullets kept whistling out from the muzzle of the gun, flashing non-stop in the darkness. Sisters, charge, Daiju roared. All the female soldiers charged forward against the artillery fire like a beast charging out of the abyss. The first hurdle was the 400-meter obstacle. The women were running while paying attention to the mines under their feet, their entire body in a state of high mental tension. Everyone's physical abilities were different, and they were getting farther and farther apart. The bullets fired by Lu Fan kept flying past their ears, scalps and shoulders. The sizzling sensation of the bullets made them feel a fiery pain. They suddenly saw a few figures being hit by bullets, and some were hit by landmines, splashing blood. The few figures that were hit were quickly carried down. However, because the light was too dim and the distance was too far, they couldn't see who it was at all. Although they were full of vigor just now, the moment they actually saw their comrades killed, they were completely confused. Their heads buzzed, and the fear in their hearts reached the extreme. Shit, did they really beat people to death? Really don't miss their feelings at all? This gang of perverts. Not far away. Wang Fei Yang, they lifted the dead dummy on the stretcher to take a look and bared their teeth. I didn't realize that this female dummy that this Lu company commander asked us to prepare was for this effect. It seems like these female soldiers are all scared to death, they have to crawl even if they don't want to. Chen Yan said, Company Commander Lu is using the fake to give them a bluff. You really think that you will directly kill them? After all, everyone is the palm of the family. Lu Company Commander has a measure in his heart. Although there is a death quota, but no one wants any accidents. Mo Zuchin said in a deep voice, luckily it's nighttime, or else it's estimated that they'll all see through it. As soon as the words fell, a female soldier's voice came to his ears. Sisters, quick! Keep charging forward! Victory is just around the corner. Daiju ran while shouting at them. At this moment, she no longer knew what fear or exhaustion was, and all she wanted to do was to cross this long road. There was only one thought in her head: finish the mission. The other female soldiers who were sprawled on the ground and were so terrified that their legs went weak, forced down their inner fear, staggered up and continued to charge forward. Zhang Weiwei's entire body was trembling with fear, although she had already prepared herself psychologically before the battle, but being in the midst of gunfire, she could still feel the cruelty of war. Ren Miao hurriedly rushed over and dragged her away. Hurry, hurry! Time is running out. Zhang Weiwei shook her head. I can't, they are simply evil, they really killed our comrade. I saw her fall to the ground with my own eyes, I don't dare to move forward anymore. Ren Miao slapped her hard. Wake up. It's a battlefield now, there's still a way to live if you walk. If you don't go, they'll deal with you as a deserter, and the consequence will be a firing squad. Ren Miao put her arm on his shoulder and lifted it up. Go. You can't be a deserter even if you die. I'll fight them. Zhang Weiwei was instantly awakened, and all the bloodlust in her body erupted at once. Gu Yun, Wei Shiyu, and Zhao Binglin also quickly caught up, and they encouraged and warmed each other up. Wang Feiyang urged from the side with a loudspeaker, hurry. If you don't run, I'll shoot you. Aren't you called the female soldiers of Yenghua? All of you are so wimpy, you are simply disgracing our soldiers. Hearing Wang Feiyang's cold words, the already chagrined female soldiers all of a sudden exploded in physical fitness like chicken blood. Sisters, charge! Company Commander Lu said they are our enemies. Zhao Binglin yelled. Ren Miao yelled lowly, since they are the enemy, what are we going to do? Kill! All the female soldiers charged forward against Lu Fan's bullets like wild beasts that had drunk stimulants, like the flag guards of the revolutionary forefathers who charged forward with the red flag. This momentum shocked everyone present. Even Lu Fan couldn't help but have his hands shake a little. I'll go. This is not within the script. Who's going to tell me what to act next? Chen Yan looked at the gang of female soldiers in front of him and exclaimed in horror. This bunch of species that can't die from bleeding for a week really aren't something to be messed with. Chapter 41, Motherfuckers aren't even that tough. Soon, all the female soldiers rushed out one after another. The moment they stepped over the finish line, they were stunned, but there was no longer a trace of fear in their eyes. After the baptism of artillery fire, the unyielding gaze in their eyes became exceptionally firm. All of them looked at the dozen male soldiers in unison, wanting to peel their skin and eat their blood. During this period of time, they had been beaten up by these male soldiers every day, and they had long wanted to ride them underneath their bodies and rub them hard. Sisters, charge and fuck them to death. At Daiju's command, all the female soldiers swarmed up, one by one like the most venomous witch in Midnight Murder Bell. They knew that they were no match for Lu Fan, all they could do was take it out on these enforcers. I'll go. These women, they are fierce enough. The male soldiers were scared by this sudden treatment and backed away. Good men don't fight with women, the 36th plan is the best plan. Run, a male soldier shouted with a wave of his right hand.
Ren Miao wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and sneered, "Want to run? It's too late. You are our prey today." Soon, the more than 20 female soldiers surrounded them.
All over their bodies, they exuded a gust of bloodlust. After training for so long, their fighting level had already reached an upper middle level. Even if they couldn't win the fight, even if they both lost, they would still have to do this fight.
Wang Fei Yang hurriedly ran to Lu Fan and said, "Company Commander Lu, what can we do about this?"
"I'm afraid these female soldiers won't stop if they don't let off some steam today."
Lu Fan looked at them and laughed coldly. "As I said, we are their enemies now, and they won't just hit them, they'll also hit you, and even me. Besides, I also want to see if these male soldiers of the 6th Company have grown after the last PK. It's time to let these female soldiers vent their anger. If we let them hold it in any longer, I'm worried that they'll get mammary gland hyperplasia. Female soldiers, I fucking thank you."
As soon as the words fell, a burst of fighting brawls came from the scene. These dozen male soldiers were all temporarily transferred from the 6th Company 2 days ago for tonight's bluff. They had also been involved in the middle of the training in the past 2 days, and their ruthlessness towards the female soldiers was not at all inferior to Lu Fan's. Of course, they had gotten Lu Fan's permission before they dared to do so. Their fighting level was naturally no match for the 10 male soldiers of the Pointed Sword Company. While they were on edge, a fist slammed hard into the front of a male soldier. He just wanted to dodge, but he didn't realize that he was kicked in the back again, and under the tremendous pressure, his entire body lunged forward in a smooth manner, and his nose just happened to hit the girl's fist. Snap! Oh, that male soldier covered his injured nose and screamed miserably. Not a moment later, a warm stream flowed out of his nose. The hell is this? Still the little white rabbit that trained 2 days ago? The hands are too hard. They weren't women, they were clearly tigers.
Freak show wasn't even this vicious.
Haha, look at this pig's nose of yours, what a pussy. The male soldier standing next to him teased. Whoosh! A muffled grunt came from his ears. The pupils of the male soldier making fun of him contracted violently, and before he could dodge, a small fist viciously whacked him on the right side of his face. Before he could react, the left side of his face was smashed with another punch. A small fist, great strength. In a flash, a huge sense of dizziness hit him. The male soldier's body spun in place a few times and instantly went into dreamland.
Ha ha ha. Let you laugh at me, let you laugh at me.
The male soldier whose nose was swollen laughed out loud.
Pa pa pa. As a muffled grunt came, one by one, the male soldiers were all knocked to the ground by the female soldiers.
Accompanied by the dumbfoundedness, a small fist was like a cannonball, ruthlessly smashing into their faces. Some of them were even racked by the female soldiers and ruthlessly smacked their faces. Help, where the hell is a female soldier? It's simply a beast, a beast.
Oh, I'm wrong, aunties, don't kick my koan. Who kicked my ass? Kicked bad old me to marry you home and give you a shot every day.
Now wailing, screaming, and begging for mercy were mixed together. The scene was in chaos. With every sound that came, the eyelids of Wang Fei Yang's trio followed and throbbed as if it was as painful as if it was smacked on them. They couldn't bear to look directly at it and directly turned their faces to the side. Damn it, is this still the gang of stupid white sweeties that just came in? Didn't they say that women are like water? This ruthlessness, even Bruce Lee has to step aside. The eyes of the female soldiers erupted with endless coldness and killing intent. During this period of time, they had already metamorphosed from a meek bird into a flamingo. It really deserved the saying. When a soldier is separated for 3 days, he should be impressed.
Bang bang bang.
Stop! Lu Fan fired a few bullets into the sky and immediately shouted stop. He understood that if he didn't shout stop at this time, these male soldiers would be ravaged to death by them.
Only after hearing the order did these female soldiers stop their hands and stood up fondly.
Yelling stop so soon, you haven't had a good fight yet. Zhang Weiwei twisted her wrist and muttered in a low voice. Ran Miao bit the heel of her teeth and said, look at this soldier you're beating, he's already turned into a pig's head, you still really want to beat him to death. Shen Xiao softly said, who let them treat us so hard before, what we beat is still light. Daiju kept winking at them, alright, stop whining, hurry up and line up, Company Commander Lu is coming over. All of them skillfully stood in 2 rows, each straightening their backs and looking forward. Lu Fan looked at the battered male soldiers on the ground with a look of disgust, being beaten like this by a bunch of female soldiers. Are you guys ashamed of yourselves? All of you get off. A dozen male soldiers helped each other and staggered to their feet, so upset that they almost cried. They had never been subjected to this kind of insult. If this was spread out, where would they put their face? The last bit of a man's dignity was gone. Watching them limp along, the female soldiers raised their heads in triumph, a confident smile raised on their faces. Lu Fan swept his cold eyes over, and all the female soldiers immediately put away their smiles, replacing them with a serious face. Did you guys think you were so good that you thought I would praise you? The female soldiers did not say a word, quietly waiting for Lu Fan to punish them. Not bad. I'm the one to praise you guys. Lu Fan smiled faintly at them. This smile was different from the cold smile from before. It was full of sunshine, full of warmth, and came from the heart. The female soldiers glanced at each other and were completely dumbfounded, looking at him incredulously. It couldn't be a smile hiding a knife. What does this crazy woman want again? Lu Fan looked at the dumbfounded crowd and said with a smile, "Congratulations to all of you for passing the examination. I'm very satisfied with your performance this time. Not only did you guys overcome the fear in your hearts, but you were also able to overcome yourselves and overcome this many difficulties at the same time. Being able to cross this line of fire just now shows that you guys are ready to truly go into battle. However, this doesn't mean that you guys have become a real Special Forces soldier. You guys still have a long way to go before becoming a Special Forces soldier. Tell me, do you guys have any confidence?" "Yes." All the girls roared in unison. Having experienced life and death, they were already fearless. Lu Fan nodded in relief. Today's training ends here, dismissed. After the dismissal, all the female soldiers could not hold on at once, and all of them sat on the ground paralyzed. This was the norm of sudden relief after a high level of mental tautness. Eh? Zhang Weiwei looked around and curiously wondered, why is it that we were assessed as 22 people before, and now we're still 22 people? Then where did the few people who were killed before go? At these words, the crowd looked at each other for a few moments, now suddenly quiet. Chapter 42 Flamingo Commando. Shen Mengya glanced around and frowned. "You guys, it can't be that what we saw just now was a ghost." "How could it be? I clearly saw a person." Lu Shifan beamed. "Daiju, tell me what's going on." Gu Yun bumped her shoulder and asked. Daiju recalled the situation and said in a deep voice, "I was not seeing very clearly, I just indistinctly saw a silhouette, but that silhouette was very slim and the body was very stiff. I didn't think much about it at the time, all I wanted was to finish the mission quickly." "Forget it, let's all forget about it, since we're all safe and sound, that's the best outcome." Zhao Binglin put her arm around their shoulders. "Right. After walking through the rain of bullets, we are now considered sisters who fight side by side together." Gu Yun laughed. "I really didn't think I could last until this day. Before I was afraid of needles, now I'm not even afraid of death." "Me too." Lu Shifan looked up at the moonlight. "Actually, I came in here to mess around. Originally, I just wanted to experience it myself, but I didn't expect to be crooked and get in." Zhao Binglin hugged her knees and said in a deep voice, "I'm different from you guys, I joined the women's special warfare team for my mom and dad. My dad used to be a soldier as well, and then he died in the line of duty, and my mom was a police officer who was also gone last year because of her mission. I'm just a loner now, so I especially cherish my days in the army and want to stay in the army all the time to do more for the country." Upon hearing this, all of the female soldiers' eyes flashed with a hint of loneliness and looked at her heartily. Daiju put his arm around her shoulders. "We'll be your relatives from now on." The other female soldiers also echoed, "Right. We're all family, we'll share the same blessings and difficulties." Every female soldier couldn't help but show a burst of pride on their faces, while in their eyes, a blazing fire was ignited. Early the next morning, the sun slowly rose from the east. On the training ground, the 22 female soldiers stood in a row with straight posture. Every female soldier's face revealed perseverance and unyieldingness, as well as a strong will to fight. The difficulty of the training Lu Fan gave them every day only increased. In addition to training physical fitness and shooting during the day, they also had to learn a foreign language at night. Not only that, the blasting and shooting formulas had to be gone over in their heads every day before going to bed. Even if some people can't understand, they must memorize it. Every week, half a day to follow the instructor, Lian Yuan, in the etiquette class. Lu Fan's purpose was simple, he didn't want this kind of intense training to wear out a woman's nature. If that happened, everything would be more than worth it. He wanted the trained female soldiers to be soft on the outside and strong on the inside. Even if they stood in front of the enemy, they would only think of them as a harmless little white rabbit. The training for rocket escape was also a live simulation once a week. Gradually, the female soldiers had gotten used to this training mode, and their physical fitness was dawdling. Brigade Commander's office. Knock knock knock. Enter. After hearing the sound, Lu Fan pushed the door in and walked straight to Yi Haitao to salute. Report. Brigade Commander, you're looking for me? Yi Haitao put down the newspaper and walked to Lu Fan with a smile, circling around him several times. Suddenly, a slap heavily slapped his butt. Clang. His hand was instantly bounced back. I'll go. Why is this ass of yours so hard? It's even harder than your dick. Lu Fan smiled faintly. Brigadier, you don't understand, aren't women's hips usually up, so I patted a few steel plates into it. To prevent your kind of color? Color what? Yi Haitao looked at him with raised eyebrows. Lu Fan revealed an awkward yet polite smile and immediately pulled away from the topic. Brigadier, what are you looking for me for today? Yi Haitao snorted coldly and walked back to his position and sat down. Now that the women's special operations team has been established, why are you still dressed as a man? I'm afraid that if you wear the female costume for a long time, you'll have to squat to pee. Lu Fan said in a deep voice, Brigadier, now is not the time to reveal my identity, I can only show my true face when they have all stabilized. Yi Haitao laughed softly, I really don't know if these female soldiers you trained will be scared to death when they see you in this honorable appearance. I've seen the results of all these trainings of yours, they are very good. Lu Fan deserves to be called Lu Fan, in such a short period of time you have trained this group of soft female soldiers into a bunch of beasts. It's just that the number of people is a little less. I had hoped that you would create a company, but I didn't realize that you could only create a commando unit. Lu Fan smiled without smiling. Brigadier, you once said that concentration is the essence. Female soldiers weigh not in numbers, but in essence. You kid is always so oily, have you thought of a name for them yet? Yi Haitao said. Lu Fan thought for a while and slowly spoke, they are fierce, courageous and resourceful, how about calling them flamingo commandos? Flamingos? Yi Haitao immediately clapped his hands and agreed, good. That's the name, cool. After training for so long, isn't it time to pull it out? Lu Fan was stunned for a moment. Brigadier, do you mean to let them go on a mission? Yi Haitao took out a document from the drawer and handed it to him, saying in a serious tone, the top has already gotten a preliminary understanding of the basic situation of the flamingos, but they want to personally verify the training effect. In 2 weeks, the Blue Arrow Brigade is going to have an exercise confrontation with the flamingos in 3 days. As long as they aren't completely annihilated, it'll be considered a win for the flamingos. It's mainly jungle combat. The exact place hasn't been revealed yet. If the flamingos can win this time, then they'll be qualified to participate in the Military Region Special Forces competition in half a year. The higher-ups are paying a lot of attention to this female troop, so you have to hurry up. Lu Fan lifted his chest and stood upright. Yes. Guarantee to complete the task. Yi Haitao continued, also. They all know that this is the soldier you brought out, so I'm afraid you can't keep your image as a woman. Otherwise, people will mistakenly think that our famous Lu Fan, Great Company Commander Lu, is a human demon. Lu Fan smiled awkwardly, I understand. Yi Haitao said, alright. Calling you over is to say this, you go back and prepare. Yes. After Lu Fan saluted, he turned around and walked out. Just after stepping out of the doorway, he suddenly came back to his senses. A brigade against a commando team of more than 20 of mine? Do you want to eat so ugly? Lu Fan did not return directly to the Flamingo training camp, but walked straight to the Sharp Knife Company. After being away for so long, he had already begun to miss the days when he led the team in the Sharp Knife Company. Although they were all a bunch of big old men, it was much easier to lead them than the female soldiers. Not far away. The soldiers of the Pointed Sword Company suddenly saw Lu Fan's gradually approaching figure, and their pupils contracted violently. I go. Why is this female devil here again? This time it's probably looking for a chaperone again. Everyone be careful and be sure to die rather than give in. The 10 male soldiers who were dragged along for the last training session had their ribs broken, and it took a month for them to recover. They were still in shock. Which one of them still dared to rush up and look for a fight? That doesn't work? Lu Fan also noticed that something was wrong. It seems that this group of mixed boys were scared of being beaten last time. Last time they were still blowing rogue whistles at me, and now they look at me like seeing a hairy-plagued chicken. Chapter 43, Redeeming New Skills. The instructor also followed their gaze and was startled. Why is she here again? The top didn't call me to say that we still need to find someone to accompany us? Why is this woman holding on to our Sharp Knife Company? Lu Fan looked at each of them as if they were birds of prey and suddenly stopped in his tracks. It was just a matter of seeing that they were training so hard, he wouldn't bother them for now. The women would only affect their speed of drawing their swords. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned around and walked straight towards the door. Huh? Why did she leave? Did she not come to us? A male soldier looked at his back and frowned. Everyone was puzzled. The instructor secretly sighed in his heart, this figure really resembles Company Commander Lu. When Company Commander Lu comes back from further training, ask him, if it's really his sister, let him help pull a red thread. I like this kind of tough woman, the wilder the better. Imagine pressing this tigress underneath you and arching until your legs go weak, how energizing that would be. Suddenly, he snapped back to his senses and immediately put away the sinister smile on his face, turning his head to look at the soldiers of the Pointed Sword Company. What are you all standing there for? Continue training. Military vehicle. Lu Fan opened the system with his mind and realized that he already had 150,000 merit values. I didn't look at it for a few months, but it's gone up so much. Lu Fan, system, open the mall interface. System, okay host, it has been opened for you. On the interface, various skills were displayed, and there were several buttons that were black, the ones that showed that they had already been redeemed. Some buttons were brightly colored, proving that he did not possess them. He scrolled down page after page, and suddenly his eyes lit up and found a very novel skill. Radar detection skill. Lu Fan, system, introduce this skill. System, after fusing this skill, the host can penetrate obstacles and see things in a 2-kilometer radius. Lu Fan, you can see even if it's obscured by walls, woods, or something like that? System, yes. Host. Lu Fan was overjoyed. With this skill, even if he encountered a trap, he would be able to detect it in time to avoid it. More importantly, even if the enemy is hiding at which cover, he can see it clearly. It works even better than thermal imaging. Lu Fan, system, how much merit value is needed to redeem this skill? System, $100,000. Lu Fan's jaw hit the ground hard, the corners of his mouth twitching madly. So much? Why don't you go and grab it? System, host, the next door system wants 120,000 it. Lu Fan, I thank you. 100,000. How long do I have to say before I get 100,000? Lu Fan hesitated for a while and finally made a decision. That's just it, just exchange it for me directly, big deal, I'll work hard to earn more. Ding. System, okay, host, please wait. Ding. Radar detection skill activation is successful and has been fused into the host's body. Lu Fan looked at the merit value and it was missing 100,000 at once, only the last 50,000 remained. He turned his head to look out of the car window and realized that the field of view had become much wider, even the woods on the opposite side of the cliff could be seen clearly. Suddenly, he saw that a hidden cave surprisingly had a pair of young people playing wild. His pupils contracted violently and he immediately turned his head. Suddenly, he thought of a new problem. Now that he was training female soldiers, if he could see through the wall, wouldn't it be that those female soldiers could see themselves bathing? He shook his head frantically. I'm a decent man, how could I peek? No way. Absolutely not. However, nothing is absolute. What if I accidentally looked? Lu Fan, system, is there any way to avoid this approach? System, yes, there is, to add money. Lu Fan, I $% hashtag at %% hashtag 7. System, as long as the host to make up 20,000, you can upgrade the system. All about girls, this private life will be automatically blocked. Host, do you want to make up? Lu Fan thought about it and gritted his teeth. Make up. Although he believed that he was able to have the intention not to look, he could not guarantee 100% control. After all, he was also a bloodthirsty teenager, a normal man. He didn't want his reputation to be ruined like this. This is also very unfair to those female soldiers in the army. People knowledge to be a soldier, not to you as a concubine. It's hard to believe that you still want to open the harem. Ding. System, host, 20,000 merit values have been deducted, the system has been automatically upgraded. Lu Fan continued to look out the window over and realized that all those juvenile interfaces just now had been mosaicked and had been automatically blocked. Only then did he feel relieved to close the system. Flamingo Camp. The military vehicle slowly pulled over and Lu Fan quickly opened the door and jumped down. At this moment, the female soldiers were training to shoot. After feeding so many bullets, their shooting level had reached a new height. 10 rounds could basically hit a score of 85 rings. Especially Rin Miao, Wei Shiyu, and the two of them, their scores instantly jumped to the top 3 and were very stable. Seeing him get out of the car, instructor Lian Yuan walked straight over. Company Commander Lu, where did you go and come back? I went back to the brigade headquarters. Instructor, do you know how to fly a helicopter gunship? Lian Yuan shook his head and laughed. Lu Lianshang, you flatter me too much. This is an airplane, where would I be? If I remember correctly, I'd have to learn a big stack of theory knowledge alone. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Lu Fan took out the information and handed it to her. Our female soldiers need to have a drill against the Blue Sword Brigade in 2 weeks. Exercise? A brigade? Lian Yuan looked at him with a surprised expression. Lu Fan nodded. The higher-ups are mainly using this exercise to test the results of their training, and they also want to see my ability to lead soldiers. For the sake of a quick battle, they will definitely take out all their high-level equipment to fight against them. Lian Yuan looked down at the information and asked with a puzzled expression, do you want to teach them to fly the wushu in such a short period of time? No. Lu Fan shook his head. Time is too tight. It's too late for me to teach them even if I wanted to. I can only let them learn to heli ski. By the way, I'll teach them some theoretical knowledge. As for flying the wushu, I can only wait until after the maneuvers are over. It's hard to believe that you know how to fly a wushu? Lian Yuan looked at him with a surprised face. Lu Fan let out a light laugh. Of course. Lian Yuan looked at him with an appreciative face. I didn't expect you to know so much and be so strong in everything. You are really a good role model for our female soldiers. Suddenly, she took Lu Fan's arm and leaned close to him and said with a smile, Commander Lu, why don't you teach me when you have time? I'm very obsessed with the wushu, only that I didn't have the time to study before when there were so many missions. This was the first time Lian Yuan had been this close to him, and the tip of his nose could smell her body odor even if he lowered it slightly. His body suddenly tensed up and he quickly drew his arm back, nodding his head frostily. Good. Lian Yuan pointed at him and laughed. What are you shy about? Don't we female soldiers usually go to the restroom with our arms? Alright, I won't tease you anymore, I'm following them to train. After saying this, she turned around and left. Lu Fan didn't think much about it, but picked up the information and read it again. It seemed that the training program that he had made before would have to be advanced. Chapter 44 Helicopter Ropes. The assembly whistle sounded. The female soldiers immediately paused the training program at hand and quickly concentrated to stand in 2 rows. Lu Fan walked in front of them and slowly spoke. The higher-ups have already given our special operations team a name. It's called the Flamingo Commando Team. Flamingo Commando? The female soldiers looked at each other and nodded in satisfaction. Flamingos symbolized confidence, strength, and freedom. This name felt doubly honorable when said out loud. Lu Fan continued, Daiju serves as the captain, and Rin Miao serves as the vice-captain. Each person take a code name of their own. My request is that it can't be more than 3 words. One more word wastes 1 more second of time on the battlefield. As long as you go to the battlefield, you must be referred to by your code names. This is also for your safety. He glanced at the several military vehicles parked next to him. All of you, get on the military vehicles. Today we're going to another field for training. Changing to a new model? The female soldiers hesitated for a moment, carrying their equipment on their backs and getting on the military vehicles one after another. Where do you guys think Company Commander Lu is taking us? Guyun asked as she looked out the car window. Lu Shifan grunted coldly, who understands? She's always taken us by surprise and attacked us. We can't guess her mind. Shin Mengyao's eyes suddenly lit up. It can't be that she's taking us out to PK again, it just so happens that Auntie's hands are itching. No way. Daiju looked around and said in a deep voice, the training that the company commander said it was, since it's leaving our training ground, it should be training for items that we won't be able to do. Currently, we have basically mastered the ones on land except for the ones that fly in the sky and the ones that swim in the sea that we don't know. However, it's not like we brought our swimming gear, so I'm guessing it's probably training for flying in the sky. Could it be training us to fly airplanes? Guyan danced with her hands. If that's the case, that would be too cool. Ran Miao gave her a blank look and scolded in a bad mood. Please use your brain to think about it, okay? Letting you fly an airplane won't let you learn the theory beforehand? The wushu is not something you can fly just by going to the site and learning a few things. There are at least 10 books on the theory. How do you know so much? Guiyun looked at her half-heartedly. Ran Miao clasped her hands on her chest and raised her head proudly. I'm from the University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Whether it's about airplanes or cars, I'm quite knowledgeable. It's just that I came here halfway through college in order to become a soldier, and it's kind of fulfilling my dream of becoming a special forces soldier. I'll go. Guiyun looked at her with a face of adoration. So you know how to drive a Musuden? Ren Miao waved her hand. I won't be able to do the wushu. I can only fly ordinary helicopters. Upon hearing this, all the female soldiers surrounded her. That's also very impressive. In the future, you have to teach your sisters and not let Company Commander Lu look down on us. Right. Coach me too, I want to learn how to fly an airplane too. Me too. Lu Fan looked back at them with his radar skill detection and just shook his head with a bitter smile. Soon, the vehicle reached its destination. From the outside, it was a small airfield. Once they got out of the vehicle, what met their eyes were two state-of-the-art helicopter gunships. Handsome and compelling. No matter the craftsmanship, modeling, and appearance, they were all first-rate. These two helicopters were the ones Lu Fan had applied for with Haitao before, and they were all the latest models. When the female soldiers saw these two armed helicopters, they quickly surrounded them, their eyes flashing with a million lights. I'll go. Cool. This isn't much more handsome than a boyfriend. I must fly it and pull it off in my lifetime. I've seen this airplane on TV before. Is it called the Wuji Several? Ran Miao patted the airplane and said calmly, Wuji 10. It has significant advantages in protection, fire strike capability, and maneuverability, and is one of the most advanced in our amazing country. Lian Yuan laughed. Ren Miao, you know quite a lot. Generally average, third in the world. Ren Miao blinked and said. Regardless of whether it was a male or female soldier, seeing such advanced equipment would cause both eyes to glow with gold. Armed helicopters and fighter jets were the dreams of soldiers. Just imagine how awesome it would be to fly an airplane and soar freely in the sky. However, flying an armed helicopter is not a simple task. The Air Force of the Land Navigation Brigade need to learn nearly 2 years of theoretical knowledge through the heavy test before the test aircraft. Not only that, they also need to overcome their fear of heights. As well as having a strong resistance to stress. Mental fitness is often a very important factor as well. After all, the mortality rate of airplane crashes is basically 100%. If the psychological quality was not good, the airplane would easily disorganize itself if the slightest situation arose. Just as they were discussing heatedly, Lu Fan opened the hatch and sat in the main pilot's seat. He already possessed god-level fully equipped piloting skills, so he was already very proficient in the Wuji. As soon as he sat up, all sorts of driving knowledge would surface in his mind. Come up. Today we're going to learn helicopter rappelling. Ah. The female soldiers glanced at each other and froze in place, their faces filled with shock. Obviously, they were not mentally prepared. Although they had also trained 5 or 6 meters of high wall rope training at the base before. But that was all just simulation, and now it was actual combat. The high wall at least had support points for the feet, and this all depended on skill and experience. There was still a big difference between the two. Lu Fan took out the helicopter's ropes, and safety buckles and rushed to remind them. Fasten them right after you get on board, I'll check them one by one. What are you waiting for? Didn't you just threaten to fly an airplane? If you don't even dare to rope down, why are you still flying the plane? Speed, be ready in 5 minutes. After the order was given, Ran Miao and Daiju took the lead and the others followed closely behind. A few minutes later, all the female soldiers had fastened their safety ropes and safety buckles. For safety's sake, Lu Fan also checked them one by one. After all, this was the first time they were sitting in a wushu, so if the safety measures were not in place, accidents could easily occur. When checking their equipment, Lu Fan obviously felt their anxious mood, and their spirits were taut. The scene that had been noisy just a moment ago was all quiet all of a sudden. After checking, he walked back to the main pilot position and started to start the airplane. Ta-da-da-day. The helicopter let out a low roar. The grass next to him instantly kicked up a roll of thick dust, and the weeds twisted drastically. The helicopter also slowly flew upwards. They didn't expect Lu Fan to be able to fly the armed helicopter as well, and to do so skillfully. A female officer, surprisingly, could do everything. Physical strength, endurance, and brain power were all better than the male soldiers they had seen. What kind of advanced species was this? Soon, the plane rose to a height of about 8 meters. Lu Fan asked loudly, "Who will go first?" At these words, everyone looked at each other with their fists involuntarily clenched. "I'll do it." Ren Miao took the lead and stood out. Lu Fan had read her information, a senior student from the University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and before she entered the Special Operations Team, she already knew how to fly an airplane. In that case, there would be no problem with the rope drop. Remember, use the speed of descent controlled by both arms. If you find something wrong, snap at once. Chapter 45 Jungle Camouflage Training. After making all the preparations, Ren Miao walked over to the hatch and stuck out her neck to look out, then grabbed the rope and slid down without hesitation. Seeing this, all the female soldiers were stunned. Worthy of being able to fly an airplane, their guts were really different. They didn't even hesitate to slide down. Even Lu Fan secretly marveled in his heart. Ren Miao was the most courageous and at the same time the toughest female soldier in this group of female soldiers. Although 8 meters is not high, if you don't have a good grasp of speed and accidentally fall, you can be crippled. But she didn't have any accidents and finished cleanly. It showed that her psychology, as well as her skills, were all over the top. In the latter second, everyone's eyes fell on Daiju's body. Only to see her undoing the safety buckle, her body slowly peeking outwards. A cold wind came, she took a deep breath, bent down and grabbed the rope and slid down as well. At the moment of sliding down, she was still a little nervous, the whole process was not so smooth, but soon adjusted. In the end, she quickly landed on the ground based on her previous training. She untied the safety rope and gave Ren Miao a high five, smiling at each other. It's actually okay, quite exciting. Ren Miao laughed, right. Nothing to be afraid of. She looked to the female soldiers on the helicopter and waved and yelled, come on down. It's just like the usual training, it's too good. You won't die even if you fall down, you'll become a vegetable at most. Hearing her say that, Zhang Weiwei immediately retracted one of her feet just as she stretched it out. A vegetable is also half dead, okay? Are you here to cheer or to smash the scene? Lu Fan saw her hesitation and urged with a red face, Zhang Weiwei. If you don't jump within 3 seconds, I'll raise it another 3 meters. When these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded, and one by one, they urged her from behind, jump you jump instead. Zhang Weiwei, hurry up, you really want to drag us along with you. Zhang Weiwei glanced back at them, gritted her teeth and put the rope down, gathered all her courage and steadily grabbed the rope and slid down with her eyes closed. Sisters, I'll go first. When she slid halfway down, she immediately stuck the rope due to her poor grasp of the falling speed, which was too fast. Ah! She screamed in panic. Company Commander Lu, Zhang Weiwei got stuck on the rope. Guiyun looked at Zhang Weiwei hanging in mid-air and anxiously worried. Lu Fan said with a calm face, don't worry, she's tied with a safety rope, at most her ribs will hurt for a few days. If you don't even know how to take this emergency measure, then why don't you just go home and raise pigs, special forces are not suitable for her. The corner of Lian Yuan's mouth twitched at hearing this, is this something a girl would say? Ren Miao crossed her arms and yelled at her from underneath, I say Zhang Weiwei, can you show some promise? We've been training high wall ropes for so long, why haven't you made any progress at all, hurry up and slow down. Train how you normally train, and come down now. The other female soldiers stood at the hatch and also rushed to cheer her up, Weiwei, remember the main points of the maneuvers and hurry down. Don't be afraid, your current distance is the height of a one-story building. Weiwei, everyone is looking at you, cheer up. Suddenly, Lu Fan yelled, Zhang Weiwei. If you don't slide down in 2 seconds, quit immediately. Special training doesn't need coward soldiers. As the words fell, Zhang Weiwei's mind immediately cleared up, which worked better than an elixir. Her heart crossed, using the strength of her arms, she slowly grabbed the rope and slid down, leaping down at the last 1 meter distance. As soon as her feet hit the ground, the haze from earlier was swept away and replaced by a face of excitement. I made it! I made it! It does seem like there's nothing to be afraid of. Ren Miao blankly glanced at her and just shook her head helplessly. Immediately afterward, under Lu Fan's order, the other female soldiers slid down one after another. Most of them were relatively smooth, while some got stuck in the ropes like Zhang Weiwei, and some were shocked to their ribs, but they adjusted quickly. After trying it once, the fear inside them was completely overcome, as if they had played bungee jumping once. For the next half a day, Lu Fan had the girls train this program over and over again. The exercise was just around the corner. If they didn't even know how to rope down a helicopter, they would be disgraced to their grandmother's house. Before the fight even started, the momentum had already been lost. Lu Fan would never allow this to happen to the special warriors. They were already basic female soldiers, only at first they hadn't overcome the psychological pressure and were hesitant to go down. After half a day of repeated training, they became more and more proficient. From being scared at the beginning, they were able to maneuver with ease later on. Lu Fan witnessed their progress bit by bit and recognized them more and more in his heart. Without realizing it, a morning passed. The helicopter slowly stopped, Lu Fan jumped down from the aircraft, and the female soldiers quickly lined up and stood. In another 2 weeks, a brigade will be sent from above to conduct maneuvers against you. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it's time to pull it out for a walk. When these words came out, all the female soldiers were physically stunned for a moment, not reacting at once. Lu Fan looked at their mesmerized expressions and said provocatively, "What? You're afraid before you even go to the battlefield?" This sentence galvanized the fighting spirit of the female soldiers and instantly brought them back to reality. "Report! We're not afraid!" The female soldiers roared in unison. The shout shook the sky. After training for such a long time, everyone had been holding their breath in their hearts and had long wanted to have a big fight. Nowadays, they have been transformed, long ago not a flower in the greenhouse, but a cactus that grows outdoors. Even if they grow in the desert, they are indestructible. Lu Fan looked at them with high vigor and nodded with satisfaction. The location of this exercise is in the jungle. Although normally your training is also in the jungle, however, the experience is far from enough. For the next week, you must learn to disguise yourselves as a tree, a pile of weeds, or even a passerby. The enemy must pass by you and be completely unrecognizable. Report! Shen Mengyao suddenly spoke up. Speak! Shen Mengyao said directly, "Where are we going to train?" Lu Fan coldly said, "I'll naturally tell you guys about this issue when we get to the next training ground. All of them. Get in the car now. We'll rush to the next destination before dark." Yes. After the female soldiers responded, one after another, they boarded the military vehicles. After getting on the vehicles, they glanced fondly at the two wuji, their eyes filled with strong respect. This is their first time to ride the WZD, and also the first time to rope down, which brings them endless happiness and experience. At the same time, it was also equivalent to a little bit of sweetness brought to them during the boring training. 2 hours later, the vehicle slowly stopped. All the female soldiers glanced outside, and the whole person was bad. The surrounding jungle was dense, with only a meter or so between the trees, and a thick pile of leaves had accumulated on the ground. These large trees were older, and an ancient vine was wrapped around the main trunk of the tree. Looking up, it looked as if a heavenly mountain boy was grimly smiling. It was so gloomy that the sunlight couldn't even squeeze in. What the hell is this place? A tropical rainforest? Lu Fan yelled down at them, "Everyone get off! We'll eat, drink, and sleep in this jungle for the next week." What? All the female soldiers stared wide-eyed, one by one so shocked that their jaws almost broke. Chapter 46. Anyway, they are all female, no one suffers when they sleep together. Lien Yuan asked him with a serious face, "Instructor Lu, are you serious?" Lu Fan said lightly, "Instructor, do I look like I'm joking?" Lien Yuan looked around and frowned slightly, then where do you want them to stay? They can't just lie on the ground and sleep. What else? Lu Fan coldly said, "Instructor, you've experienced the rain of bullets and many actual battles, do you take a bed out with you every time you go on a mission?" "Every time I go out on a mission, it's as little as a few days, or as much as a few months or even a few years. Since they chose this path, they must learn to survive in the wilderness, regardless of whether they are male or female soldiers, it's all the same with me." Then where do we bathe?" Zhang Weiwei asked cautiously as she looked around. Lu Fan said with a cold face, "Settle these things on your own. I'll emphasize again, eat, drink, and take care of yourself. I'm only responsible for training." Guyan asked in surprise, but where is there food here besides trees?" Lu Fan let out a light laugh and looked around for a moment before his eyes finally landed on a greenworm that was writhing in a tree. He slowly walked over and grabbed the green bug. Seeing this, all the female soldiers gradually opened their mouths and stared with wide eyes, staring dead on at the desperately struggling worm in his hand. "Isn't this food?" Lu Fan put the worm into his mouth and chewed it a few times, with a trace of green blood coming out from the corner of his mouth. A few seconds later, the knot in his throat rolled a few times and the whole worm was swallowed by him. He wiped the corners of his mouth with his thumbs and smacked his mouth, looking like he couldn't get enough. This scene completely dumbfounded the female soldiers. Their heads buzzed, their stomachs turned over, their throats subconsciously rolled a few times, and a thick fishy odor surged up. Vomit, vomit. In a flash, there was a succession of vomiting sounds. Some female soldiers ran to the side, holding onto the trees, bending over and dry heaving non-stop. Some of them couldn't bear it and spewed on the spot. Although Lian Yuan had been in many actual battles, she had brought her own dry rations every time and had never eaten anything from these wild places. She also couldn't help but turn her face away and dry heave. On the contrary, Wang Fei Yang and the three of them were not surprised. Lu Fan had trained them to eat raw meat before. At first they were also like these female soldiers, and then they were also forced to slowly get used to it, until now they had completely adapted to it. Lu Fan didn't have any reproach when he saw them in this state. This was a normal person's physiological reaction and was not something they could control themselves. No one was born with the ability to eat creatures, they were all just trained later in life. Lu Fan was no exception. The first time he ate it, he almost spat out his intestines. The situation was roughly the same as these female soldiers, if not worse. Therefore, he understood the reaction of these female soldiers and their resistance. He scanned the circle and said indifferently, "This green and pollution-free food is high in protein and rich in high nutritional value." On the battlefield, when there are no logistical supplies, to have such a worm is already a delicious meal. If you run out of dry rations and the war continues, what do you guys do? Do you starve and wait for death, or do you try to replenish your strength by all means? As the words fell, the female soldiers' bodies paused, wiping the residue from the corners of their mouths with the corners of their clothes, slowly easing their emotions. The words were rough. Although bugs were extremely disgusting, they were life-saving food at critical moments. The battlefield was ever-changing, and anything bad could happen. Not to mention worms, even your own urine, a lively snake, in a life-threatening moment, you have to eat it. Only by staying alive is there hope. Having said that, these living, breathing creatures did make it difficult to swallow. Report. Speak. Daiju said loudly, "These bugs, we really can't eat them. We're not being pretentious, but we've been afraid of these little bugs since we were little." Ren Miao also couldn't help but speak up, "Report. I can't eat it either, I'd rather eat leaves and bark, I won't eat these disgusting bugs." The other female soldiers also took a stand, "We too can't eat. We're not afraid of suffering, we're not afraid of being tired, we're just afraid of these green bugs. I'd rather eat grass, roots, and dirt." Lu Fan walked to the center of the group and continued, "I won't force you to eat these things now, when you run out of ammunition and food, you will naturally find a way. Like I said, eat, drink, and take care of yourself. Next, we begin camouflage training. I'll give you guys 10 minutes to hide, as long as you're not caught by Wang Fei Yang and the three of them within 30 minutes, you'll be considered to have passed." He glanced down at his watch, "Begin." As the words fell, all of them moved quickly and immediately dispersed. A few moments later, all of them disappeared from view. Lu Fan glanced at his watch and waved his hand, "Depart. You are limited to 25 minutes to find all of them." Eh? Wang Fei Yang was confused, "Company commander, isn't it 30 minutes? The battlefield is ever-changing, and so are the rules." Lu Fan turned his head to look at them and asked, "What? Can't do it?" Wang Fei Yang waved his hands back and forth, "No, I'm just confirming it. You're the company commander, you have the final say." Wang Fei Yang's three looked at each other and nodded helplessly. Soon, they also dispersed individually and disappeared from view. Lu Fan picked a weed, put it in his mouth and held it in his mouth, and obediently lay down on the ground, crossing his legs. Seeing this scene, Lian Yuan couldn't help but go forward and ask, "Company Commander Lu, you're a girl, this isn't elegant, right? What's wrong with that? Why don't you join us?" Lu Fan joked and laughed. Lian Yuan just wanted to refuse, but after contemplating for a while, she felt that it was not impossible, and there was no one else here anyway. They wouldn't be back for at least 25 minutes. After training all day today and riding in the car all day, they were indeed tired, so lying down for a while wasn't wrong. Anyway, they are all women, no one will suffer if they sleep together. Just lie down. Thinking of this, she also obediently lay down next to Lu Fan and turned her head to look at him with a smile. This move startled Lu Fan, he rubbed his head and sat up, red-faced and said, "I'm just talking, polite and courteous, are you for real?" Lian Yuan bristled, "What are you afraid of? I'm not a man, and won't eat you." Lu Fan's mouth twitched, secretly screaming in his heart, "You're not a man, but I am. You are not afraid, I am afraid." Somewhere in the jungle, a pile of weeds was set aside, and two green heads slowly poked out, observing for a while before shrinking back. "Daiju, have you seen anyone?" Guyun's eyes rolled a few times and asked in a low voice. Daiju shook his head. No, it seems they haven't found this place yet. We must act like we're training according to our guns now, don't move a muscle. Hold on a little longer, there's still 10 minutes left. Guyun nodded, I understand. As the words fell, a black shadow swung past them like lightning. Chapter 47, Company Commander, give me a lick. Come out, don't hide. Wang Fei Yang stood aside and coldly grunted. When the two of them were conversing just now, Wang Fei Yang had already hid in the tree to see them clearly. It was only that he stood on the backlit side, wearing a ghillie suit, and was not noticed by them. When the two heard the sound, their bodies paused, holding on to their luck and not coming out. Guyun folded her hands together and secretly murmured in her heart, can't see me, can't see me. Daiju looked at her and looked out through the gap, only to see Wang Fei Yang staring coldly at them, waiting for them to show themselves. Come out, he saw us. Daiju calmly said to Guyun. After saying that, she directly pushed aside the grass. Guyun reached out and instinctively grabbed her arm, but it was too late. Wang Fei Yang looked at them and said with a smirk, to be able to hide here for so long before being discovered by me, you two do have some skills. Old Wang, where are the others? Guyun didn't hide anything and asked directly to the point. Hearing the words Old Wang, Wang Fei Yang's face instantly sank, and with a dark face he cursed in a bad humor, who are you calling Old Wang, no big deal. All of them have been captured, hurry up and come out to gather, you're all that's left. So fast. I didn't expect us to be the last ones, it seems our hiding skills are not bad. Guyun smiled and angled his head. Wang Fei Yang sneered and didn't pay any attention to them, but walked straight outside. The two saw this and also followed in big strides. Not far away, Lu Fan was lying on a tree, and when he saw them walking out one by one with their heads hanging down, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up, as if he had the power of life and death. This result was completely expected by him. Lien Yuan accidentally caught a glimpse of his oozing smile and his body couldn't help but shiver. Soon, all the female soldiers were all focused, each one pulling a shrug and not daring to look directly at Lu Fan, their shame overflowing. Lu Fan spat out the straw at the edge of his mouth and slowly walked over, saying with a leathery smile. It was only 15 minutes, and all of you were found out. With this you dare to call yourself a special forces soldier? His smile suddenly froze, and his tone began to grow hard. If this were a battlefield, you would have already been captured. After training for so long, there hasn't been the slightest improvement. I also don't know where you guys got your confidence from just now. All the female soldiers clenched their fists, an air of defiance popping out of their eyes. Lu Fan said sternly, after a week, if you don't see any results, I'll let you know how merciful my previous training was. As soon as the words left his mouth, the female soldiers shuddered slightly in their hearts, and a flash of fear flashed in their eyes. He slowed down his tone and continued, camouflage is a technical job. If you want the camouflage to blend in with the environment, you must learn to be still. This is the first step. Second, footprints must be handled cleanly, either there are no footprints or they are disorganized. Third, one must be resistant to dirt, mud on the ground, even leaves that have been soaked in urine, even if it stinks fishy, one must learn to utilize it. Now, you train on your own, tear each other apart, you must feel out and familiarize me with all the environments of the jungle, understand? Understood. The female soldiers responded in unison. Dismissed. Lu Fan yelled lowly. Lu Fan's purpose was simple, to let them acclimatize in the jungle for a week in advance and familiarize themselves with all the environments of the jungle. From the identification of the direction of the jungle to the color change of a leaf. Utilizing everything at their disposal to cover up the truth and confuse the enemy to finally gain victory. Without ammunition, camouflage has become their biggest umbrella. Currently their military level had reached an upper middle level, now they only needed to focus on training their weaker one. After the dismissal, all the female soldiers quickly dispersed, forming their own groups and training freely. After a few minutes, they disappeared from view. Company commander, I'll go supervise them. Wang Fei Yang looked at the empty jungle and asked for instructions. Come back. Can you replace them on the battlefield? Lu Fan snapped. Wang Fei Yang immediately stopped walking, nodded thoughtfully, and took 2 steps back with his feet sensibly, his eyes always staring straight at the direction where the female soldiers had just disappeared. The environment here was very eerie, and it was very normal for snakes, insects, and beasts to be infested. Mosquitoes as big as a hand's thumb and pythons as thick as a thigh liked this environment the most. Although Wang Fei Yang understood Lu Fan's painstaking efforts, he couldn't help but worry inwardly. After all, if something happened outside, he was also responsible for it, and he thought that these female soldiers could not solve these troubles. Lu Fan didn't worry about these accidents, because he could clearly see everything in a 2-kilometer radius, and even if there were dangers, he would be able to find them in time. He took it upon himself to find a pile of firewood in a clearing, and then polished out the sparks with a stone to start a fire. The surroundings were rather humid, and it took him a while to strike it. "Company commander, what are you doing?" Wang Fei Yang watched him dance around in disbelief. "Building a fire to roast meat," Lu Fan said indifferently. Wang Fei Yang was shocked for a moment. "Company commander Lu, didn't you say you want to eat it raw?" Lu Fan gave him a blank look and said in a bad mood, "You believe even my words?" Wang Fei Yang's mouth twitched, a woman's mouth, a deceitful ghost. He looked around and asked in surprise, "Company commander, in the middle of nowhere here, where did you get the meat?" Lu Fan looked around and his eyes suddenly lit up, staring straight behind him. He only saw that an arm-sized snake was wrapping around a big tree, and the head of the snake was looking at Wang Fei Yang with its mouth wide open in an emboldened manner. Chen Yan and Mo Zuqin also followed Lu Fan's eyes, and the knots in their throats rolled vigorously a few times before they could react. Whoosh! A sharp knife flew past Wang Fei Yang's scalp, and a few hairs instantly flew upwards. Ka-ching! The snake's head was chopped off and fell to the ground, and the entire snake's body twisted vigorously for a few moments before it also fell to the ground. Wang Fei Yang froze for a moment and subconsciously touched his scalp, suddenly realizing that it was cool. He grabbed it with force, and a handful of hair was instantly held in his hand, and his pupils contracted violently. "I'll go." "Little Li Fei Dao?" Just as he wanted to ask Lu Fan what was going on, he saw him cross over from his side, bend down to pick up the still writhing snake on the ground, and raise it in front of them. A ready-made delicacy. Wang Fei Yang took a look at the snake he held in his hand and scratched the hair on his palm, and was suddenly filled with aggression. "Your food, why is it my hair that was sacrificed?" Looking at the empty space on Wang Fei Yang's head, Chen Yan and Mo Zuqin glanced at each other and burst into laughter. "Old Wang, congratulations on becoming a member of the Mediterranean in advance." Wang Fei Yang dropped the hair in his hands, the corners of his mouth twitching madly. "You're the Mediterranean, your whole family is Mediterranean. I call this the charm of a mature man." Mo Zuqin looked at his scalp and said in a serious manner, "To be honest, the image of your old king is really quite a match. Laozi smoked you to death." Wang Fei Yang's raised palm fell in mid-air, bent down slightly, and his nose endeavored to sniff a few times. Do you guys smell anything?" Chen Yan and Mo Zuqin's noses also began to itch, their throats subconsciously rolled a few times, and their stomachs growled indisputably. They looked over following the wafting aroma, only to see that Lu Fan had already skewered the snake on a rope, tied it with a wire, and was slowly roasting it over a small fire. Rolling smoke drifted up around them. Wang Fei Yang and the three of them glanced at each other, their eyes staring straight at the snake meat, and their mouths were dripping with saliva. "Company commander, give me a lick?" Chapter 48, One's own company commander, can only be spoiled by oneself. After working for most of the day, they had already consumed most of their physical strength, and their stomachs had long been empty. At that time, they were on an urgent mission and didn't carry enough dry food, and they didn't see the script until they came here. The hell knew that this woman would suddenly come up with this trick. Although they could also eat these small insects and grasses, but with fragrant snake meat to eat, who would want to eat those disgusting things? Only when they went to the battlefield, as a last resort, would they eat raw meat this way. Lu Fan didn't respond to them, but instead picked up the snake meat in his hand that was charred on the outside and took a bite from the head to the tail before handing it to them. "Want it?" Wang Fei Yang and the three of them were dumbfounded, the corners of their mouths danced fiercely a few times, cursing in their hearts, "Pervert! Female hooligans!" Seeing that they didn't say anything, Lu Fan lightly laughed and retracted the roasted meat, put it into his mouth and took a big bite fiercely, and sighed in praise, "Fragrant." Seeing this scene, Wang Fei Yang's trio suddenly realized, this snake meat, they don't deserve it. Is this company commander a woman or not, and too unimaginative? Chen Yan whispered. Mo Zuqin shook his head, biting the back roots of his teeth and whispered, "Forget it, one's own company commander, one can only spoil him." Wang Fei Yang walked over to Lu Fan and rubbed his grumbling stomach and asked, "Company commander, can we go find food now?" Lu Fan nodded as he ate, "Of course. As I said, for the next week, eat, drink, and shit on your own." This sentence is not just for the flamingos, but also for you guys. Without changing his face, he said, "Wilderness survival is a basic skill necessary for a special warrior." The implication was, if you can't even survive in the wilderness, then go back to digging up wild vegetables before it's too late. The three of them nodded at him and ran away with their feet on the ground. Lu Fan watched them walk away and used his radar detection skill to look around. In a flash, the scenes of the flamingo training were all in view. After ensuring that they were safe and sound, he picked up the snake meat in his hand and nibbled on it again. Not far away, Flamingo was playing a game of hide and seek. In order to camouflage themselves a little more realistically, they drenched the mud with water and directly applied the wet mud on their faces. Some of them climbed up into the trees and changed various hiding positions, watching each other. Some even dug a big hole in some tree trunks and squatted to get in. Not only that, they utilized various PKs to motivate each other in order to speed up their progress. Whoever was caught would be punched in the face. After a few rounds, every female soldier had large and small bruises on their bodies. The women tried everything they could just to blend in with their surroundings. At the noon hour, the women used the few remaining dry rations on their bodies to hastily serve as lunch. Ren Miao patted the bag that was holding down again and sighed. We went out in a hurry and didn't know we were going to be living here for a week, so we didn't bring too much dry food out. I'm guessing mine will be finished in 2 more meals. What about you guys? Hearing this, the others quickly looked through their backpacks. Looking at the few compressed cookies and water left, one's eyelids instantly drooped. I estimate that there are still 2 more meals for me. If I hold back on my side, I estimate that I only have 1 meal. I still have half a bottle of water. Finished. What are we going to eat next? It's not really going to be eating bugs, right? Zhang Weiwei's hair stood up in sweat as she thought about this. She held the dried food in her hands as if she had been given a rare treasure, and had wanted to take a big bite, but in the end, she only dared to gently sip a small amount. Daiju helplessly sighed. If there were no dry rations, perhaps it really would have come to this. Company Commander Lu brought us here not only to train us in camouflage, but also to train us in survival. The water in everyone's hands, don't drink it until the last moment. Shin Mengyao nodded. Daiju is right, if we run out of water and dry food, we can really only eat those bugs. When I think of it squirming around in my mouth, my entire scalp goes numb. As the words fell, the scene of Lu Fan eating the worms instantly surfaced in the minds of the other female soldiers, and a wave of acid reflux continued to well up in their hearts, and the compressed cookies in their hands instantly didn't smell good anymore. But they also forced themselves not to spit it out. Once they spit it out, they would really have to eat bugs right then and there. Gradually, it came to evening. Lu Fan had eaten and drank enough, lying on the ground with his legs crossed in a leisurely manner. From time to time, he looked at the watch on his left hand, and from time to time, he used his radar detection skill to watch the situation of the female soldiers training. Seeing them actively training one by one, he tugged at the corner of his mouth and squinted his eyes in satisfaction. The sky gradually darkened. The black night was like a cauldron enveloping the entire jungle, and the vines on the trees became even more hideous against the backdrop of the night. In the silence of the night, only the cries of a few crows could be heard. The female soldiers who received the order to return, one by one dragged their tired bodies back to the makeshift camp. After a day of training, they couldn't say they were tired, but they were hungry and thirsty. The women moved their backpacks and found that they were quite a bit lighter again. Looking at the only half bottle of water left, their throats subconsciously rolled a bit, but they eventually held back. All the female soldiers quickly leaned in and stood in 2 rows, waiting for Lu Fan's order. They looked at Lu Fan, who was lying on the ground and sleeping soundly, and were furious. People were sleeping, and they were training their asses off. They were also women. Why was there such a big difference? If they hadn't seen the big bun sticking out in front of Lu Fan's chest, and that magnetic female voice, they wouldn't have believed that Lu Fan was a woman. Reporting to the company commander, the flamingos have been assembled, 22 should be here, 22 are actually here. Wang Feiyang walked up to him and saluted, and his voice was lowered as much as possible. Lu Fan slightly opened his eyes and slowly stood up, walking to the center of the crowd. Looking at the bruises on their faces as well as the mud everywhere on their various bodies, he nodded knowingly. Continue tomorrow, dismissed. With that comment, he turned and walked over to sit against a tree not too far away. Although he was a woman on the surface, he was a man on the inside. It was all a bunch of female soldiers, and he was not in a good position to lean too close. From this distance, it was just right, so even if they were in danger, he would be able to arrive in time. The flamingos froze for a while. They thought that Lu Fan hadn't even reprimanded them for their training, and didn't even mention it. In the past, Lu Fan would have chopped his head off and given them a scolding. They didn't think too much about it, but slowly spread out and found a big tree to sit against. Now that they had no food, they could only rely on rest to regain some energy. Guyan wanted to open the remaining half bottle of water and take a sip, but was stopped by Daiju. Don't drink. Bear with it. We still have to stay here for 6 more days. Guyan gritted his teeth and closed the lid, so aggravated that he wanted to cry. I won't drink, I'll just take a look. Since joining the flamingos, we've eaten less and slept less every day, and now we don't even care to drink water. Sister Daiju, is it really meaningful for us to train like this? Daiju didn't answer directly, but asked her in return, if it's not meaningful, then what's the reason for us to persist? Chapter 49, Masked Man in Black. Daiju looked into the distance and continued, soldiers, for the sake of the country as well as the safety of the people, are not afraid of suffering. We are all soldiers who have sworn an oath under the flag, that is our most noble faith. If there is no meaning, how would the revolutionary predecessors go forward? The words were flat, but the tone was loud and clear. Guyan squinted his eyes, looking at the wise light that kept flickering in her eyes, and nodded thoughtfully, I understand, I won't think like that again in the future. Ran Miao, who was sitting next to her, couldn't help but interject with her eyes closed, hurry up and rest, there's no telling what species will come out in the middle of the night in this haunted place. Hearing Ran Miao say this, Zhang Weiwei's pupils dilated violently, holding her body and looking around in horror. You guys, there won't be wolves here at night, right? Wolves are not so bad, there might be a bit of snakes, insects, birds and beasts or something like that. Shen Mengyao replied in a cloudy manner. Her tone was smooth, without any color of fear. Obviously, she had already gotten used to the environment here. She was originally a female child from the mountains and adapted to the jungle environment faster than any of them. The other female soldiers were also calm, having been trained by Lu Fan's devil for so long. The childish and young mind that they had at the beginning had long been worn out, and replaced by a strong mental quality. Even when faced with artillery fire, they were able to be righteous and rise to the occasion. A few minutes later, the female soldiers have fallen asleep. The scene, which had been noisy just a moment ago, instantly regained its calmness. Only the chirping of rustling crickets could be heard, stretching on and on. 3 o'clock in the morning. The jungle shrouded in darkness was terribly silent. Every now and then sounds of unknown origin came to their ears, intricate. At first, they would occasionally open their eyes to look around, but then they couldn't resist the drowsiness, and one by one, they were too lazy to bother, and their nerves weren't as tense when they heard similar cacophonies again. Out of nowhere. Under a sliver of moonlight, a black shadow wearing a mask flashed past them. Whoosh! It disappeared from view. Wang Fei Yang's ears throbbed a few times, his eyelids snapped up, he looked around vigilantly, and his hand involuntarily touched his back. Snap! The black shadow slid vertically down from above his head, 5 bony fingers gripped his head tightly, and the tremendous force made him completely unable to move. He just wanted to scream, but his shoulder was steadily curbed by a large palm, followed by a vicious punch to the back of his neck. Before Wang Feiyan could react, his entire body fell limply to the ground, drowsy. The action was clean and sharp. The person who was sleeping next to him did not notice anything strange. Mo Zuchin's brows suddenly tightened, wrinkling into a Chuan character between his brows, as if he was having a nightmare and woke up with a jolt. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glanced uneasily in the direction of the flamingos. Only after ensuring that they were safe and sound did he feel relieved and squinted his eyes again. At the same time, a large hand steadily clasped his neck from behind, and the cold touch immediately awakened Mo Zuchin. He was just about to counterattack when a large fist slammed hard into his left shoulder. The force was so fierce that his body jerked and he fell down softly. The last Qin Yan was also silently subdued by him. Soon, the masked black shadow lifted his slender feet and stepped over the fluffy leaves on the ground, and came straight to the place where the flamingos were resting. Looking at each of their sleeping faces, his eyelids instantly drooped, and a thick chill erupted from his eyes. The flamingos were basically 2 people sleeping against a big tree, not far apart, and only a few dozen meters away from Wang Fei Yang. He stood in a mortar and pestle for a while, and took the lead in walking in front of Daiju. A few moments later, he raised his palm in the darkness and turned his hand into a knife, slicing down on Daiju's neck. Feeling the pain, she reached out and touched it, and finally fell to the ground as well. The force was strong, fast and accurate. The strike was like a shadow, without any movement, so much so that the female soldiers who had been training for a day didn't notice a thing. After Daiju was knocked out, he slowly stood up and looked for his next target. His feet had just moved 2 steps when he suddenly stopped. He slightly glanced backward with a sideways glance, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. It was slightly fleeting. Who are you? Dare to trespass our camp? As the words fell, a white fist swung violently at the masked man. His body was stunned and he immediately dodged sideways, his right hand tightly grasping the arm she swung over and pushing it with force. The force was so great that Lien Yuan's entire body retreated back several meters before slowly stopping. Lien Yuan stared incredulously at the masked man in front of her, a flash of shock swept across her eyes. Her hands were no problem against the special forces, but she was easily pushed a few meters away by him. In other words, this masked man's fighting level was far above hers. Without much time to think, she struggled to shake her arms and once again prepared to attack in a half-crouching position. Snap! A white tender fist swung at her again, and her right leg came out at the same time. The masked man's face didn't change, and his feet involuntarily took a few large steps back. He raised his right elbow to block the fist, and his right foot fired to kick Lien Yuan's right leg at the same time. The moment the two legs collided, Lien Yuan violently retracted his calf as if he had kicked a steel plate, holding his calf and groaning in pain. The masked man's body was stunned, and a trace of warmth swept through his eyes. He was just about to step forward when the other female soldiers rushed over at the same time, each raising their fists to stare viciously at him. "Instructor, are you all right?" Gu Yun rushed forward to support her. The instructor slowly stood up holding onto the tree and waved her hand. "I'm fine. Finish him off first. Sisters, go." With a wave of Rin Miao's hand, all the female soldiers gathered on the battlefield. "Enough!" A magnetic female voice came out through the mask. This voice, they couldn't be more familiar with. The mask was removed and a familiar face came into view. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. The raised fists of all the female soldiers were all frozen in mid-air as they stared at him dumbfounded. "What are you still frozen for? Assemble!" Lu Fan's scarlet eyes were written with rage, itching to knife them. Lien Yuan stared at him as if she was staring at a large monster, her face filled with horror. No wonder she lost. The three of them, Wang Fei Yang, who had just been knocked out, also woke up from the clamor, and it took a while before they understood. The big chicken leg that Wang Fei Yang had just dreamed of was gone, and he was full of grievances that he didn't dare to vent. Lu Fan couldn't hold back any longer as he looked at each of the sleepy female soldiers. "Look at the way you all look now, is there any bit of military lining left in you? The enemy has already killed 4 of your comrades and you are still oblivious, sleeping like dead pigs. Still fantasizing about wanting to be special forces, you guys are also worthy." The female soldiers screamed bitterly in their hearts, "Other people's attacks have sound, your attacks are like ghosts, no movement at all. Who can defend against it?" Lu Fan scanned the crowd and continued, "Coming to an unfamiliar environment, your vigilance didn't increase, but instead you slacked off. Is this the result of your training? Since it's in the wilderness, won't you rest in batches for duty? Do I need to teach you guys these basic safety knowledge again? I see that you guys have just been too comfortable these past 2 days." He pointed in a direction and yelled lowly, "Pick up your bags and arm for 10 kilometers. Welcome the sunrise." Chapter 50. Oops. Something happened to the girls. It was 4 in the morning. In the dark jungle, a dark shadow was carrying a traveling bag for armed cross-country. Lu Fan followed closely behind them, scanning them with a stern gaze, his eyes bursting with gusts of dissatisfaction. Just now, in order to test Flamingo's vigilance, he had hidden his identity to conduct a surprise inspection of them, but the result had disappointed him greatly. Although he hadn't made any unusual noises during the operation, and it was indeed very difficult for people to notice. But that was often the way enemies appeared, and it was unlikely that an enemy who could create a commotion would be sent to attack them at night. All he did was to restore the real battlefield situation. The results of the trial just now had forced him to make a stricter training program. Gradually, more than an hour passed. Under the double torture of hunger and drowsiness, the female soldiers' stamina began to rapidly overdraw, and one by one, their bodies began to resist. "I can't, I just ate a compressed cookie yesterday, and I drank all the water." Zhang Weiwei was so tired that she was paralyzed on the ground, her eyes were listless. Ren Miao panted and ran to her, making an effort to drag her up. "Quickly get up, there's still the last 2 kilometers. Zhang Weiwei closed her eyes and gently waved her hand, not even having the strength to speak. Gu Yun heard the sound and turned back, also slowly running over, pulling out the water bottle on his body and handing it to her. "I still have water here, take a sip. You're now and your lips are dry, replenish some water." Hearing water, Zhang Weiwei's eyes suddenly lit up as she took Gu Yun's water bottle and gently shook it, realizing that only the last third of it was left. After thinking about it, she finally closed the lid and handed it back to her. "No, I can't drink your water, that's all you have left. If you give it to me to drink, what will you do for the next few days?" "All right." I'll go then. Gu Yun didn't hesitate to take the water bottle and put it on his shoulder to hang it, ready to get up. Jiang Weiwei didn't expect Gu Yun to leave directly without a word of persuasion. She couldn't sit still for a moment. Hey, I'm just being polite and courteous, you're really taking it away. Jiang Weiwei almost cried anxiously and swallowed her saliva vigorously. Still not a sister, at least give me a small sip. Gu Yun hung the kettle behind her back and playfully turned back. There's only one chance, you don't cherish it. If you want to drink water now, surpass me first. After saying that, she turned around and ran, teasing her back as she did so. Come over and chase me if you want to drink water, catch up with me and all the water here is yours. Jiang Weiwei looked at the pot of water bouncing up and down behind Gu Yun's back as if it was a sliver of sweet spring pouring down her throat, her eyes bubbling with golden light as she stared straight ahead. In front of her strong desire to survive, she held onto the ground and struggled to stand up, running after the jug of water. Her intestines were now green with remorse. Why did she pretend to be polite just now? If you want to drink it, then hurry up and drink it. What are you pretending to do when you are a woman? The fat meat in her mouth has all run away. When Ren Miao saw the scene, she bared her teeth and smiled. It seems that the ancient saying of quenching one's thirst by looking at plums is still quite useful. Gradually, the sky was dyed with a touch of haze. Under the reflection of the haze, a green figure looked particularly dazzling. After running the armed 10 kilometers, they only rested for a few moments before starting camouflage training again. After last night's high exertion training, there was not much food left in the backpacks. Not having bathed for 2 days, their bodies were already so sour and smelly that every time they went to the toilet, their companions helped to scout the wind. 3 days down the line, they had turned from big girls like flowers into mountain savages. Their bodies were covered with mud and their hair was a mess. In search of food, they climbed trees like a monkey trying to find some food. From the clumsiness at the beginning to the familiarity at the end. Come on, I found food, there are fruits here. Wei Shiyu climbed to a branch and picked a fruit and raised it towards them. The female soldiers heard it and rushed over with glee. It was noon foraging time, and it didn't matter what kind of food it was, as long as it was edible. Fruit was the highest end ingredient in this jungle, so naturally they wouldn't let it go. Daiju proposed, this much fruit is enough for us to eat 2 meals. Sisters climb up and pick them and then share them together, otherwise there will be too many people and the trees won't be able to bear such a large weight. These fruits can't be eaten. Poisonous. Shen Mengyao quickly rushed over and loudly stopped it. With these words, Gu Yun, who had already taken a bite of the fruit just now, couldn't hold it in and hurriedly picked at the eye of his throat, making an effort to vomit next to him. Vomit. Shen Mengyao continued, these fruits are very brightly colored, the brighter they are, the more poisonous they are. If you guys want to find fruits you can only find the ones with dull colors. I grew up in the mountains and am more familiar with the mountain environment than you guys. Zhao Binglin, who had already picked a few pockets, was suddenly like a deflated ball. Then what are we going to eat? Jiang Weiwei's face was full of rawness. Wei Shiyu frowned and said, it can't be, we really have to eat those bugs. If we really can't, let's just be rabbits and eat leaves. Ran Miao clasped her hands to her chest and grunted coldly, the leaves just now I have already tried it for you guys earlier, it's tremendously bitter. That taste, it's like accidentally licking the armpit of a boss on a hot summer day. Vomit. Gu Yun, who was vomiting next to him, once again vomited furiously. Originally, there was nothing in her stomach, and now it was even more jaundiced water. She held the tree and said with palpitations, I vomited out all the jaundiced water, I shouldn't be poisoned to death, right? Shen Mengyao smiled and explained, that won't be the case, this kind has to eat a dozen or so before it works, 1 bite won't hurt. Gu Yun. Can't you say this earlier? Shen Mengyao, you didn't ask either. Does Company Commander Lu really eat bugs every day? Wei Shiyu couldn't help but ask. Ren Miao shrugged, who knows? We're all too busy taking care of ourselves, where would we have time to care about her? Don't worry, she can't starve. Daiju looked around and spoke, right now, everyone can only find some animals to barbecue. Like snakes, rats, and the like. Jiang Weiwei waved her hands back and forth, no, that stuff is too disgusting, I can't eat it. Ren Miao hummed and laughed, big sister, get a clear picture of the situation, we are now at the end of our rope. Let's survive first, Daiju, I'll go with you to look for ingredients. Although the other female soldiers were also reluctant, they could only nod helplessly. Not far away. Lu Fan was building a fire and roasting a few small snakes, eating them while roasting. A look of unconcern. Wang Fei Yang and the three of them had also started a small stove on the other side. They couldn't find any snakes, so they could only roast the small bugs. The three of them racked their brains and couldn't figure out why Lu Fan, a female, was able to catch snakes 3 times over, while a few of their male counterparts couldn't even see a snake. In the end, there was only one result: those snakes were all males. Wang Fei Yang roasted them for half an hour, and before they were cooked, they were grabbed by Mo Zuqin and the others. After a few rounds, he just made a roasted hand and didn't eat a single one. He had lost his wife and his army. Chen Yan smashed his mouth and glanced in the direction of the flamingos, then retracted his gaze and said to Lu Fan, "Company commander, do we really not need to care about them?" Lu Fan grunted coldly. "As I said, you are responsible for your own food and drink. If you are compassionate, you can give them your own food, I don't mind." As the words fell, the screams of female soldiers came from the distance. Oops. Something happened to them. Wang Fei Yang dropped the barbecue skewers in his hands and immediately darted in the direction of the transmission. Chapter 51, Lu Fan reveals male identity. Lu Fan took a big step forward and directly held him down. They just encountered a few small green snakes, they can handle it themselves. But Wang Fei Yang glanced in the direction of the female soldiers, then at him, and eventually sat down again. Lu Fan continued, "Encountering snakes in the forest is the most common, now they must learn how to handle them." Wang Fei Yang and the three of them looked at each other and nodded heavily. The result was as Lu Fan expected: those female soldiers eventually bent the snake. Gradually, a noon passed. The flamingos found a few small worms and a few small mountain rats. Originally they thought it would be hard to swallow, but eventually they couldn't resist their hunger and ate a few bites as well. Lu Fan didn't interfere with them. As long as they were alive, it was their business as to what they ate. Let them train in the jungle for a week. In addition to training them in camouflage, survival skills are also an important part. After eating and sleeping in the jungle for a few days, they were already very familiar with the environment. The camouflage skills also improved with constant training. They would make appropriate judgments as well as adjustments based on the orientation of the sunlight, geographical location, and the color of the foliage. These were the same as physical fitness, which required constant training and honing to achieve the best results. During this period, Lu Fan would go into the jungle to conduct surprise inspections on them. Not only that, he would also do raids at night like last time, always by surprise. After the female soldiers had had one experience, their defenses had increased quite a bit, and every time, they found Lu Fan before he made his move. After a few times, Lu Fan did not continue with it. Soon, a week passed. The training in the jungle was nearing its end. During this week, the flamingo had completed another qualitative transformation. Lu Fan saw all these improvements in his eyes and kept them in his mind. When they returned, they also took a fond look at this jungle. Although the days were hard, they were also very fulfilling. This 1 week of wilderness survival had also allowed them to make very great progress. What they once dared not eat, they were now able to put into their mouths without hesitation. In the face of extreme hunger, they finally chose to compromise. Flamingo Intensive Training Site. The military vehicle had just arrived and the female soldiers couldn't wait to get off. Lu Fan signaled them to take a shower and continue training. After a week in the jungle, they couldn't find a place to take a shower, they hadn't washed for a week, and the mud on their bodies could be scrubbed off a few pounds. Zhang Weiwei raised her sleeve and sniffed. Her face was hard to see. "The smell of sweat on my body, I guess even the dogs will have to go around the road." Ren Miao looked around, spreading her arms and smelling the familiar smell. "It's still a good place for us to train, even though it's hard and we have to roll in the mud every day, at least we can take a shower." Wei Shiyu laughed. "As the saying goes, a golden nest is better than your own dog's nest. Don't be silly, take a bath, flush." The female soldiers glanced at each other excitedly and hurriedly ran towards the bathhouse. Watching their backs as they left, Lu Fan was also ready to raise his steps back to the dormitory to wash up. "Company Commander Lu, join us." Lian Yuan stopped her steps and called back to him politely. Lu Fan waved his hand and refused. "No, instructor, I have fox odor, I'm afraid of smelling you guys." Lian Yuan frowned and let out an "oh," pinched his little nose in disgust and slipped away faster than a rabbit. Lu Fan clasped his hands on his chest and smugly hooked up the corner of his mouth. "Little bastard, let's see if you still dare to call me next time." He returned to the dormitory, looked in the bathroom mirror for a while, and bared his teeth. "Looks like this face can't be saved. With the maneuvers coming up, it's time to let them know my true face, there's no point in pretending anymore." A few minutes later, the flamingos were fully dressed and stood in formation, waiting for Lu Fan's orders. Not far away, an instructor wearing a green male military uniform slowly walked towards them. He had deep three-dimensional features, a slender figure, a cold and handsome temperament, and exuded a stern aura. Under the blazing sun, his shadow became clearer and clearer. When the female soldiers saw this face, they felt both familiar and unfamiliar, always feeling like they had seen it somewhere but couldn't recall. They didn't move at all and stared tightly, their eyes revealing a hint of awe. This was the powerful aura that Lu Fan had brought with him after years of training soldiers. Guyan looked at his figure and couldn't help but whisper in admiration, "I don't know where the officer came from, so tall and handsome." Ran Miao gave her a blank look and scolded with a smile, "Nymphomaniac, he must be Company Commander Lu Wei's man, so just die." Guyan sighed, "I didn't expect that manly woman, our Company Commander Lu, to find such a handsome male officer."
It's true that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman.
Shen Mangyao looked around and muttered, "Say, where did our company commander go?
How come he hasn't come out yet?"
Wei Shiyu laughed, "Needless to say, he must have gone to put on makeup, he had to dress up and primp to meet his boyfriend."
Wang Feiyan looked over against the sunlight and couldn't help but frown, his pupils dilated violently. Isn't this Lu Fan Lu company commander? Didn't he go for further training? When did he come back?"
Chen Yen poked his eyes hard, "It's really Company Commander Lu, but how do I feel he looks familiar?" Mo Zuqin laughed, "Can he not be familiar? He's the most famous officer in our brigade, the commander of the Sharp Knife Company, with great battle achievements."
"Who doesn't know that?"
Wang Feiyan was the first to rush over and salute, his face unable to contain his joy. "Good day, Company Commander Lu."
Chen Yen and Mo Zuqin also rushed over to him and saluted deeply. "Company Commander Lu, are you back from further training?"
"The soldiers of our Sharp Knife Company have been talking about you all day long."
"Company Commander Lu? His last name is Lu too?"
When Lian Yuan heard this, her body involuntarily tensed up. She didn't think much about it and walked straight to him and saluted, "Hello, my name is Lian Yuan, I'm the instructor of the Flamingos."
"May I ask who you are?" Lu Fan smiled slightly, "Instructor, my name is Lu Fan, I'm the company commander of Flamingo, and I'm also an instructor." "What?" The corner of Lian Yuan's mouth twitched, "You are the company commander of Flamingo? Then Company Commander Lu Wei was transferred?" Lu Fan said directly, "Lu Wei is me. Lu Fan is also me." As the words fell, there was a dead silence. One by one, their minds went blank and began to go around the bend. Could this be the legendary human demon?
In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, Lu Fan slowly spoke, "My real name is Lu Fan, and I was the company commander of the original Sharp Dagger Company. The brigade commander asked me to form a women's special operations team and serve as the company commander as well as an instructor. However, in order for you to better break through in training, so I made up to become a female soldier. The purpose is simple, to encourage each other. You guys have not failed me, and have successfully metamorphosed into a female special warrior. The purpose of the training has been achieved, so it's time to show your true colors." The heads of the crowd buzzed as if they had been struck by thunder, and it was difficult to accept for a moment. The once female instructor had turned into a male instructor overnight, and even her voice had turned into a tenor. The female instructor was beautiful and valiant, with a magnetic voice. When the female instructor was beautiful and valiant, her voice was magnetic. When she became a male instructor, she was tall and handsome, and her voice was strong and powerful. Except for the similarity in appearance, they couldn't even imagine that this was the same person. Wang Feiyang, three people even froze like a wooden man, thinking that they once even coveted him a little bit. They couldn't wait to slap themselves twice. They didn't expect Lu Fan to have sacrificed himself to this extent, nor did they expect his makeup skills to be so superior that everyone was blinded by him. They could no longer tell if the one standing in front of them was Lu Wei or Lu Fan. "Report. Speak." Lian Yuan looked at him and said seriously, "How can we tell if the male identity is you or the female identity is you? Since you can disguise as a man, you can just as well disguise as a man." Lu Fan opened his arms and sneered, "Instructor, if you don't mind, you can search and check your body once." Chapter 52 Exercise begins. Lian Yuan looked him up and down, accidentally catching a glimpse of the huge thing on his lower body. She instantly blushed and quickly looked away. Why didn't she realize he had this thing before? Could it be that she was mistaken? She thought about how she had to ask him to take a bath with her just now, and took his arm and pampered herself, and was ashamed. With a red face, she said with difficulty, "Report." "No need. I trust you." The female soldiers had always obeyed Lu Fan and did not dare to disagree. Now that they heard the instructor say this, they did not continue to pursue the matter. After training together for so long, Lu Fan's ability had always been there for all to see, and could be said to be a godlike existence. Regardless of the subject, he had always won in a crushing manner. Moreover, to them, it didn't mean much whether he was a man or a woman. Lu Fan looked at the crowd and said sternly, "There's still a week left before your maneuvers against each other begin. Regardless of whether I appear as a female or a male, my strictness towards you will not change. Don't get lucky that I have an ounce of mercy. As long as you can't die from practicing, keep practicing up."
Wang Fei Yang.
Present. Lu Fan looked at him and said, "Take them to train shooting. If they don't reach 90 rings, no meal at noon."
Yes.
Lu Fan understood that in this exercise, the other side had a company far more than them by dozens of people. If they were to fight hard, they would definitely not be able to compete. They could only rely on tactics. The level of sniping was one of the important factors, and at the same time, one of the deadliest factors. In war, a top sniper was enough to completely stall a battalion or an armored company. Being able to accurately hit the enemy in motion in the mountains and forests with all sorts of obstacles is the lowest cost, lowest attrition method of fighting.
In addition, there is physical fitness.
On the battlefield, running fast and far was also one of the key factors. Overall, the physical ability of female soldiers was still slightly weaker compared to male soldiers. Therefore, physical fitness training was also a mandatory course every day. While they were training, Lu Fan wasn't idle. He would follow the female soldiers in the 10-kilometer armed cross-country.
Not only that.
Every day, he would also train in boxing, shooting, 400-meter obstacle run, fighting, and so on. In order to constantly break through himself and improve his physical fitness while gaining more merit value from the system. At the same time, he also always reminded himself that as an instructor, a company commander, the daily basic training is only more or less.
Soon, the day's training was over. The female soldiers dragged their tired bodies back to their dormitories.
Although they already knew that Lu Fan was a male soldier, they still felt very incredible when they thought about it. "Sister Good, you have a chance. I heard that Company Commander Lu is currently single." Ren Miao joked as she hitched her shoulder. Guyan bared her teeth. "Come on, who dares to get close to this violent temper of Company Commander Lu? I still want to live for a few more years." Wei Shiyu laughed. Other things aside, Company Commander Lu is indeed tall and handsome, but it's a pity that iceberg face, anyone who sees it will be afraid of it. Shen Mengyao blinked. "However, I see that the instructor's eyes are not right when he looks at Company Commander Lu, so maybe there's something in it." Daiju gathered the crowd and said, "Sisters, let's put aside the matter of Lu Company Commander for now. Should we think about our code name? Preparing for the maneuvers, we can't go into battle with our real identities."
"Righto, almost forgot."
Zhao Binglin put down the quilt in her hands and immediately came down from the top bunk. Ren Miao stroked her chin, thought for a while, and had a bright idea. "I'll go first. I'll be called Shark, a fish that kills enemies."
"How about that? Is it cool?"
Guyan nodded.
Not bad at all."
"Then I'll be called Bullyflower."
"Bullyflower? I'm still a bully."
Shen Mengyao bared her teeth. "You forgot that Company Commander Lu said that it can't be more than 3 words.
Daiju echoed, "Right."
To save time, Company Commander Lu said it can't be more than 3 words.
"My name is Bamboo Leaf, or I'm this bamboo, everyone remember it."
Guyan pondered for a moment. "Then I'll be called Sky Fury."
"Fury the enemy."
Zhang Weiwei snapped an orchid finger and said with a smile, "This palace will be called Goblin."
"Goblin."
Ren Miao marveled. Truly a person like her name. The little elf that confuses the enemy. Shen Mengyao said, "I'm called Moth."
"Moth to the flame."
Zhao Binglin said seriously, "I'll be called Frost."
"Freeze the enemy to death."
Wei Shiyu, "Since I have the word rain in my name, I'll be called Thunderduke and split them to death."
"Good. Not bad."
"Shifan, what about you?"
Daiju looked at her and asked.
Lu Shifan lowered her head and thought for a while, then said in a deep voice, "I'm called Blood Eagle, like an eagle, spreading my wings and soaring." The rest of the other female soldiers also started to say their code names one after another. After 10 minutes of discussion, everyone's code names were all ready, and they all had their own special significance. Daiju Bamboo Leaf, Rinmia Shark, Guyan Heavily Fury, Zhang Weiwei Goblin, Shen Mengyao Moth, Wei Shiyu Thunder Duke, Zhao Binglin Icefrost, Lu Shifan Blood Eagle. Daiju clapped his hands and continued, "For safety's sake, then we'll refer to each other by our code names from now on."
It's also considered to be an early adaptation.
All the female soldiers looked at each other and nodded heavily. Soon, a week passed. The drill officially started. This time, Lu Fan could not personally lead the drill, and could only view the dynamics while going through the screen. Early in the morning, the flamingos stood at attention and waited for Lu Fan's instructions. After a few days of training together, they had gotten used to Lu Fan's male identity. Apart from the change in his appearance and voice, his thunderous behavior in training and his training mode were exactly the same as before. Therefore, they did not have any suspicions. It was very firmly believed that Lu Wei was Lu Fan. Lu Fan walked to the front of the crowd with a sturdy pace and slowly opened his mouth. Today the exercise begins for 3 days. You are going to fight against a Blue Arrow Brigade. This company brigade's combat capability reaches the number level of scouts, and the number of people is far above you. The strength should not be underestimated. Are you guys afraid? Not afraid. The female soldiers roared in unison. Lu Fan looked at them and said sternly, whether it's a mule or a horse, it's time to pull it out. For this maneuver, as long as we don't get wiped out, it's considered a win. However, I will issue a mission to you. No matter how many people you lose, this mission must be completed. At these words, all the female soldiers clenched their fists and their battle intent surged. She had trained for so long, even if it was just a drill, they were ready to fight to the death. After Lu Fan handed the mission statement to Dai Zhu, he yelled lowly, "Get on the helicopter. Depart. Blue Arrow Brigade Command Headquarters." A male soldier was righteously indignant and full of grievances. "It's so meaningless, having a brigade of ours fight against a female commando unit. This is completely looking down on us." The other soldiers also felt that this exercise was a waste, and that catching these female soldiers was as simple as a hawk catching a chicken. They thought that they should send a few people to cooperate and forget about it. There was no need to raise such a large crowd. I also can't figure out why the leaders are sending us to maneuver with these female soldiers. Our brigade division is ranked among the best. They're called the Women's Special Warfare Team, to put it nicely, but in reality they're all women with no hands. Having one of our brigades capture these 20-odd female soldiers, what's the difference between that and cutting a chicken with a bull's knife? They can't be carried on their shoulders or lifted by their hands, so we can't do anything about it. Deputy Brigade Commander Wu Wei was already unconvinced, and when he heard them discussing like this, he was even more upset. He raised his hand to signal the crowd to stop discussing, and faced them with a cold grunt, quickly locked the location where their helicopter landed, arranged for manpower to be at the landing point, and directly capture them once they land. Quick battle. Chapter 53, Fighting with Brains. Helicopter. Dai Zhu slowly opened the mission statement, and after reading the note on the document, his eyes instantly widened. Beheading? What? Beheading? Behead who? The female soldiers were filled with black lines and immediately came over. Ren Miao snatched the mission book from Dai Zhu's hands, looked down carefully for a while, and her eyebrows followed suit. Whose head can be beheaded? Of course it's the Blue Sword Brigade's vice brigade commanders. Gu Yun laughed bitterly. We only have a total of 22 people. Even if one of their brigades attacked us, they still asked us to behead the brigade commander. Does Company Commander Lu think that we can go to heaven and hide from the world? Zhang Weiwei leaned against the wall hopelessly. Crazy, simply crazy. Can this battle still be fought? Dai Zhu said in a deep voice, I know it's really hard for us, but since the company commander has given us this mission, then we must accomplish it even if we fight to the death. Shen Mengyao said, Bamboo Leaf, tell us what we should do next. They have helicopters and all sorts of advanced equipment. We can say that we are in their cage. And now we have to accomplish the decapitation mission. This is undoubtedly pulling teeth from a tiger. The others also looked at Dai Zhu in unison, expecting her to come up with some reliable suggestions. Dai Zhu took out the map and looked at it for a while before facing the crowd. First of all, we can't go down at the landing point. We have to go down early. Why? Aren't we not at the maneuver site yet? Zhao Binglin was confused. Ran Miao sneered, they have all sorts of detection equipment, and they must have already been at the destination waiting for us to come to their door. Perhaps a company has been arranged to stand guard there. Zhang Weiwei was unconvinced. But, didn't the drill only start when we arrived at the drill site? Isn't it a violation for them to wait there in advance? Dai Zhu analyzed, a drill is actual combat. At that time, they can say that they strategically deployed in advance for the sake of the war, then we'll be powerless to refute it. As the saying goes, soldiers are not afraid of deception, that's what it means. Shen Mengyao coldly bared her teeth, how insidious. Wei Shiyu asked curiously, if that's the case, then where would be a better place for us to get off? This place is still 15 kilometers away from the exercise site, we can't just walk there. Ran Miao and Daiju exchanged a glance and smiled. You're right, we're just going to walk there now. Daiju pointed to the address on the map and analyzed. This place is relatively flat and surrounded by dense jungle. It just happens to be around our route, so let's just slide down from this flat area and enter the jungle again to evade the enemy helicopters. Also, our helicopters continue to drive towards our destination, misleading the enemy's judgment and buying time for us. Ran Miao nodded approvingly. I agree with Bamboo Leaf's suggestion. What about you guys? Guiyun bristled. 15 kilometers, will walking there directly hit an enemy ambush? Ran Miao blankly glanced at her and scolded in a bad mood. Don't worry, they definitely won't think that we'll go down early because they don't put us in their eyes at all. If you're afraid, you stay on the helicopter and just be their prisoner directly when the time comes. Guiyun poofed and waved his hand. I'd rather die than be a captive. Forget it, if we want to live together, we'll die together. Upon hearing this, the others also nodded heavily. After reaching an agreement, the flamingo directly glided down at the location on the map. Soon, it disappeared into the surrounding jungle. The helicopter flew further and further away, continuing to reach the endpoint it was supposed to reach. Ta-da-day. 10 minutes later, the helicopter arrived at its destination. Just as it hovered and stabilized, dozens of Blue Sword Brigade soldiers emerged from the surroundings. They according their guns, aiming at the hatch in unison, and stepped closer. Come out, you've been surrounded. A captain coldly grunted. After a few minutes, the hatch still hadn't been opened. The captain aimed his gun at the hatch according to his gun, and with a wave of his right hand, several soldiers rushed forward to open the hatch. The moment it was just opened, several grenades instantly fell to the ground, and before they could react, they directly exploded. Everyone present was within the range of the explosion. They looked at the rolling smoke rising from their bodies and were dumbfounded, and their faces were all hard to see. The battle hadn't even begun and they were eliminated, as aggravating as it was possible to be. The driver looked at their gray faces and shook his head helplessly. Blue Arrow Brigade Command Headquarters. Deputy Brigade Commander, the soldiers we sent over to capture the flamingos can't be contacted. A communications soldier roared anxiously. Wu Wei, who was sitting in a chair with his eyes closed, snapped his eyes open. Is the signal bad? The communications soldier shook his head. No. The signal is normal. Wu Wei stood up, walked over and stared at the screen for a while, and continued to ask, could their communication equipment be malfunctioning? The communications soldier shook his head heavily. It shouldn't be. Everyone sent out can't be contacted. It's impossible for everyone's equipment to be out of order. Wu Wei's face sank, a red light flashing in his eyes. Then there's only one possibility, they've been taken out. These female soldiers, they even gave me this trick. Quickly! Send out helicopters and drones to track down their whereabouts. Yes. Wu Wei didn't expect that this group of female soldiers would disembark from the plane early, which was completely unanticipated. They had planned to take them out in one go when they got off the plane, but they didn't expect to be put on the spot. Wu Wei, who hadn't originally put this group of female soldiers in his eyes, now had to start being cautious. Director Department. Lu Company Commander, this flamingo of yours is well trained, it actually knows how to anticipate our preemptions. Blue Sword Brigade Commander Su Qing couldn't help but exclaim. Brigade Commander Su was flattered, this is just a simple opening statement. Lu Fan was not modest at all, and directly blurted out. The corners of Su Qing's mouth twitched madly. I was just being polite and courteous, and you gasped when I said you were fat. He was well aware of Lu Fan's strength in practicing soldiers, being able to make a company at the bottom of the list to the first place in a short period of time. The strength was absolutely resounding. For Lu Fan, this big man, he had long heard of him. When the Wolfang Special Forces took great pains to dig him over, he was unmoved. Moreover, he also threatened that the soldiers he brought out were definitely not worse than the Special Forces. However, Su Qing thought that trying to take out a brigade with these 20 or so female soldiers was simply delusional. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say to Lu Fan, it must be that Company Commander Lu should know about man-ocean tactics. With so many people in my brigade, it's more than enough to deal with one of your 20-odd special operations team. Lu Fan pointed to his head and said, Brigade Commander, war is fought with brains. A woman's mind is different from a man's. Su Qing coldly snorted, what's different? It's not all one or two shoulders carrying one head. They have two extra big buns, we just have one extra leg. General Director, Brigadier Su is quite stuffy. Lu Fan looked at the screen and angled his chin at him. Brigadier, your sea of men tactic has failed, your soldiers have been taken out again. Chapter 54. These female soldiers, they really do have two skills. Su Cheng withdrew her eyes on Lu Fan and turned to the big screen. When she saw that a dozen or so soldiers had been taken out again in the process of tracking down the flamingos, her face was completely gloomy. Originally, he had wanted to arm wrestle with Lu Fan, but now he was a bit out of it and had lost his face. He was furious when he saw Lu Fan's careless face. Obviously his position was higher than his, but his aura was a few points weaker than his. Don't they say that a big official is a big man? How come it doesn't work for him instead? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. If his brigade was really killed off by these 20 female soldiers, then he would simply go home and raise pigs. Thinking about this, he shook his head frantically again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jungle. After 15 kilometers of cross-country, they had reached the engagement area of the exercise. Due to the dense jungle where they were, the helicopters didn't detect their traces under the cover of the trees. They found a hidden cave and sat down to discuss their plans. There are helicopters all over our heads now, what should we do? Zhang Weiwei couldn't help but ask as she pointed at the helicopters whizzing by overhead. Guyan looked around and calmly said, "The drill is for 3 days, why don't we just hide here for 3 days? Anyway, this place is so hidden, the helicopters won't be able to detect it. As long as we don't get wiped out, we've won." Shen Mengyao snapped her fingers and nodded in agreement. "I think it'll work. If we go out, we'll definitely be targeted by them, and we'll definitely be wiped out by then. Hide here for 3 days, we can come out when the drill is over, without spending a single soldier." Daiju shook his head. "Don't forget, the company commander gave us a decapitation mission. If we really hide here for 3 days, we will have to be skinned by him when we go back. This exercise was also meant to see the strength of our flamingos. If all we do is hide, won't that be a source of criticism?" Ran Miao nodded. "Bamboo Leaf is right. What's the difference between hiding here and waiting for the maneuvers to end and being a cowardly soldier?" Zhang Weiwei anxiously asked. "The point is that right now we don't even know where their command is. How can we decapitate them? We can't just look for a needle in a haystack to find it. Moreover, their helicopters are flying non-stop in the sky. If we show our faces, we will definitely be easily spotted." Daiju said, "That's why we can only choose to act at night if possible. There are 2 ways to find their command headquarters. The first is to get clues from their soldiers, but this is very unlikely, they would definitely prefer to die. The second can only find a way to obtain their radios and terminals and enter their chain of command." Zhang Weiwei said, "Even if we obtain their radio terminals, we still need the password to get in. If we rush into their radio, they will definitely change the password and intercept us." At this time, Wei Shiyu, who had been sitting on the side for a long time without making a sound, couldn't help but speak up. "As long as we grab their radio terminal, I have my own way to enter their system." The moment these words came out, everyone looked at her in unison, a large question mark over their heads. "You? Do you even know how to hack?" Zhang Weiwei couldn't help but ask. Wei Shiyu subconsciously nodded her head. "I've loved cracking all kinds of codes since I was a kid. I can't talk about hacking, it's just okay." Zhang Weiwei asked with a surprised face, "Why haven't I heard you say that before?" Wei Shiyu subconsciously lowered her head. "When we came here as soldiers, we didn't even have cell phones, let alone computers. So I'm too lazy to mention it." Ren Miao looked at the crowd and said, "Then it's a deal, grab the radio and terminal and get into their chain of command. We can't stay here, we have to go out and lure them over. Eggs can't be put in the same basket. When we grab their radio terminals, we have to split up and hold them back." Daiju looked outside to the cave for a while, turned his head and said to them, "No need to make such a big fuss, they've already come over. I'll go lure them over, you guys get ready for battle." "Yes." As soon as the order was given, all the female soldiers immediately raised their alertness and scattered to avoid action. After everything was ready, without hesitation, Daiju rushed out, a figure that sped through the jungle. It was only a flash that drew the attention of the Blue Arrow Brigade soldiers. "They're over there, chase!" A captain waved his right hand, and the soldiers behind him immediately tracked up as if they had seen their prey. They had been searching for so long and finally saw the flamingos show up, not to mention how excited they were. Moreover, they completely disregarded the flamingos' female soldiers, so they didn't think so much while tracking them. They only wanted to catch them quickly to take credit. Bang bang bang! When they had run about a few dozen meters, a burst of gunfire rang out around them. By the time they reacted, rolling white smoke was already coming out of their bodies. "Control! Control! Control! Report! All have been annihilated." Daiju said in a deep voice, "See if they have any terminals in their hands and seize their instruments and supplies." Yes. The flamingos came out from the piles of grass in all directions, and the Blue Arrow Brigade soldiers were jaw-droppingly surprised. They were so well camouflaged that they didn't see a single break in their disguise at all, and they didn't even make a single sound of movement. They thought they were a well-trained scouting force, but they didn't notice anything. One by one, they lowered their heads in shame. Ren Miao raised his eyebrows, looked at them and said, "Now that all your weaponry is ours, hand over your terminals." The captain hesitated for a moment, then handed it over anyway. Daiju warned them, "Don't divulge any information about us, and please abide by the rules of the maneuver. Let's go." With those words, Daiju and the girls left with their team. The captain of the Blue Arrow Brigade looked at their backs as they left and sighed helplessly. "Where is this a female soldier? This is clearly a tigress. It's all our fault, we were too gullible." A lieutenant simply sat on the ground. It's over, we'll definitely be stripped of our skin when we go back. Dang scouts, being easily taken out by these female soldiers, I won't even have the face-to-face people when I tell them." A soldier rubbed his stomach and asked cautiously, "They took all our sustenance, what are we going to eat next? All you think about is eating all day long, go back and wait to be shot." The soldier was full of grievances. Is it wrong to be hungry? Blue Arrow Brigade Command. Brigade Commander, one of our reconnaissance squads was taken out, and they also robbed our terminal. A communications soldier said in a fiery voice. What? Wu Wei was so shocked that his jaw broke and immediately pounced on the computer. These girls, they even took out our scouts, they really have some skills. The communications soldier asked, "Brigadier, what are they doing robbing our radio terminals? Aren't they afraid that we'll locate their position?" Wu Wei thought for a while and sneered, "They want to find our command headquarters and want to know our plan of action. Lu Fan must have given them a mission. Can you find out how many of them there are now?" The communications soldier stared at the screen and shook his head. "I can't see it at the moment, but I can lock their location. Should we take the initiative?" Wu Wei waved his hand, the corner of his mouth hooked into an evil smile. "Don't startle the snakes. If we act rashly, if we miss a leaky fish, it will be difficult to find it again. Since they want to find our command, then we'll make it a trick. Don't act rashly now, wait for them to deliver it to the door. If they want to lock onto the location of our command headquarters, there's no need to intercept them, let them locate it. Strengthen the guard, let's catch a turtle in a jar." A flash of light swept across the correspondent's eyes. "Deputy Brigadier, you are brilliant." Wu Wei clasped his hands on his chest and stared at the screen with a strategizing look. It's been a day with them, it's time to put an end to it. Chapter 55 Finding the Blue Arrow Brigade Command. Somewhere in the jungle. Lei Gong, come. It's up to you. Daiju handed the terminal over to Wei Shiyu. Wei Shiyu took it and quickly opened the system to operate. "Wait for me for a few minutes, I'll crack their firewall first." Daiju, Ren Miao, and the two of them also leaned over, staring at her operation with unblinking eyes. Wei Shiyu fiddled for a few minutes before her eyes lit up. "Okay, found it. They have 2 command headquarters, one on the ground and one in the air." 2 command headquarters? This Blue Arrow Brigade is really something. Zhang Weiwei's jaw dropped in surprise. Daiju pursued, "Then can we find out if the deputy brigade commander is at the command headquarters?" Wei Shiyu shook her head. "No. This can't be found out, there's no locator on him. However, I always feel that something is not right, their firewall is too easy to enter, and they didn't even intercept me in any way." Ran Miao sneered, "That's because they deliberately leaked their location to us, waiting for us to come to their door. Right now, they're not moving out because they're not sure of our exact number, and they're not sure if there's a grouping. So, they want to lure us in and take us all in one pot." Guyan scratched his head, puzzled. How did they know we were looking for their command? Could it be that company commander Lu told him about our decapitation mission? Ran Miao said in a deep voice, "Isn't the point of grabbing their terminals to locate their position? Who else would take the risk just to give away their location? This terminal has 2 sides, we can locate them and they can locate us. With it, we are now a moving target." Daiju nodded. "Shark is right, this is what the Blue Arrow Brigade is after." She looked at Wei Shiyu and asked, "Can we crack their code and issue commands on their behalf? Or, just be able to detect their actions?" Wei Shiyu calmly said, "I'll try." A few minutes later, she looked up excitedly and said with a smile, "It worked. I cracked their second firewall. They intercepted me just now." Guyan asked blankly, "Since it was intercepted, doesn't that mean it didn't work?" Wei Shiyu swore, "Before they intercepted, I had already planted my Trojans in. I planted 2 Trojans, and they only dealt with one of mine, not realizing that the other one had already been planted in by me. So, now that they have succeeded in intercepting it, they must think that our plan has failed. But we can only detect their exact actions, there's no way to give orders on their behalf. Daiju heavily patted her shoulder, this is already very good. Looks like you haven't played with codes all night before. Wei Shiyu smiled awkwardly, it was because I was too addicted to computers that my parents sent me to become a soldier. Who knew that the more I became a soldier, the more addicted I became? I didn't realize that what my parents thought was a plaything in the beginning would play a big role today. Everyone cast appreciative glances at Wei Shiyu. Daiju looked at them and calmly said, for safety's sake, next, we need to split into 3 groups. Right now, we don't know which command the brigade commander is in, so whether it's the command on the ground or in the air, we need to find a way to take it out. Zhang Weiwei asked with a surprised look on her face, this ground command is fine. How can we fight this one in the air? We don't have anti-aircraft missiles and we don't have helicopters. We can't just fly up and strangle him ourselves. Ren Miao had a bright idea and said in a deep voice, then let's borrow the power and let them beat themselves up. Let's split into 3 groups, 1 group to feel our way into their air defense missile battalion, 1 group to blend into their land navigation brigade, and another group to blend into their command headquarters. Shen Mengyao couldn't help but open her mouth and asked, aren't we going to fuck their command? What's the point of going to the air defense missile battalion? Aren't these 2 positions the opposite of each other? Ren Miao analyzed, you guys listen to me first, since we can't get into the sky, we'll use their missile battalion to shoot down their own planes. Isn't Lei Gong a hacker expert? Bring her over to use hacking techniques to control their systems and give orders directly. Another group take the terminals to their land command to draw fire, I'll take another group to their land brigade to grab the helicopters to attack straight away. Grab the helicopters? You're so bold, do you know how to fly? Zhang Weiwei couldn't help but ask. Just kidding, I'm a senior student of the Aviation University, helicopter sprinkles law. Ran Miao said with a confident face. Daiju asked anxiously and worriedly, but didn't you say before that you don't know how to fly an armed helicopter? Ren Miao faintly smiled, I'm the one who has the foundation, I can learn now, don't worry, you won't die from the fall. Upon hearing this, everyone's scalp went numb and a cold shiver ran through their body. Daiju pursued, do you have a score or not? Ren Miao patted his chest and said, don't worry. I'll take care of it. They think that our target is the land command, and the rest of the place will definitely not be very tightly defended. Seeing her confident look, Daiju did not continue the discussion. Now that they were few, they definitely couldn't do it by brute force, so they could only outwit them. Although Ren Miao's plan was risky, it had a very high success rate, and right now, they could only take a shot at it. Let's do as Shark said, let's split up immediately. The 22 soldiers were evenly divided into 3 groups. Daiju led a group to the Air Defense Missile Battalion, Ren Miao led a group to the Land Navigation Brigade, and the remaining group was led by Zhao Bingling to the Blue Arrow Brigade Command Center. Immediate departure. Directorate. Blue Arrow Brigade Commander Su Qing said, Company Commander Lu, these female soldiers of yours managed to take out a scouting squad, it's indeed a bit interesting. Lu Fan laughed, thanks to Brigade Commander Su for the compliment. Su Qing continued, but I can't figure out why they grabbed this terminal, aren't they afraid of leaking their position? Or did you give them some special task? Lu Fan subconsciously nodded, a brigadier is worthy of being a brigadier, his brain is just more flexible than others. Su Qing snorted coldly, Company Commander Lu, I'm quite curious to know what mission you gave them that made them take such a big risk. Lu Fan laughed, a decapitation operation. What? You're going to behead Wu Wei? Su Qing was so surprised that she bounced up from her chair. Even the members of the directing department were shocked out of their minds as they all looked at him in unison. In their perceptions, it was simply heavenly. Lu Fan looked at each of them like they were eating him and raised his eyebrows. What are you so surprised for? Does the drill state that you can't behead someone? Su Qing laughed up to the sky, Lu Fan, you also think too highly of these girls. It's hard to believe that you think they can still escape from their shells in this heavy encirclement? Lu Fan said indifferently, how do you know if you don't try, maybe it really worked. Humph. If your flamingo can decapitate successfully, I'll eat shit upside down. Su Qing said with conviction. Chapter 56, Brigadier General Su, you're really a tough guy. General Director, Brigadier Su, what a ruthless man. Lu Fan looked at him with a raised eyebrow, Brigadier, words can't be too full, anything is possible. Su Qing blankly glanced at him with a disinterested face, if I dare to say it, I dare to do it. Lu Fan didn't continue to speak, but cast his eyes to the big screen to see Flamingo's next plan. These female soldiers were all chosen by him by the thousands, and he knew the strengths and weaknesses of each one at a glance. When they were grouped, he had already guessed what they were going to do, and his heart was as clear as a mirror. When Su Qing saw Lu Fan's face, which seemed to be in control of life and death, she couldn't help but tremble in her heart and began to secretly regret the angry words she had just said. Wu Wei ah Wu Wei, if you are decapitated, I open live broadcast chopped your Kuan Kuan. Blue Arrow Brigade Command. Deputy Brigade Commander, the Flamingo's whereabouts have been discovered. The communications soldier reported by pointing to the flashing red dot on the computer. Wu Wei walked to the large screen and stared at the few people on the screen. He couldn't help but frown. How come it's just these few? Are they grouped together? Can you find out where the others are? The communications soldier fiddled with the computer and shook his head in disappointment. No sign of the others yet. Deputy Brigadier, should we get them back? Their location is already locked. Wu Wei raised his right hand and vetoed, don't scare the snakes, their target is the command headquarters, so let them come over. Let's just wait here and invite the king into the jar. Number 2. Strengthen the alert and set up a minefield in the 204 area, that's the path they must take to come to the command headquarters. If they dare to come, we dare to bomb. Number 2 nodded, yes. Wu Wei continued with the task. Number 3, send out the drones and military dogs to find the whereabouts of the other female soldiers. Send out companies 2 and 3, add more manpower and make sure they are found. I don't believe that in such a place, they can still go up to the sky and hide. Yes. Number 3 received the order and immediately took action. Gradually, at dusk, the jungle was left with the last glow of haze. The small team led by Ren Mia was slowly weaving through the jungle with a cat's waist and according to their guns. Eyes watching and ears listening, one step is 3, very cautious and careful. After walking for about 2 kilometers, she looked around to make sure it was safe and then said to the crowd. Rest in place for 3 hours, rest in groups, pay attention to check your food, don't dry out before the maneuver is over. I'll be the sentry first, replace me after 2 hours. Hearing this, the highly tensed spirits of the female soldiers instantly loosened up, and they leaned back to back, taking out a little bit of dry food and water and blending it to eat. But they didn't dare to eat too much, after all, there were still 2 days to go. Every day's long-distance trekking will consume more and more physical strength, so every bite, they have to calculate clearly in their hearts. Although they were all female soldiers around 20 years old, they were not pretentious at all, and completely treated themselves as a female warrior who was fighting. Always ready. Shark, how are we going to get into the land and air brigade? Do you have a plan? Guyun came over and asked. No. What? Guyun froze for a moment. How dare you take us here without one? Ren Miao stared around and whispered, the battlefield is ever changing, plans can't catch up with changes. You have to learn to be flexible in war, you think everyone is as chesty as you are. If you don't want to take a break, come stand guard, I give you this idea every day. Which idea? After that, I still have to reply to your various questions, so annoying. Guyun pinched her shoulder and hastily compensated with a smile, I'm just curious to ask, I'll go to sleep right away, when the time comes you call me ah. Ran Miao glanced at her and shook her head helplessly, continuing to look around on guard. Although she was also exhausted, but as a vice captain, even if she was tired, she had to insist on keeping watch. Soon, night fell. The darkness of the night was like a large well that enveloped the entire jungle. The surroundings were silent, and occasionally a few crows flew overhead, emitting a hint of a dark and muffled sound. One could even faintly hear the barking of some wolf dogs. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Fan had trained them for a week in the wilderness, when faced with such an environment, it was estimated that they would have been in disarray long ago. It was also because they had spent time in the mountains and forests that they were also able to distinguish the authenticity of these sounds in time. They guessed that these wolf cries were most likely mechanical sounds coming from the Blue Arrow Brigade. It was nothing more than an attempt to scare them out of their guts and make them show themselves in a panic. However, the Blue Arrow Brigade had underestimated the flamingo's strength. This trick doesn't work. Soon, at 3 o'clock in the morning, a sizzling sound came from the ear. Attention! There's a hostile situation. Quickly take cover. Ran Miao aimed his gun ahead and turned around to say to them. As the words fell, all the female soldiers immediately woke up, grabbed their backpacks and scattered to hide. Some climbed trees, some drilled holes, and some lay down on the grass, all very familiar. In no time, all of them disappeared from view. The captain of the Blue Arrow Brigade searched for a while, but didn't see any figure, his face full of black lines. They were here just now, why are they gone? They must be nearby, there are still their footprints on the ground, search carefully. If we can't catch them in such a small place, why don't we just go home and farm? Yes. The dozen male soldiers had mobilized a lot of manpower and resources to find the flamingos. Their hearts had long been burning with fury, and they searched without mercy. Taking the guns in their hands, they peeled away the weeds on the ground everywhere, not letting go of any suspicious place. Seeing them approaching step by step, Run Meow decided to counterattack and take the initiative. She raised her flashlight to the maximum luminosity and shone it towards the crowded place. The soldiers of the Blue Arrow Brigade were shot directly by the sudden light and subconsciously blocked their eyes with their palms. The 8 female soldiers took the opportunity to according their guns, aiming and firing bullets in unison. Bang bang bang! Rolls of smoke immediately rose from the male soldiers, and each of them froze in place in confusion. They didn't expect these female soldiers to be so accurate with their shots, that they were able to hit with a single shot in the darkness of the night. The level of shooting as well as their reflexes were far above them. Guyan counted the eliminated male soldiers and couldn't help but frown. Shark, there are still 3 that missed, they're hiding. To look or not to look? Ran Meow looked around at the dark surroundings and thought calmly for a while. Find. There are snipers among them, they must be wiped out, otherwise we don't want to get out of this forest. I'll go attract them. Guyan stopped into his headset. Dao, Shark, I'll attract them, you fight. Your marksmanship is the best we have here, you must take them out quickly so we can get out of this forest. Ran Meow thought for a while and finally made a decision. Good. Stay safe. Guyan received the order and rushed out with fire, his speed was very fast. Like a speeding ghostly shadow. Over there. Shoot. Chapter 57, To live together, to die together, to go out on a limb. As soon as they moved, Ren Meow as well as the other female soldiers immediately locked onto their position. Bang bang bang. 3 bullets hit their chests, and white smoke quickly ignited on their left shoulders. Annihilate them all. Hurry up. Their rescue must be arriving soon. Guyan looked at the dry rations they were carrying and couldn't help but gulp. Shark. Aren't they taking the dry food on them? They're all dead, they can't eat. Male soldiers, I advise you to be kind. Ran Meow turned around and yelled lowly at her, I'll shoot you with 1 shot if you keep grumbling. Withdraw. That's an order. One by one, the male soldiers sat down on the ground paralyzed, quietly waiting for the body collection team, frustration written all over their faces. Come on, we got another squad killed. These female soldiers are not to be messed with, I don't know if the rest of our troops have found the rest of them. Don't look at their small bodies, but they have a lot of ideas, we've fallen into their hands. Anyway, this time, we are finished. Director Department. Blue Arrow Brigade Commander Su Ching pointed at the male soldiers on the big screen and jumped anxiously. He looked at the staff officer next to him and asked, whose men are these? See if I don't go back and practice them to death. The chief of staff, his face full of black lines, lowered his head and stammered, Brigadier General, this is my subordinate. What? Su Ching covered his liver with his left hand and pointed at his nose with his right hand and cursed, what kind of shit do you usually train? These female soldiers were right under their noses, and surprisingly they couldn't find them dead. Even if they couldn't find them, they were wiped out. Even if they were wiped out, they were wiped out so poorly that they didn't even touch each other's fingers. I'm telling you, if we lose this maneuver, you'll eat shit upside down for me. The chief of staff snapped his head up, the corners of his mouth twitching madly, like a suffocating little baby. It's true that the official is a big man who crushes a level. If you don't die, you have to shit. Lu Fan next to him coughed twice and snorted, Brigadier Su, there's a sentence that I don't know when to speak or not. Su Ching scolded in a bad mood, speak up if you have something to say. If you have a fart, let it go. Lu Fan said indifferently, if I'm wrong, don't blame me, just think of it as a chat. I think this is one size fits all, not to be mixed up. Su Ching coldly glared at him, Company Commander Lu, could it be that you even want to get involved with me disciplining my own men? As the saying goes, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. If it wasn't for his poor discipline, could this battle have been fought in such a shambles? Lu Fan laughed, Brigadier Su, you are right, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. If this is to be counted, the responsibility has to be on you, who made Staff Sergeant Lin your subordinate. Hearing this, Staff Sergeant Lin secretly gave Lu Fan a thumbs up, an anti-smile on his face. Well said. What a damn good thing to say. Su Qing was so angry that his face turned red and his features gradually distorted. He turned to look and realized that Staff Sergeant Lin was actually smiling at Lu Fan's chrysanthemum. That smile was like looking at his future son-in-law. Su Qing glared at him fiercely, and the smile on Staff Officer Lin's face immediately froze, itching to bury his head in his pants. Lu Fan saw that Su Qing's face was extremely embarrassed and carefully said, "Brigadier Su, I just mentioned it like that, don't be angry." Su Qing coldly snorted, "Who said I'm angry? I'm not angry, I'm fine." He haitao, you even taught such a bastard. I have to go back and drink all your puer. On the other side, Daiju and the girls led the squad to a desolate place. She stopped and looked down at the map. We're at this location now. If we go over this road from 234, we'll have to travel 25 kilometers. According to the news that came from Frost Jiao Bingling's terminal just now, ambushes have been set up on this road as well as the surrounding area, and they are surrounding us in batches. There are still 2 days until the end of the exercise, so to be on the safe side, we have to reach the missile battalion tomorrow. Wei Shiyu said, "Bamboo Leaf, tell us directly what plan you have, we'll all listen to you." The others looked at her and nodded heavily. Daiju pointed her finger to a location on the map. "Right now, we can only go through this swamp." "Swamp? Will this one be too dangerous?" Lu Shifan couldn't help but shiver. Daiju calmly said, "The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. They wouldn't think that we would take this road. Besides, this road is the closest, let's be careful and passing through is not a problem." Wei Shiyu pondered for a moment and took the lead. "Fine. We'll all listen to you, who made you our captain?" Lu Shifan also nodded in agreement. "I agree. We've trained for so long, we've dodged bullets, we're still not afraid of this swamp." The others also expressed their stance. "If we want to live together, if we want to die together, we'll give it up." Daiju looked at their full-blooded appearance, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. "Let's rest in place first, and then set off early tomorrow morning." "Good." Blue Arrow Brigade Command Headquarters. Deputy Brigade Commander, just now we ended up having another squad taken out. The communications soldier said with his head hanging down. Wu Wei held his forehead and tried to shake his head. "These female soldiers are really making me work hard." The communications soldier continued, "However, we've determined their last location, and according to the news they sent, there are only 8 of them in this squad. As long as we follow this 206 this way over and increase the scope of the search, we will definitely be able to find them." Wu Wei sighed. "It's been so long now, they must have run away long ago. You hurry up and arrange for the helicopters, have them speed up and stop them as far ahead as possible." The communications soldier nodded, "Yes." Wu Wei continued, "Any news on the other female soldiers?" The communications soldier shook his head. "No, we've narrowed it down to a very small area and have ambushed sentries on all the roads. But there's no sign of them yet." Wu Wei quickly opened the map and pointed in several directions. Suddenly his eyelids lifted. Could it be that they took this road 325? He thought for a moment, then quickly shook his head in the negative. "Impossible. This road is leading to that swamp, it's still a no man's land. How many people have planted their heads there? Isn't this looking for death?" In this case, it seems that they are just divided into 3 groups. But, according to their trajectory, it's 3 different routes altogether. Where are they going? A captain reminded, "Deputy Brigade Commander, it was just discovered that the route taken by this group of female soldiers leads to the Land Aviation Brigade." Land Navigation Brigade? What are they doing in the Land Navigation Brigade? Robbing airplanes for fun? Wu Wei sneered. Wu Wei waved his hand. "Have the land aviation strengthen its vigilance, and measure them to not make any waves. Since we have now determined their number and also their grouping, we can act directly. See to it that they are taken out directly." The captain nodded, "Yes." On the other side, after seeing their next decision through the radio terminal, Zhao Binglin immediately informed the other 2 groups of the situation. A showdown was about to take place. Chapter 58, Crisis in the Swamp. At first light, Daiju led the squad through the swamp. The swamp was about a kilometer away, and the more water plants there were, the higher the danger was, so they walked carefully. "Zhuyi, this water grass is getting greener, what should we do?" Lu Shifan stared at the road ahead, instantly having a feeling of confusion. With every step they took, half of their calves would sink in, and although the distance was short, the speed was very slow. Daiju looked around with her binoculars and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, but as a captain, she was already good at controlling her emotions. "Everyone hold on for a little while longer, there's still half a kilometer to go. After the swamp, the next step is to cross a hill and we'll be at their missile camp." There was no turning back from the open bow. they were already deep in it, and there was already no way back. Right now, they could only grit their teeth and move forward. Ah, help, help. Suddenly, Lu Shifan's cries came from behind them. Bamboo leaf, the blood eagle is trapped. Daiju quickly turned his head and realized that Lu Shifan's lower half of his body was all sunk in and was still going down at a slow speed. Don't move. Hold steady. We'll drag you up. Daiju untied the rope on his body and threw it directly in front of Lu Shifan. Catch it. Hold on tight. Lu Shifan's terrified look quickly adjusted. She slowly stretched out her hands to steadily grab the rope. Quick! Pull her up. Daiju as well as a few other female soldiers pulled the rope tighter and struggled to pull it up in unison. One female soldier, due to her overexertion, took a step backward with her right foot and also fell deep into the mud. A female soldier standing next to her was the first to react, and she instinctively wanted to grab her hand, but it was too late. In desperation, she could only take out the rope from her backpack and throw it over to her, yelling in a low voice, "Hold on tight, I'll pull you up." In a split second, the two female soldiers fell into the swamp at the same time. These two female soldiers were sincerely terrified, so anxious that they almost cried out. Although they were panicked, their emotions quickly stabilized. The remaining 6 female soldiers, divided into 2 groups, each grabbed the ropes and pulled them upwards vigorously. Director's Department. When Lu Fan saw this scene, his eyebrows wrinkled slightly and his body could not help but tense up. Although he pretended to be calm on the surface, a ripple had already risen in his heart. It wasn't just him, the others present were all tensing a string. This swamp was extremely dangerous, and with every step they took, Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Although it was a drill, the flamingos treated it as if it was a real battle, preferring to risk their lives to complete the mission rather than be eliminated. This impulse infected everyone in the director's department. When Su Qing saw Lu Fan's solemn look, she couldn't help but sigh. "Company Commander Lu, these female soldiers of yours are really not afraid of death, and they dare to break into such a dangerous swamp." Lu Fan said indifferently, "Brigadier Su, drills are actual combat, they understand this, so they are now trying to survive. Don't say it's a swamp, even if it's a minefield, they will go forward." Staff Sergeant Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect these female soldiers to be so tough, the male soldiers are ashamed of themselves." No wonder women generally have a stronger life expectancy than men. The chief director looked at the screen and asked with some anxious concern, "Company Commander Lu, can they really do it? Do you want us to send someone nearby to supervise them?" "No need." Lu Fan said firmly, "They are the soldiers I brought up, I trust them." Right in the gap between their conversations, the 2 female soldiers managed to get ashore with the help of Daiju as well as the other female soldiers. Although they pulled themselves up, they were still palpitating as well, their hearts thumping non-stop. Even though they had experienced the baptism of artillery fire in the past, it was the first time they had a brush with death. Daiju rushed to them and said, "Everyone concentrate and keep moving forward. We are now grasshoppers on a rope, we must be united and united as one, understand?" The female soldiers nodded, understood. Soon, it was close to noon. After a lot of hard work, they finally managed to cross the swamp. The female soldiers looked back at the path they had traveled and couldn't even believe that they had actually made it through. "Comrades, we've broken through another barrier." Daiju couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Shifan looked around for a while and asked with a puzzled expression, "How come there isn't even a dark sentry here? Could it be that they are deliberately giving us a free pass?" Daiju shook his head, "They aren't that kind, only that they wouldn't have thought that we would take this road. This hill in front of us, I'll clear the way, I'll go up first. Zhu Yi, be careful," Wei Shiyu said with concern. Daiju nodded, walked to the bottom of the mountainside, looked upwards, climbed on the rock with both hands, stomped on both feet, and started to climb up. Director's Department. Seeing that these female soldiers had managed to dodge another bullet, Su Qing's face completely sank. When he remembered his previous outburst, he couldn't wait to slap himself twice. Having led soldiers for many years, he could now also see the potential of these female soldiers. Right now, he was no longer looking for victory, but only for Wu Wei to be able to hold his head steady. On the contrary, Lu Fan already had the look of an old man who was bound to win. On the other side, Zhao Binglin and her group had arrived at the Blue Arrow Brigade's command headquarters. "Ice Frost, do we still need to bring this terminal?" A female soldier couldn't help but ask. Zhao Bingling said directly, "Of course. If they wanted to fight we would have done it long ago, why wait until now?" We're a moving live target now, they don't need to spend a single soldier, just one missile can destroy us. A female soldier asked curiously, then why haven't they launched an attack on us yet? Zhao Binglin said, first, they don't know that we've entered their chain of command. Second, they know we're coming to the command headquarters and have long since laid a dragnet waiting for us to enter. Third, he was hoping we'd lure more female soldiers out. She slowed down her tone, anyway, our mission is to confuse the enemy, even if we sacrifice ourselves, we have to buy time for them. This terminal, at least, will help the other two teams get information. Either way, we're all dead, our team, we're on the ropes. The female soldier smiled slightly in relief. There's no such thing as not sacrificing in a war, it's worth it if our sacrifice can be exchanged for a greater victory. Upon hearing this, the other female soldiers also nodded heavily. Gradually, the sky darkened. There was still one last day left before the end of the exercise. After Ren Miao led the squad out of the forest, they went straight in the direction of the Land Navigation Brigade. In order to avoid the helicopters, they still chose to go from remote places. The more obstacles there were, the harder it would be for the helicopters to spot them. They had lived in the jungle day and night for a week, and they all knew very well which location was the best to hide. Shark. A kilometer ahead is the Land Aviation Brigade, how do I get in? Guyun looked at Ren Miao and asked. Ren Miao picked up the binoculars and looked at it for a while, then put it down again and only said one word, wait. Chapter 59 Zhang Weiwei's Heroic Rescue Plan. Guyun was confused, wait? Wait for when? Tonight is our last chance. If it's daytime tomorrow, we just can't blend in even if we have 3 heads and 6 arms. Ren Miao patted her shoulder and said in relief, first of all, we have to wait for news from Bamboo Leaf and the girls. Secondly, we have to find a vehicle. As far as I know, the land navigation will have a logistics vehicle pass by every night at 10 p.m., mainly to deliver supplies to them. It's now 9 p.m., there's still an hour to go. Guyun nodded thoughtfully, alright, you're the vice captain, listen to you. Ran Miao fastened his headset and connected to Daiju and asked, Bamboo Leaf, what's the situation on your side? Daiju heard the voice and replied, Shark, we're already near the missile battalion and are now trying to figure out how to feel our way in. Ran Miao looked down at his watch and continued, Bamboo Leaf, we still have about an hour before we can move, so you guys hurry up. Daiju, good. Keep in touch at all times. Wei Shiyu slowly poked her head out and observed for a while, seeing that there were guard posts all around, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Bamboo Leaf, they have sentries everywhere, how are we going to get in? Daiju thought for a while and said in a deep voice, the best way is to find a vehicle to blend in, but there are no vehicles going in and out around here at all. Lu Shifan thought for a while and said excitedly, we can take out a few of their sentries, put on their clothes and disguise ourselves as their people, won't that be enough? They can't see very well at night anyway. Wei Shiyu nodded, I think this method will work, the few of us are all around 170 tall, and these sentries are about the same height. Everyone has camouflage painted on their faces as well, they won't be able to tell for a while. Daiju shook his head, this method is more risky and radical, their sentries are at the door, there are cameras at the door, if we directly go up to the door and take them out, it will definitely affect the whole body. Let me think about it again, if it's not possible, we can only go hard in the end. Wait, sister will go get you guys a car. Zhang Weiwei raised her eyebrows and winked at the crowd. You? The crowd looked at her in unison. Wei Shiyu asked curiously, what do you have in mind? Zhang Weiwei took out a set of civilian clothes, a pair of canvas shoes, and some makeup supplies from her bag and handed them over. Of course it's to stage a heroic rescue. Seeing this pile of supplies in front of them, Lu Shifan couldn't help but see gold in both eyes, I'll go. Why did you bring so many social supplies, aren't you afraid that Company Commander Lu will punish you to death? Zhang Weiwei raised her eyebrows, we're in a war, you can't be one-dimensional in a war. We have to learn to be flexible, why do we have to wear this uniform? We can disguise ourselves as civilians. In a moment, I'll lure them over here, you guys take the time to finish them off, then put on their clothes and blend in. Anyway, there are so many of them, they won't recognize each and every one of them, and with the effect of the camouflage, they won't notice in the middle of the night. Besides, they definitely won't be able to think that we'll be able to blend into their missile battalion. Daiju's eyes lit up and he agreed, this plan is feasible. It's settled, Goblin, now it's time for you to use your charm. Zhang Weiwei nodded, give me a few minutes, I'll prepare properly. She took off the military uniform she was wearing and put on the set of civilian clothes, took out her cosmetics and started applying makeup to herself. Originally coming from a civilian troop, she was naturally familiar with these things. In no time, a youthful beauty appeared before them. She stood up and spun around in front of the crowd, blinking her eyes. How is it? Can you still tell that I'm a soldier? Wei Shiyu gave her a thumbs up. Hi. Really high. Daiju urged, don't be a stinker, hurry up, time is running out. Zhang Weiwei saluted, yes. I'll go do it right away. After saying that, she immediately turned around and ran straight towards the missile battalions. Wei Shiyu asked worriedly, is she really okay? Daiju said in a deep voice, I don't know, give it a try, we can't just wait around, take out all the mines. We're going to lay out a minefield now, make sure to mark it well, don't dig a hole and jump yourself. Once the order was given, all the female soldiers acted immediately according to Daiju's request. When she was still 100 meters away from the entrance, Zhang Weiwei messed up her hair a little bit and her eyes tried to squeeze out 2 lines of tears. Help ah, help ah. The tone of her voice was vivid and pathetic, bringing out the most tender side of a woman. The sentry who heard the cries immediately rushed out, stepped forward and looked her up and down, asking with concern, Comrade, what's wrong with you? Zhang Weiwei sobbed a few times and pointed in one direction, just now I drove by here with my friend and was robbed by a group of hooligans. Now, I have another friend they've taken, Brother Liberation Army, please help me. The sentry looked at her crying pearly face, his heart choked with righteous indignation and cursed, how dare they rob under our noses, it seems they are tired of living. Comrade, take me there, I'll go help you get your friend out. Wait. A captain suddenly stepped out, he sized up Zhang Weiwei for a moment and spoke, it's so late, what are you 2 girls doing here? Don't you know that we're in a military exercise here? Zhang Weiwei instantly panicked in her heart when she saw the sudden appearance of Chang Biao. But she, who had a talent for acting since she was a child, quickly adjusted her thoughts. Military drills? What the heck is a drill? A drill is when the captain was just about to explain, but was interrupted by Zhang Weiwei, Brother PLA, I don't know these rules of yours, we got lost and came in by mistake. She squatted on the ground and cried like an aggrieved little girl, now my friend is in critical condition, and you guys still see death and ask questions here. I'm a weak woman, I can't carry on my shoulder or lift in my hand, I can't harm you guys. The captain saw her in this state and felt compassion, alright, don't cry girl, we're just going about our routine business. Literally, you go over with her to see what's going on. Zhang Weiwei lowered her head, covering her small mouth and muttered, but there are more than a dozen of them, one of you isn't enough. Let's just send a car out, a little faster, or that friend of mine will definitely. Oh. The captain heard her say this, also feel reasonable, he did not think too much, directly to the person in charge inside to report the situation. After learning the truth of the matter, they quickly dispatched 10 people out. Zhang Weiwei sat on the co-pilot to guide them. Every now and then, she glanced back at them, and every now and then, she cried a few more times. Being a soldier for 3 years, a sow races a sable. Not to mention such a big beauty. The desire to protect in their hearts was instantly aroused. At this moment, they felt that their profession was very noble. Brother PLA, it's right in front, you guys hurry up, go for it. This mouthful of brother was melted like honey in their hearts. This feeling of being needed was so good. The driver's right foot pushed hard and the gas pedal went straight to the bottom. Chapter 60 The Fish Takes the Hook. A few minutes later, the vehicle was about to drive to Daiju's and their ambush area. When Wei Shiyu saw the slowly approaching vehicle, she couldn't help but stare in disbelief. A goblin is really a goblin, she really lured her over. Lu Shifan laughed, a woman will affect how fast a man can draw his gun, let alone such a pretty beauty. Coax them a few times and they won't be able to find the north. Daiju took out his night vision device, looked at their numbers, and began to give orders. As soon as they all finish getting out of the car, shoot immediately. Got it? Roger. Zhang Weiwei looked at the surroundings and realized that the time was ripe, and immediately shouted stop. Halt! Brother PLA, it's here, you guys come down quickly, otherwise my friend will really be abducted. Zhang Weiwei was the first to open the car door and get out, showing a sense of anxiety. The male soldier looked around for a while, then followed suit and got out of the car. Beauty, which direction did they run off in? It might be faster for us to drive over. Zhang Weiwei pointed in a direction and said, it's just over there, the road is not good enough to drive, so we can only walk. A male soldier looked in that direction and nodded, okay. You take us there, the driver will wait in the car to receive us. Hearing that the driver was not getting out of the car, Zhang Weiwei froze for a moment and quickly came up with an idea. You guys wait for me, I left something on the passenger side just now, wait for me for a few seconds. She glanced around, then opened the car door and sat on the passenger side. Bang! The moment the door closed, Daiju immediately initiated an action order. Bang bang bang! The sound of gunshots rose in all directions. One by one, the bullets accurately struck the body of each male soldier, and smoke instantly rose from the scene. The driver of the car just wanted to get out of the car to counterattack, but a knife was pressed against his neck, and under the moonlight, the light of the knife appeared to be particularly blinding. I'm sorry, Brother Liberation Army, you're already dead, get out of the car obediently. Zhang Weiwei blinked at him. The driver looked at her in horror. You're a female Special Forces member? Zhang Weiwei nodded, aha. The driver opened the door and got out of the car lifelessly, a flash of anger in his eyes. Only at this moment did they fully understand what was going on. It turned out that this harmless beauty in front of them was a spy sent by the enemy. Cheating our feelings like this, won't your conscience hurt? Right at this moment, Daiju led all the female soldiers out from all sides. She walked in front of them and coldly grunted, you guys take off your clothes, as well as the guns and ammunitions, and give them all to us. What do you want our clothes for? A captain asked in surprise. Zhang Weiwei said, we have our own use, cut the crap and hurry to take them off. The captain looked at her with a black line on his face, you guys even posed as civilians to confuse us, how cunning. Daiju sneered, as the saying goes, the way of the soldier is not deceitful. The way of the soldier is also tricky, if it's false, it's real, if it's real, it's false. These truths shouldn't be lost on you guys. The matter was finalized, and the male soldiers didn't want to make more sophistry. This matter was indeed something they hadn't considered thoroughly. Thankfully, they had encountered the female soldiers of the Yin Kingdom. If they had encountered the women of the Small Days, they would probably have already been completely annihilated. Then, we've given you all our clothes, what are we going to wear? There are a lot of mosquitoes here, okay? A male soldier was indignant, making a final stubborn move. The soldier bit his lips in aggravation, both hands subconsciously hugging his shoulders. Wei Shiyu impatiently said, you're big men, no one will look at you if you strip naked. Hurry up, don't force our hand. The captain said stiffly and with difficulty, take it off. We're all living dead men anyway, it doesn't matter if we have face or not anymore. Zhang Weiwei smiled and said, that's being good. The male soldiers looked at each other and reluctantly undid their buckles and belts. That bitter expression was as if they were a well-behaved woman and child being ravaged by the enemy. The female soldiers were also interested and didn't stare at them the whole time, leaving them with the last shred of dignity. Since it was summer, they only wore one piece of clothing, so there was only a pair of underwear left when they were done. A few big men huddled together in a ball naked, like an aggrieved little baby, so angry that they wanted to cry. Growing up, they had never been humiliated like this. Usually it was the women who were forced to undress, but they were forced by the women to undress. But they did hope that the female soldiers would look at them and show off the toned muscles on their bodies. Maybe, by some mischance, they could even hold a beautiful woman, and it wouldn't be in vain to die this time. But the flowers had no intention of falling, and the water had no mercy. The female soldiers didn't look at them the whole time, but covered their eyes and picked up all the clothes on the ground, and quickly got into the car. Although the clothes were rather loose, they were tightened a little bit with the belt and could not be seen without looking closely. Besides, they were sitting in the car for a while, and their vision would be obstructed. After everything was ready, Daiju started the military vehicle and sped away. Looking at the faraway military vehicle, the male soldiers were blocked in their hearts, letting the cold wind slap them randomly on their bodies. Director Department. When Blue Arrow Brigade Commander Su Qing saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched as he looked at Lu Fan and asked in confusion, what's going on with these female soldiers of yours? Aren't they going to be beheaded? Why are they running to the missile battalion? Lu Fan smiled awkwardly, Brigadier, this I don't know. Su Qing grunted, they are the soldiers you brought out, would you not know? Lu Fan smiled, Brigadier, see what you're saying, it's true that they're the soldiers I brought out, but I'm not the roundworm in their stomachs, so how would I know all their thoughts? Staff Sergeant Lin interjected, could it be that they want to go grab missiles for fun? Or do they want to blend into the missile battalion and visit it? Su Qing suddenly laughed out loud, I guess that's it, I guess these female soldiers are just looking curious and want to go have some fun. Aya, looks like I still overestimated them before, they are just a bunch of undeveloped little girls. Still talking about beheading, it's just a fool's errand. With those last 4 words, he purposely stretched his voice. Lu Fan smiled without saying anything, his eyes always staring at the big screen. No one knew what he was thinking, and no one could guess his next plan. All that was known was that he had been sitting as steady as a mountain, as if he held the power of life and death.
Blue Arrow Brigade Missile Battalion.
Daiju drove their military vehicle, took the pass card on the male soldier, and drove into the missile battalion smoothly. After finding a more secluded place to park the car, he got out of the car silently. The outskirts of the missile battalion were all relatively dark, and the surroundings were silent. The tents were spaced about 2 meters apart from each other, and with only 2 defenders outside each tent, the guard was relatively lax. In the dim light, they were wearing the same uniform and were taller, so they were not spotted. Daiju searched for a while before finding their computer room. She was just about to walk in when a cool voice came from behind her.
Stop! Where did you guys come from? Why do you look so unfamiliar? Chapter 61 Blowing Up the Blue Arrow Brigade Air Command.
Daiju turned his back to him, never uttering a sound, but his heart was apprehensive.
I'm asking you, did you hear me?
The lieutenant walked forward in large strides and pressed her shoulders from behind. Daiju's head turned slightly sideways, steadily grabbed his wrist, threw it with force, and kicked his right foot towards his stomach. He was just about to cry out when Lu Shifan hooked his neck from behind, a sharp knife across his neck.
Don't move!
Otherwise it really will be white knives in, red knives out.
Please abide by the rules of maneuvers.
The captain glared fiercely at them, but he didn't dare to make a single sound, and could only take 2 sensible steps back. Meanwhile, the 2 guards outside the tent were also taken out by Wei Shiyu and the girls. The soldiers defending inside heard the commotion and quickly stepped out of the doorway. Just after lifting the curtain, Zhang Weiwei directly threw an eyebrow at him. Just this instant caused him to lose his mind for a moment.
Why you are?
He looked down with a red face and asked cautiously. Zhang Weiwei twisted her small waist, her eyes tickled with ambiguous lassitude, and slowly came up to his ear and said,
I am here to catch you.
As the words fell, she made a beautiful turn and pulled out her dagger and pressed it against his backside.
You're dead. Next time you see a beautiful woman, be careful.
The soldier was stunned flaxen and froze for a long time before reacting.
You guys are special forces? Why are you wearing our clothes? Daiju coldly grunted, You're dead, we don't talk to dead people. Lei Gong, it's up to you, move fast.
Wei Shiyu nodded, then sat down in front of the computer and started fiddling with the keyboard.
The male soldier panicked and instinctively tried to step forward to stop him. What are you doing?
We have military secrets inside, you can't look at it.
Goblin.
So his mouth shut.
Daiju stared at the large screen and rushed Zhang Weiwei.
Zhang Weiwei nodded and pulled out an old rag from her bag, smilingly walking up to him, Handsome guy, open your mouth. The male soldier tightly closed his mouth, no longer daring to make a single sound. Seeing that he was finally quiet, only then did Zhang Weiwei withdraw the rag.
How's it? Can it be cracked? Daiju asked anxiously.
Wei Shiyu operated while saying, I've already cracked their password,
and I'm sending commands now.
Their firewall is level 4, it's pretty high-end.
A few minutes later, she pressed the enter key and smiled excitedly, There. Let's get out of here, the missiles will launch themselves in 5 minutes.
We need to evacuate within 5 minutes, otherwise we definitely won't be able to escape once the missiles are launched.
Daiju nodded and immediately gave the order, Hurry up.
Return to the military vehicle from earlier.
Whoosh.
The female soldiers lifted the curtain and poked their heads out to observe for a while before rushing out one after another. Watching their backs as they left, the male soldier quickly rushed to the computer, stared at the screen for a few seconds, and all of a sudden fell limp to the ground.
It's over. It's all over.
Their military vehicle was just about to pull out of the gate when the sentry saw something was wrong.
What are you guys doing out so late?
Show us your passes. Daiju thought for a moment and finally took out the pass he had just handed him. The flamingos looked at each other and all held their breath, not daring to make a single sound as their chests rose and fell more frequently. They already had their hands on their hips, and as soon as they were spotted, they fired immediately. The sentry took a glance at it, and then looked close to the window of the car, and was hesitating. A sharp cry came from behind, quickly stopped them.
They're Flamingo Special Warriors.
As the words fell, Daiju slammed his foot on the gas, and the vehicle directly crashed through the barrier and sped away.
Chase, we can't let them escape.
A few military vehicles behind them were deployed at the same time, closely chasing after their vehicle.
Just then, a loud bang came from the sky. Bang!
A missile was successfully launched, accurately hitting their airborne command headquarters. In a flash, smoke instantly rose from the helicopter on the command headquarters. The missile battalion commander was instantly dumbfounded as he looked at the beautiful parabola that crossed the air. Where did the missile come from? Who the hell launched it? He immediately connected to the male soldier in the computer room, but the other party did not respond for a long time. He was anxious, and a bad premonition instantly surged to his heart. Too late to think about it, he quickly walked toward the computer room, just lifted the curtain, immediately went forward and grabbed the collar of the male soldier sitting on the ground, and asked through gritted teeth, "What's going on in the end? Speak." The male soldier lowered his head and stammered, "Battalion, Chief, was it Flamingo who manipulated our system? She cracked our code and fired commands on our behalf." The battalion commander tugged at his collar and roared in hysterical rage, "How could they fire commands without the code? Was it you who told them? Was it you who saw how pretty they were and sold the information when your heart went soft?" The male soldier shook his head violently, "Battalion commander, it wasn't me. I swear. I definitely didn't do anything to betray the troops. There's a hacker expert among them who cracked it, by himself. Battalion commander, I wouldn't dare to sell information even if you gave me 100 guts." The battalion commander was stunned in place, slowly loosened his hand, slapped his hand heavily on the table. The water cup next to him followed and trembled a few times. "It's all over. Blue Arrow Brigade Command Headquarters." "What? They blew up our Air Command Headquarters?" Wu Wei was so shocked that his jaw almost broke, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. "What the hell is going on?" The captain reported in fear. "They infiltrated the missile battalion, cracked our firewall, and directly gave orders instead of us." Wu Wei roared, "Our firewall is level 4, how did they crack it?" The captain shook his head. I don't know, that's how the missile battalion reported it." Wu Wei was anxious, "These female soldiers. It's really something. Using my missile battalion to knock out my command headquarters. Next, I'm afraid they're going to come and behead me." As soon as the words left his mouth, he seemed to think of something and looked up in horror. Could it be that they destroyed our command headquarters just to behead me? The captain suddenly came to a realization. "Deputy Brigadier, what you said is highly probable. Since they know about our air command, they can definitely find out about our land command. If my guess is correct, their next step is to come to us." Wu Wei suddenly calmed down. "Don't they have a group of people with terminals? Position yourself to take out that group first. We can't wait any longer. I originally thought of luring the snakes out of their holes, but I didn't expect to be taken in by them. This group of female soldiers are not to be outdone. They even rode on my head to shit, and I'm still oblivious. Be sure to strengthen the guard and do a good job of security. Never let a mosquito in." The captain nodded heavily, "Yes." On the other side, Ren Miao heard the good news from Daiju and excitedly reported at the group. "Zhu Yi and the girls got it. Next. It's our turn to strike." She looked down at her watch and waved her right hand. "Quick. Set up a roadblock. Their cars are getting ready to arrive, so let's do something big." Chapter 62. Let me drive my armed forces and attack my own troops? Hearing this encouraging news, the girls' morale soared and they were energized. In no time, the barricades were quickly set up. Everything was ready, all we needed was the east wind. Time passed by minute. As expected, the logistics vehicle arrived on schedule. Ren Miao and the girls hid in the bushes dozens of meters away from the vehicle, observing their every move. As soon as their people stop, we'll immediately blend in through the vehicle. All the female soldiers nodded heavily. "Roger." Seeing the logistics vehicle gradually approaching, the hearts of the female soldiers were in their throats, all of them staring intently at the vehicle. Tonight was their last time to act, and their spirits had been highly tense, not daring to slack off in any way. "Stop the car. There's an obstacle ahead." The veteran and the co-pilot was the first to notice the problem. The driver made a sharp brake and impatiently opened the door to get out of the car. "I don't know which lackluster bastard put these logs here. It's a big night and it doesn't let anyone stop." Taking advantage of the gap between them moving the obstacles, Ren Miao and the girls sneaked in through the carriage. Director's Department. Su Qing smoked a cigarette in a depressed manner, lethargically leaning on the back of the chair. The whole person was like falling into an ice cellar, completely unable to raise his spirits. Staff Sergeant Lin carefully stayed next to him, not daring to breathe. Lu Fan originally wanted to go forward to comfort two sentences, but also feel that the identity is not appropriate, to the mouth of the words and swallowed. "Let him be sad for a while, there will be more sadness in a while." Suddenly, the director pointed at the big screen and exclaimed in surprise, "Look! What's going on again? Su Qing was almost going crazy. The director said, another team from the Flamingos has mixed into the land brigade. What the hell? Su Qing's face suddenly changed drastically, hurriedly handing the cigarette to Staff Officer Lin, his entire face close to the big screen. Staff Officer Lin hadn't reacted yet, and was just about to take it when the cigarette butt landed in the palm of his hand. Hiss. Scalded, his features twisted, his whole body was about to explode with anger, but he dared not say anything. It's true that a big official can crush one level, not to mention so many levels. Su Qing exasperatedly questioned Lu Fan, what are they doing in my Luhang? It can't be that they want to rob the airplane. Lu Fan humbly shook his head, I don't know, probably may go to visit the Land Navigation Brigade. Brigadier Su, don't be in a hurry, be careful of getting angry. Lousy is not angry, lousy is fine. Su Qing grunted with a red face, robbing an airplane? Forgive them for not having the guts. Lu Fan. Obviously you said robbing the airplane, okay, how come it seems like it's all my fault? The director stared at the screen and suddenly spoke, how do I feel they just want to fly the plane? These female soldiers, they're kind of interesting, they just robbed the missile battalion, now they're even hitting on the idea of airplanes. That's great. As soon as these words came out, the director felt that there was a pair of eyes behind him staring coldly at him. He slightly sidestepped and came eye to eye with Su Qing, immediately sweating and immediately avoiding the front. Actually, these female soldiers are just like that, a mistake, more luck than strength. As the words fell, Lu Fan looked at him intently, that knife man's eyes scared him to the point of goosebumps. The director smiled awkwardly and wisely took 2 steps back, never daring to speak again. He secretly swore in his heart, in the future, even if he dies, he won't be a director. Although Su Qing did not believe that the Flamingos would rob the airplane on the surface, he was always anxious in his heart and had a bad feeling. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became, and finally simply took a white cloth and covered his face. Seeing is not seeing is clean. Staff Sergeant Lin silently prayed for Wu Wei in his heart, Deputy Brigadier General Wu, you must hold on. Land Navigation Brigade. 3 a.m. The night had gotten deeper and deeper, and the sky was getting darker and darker. The guards who had been on guard for a day had fleshly fatigue in their eyes, and a few of their eyelids were already fighting along with them. This time of the day was when people were the most exhausted. In order to obtain a higher success rate, Ren Miao and the girls stayed in the car and waited until now. Shark, do you really know how to drive a wushu? Gu Yun still couldn't help but ask. Ren Miao looked at her and said in a deep voice, if you're afraid of death, stay here as a captive. Gu Yun shook her head, don't. I'd rather die than be a captive. Ren Miao patted heavily towards her shoulder, just put your heart in your stomach, the fall won't kill you. Actually, I drove a Wuji in college, only I didn't get a license. Shen Mengyao asked cautiously, then why didn't you take the test? Ren Miao said, I wanted to take the test at that time, but then I was delayed because of the weather, and then when I wanted to take the test later, I had already come here. Since you guys are so scared, I do have a way to get the best of both worlds. Neither do we need to fly our own wushu, but we can also use their wushu to attack the enemy. Guyan rubbed his hands together and his eyes lit up. What solution? Ren Miao beckoned, and all the female soldiers came up, pricked up their ears and listened closely. Let's do this. After listening to Ren Miao's plan, the female soldiers looked at her in unison. Is this really going to work? What if they don't compromise? Ren Miao said with confidence, trust me. Guarantee they'll be obedient. It's getting late, now move right away. She slowly poked her head out and after making sure it was safe, she took the lead and jumped down, with the others following closely behind. Soon, they reached the back wing of the helicopter and slowly felt their way through from the back. The silence around them was terrifying, with only the sound of a few crows twittering. They took every step carefully, 1 step as 3, their eyes always looking in all directions. 2 sentries stood on each side of the helicopter, dozing off continuously, their eyelids unable to open. Ren Miao and Guyan covered their mouths from behind, and finally held a gun to their backs. Comrade! You're dead. Can you fly a wushu? The sentry stared at them dead in the face and didn't say anything. Seeing his deadpan look, Ren Miao straightened up and opened the hatch of the wushu and sat in the main driving seat. The other female soldiers hesitated for a few seconds and also got on the airplane one after another. Another male soldier panicked, his hands steadily grabbed the hatch to stop them. What are you doing? You're counting this as private appropriation of a helicopter. This one is tens of millions of dollars, can you afford to pay for it if it breaks? Ran Meow coldly grunted, "Don't worry. I'll drive it." The male soldier was unforgiving, "No way. How can you female soldiers fly a helicopter? Even if you don't think about this airplane, you have to think about the safety of your lives. If I fall to my death, I can't take such a big responsibility. In short, this airplane, you just can't fly away." Ren Miao raised his eyebrows, his body gradually approaching him. "I'll give you two choices, either I fly it away myself, or you act as our pilot. This is a drill. According to the rules, this helicopter is already our trophy. You have no right to stop me." "What did you say?" The corner of the male soldier's mouth twitched. "You're asking me to fly my armed forces helicopter and attack my own troops?" PS readers, help. Free rush, 5-star praise, the small author here on his knees to thank you all. Chapter 63, when the maneuvers are over, I'll also build a women's special forces team. Ren Miao said in a deep voice, "I'm only asking you to be the driver, I'll fire the gun myself." "You're a driver at best, can't talk about mutiny, I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it, I don't have the time to spend with you here." At these words, the male soldier's mind raced, and his whole body came to its senses. The female soldiers on the helicopter also wanted him to be the pilot. After all, it would be safer for a professional to do professional things. They hadn't seen Rin Miao's level of flying and were apprehensive in their hearts. As the male soldier weighed the pros and cons in his mind, cold sweat the size of pellets floated on his forehead. 5 seconds seemed to determine his life and death. Although it was a drill, if he allowed them to take the airplane and something happened, he couldn't afford the consequences. After all, if something happened to the helicopter, it was a plane crash. If when their pilots attacked their own troops, explaining it to the director's side after the maneuver was over would work. Only in the end, they would definitely take a scolding, and getting slashed would be inevitable. Compared to the helicopters and their safety, the latter seemed to be much more minor. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and nodded helplessly, "Fine. I promise you. However, I can only be the driver, I won't do anything else." Ren Miao nodded, then moved to the co-driver's seat. "Okay. You come up." The male soldier reluctantly sat in the main driver's seat, aggression written all over his face. "Where are we going now?" Ren Miao directly said, "To your Blue Arrow Brigade's command headquarters." "What?" The male soldier looked at her with a surprised face. "You're going to attack our headquarters?" Ren Miao nodded. "Aha. Can't you? I've already started the airplane, it's slowly going up now, you'd better speed up and move forward, otherwise if I operate it myself, your little life will be hard to protect." "We're on the same rope now." In between speaking, the wushu had already flown into the sky, making a clattering sound. At the same time, Rin Miao directly pressed the button to fire the cannon. Bang bang bang! The missile sprinkled into the open field of the land navigation like fairies scattering flowers. In a flash, white smoke rose from the soldiers on the land navigation brigade field one by one. They looked at the wushu flying over their heads with a dumbfounded face, instantly flaxen and frozen, shocked out of their wits. "What's going on? Where did that sound come from?" The captain of the land navigation brigade woke up from his dream and kept wiping his hazel eyes. A surviving male soldier panicked into a dog and stumbled in. "Captain, it's the flamingos, they've robbed our airplane. And wiped out our camp." "What?" The captain was instantly enraged, jumping up and down in a hurry and cursing. "What are you guys doing? The enemy has already inserted themselves into our heartland, and you guys didn't even know about it. If we lose this maneuver, I'll skin you all. Quickly! Connect me to Blue." Before the words were finished, smoke also rose from his left shoulder. At this moment, his heart was like ashes. So angry that he picked up the cup in his hand and slammed it hard on the ground. "All a bunch of losers." Bang! The cup shattered all over the ground. He ran out of the tent in a rage and looked up at the shadow of the distant helicopter. His whole body was like a thunderbolt, and his body was paralyzed to the ground uncontrollably. "Helicopter!" The male soldier cried while carefully piloting, like an aggrieved little baby. "I have never done anything so unethical with smoke. When the maneuvers are over, I'll be beaten to death by them." On the contrary, the female soldiers behind them were all passionate and danced with their hands and feet in excitement. "Too handsome, we did a beautiful job with this one. Shark, you're awesome. Let's go and take out the Blue Arrow Brigade's command headquarters now, and the next thing you know, it's over." Ran Miao glanced at the male soldier next to him and comforted him. "Don't cry, later on your sister will buy you candies. If you perform well, I'll introduce you to a girlfriend by the way." "Girlfriend?" The man's eyes flashed with a million lights. "Really?" "Of course it's true." Ran Miao nodded firmly. The male soldier suddenly thought of his comrades who had just sacrificed their lives, and instantly felt that his girlfriend didn't smell good anymore either. A girlfriend exchanged at the cost of betraying one's comrades, I don't want it. Hey! You still have quite a backbone. Ran Meow froze for a moment and was suddenly impressed with him. She didn't expect a male soldier in his early 20s to have such a positive outlook. It seemed that the strong comradeship wasn't just words. If it was actual combat now, it would be a sea of corpses and blood on the land navigation brigade. Seeing his own comrades die in front of him, what does he care about the love of children? Ran Meow did not continue to comfort him, but through the operation of the co-pilot, raised the speed by a few notches. She understood that the land navigation brigade had been wiped out, and the news would soon reach the Blue Arrow Brigade command, and time was very urgent. Directorate. When Su Qing saw that his land navigation brigade had been blown up into this shit, he was so angry that he almost turned his back, and his heart had been dripping blood non-stop. He couldn't wait to travel inside and stop this from happening. He vented his dissatisfaction to the screen. Wu Wei, hurry up and run, you elmbrain. Damn, the enemy is touching your ass and still sleeping there. If you get decapitated, see if I don't beat you to death. Staff Sergeant Lin stood mute and also looked downcast. He was puzzled. Obviously a brigade's combat power was so strong, how did they lose to a few female soldiers? Obviously a few people who could be piled up with human flesh, how could they fight to this sorry state? He looked at Lu Fan and couldn't help but ask, Company Commander Lu, honestly, are you giving them stimulants, otherwise how could they maintain such a high state of mind? Hearing this, Su Qing also looked at him with an expectant face, making a last stubborn move. Lu Fan had an innocent look on his face. Staff Officer Lin, you guys also think too highly of me. Inside the military camp, where can I find stimulants? These can be contraband. These are the results of their training for so long. Su Qing was unconvinced. You female soldiers are training, we male soldiers are also training. Is it hard to believe that the difficulty of your female soldiers' training is better than our male soldiers? Lu Fan nodded. Brigadier Su, women are usually more resilient than men and can naturally suffer more than male soldiers. The corner of Su Qing's mouth twitched as she looked at Staff Sergeant Lin and said, when the maneuvers are over, we'll build a women's special operations team as well. When the time comes, pull it out to fight against them as well. How he Lu Fan practiced, we'll practice. Staff Sergeant Lin smiled awkwardly, yes. Ta-da-day. The helicopter quickly flew over the Blue Arrow Brigade's command headquarters. Wu Wei heard the sound of the helicopter at the tent and felt a pang in his heart. Quickly look, where did the helicopter come from? The technician maneuvered the computer and then said, Deputy Brigade Commander, it's a helicopter from our Land Navigation Brigade. So it's one of our own family, okay. Wu Wei patted his chest and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In just 2 days, he had already suffered a nervous breakdown from the flamingos. As long as there was the slightest hint of wind, he was anxious. He had just sat down on a stool and was ready to discuss his next plan when he heard a thumping sound outside. What's going on? Wu Wei violently stood up from his chair and quickly ran outside the tent, so anxious that he wanted to cry. Chapter 64 Beheading Success. Wu Wei had just reached the door when the captain stumbled in as well, and the two just happened to collide. Deputy Brigadier, the flamingos have hit us, let's retreat. What? Brigadier Wu's throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood almost spurted out wildly. Isn't that helicopter ours? How did it become a flamingo's? The captain roared sharply, they robbed our helicopter and coerced our land aviation guys to be their pilots. Deputy Brigadier, this is not the time for us to discuss the outcome of this, it's too dangerous at the moment, let's move first. Their purpose is your head, now hurry up and withdraw. Wu Wei's blood pressure instantly spiked to 200, the whole person staggered, almost unsteady. How could he not expect that he had been counted by a few girls? He was not willing and not convinced. But right now, transferring was the only way. Brigadier, hurry up and give the order, if we don't leave, it will be too late. The captain's heart trembled as he heard the incessant bombardment outside. Wu Wei's thoughts were instantly pulled back, evacuate. Evacuate immediately. He had just stepped out of the doorway with his front foot when he was hit by a missile wave with his back foot. Bang! Rolls of smoke instantly rose from his left shoulder. All of a sudden, he was like a deflated ball of leather, wishing to find a crooked-necked tree to hang himself. The sound of artillery fire outside continued, and the flashes of fire from the explosion of a shell instantly illuminated the dark night. In just a few minutes, the Blue Arrow Brigade's command headquarters were all dumplings. Looking at his men's grimy and defeated appearance, Wu Wei could no longer hold back and gradually reddened his eyes. This battle, they had lost the battle. If it was an actual battle, he would have already become a sinner in history. Although they annihilated the other two groups of female soldiers, this last group of female soldiers fought back and turned the tide. The women used the smallest sacrifice for the greatest victory. The flamingos' battle had completely made a name for itself. On the helicopter, the female soldiers were dancing with excitement. Hugging together, they cried with joy, winning. We won. We did it, we really succeeded in decapitation. We amazing country female soldiers are no worse than the male soldiers. Right. Beat them to death. Ran Meow looked at the pilot and faintly said, "Thank you, male comrade, we can behead them successfully with half of your credit. When we get back, we'll definitely give you a good commendation." The pilot gave them a blank look, his face full of black lines. Don't put shit on me, I didn't do anything. If I had known that I would rather die than be this pilot, they will definitely poke me in the back later. Ran Meow smiled and said, "If you can't make it in the Blue Sword Brigade, join our flamingos. It just so happens that we flamingos don't have any male soldiers." The other female soldiers also coaxed from the sidelines, "That's right, join us, look at how well we worked together just now." They don't want you, we do. The pilot was even more distracted when he heard them chirping, "Stop. Don't make any noise. It's annoying." Seeing his face full of black lines, the female soldiers had the good sense to stop laughing, only to all change to vibration mode. The good guy did his job to the end and sent the Buddha to the west. He sent all the members of the flamingos back to the flamingo rally. When he returned to the Land Aviation Brigade, it was already 6 a.m., and the sky was just dawning. The entire members of the Land Aviation Brigade had already been waiting at the airport for a long time. After the pilot parked the helicopter, he was hesitant to get out of the helicopter, his eyes staring straight at his clenched-fisted comrades outside. He had already thought of 100 ways to die in his head. But no matter which one, there was no way to relieve their anger. There was no hiding from what should come. The pilot hesitated for a moment, but finally unbuckled his seatbelt and got out. With a wave of his right hand, the land navigation captain said angrily, "Give me a chance to kill this indomitable thing." In no time, there was a sound like a pig killing noise coming from the Land Navigation Brigade. "Oh ho! I know I'm wrong. Don't hit the face, don't hit me, Cohen. My family still counts on me to pass on the family name. Director's Department." Lu Fan walked up to Su Ching and said respectfully, "Brigadier Su, the maneuvers are over. Our flamingos won." Su Ching turned her back to him, like an aggrieved little baby, her face grim. "I know. It's not like I'm deaf. I don't need you to remind me." Lu Fan laughed. "Brigadier Su, do you still remember the previous bet? Say it, how much do you want?" Su Ching suddenly turned around and asked with a red face. Lu Fan was confused. "Brigadier Su, why don't I quite understand what you are saying?" Su Ching huffed, "I'll give you 3 boxes of bullets, and the previous bet is cancelled. This matter. Don't pass it on." Lu Fan then reacted to what was going on, so Brigadier Su was planning to take the money to get rid of the disaster. To get 3 boxes of bullets without any effort, this deal, it's really fucking cost effective. Lu Fan smiled lightly. "Brigadier Su, what are you talking about? I'm a forgetful person, my mind always fails to remember things. So what, then I'll go back, and I'll trouble you to send over a trip for those 3 boxes of bullets." After saying that, he saluted at Su Ching before turning around nimbly to leave. Su Ching looked at his back as he left, his left hand covering his liver as he roared hysterically, "Wu Wei! You caused me to lose 3 boxes of bullets for nothing, I'm not done with you." Flamingo Gathering Ground. All of the female soldiers were all assembled at the camp, and just as soon as they met, they all embraced each other. After a short celebration, the women were discussing the details of the resistance together. During these 3 days of maneuvering time, the women were all clearly divided and moved separately, so they didn't know each other's specifics. Ran Miao looked at Daiju and asked curiously, "Bamboo Leaf, didn't you guys already escape? Why were you wiped out later?" Daiju thought about it and sighed helplessly. "At that time, we drove a military vehicle out and had planned to lure them into the minefield that we had set up earlier. Who knew that after driving less than a kilometer, there was no road? We had no choice but to lose the vehicle and flee. But they were chasing us too closely, and their driving skills were better than ours, and right at the moment we jumped out of the car, they had already surrounded us. Which is the same moment we blew up their air command, and Frost and the girls were wiped out at the same time." She slowed down her tone, a slight hint of worry passing through her eyes. "We were terminated 2 teams at once, and at that time, we could only silently pray in our hearts that you guys would succeed. Almost, just a little bit, we were wiped out. Ren Miao took her arm and laughed. It's all in the past. No matter how the process was, we turned out to be victorious. At least we accomplished the mission that Company Commander Lu gave us. Just as they were discussing heatedly, a familiar figure slowly walked towards them. Chapter 65, I want to train the flamingos to be an all-around commando team on land, sea, and air. The discussion was lively enough, I could hear your voices from a long way away. Lu Fan seemed to smile and stood straight behind them. Hearing this familiar voice, the female soldiers stood up in a mischievous manner, puffing out their chests and standing at attention immediately. Lu Fan walked to the front of the team and swept a glance, looking at each and every one of them with a disheveled and grimy appearance. His heart rippled a little. During the 3 days of maneuvers, they slept no more than 3 hours a day, either on the run or in battle. Eat bad, sleep bad, the spirit has been highly tense, 2 panda eyes are boiled out. Drenched in sweat, their wet hair plastered against their cheeks, they were as rigidly messy and beautiful as they could be. Although one of them looked wretched, they were refreshed, and their faces were smiling like a blooming flower. They were all a bunch of female soldiers around 20 years old, and it was not easy for them to endure so much suffering until now. The female soldiers were too valiant. They stared at Lu Fan, waiting for Lu Fan's comment, hoping to get a hint of recognition from Lu Fan's eyes. Lu Fan looked at them and slowly opened his mouth. How do you feel about yourselves during this exercise? Report. Speak. Daiju said loudly, I think that we performed very well. Although we lost 2/3 of our troops, we took out their land and air brigade, annihilated 2 of their command headquarters, and succeeded in decapitating them. The other party's losses were much greater than ours. Lu Fan smiled slightly and nodded affirmatively, his heart's appreciation for the female soldiers rising another notch. Facing a brigade of enemy troops, it was already a perfect result for them to be able to escape from their golden shell. It could be said that they had gained the greatest victory with the smallest loss. To be able to obtain such high results in the first maneuver was already considered excellent. Wang Fei Yang and the 3 of them all held a smile on their faces, and their eyes were filled with admiration when they looked at the female soldiers. Even if it was them, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to reach this achievement. Lu Fan said in a deep voice, you guys did really well in this maneuver. But there are also shortcomings, you were almost discovered by the enemy several times. The tacit understanding between comrades is not enough to twist a rope. This maneuver is equivalent to a new experience, and you guys will have to continue to work hard for greater progress next. Be sure to maintain an attitude of not being arrogant or condescending, arrogance will lead to defeat. Understood? The female soldiers roared in unison, understood. Lu Fan continued, take a day off today and continue training tomorrow, dismissed. With these words, Lu Fan turned around and left in large strides. Rest? Dismissed? Zhang Weiwei froze for a moment. Why do I feel fluttering when these words come out of Company Commander Lu's mouth? Guyan scratched his head. I shouldn't be dreaming, right? It's only 7 a.m., really disbanded for rest? Snap. As the words fell, Ren Miao slapped her ass. Guyan rubbed up and jumped up, pointing at her nose and roared, Ren Miao. What are you hitting me for? Ren Miao looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Does it hurt? Nonsense. I'll try slapping you. Gu Yun was full of grievances. Ren Miao smiled, it's right if it hurts, it means you're not dreaming. She turned back and yelled at the crowd, sisters, today is really a break, hurry up and take a shower and sleep. At these words, all the female soldiers dispersed in a flurry, rushing towards the bathhouse. That delicate figure quickly disappeared from view. Brigade Arrow Brigade Office. Lu Fan hesitated at the door for a while, straightened his uniform, and then knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Enter. After hearing the sound, Lu Fan pushed the door in and walked straight to Yi Haitao to salute. Brigadier, you're looking for me. Yi Haitao moved his eyes away from the newspaper, pushed up his glasses, slightly lowered his head to look at him, and said with a smile, not bad. Essence is sufficient, still wearing a male military uniform is smooth. Sit down and talk. Yes. Yi Haitao stared at him closely and smiled, his eyes itching to eat him. Goosebumps rose from looking at Lu Fan, his whole body fidgeting, his hands resting on his thighs in a disciplined manner. The Brigadier General is having a stroke today? After a long time, Yi Haitao slowly opened his mouth, shaking his head and helplessly sighed, it's a pity, it's a pity. Lu Fan panicked, it couldn't be that he knew about the Blue Arrow Brigade Su Qing sending him 3 boxes of bullets. Impossible. Obviously Su Qing had instructed 1,000 times not to say anything. He asked in fear. Brigadier, what did you just say unfortunately? He Haitao bared his teeth and smiled. It's a pity that I don't have a daughter, otherwise I would definitely betroth her to you. Lu Fan was instantly relieved. So you were talking about this. Brigadier, even if you have a daughter, you can't betroth her to me. He Haitao's smile suddenly froze. What the heck, could it be that my daughter is not worthy of you? Lu Fan waved his hand. Brigadier, you've misunderstood, that's not what I mean. Soldiers like me who often fight on the front line are not qualified to talk about love. You can't get married and then leave someone out to dry all day long, letting her live in fear all day long. He Haitao was suddenly stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Lu Fan to think so long term. The look in his eyes changed from admiration to heartache. Could it be you don't intend to marry and have children in the future? Lu Fan smiled. These things are still early, wait for me to transfer back to the second line. I'm still young, I can still fight in the first line for a few years. Soldiers, originally belonged to the country, belong to the people. Brigadier, you called me over, it shouldn't be to talk about these trivial matters. He Haitao laughed. Good fellow, your personal life matter is also said to be a trivial matter. Lu Fan smiled lightly. For me, only the affairs of the people of the country are big matters. He Haitao nodded with a smile. Alright, back to the topic. The flamingos performed very well in this exercise. I didn't expect that they were not only not completely annihilated, but also decapitated successfully. This is really out of my expectation. There are no weak soldiers under a strong general. Worthy of being the soldiers you practiced, the higher-ups have greatly appreciated your ability to lead soldiers. Lu Fan puffed up his chest and said, Brigadier, I only took a small part of the credit, it was mainly on the girls themselves. These female soldiers are much tougher than I imagined, far beyond my expectations. He Haitao said, the Special Forces competition is coming up in a few months, what are your next plans? We will all fully cooperate with you, and you can make as many requests as possible. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth twitched. It was true that he still had to achieve good results before he could talk about conditions. After thinking about it, he boldly said, Brigadier, I want to train the flamingos to become an all-rounded commando team by sea, land, and air. He Haitao took a sip of tea and almost sprayed it out furiously. You kid, you can really think, tell me, how do you want to cultivate? Lu Fan said, the reason why this exercise was successful, they utilized the special identity of women and played a huge role in scouting behind enemy lines. Therefore, female soldiers can play a pivotal role in future battles. Next, I plan to take them to the Marines to learn, and I hope you'll help contact them from your side. Chapter 66, Lien Yuan takes a break from Flamingo and heads for the border. Marines? He Haitao froze for a moment, then asked, you want them to learn swimming? Lu Fan shook his head. It's not just learning to swim, there's also marine shooting, snorkeling, and water fighting. In short, whatever the Navy learns, they will follow. What they lack now is knowledge of the sea area as well as aviation. He Haitao nodded thoughtfully. Good. This is no problem, I'll help say hello to the Marine Corps side in a while. You guys pack up, you can leave in 2 days. The Marine Corps is full of talent, perform well over there and don't lose our face. Lu Fan firmly replied, yes. Guarantee to complete the mission. Brigadier, I need some other equipment. He Haitao leaned on the back of his chair and laughed. I knew you kid would definitely take advantage of the fire, you say, as long as I can do it, I will definitely fulfill you. Lu Fan rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, I want some parachute jumping equipment, and when I come back from studying with the Marines, I plan to have them learn to parachute. After all, in the war against the enemy, parachuting can do the job of inserting into the enemy's heart and soul unknowingly. I'm going to ask for 30 sets, and strive to train them into a wing squad. He Haitao grunted coldly, 30 sets is no problem. You have to give me a satisfactory answer sheet when the time comes. Lu Fan assured, yes. Definitely won't let you down. Then I'll go back to prepare first. Go! Lu Fan saluted at him and then turned around and left with great strides, his heart as happy as if it was smeared with honey. As the saying goes, people are happy when they are happy. 3 boxes of bullets had fallen from the sky, and now he had acquired several sets of advanced parachuting equipment and was able to lead a team to learn from the Marines. These 3 good things added up, it was hard not to be excited. Flamingo Intensive Training Site. Lu Fan sat in his office, opened his computer, and checked some information about the Marines. In just a few minutes of understanding, information about the Marines brushed the screen, most of which was about their Frogman Special Forces. The Frogmen were one of the strongest elite teams in the Marines, having participated in many real-world battles and winning first place in the National Naval Special Warfare Trooper competition. Not only that, They had also collectively participated in the International Special Forces competition and won third place. Lu Fan stared at the screen and couldn't help but marvel, "Frogman, it's really something. It looks like we've met tough opponents this time, and I don't know if my intermediate swimming skills can be utilized to the fullest." Just as he was watching mesmerized, a voice came from behind him. "Company Commander Lu, you're taking them to the Marines?" Lin Yuan asked curiously as he stared at the screen. Lu Fan's thoughts were instantly pulled back, slowly turning to look at her. "Yes, we're leaving in a couple days. They should be learning some new skills by now." Lin Yuan nodded approvingly. "That's right, the flamingos should take a step forward after such a great victory in this exercise. When I passed by their dormitory just now, one of them was sleeping very quietly. It seems that they were indeed exhausted from the maneuvers these past few days." Lu Fan said in a deep voice, "That's why I purposely authorized them to rest for a day to recuperate." "Instructor, is there anything you came over to see me about?" Lin Yuan thought for a while and slowly spoke. "I've just been notified that I'm going to the border tomorrow to complete a mission, so I won't be able to go with you to the Marines during this time." "You're going on a mission?" Lu Fan looked at her with a shocked expression. Lin Yuan nodded. "Right. But exactly what mission is confidential? It's been a long time since I've killed the enemy, my hands are starting to itch." Lu Fan was concerned. "How many days are you going?" Lin Yuan shook his head. "I don't know yet, it's as short as 2 weeks and as long as a few months, you have to be there to know exactly. As you know, there is no cycle to speak of for those like us who often go on missions at the border." Lu Fan patted her shoulder. "The border is more dangerous, pay attention to safety." "I will wait for your triumph." Lin Yuan smiled faintly, revealing 2 cute dimples. "Don't worry, I'm already familiar with those places, I have to go back and pack my things." Lu Fan nodded blankly. "Good." Lin Yuan turned around and wanted to leave, and just after taking 2 steps, she turned back and said with a smile, "Lu Lianchang, you look so handsome in a male uniform." After saying this, she ran away without looking back. Lu Fan blushed for a moment, stunned in place for a while, and then continued to sit back at his computer. Early the next morning, the assembly whistle sounded and everyone came from all directions to gather. After a day's rest yesterday, the female soldiers had fully recovered their physical strength, and all of them were energized and glowing. Lu Fan nodded with satisfaction when he saw them in this full state. "Speaking of which, next we are going to train in the Marines. Tonight you guys organize all your luggage, we will leave early tomorrow morning." As the words fell, the female soldiers glanced at each other, their hearts surging with passion, their mouths grinning behind their ears. They had wanted to go to the beach for a long time, they just didn't have any vacation time. But they didn't show it obviously, still looking calm and self-assured. Lu Fan continued, "I've already prepared the clothes you'll wear for sea training. Sea training belongs to the collective activities of the troops, even in the rest time after school, you guys have to pay attention to your image. Those bikinis and the like can't be worn, got it?" "Understood." The female soldiers responded in unison. Wang Feiyan. "Present." Lu Fan coldly said, "Take them down to train, today we will mainly train them in sport shooting." "Yes." After dismissal, Lu Fan returned to his office and opened the system with his mind. Lu Fan, system, check the merit value. System, okay, host, it has been checked for you, the current merit value is $100,000. Lu Fan, 2 months without looking at the system, the merit value has risen so much again, open the mall interface. System, okay, host, it has been opened for you. In a blink of an eye, the entire interface was filled with a wide array of merchandise as if it were a computerized display screen. Lu Fan swept over with a glance and quickly locked onto a medicine. This medicine could not only be taken by oneself, but could also be exchanged out for others to take. Lu Fan introduced the functions of this medicine. System, after taking this medicine, you can strengthen your body, beautify your face, invigorate blood circulation, nourish yin and yang, and resist fatigue. Lu Fan, the corners of his mouth twitched, so this is a miracle medicine? Help me exchange 5 bottles. System, okay, 5 bottles of 50,000 merit value, are you taking it yourself or exchanging it for ready-made goods? Lu Fan, redeem it as a ready-made one. Ding. System, redemption successful, 5 bottles of medicinal liquid are already in your pocket. Lu Fan subconsciously touched his pants pocket, and there were indeed 5 vials of the little thing, and he had to marvel at the power of the system. Now that the female soldiers' training was getting more and more intense, their bodies would be damaged more and more. In order to not leave them with too many aftereffects, and also to speed up the training process, he came up with the idea of using this medicine to help them recover their bodies. These commodities, which he put in their food according to the prescribed dosage, were colorless and tasteless, and they couldn't eat them. Of course, he was only giving it to the female soldiers. Wang Fei Yang and the three of them did not train with much intensity, so if they took it hastily, their bodies would not be able to vent it out, and it would be easy for them to get anxious. Early the next morning, Flamingo, led by Lu Fan, boarded the military vehicle that was traveling to the Marines. Chapter 67: Arrival in the Marine Corps. The military vehicle. A ray of morning sunlight shone through the car windows on the face of each female soldier. At this moment, their mood was like the sunshine, soothing and bright. They wanted to sing a song, but they didn't dare to make a sound due to Lu Fan's presence, so they could only silently chant in their hearts. After such a long time of close training, they hadn't been out of the city for a long time, and seeing the scenery outside had created a strong interest. It was as if Lulu entered the Grand View Garden, feeling new and strange about everything. Each of them stretched their necks to look out the window, occasionally exchanging a few sentences in whispers. Only at this moment did they feel like little girls. Soon, the military vehicle arrived at the Marine Corps, and the vehicle slowly pulled over. Lu Fan turned his head and said to them, "Take your own luggage and get off the vehicle, gather in 5 minutes." As the words fell, the flamingo's thoughts were all collected at once. As soon as they got off the bus, what met their eyes was the magnificent archway. The design was extremely majestic and spectacular, and at the top of the gate, the words Marine Corps were embedded. Extremely conspicuous. There were 2 white uniformed Marines standing at the left and right ends of the gate, unmoving, gazing sternly into the distance. Flamingo looked up at the gate, small gold stars flashing in his eyes, and could not help but vocalize his admiration. "I had heard that the Marines have the most funding, and now it seems to be the case. Even the gate is so ostentatious." Ren Miao laughed. "They are a sharp edge of the country, known as the land tiger, sea dragon, air eagle. Not just the funding, even the equipment is state-of-the-art, even the meals are several times better than ours." Guyan raised his eyebrows. "So we're in for a mouthful next?" Daiju glanced at Lu Fan and whispered, "That still depends on the master, we can't make the decision." Lu Fan coughed twice and urged them, "Have you forgotten the military rules? Stand up straight. What's it like to twist and turn?" Upon hearing this, the female soldiers no longer dared to make any noise. One by one, they pulled their suitcases, stood straight and waited for instructions. Right at this moment, a nearly 1-meter-8 tall Navy man slowly walked towards them with a smiling face. His posture was erect and tall, his features were deep and 3-dimensional, and he was handsome and circumspect. His body permeated with a calm and cold temperament. "Greetings. I am Squadron Leader Lu Xingchuan of the Marines." Lu Fan straightened his posture and gave him a deep salute. "Hello. I am Lu Fan, the instructor of the Green Arrow Brigade's Flamingo Special Operations Team." Lu Xingchuan also returned a salute at him and continued, "My superiors have already told me 2 days ago that you are welcome to come and study in the Marine Corps." He looked at the flamingo female soldier behind Lu Fan and exclaimed, "Indeed, the women are not inferior to the men. Instructor Lu, your female soldiers are all heroic and glowing, just like a resounding rose." Upon hearing this, the female soldiers' heads were all raised like a peacock, their faces were filled with confident smiles, and their hearts were as sweet as smeared with honey. Lu Fan smiled lightly. "Captain Lu is too kind." Lu Xingchuan continued, "We just had a batch of land forces here yesterday, they are also here for sea training, so it's just right to have company with you guys." Lu Fan smiled faintly. "Is that so?" "Such a coincidence." "Lu Xingchuan, I'll take you into the dormitory first to put your luggage away, knowing that you're coming. We've already cleaned up in advance." Lu Fan nodded, "Thank you." Under Lu Xingchuan's leadership, the female soldiers pulled their luggage and walked in a well-organized manner. Just after stepping into the doorway, they attracted the attention of many navies, who coincidentally shifted their sights to the flamingos. Originally panting with exhaustion from training, seeing them instantly refreshed and energized their bodies. It was true that women were always the spiritual food for men. How come there are so many female soldiers? Are they coming to us for sea training? I don't know, all of them are so tall and look like flowers. Next, we'll be blessed, maybe we can even get our hands on a beauty. You can't be serious, I think these female soldiers are not easy to deal with, look at that momentum and good hands. Female soldiers are only women, if you want to talk about their skills, they are definitely not as good as ours. Flamingo also noticed the surrounding naval forces casting strange gazes at them, and only smiled politely when they looked at each other. The Marines covered a very large area. It was a 10-minute walk to the dormitories and the buildings were all newly constructed. The air was good and the environment was beautiful. Compared to the Flamingo Intensive Training Center, it was a world of difference. Lu Xingchuan pointed to a building in front of him and said with a smile, Instructor Lu, the second floor of this building is the dormitory building for female soldiers, and there are plenty of beds inside. Also, the four of you I've arranged for the first floor, room 105. The cafeteria is in that building over there. We'll report your meals every day. The training grounds are divided into indoor and outdoor. The indoor ones are the ones you see around you, including the 400-meter obstacle course, the track, the shooting, the bar, and so on, and the outdoor training grounds are at the beach. Someone will take you there later. All the training grounds you can use, but the ones inside the field should be told to me a day in advance, so as to avoid conflicts with our Navy's training. Lu Fan looked around, nodded and smiled, all right, please. After explaining everything, Lu Xingchuan turned around and left. Lu Fan looked down at his watch and rushed the female soldiers, now go up and organize your housekeeping and gather in 5 minutes. Whoosh! The women pulled their luggage and quickly ran to the dormitory on the second floor, each so excited that they almost took off in place. Guyan walked straight to a bunk and smoothly lay down. The dormitory here is so big, the environment is so nice, I want to be in the Navy. Ran Miao coldly grunted, you think it's so easy to become a Navy, the screening conditions are also quite harsh. Zhang Weiwei pouted, I don't want to be in the Navy, being exposed to the sun and the sea every day. In less than a week I will become an African. Shen Mengyao said thoughtfully, I've heard that being in the Navy means going out to sea a lot, and sometimes you can't even go back home once a year or a few years. Or forget it, I'd better be a good boy and become an army man. Dai Zhu made the beds and turned around to remind them, Louis Phase, you still have 2 minutes. The female soldiers' thoughts were instantly pulled back, hurriedly folding their quilts into tofu blocks and rushing downstairs at rocket speed. A minute later, all stood in formation, neatly organized. Wang Fei Yang looked at the wide comprehensive training ground around him, and couldn't help but exclaim, it's true that people are so much more than people. All the equipment here has everything, and it's also all brand new. Unlike our army's training grounds, which are nothing but mountains, staying inside and then walking out is like a primitive man out in the open. Shen Yan bumped his shoulder and joked, Old Wang, you can also choose to join the Navy. Wang Feiyang waved his hand and sighed, forget it, I'm this old and ready to retire from the military, or else can I have a choice? Upon hearing this, Shen Yan and Mo Zuqin all lowered their heads in silence, and the female soldiers standing next to them also invariably felt a hint of despondency. An iron battalion, a running water soldier. The troops' greatest fear was that they would come and go. Every year, there were constantly new recruits coming in and veterans being discharged, and every time they were separated, they felt extraordinarily uncomfortable. Just then, Lu Fan slowly walked over with his slender feet. Wang Fei Yang and the three of them silently closed their mouths, adjusted their emotions and looked at him in unison. Lu Fan walked to the middle of the team and slowly spoke, all of you, head towards the training ground by the sea, today our training program is diving. Chapter 68 It's not a fight to get to know each other. Noon. The blazing sun was in the sky, and the sunlight was like a piece of gold, showering the earth. The shimmering sea surface, under the sunlight's embellishment, was colorful. The female soldiers stood straight on the beach in their training clothes, a delicate figure shining under the sun. Although their training uniforms were more conservative, their average height was around 170, and they were still able to outline their shapely physiques. At the same time, a scout troop from the Blue Arrow Brigade was also training over here, which happened to be in the same area of the training ground, and the one leading the group was none other than Staff Sergeant Lin, who was in the director's office on the day of the maneuver. As soon as they appeared on the scene, the Blue Arrow Brigade soldiers who were training on the seashore were all nonplussed one by one, staring straight at them, tears of hard work flowing from the corners of their mouths. These 20-odd female soldiers are here in a group for a blind date? You're thinking beautifully, look at this stance of them, like they're here to kick the bucket. Just their small waist, they still want to kick the can, I can hold her up with one hand. No, how do I look at them so familiar, it won't be flamingos. I'll go, it's really them, what a narrow road. Why did they also come to Marine Corps sea training? Can it be that Lu Company commander still wants to make them into a navy? Staff Sergeant Lin heard their discussion and also looked over in their direction, and was seeing Lu Fan walking towards the training ground with the flamingos. His pupils contracted violently and his eyes gradually widened, not expecting that their next encounter would be here. Previously, because of the failed maneuvers, Su Qing had directly ordered him to drill this group of reconnaissance squads that had been wiped out by the flamingos, so that they could develop fully into the air, land, and sea forces. Their deputy brigade commander, Wu Wei, wasn't having a good time either, and at the moment was anxiously selecting female soldiers to form a women's special operations team. And he has threatened not to rest until he defeats Flamingo. Their relationship had been formed on the day of the failed maneuver. Because of this exercise failure, the Blue Arrow Brigade from top to bottom, no one soldier is good, the intensity of training straight line sword, is the usual 3 times. Although it was agonizing, there was nothing they could do about it. Who let them lose to a few fledgling female soldiers, and lose face all the way to the Military Region General Hospital? For this reason, the brigade commander Su Qing was also their division commander scolded, was punished to write 50,000 words of review, enough to stay up a few all-nighters to finish writing. The brigade commander's life is not good, their days do not want to be good. Now that they saw this group of female soldiers, each of their eyes erupted into a blazing fire, itching to crush them underneath and rub them hard. As their eyes locked, a battlefield without smoke began to burn. The flamingo had a very good memory and recognized them at a glance. Lu Fan was also stunned in place for a moment, he didn't expect that the army unit that Lu Xingchuan was talking about to be them. The so-called narrow road between enemies was just like that. Lu Fan didn't change his face and smiled as he walked over to greet Staff Sergeant Lin. Staff Sergeant Lin, busy, how have you been lately? Staff Sergeant Lin let out a poof and smiled. Company Commander Lu, thanks to your blessing, we're doing better than ever. This world is really small, I can't believe we can meet here. You flamingos are also here for sea training today? Lu Fan laughed, right. Their strength is not hard enough, if they don't train and train more, how else can they defend their country? Staff Sergeant Lin's mouth twitched, they easily beat our male soldiers, and they're not strong enough? Meaning all of us here are trash? You're marvelous, you're noble. Staff Officer Lin looked at the female soldiers behind him and continued, Company Commander Lu, don't you want to introduce your female soldiers? Our group of scouts are all single dogs, I still want them to get to know a few more female soldiers, so that they don't just know how to train and train all day long. Training is endless all day long, and they definitely won't stop on their own if I don't call out to stop. Then how meaningless life is, you say right. The male soldiers almost collectively knelt down. Staff Sergeant Lin, I fucking thank you. Lu Fan said with a smile, that's so simple, as the saying goes, if you don't fight, you won't get to know each other in a direct fight. If one fight doesn't work then two, if two doesn't work then three, fight until they recognize each other. Staff Sergeant Lin, what do you think of this suggestion of mine? Upon hearing this, the male soldier across the street's stunned jaw almost broke, and the corners of his mouth twitched viciously a few times. This Lu company commander was so bullish that he let his female soldiers rush up to look for a fight. Although they had failed in their maneuvers, they were dueling with guns at that time, without any physical contact. To talk about the level of fighting, the boys were already stronger than the girls, and they had a considerable advantage in this matter. In a flash, the male soldiers each confidently puffed out their chests, their gazes dead set on the female soldiers in front of them, and the female soldiers also stared at them closely. There was no mutual modesty. Staff Sergeant Lin took 2 steps forward and confirmed, Company Commander Lu, are you serious? Lu Fan nodded, of course. However, if you guys are afraid of losing like in the maneuvers, just pretend that I didn't say that. After all, I'm a bodhisattva, and I won't rush up to do anything that hurts others. The soldier could not tolerate it. At these words, the male soldier's fists clenched and his battle intent surged. Report. Chief of Staff, we accept this challenge. Right. We must save the face of the Blue Arrow Brigade. Chief of Staff, just say yes, we must take this breath. Staff Sergeant Lin turned his head to look at them, you guys really want to fight? Fight. The male soldiers said in unison, their voices resounding throughout the coastline. Staff Officer Lin nodded gratefully, fight as you wish, but you must take good safety measures, don't make any accidents. Yes. Staff Officer Lin glanced at the number of female soldiers and then said, to be fair, if they put out 22 female soldiers, then we will also put out 22 male soldiers. Lu Fan raised his hand and interrupted, Staff Officer Lin, there are only 30 of you male soldiers in total, so let's go together to save some of them from not being hit and having their pride bruised. Anyway, whether there are 30 or 40 of you, it's all the same to us. These words completely angered all the male soldiers present. They were as if they had suffered a 10,000-point bludgeon, their delicate self-esteem seemed to have been trampled under Lu Fan's feet and viciously ravaged. Staff Sergeant Lin's face was also hard to see, the whole person was as if he had been hit hard by the head of a stick. Since Company Commander Lu has said so, then you all go together, the opportunity is given to you, don't disgrace our Blue Arrow Brigade. Yes. All the male soldiers immediately stepped out and stood in a row, their eyes glaring sternly at the female soldier in front of them, unwillingness written all over their faces. Lu Fan did not have any nonsense and directly waved his right hand, go. Yes. All the female soldiers roared in unison. The words revealed endless brutality and bestiality. Once the order was given, the female soldiers immediately clenched their fists and swarmed up. They were like a fierce beast that came out of the abyss, exuding bloodthirsty bloodlust, and one by one, they huffed at the male soldiers. Before the male soldiers could react, they were punched directly in the face. The pain instantly drove them to wake up, and one by one, they began to fight back. In a flash, the entire scene became out of control. Chapter 69 Crippled, I'll take care of you with the old king next door. The flamingos had gone through very strict extreme pain training, and they only cringed slightly when they punched them. The male soldiers were dumbfounded, looking at the fists in their hands, and then looking at them again. What the hell kind of species are these? I've used all my milk strength and she's still smiling at me. The key is that this smile is even creepier than the Mona Lisa smile. Can you cry for me? This makes me lose face, okay? Just as they were terrified, the female soldiers began to use the remaining half of their strength. Hey! What are you thinking about? Eat my kick. Pa. Oh ho, hit return, don't hit the ass. A male soldier jumped around like a zombie with his hands covering his lower body. Guyan raised the fist in his hand and said with a bad smile on his face, "Don't be afraid, if you get crippled I'll take you in and take care of you every day with the old king next door." As the words fell, the male soldier's face was filled with black lines and he was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. "You really are the most poisonous woman. Even if all the women in the world die out I won't marry you." Hey! You still dare to dislike your old lady? Eat my fist again. Guyan blew the fist in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it into his square face with great force. The male soldier just wanted to counterattack, but he was directly forced back a few meters away, stumbling and falling to the ground. He just fell down, followed by 2 or 3 male soldiers who also fell next to him. In a flash, several male soldiers were knocked down, their entire bodies soft as spaghetti. They wiped the blood at the corner of their mouths with their thumbs, and one of them was so aggrieved that they wanted to cry. These mother tigers, their hands are really heavy. I haven't seen any female so violent, specifically looking for my sensitive places to kick. Whoever marries them must have fallen into 8 lifetimes of bad luck. I also don't know if my quin can still get hard, ugh. Standing next to him, Staff Officer Lin saw his men fall one by one and jumped anxiously. When those female soldiers were beaten, they at most muffled a grunt, and when the male soldiers were beaten, they squealed louder than the sound of a killing pig. Could it be that these female soldiers' bodies were all made of steel plates and didn't know pain? A small fist with great power. They didn't know how much pain training the flamingos had gone through to get to where they were today. Each and every one of them looks skinny and feels meaty. And they're all muscle. Not only that. After Lu Fan's professional devils training, their fighting levels had all reached the upper middle level. No matter what moves these male soldiers made, they were able to counter them. With their extreme pain tolerance coupled with their fighting skills, they were able to win. When the male soldiers were punched, Staff Sergeant Lin's eyelids fluttered a few times as if they were being smacked on them. In his heart, he cursed, "I told you to take good safety measures but you didn't listen, so now there's a problem." A few minutes later, he was so anxious that he was drenched in sweat and his back was soaked. He had no choice but to take out a towel and wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. Typical of a child's body, pain in the mother heart. In the end, he couldn't hold back any longer and requested Lu Fan, "Company Commander Lu, it's almost enough, let them stop, if they keep fighting, they'll go to 120 collectively." Lu Fan smiled faintly, "Don't worry, Staff Sergeant Lin, they won't hit hard, it's just a simple sparring match. Calling a halt halfway through this fight, they'll be upset." The corner of Lin's staff officer's mouth twitched, "Damn you female soldiers are happy, but we male soldiers have suffered." He couldn't figure out how he could fight like this when it was clear that the men were stronger than the women. How in the world are these female soldiers made? They usually train quite hard, how could they not even win against a woman, disgrace to their grandma's house? A few minutes later, all the male soldiers were knocked down, sticking to the beach like a salted fish, not moving at all except for their eyeballs. Although the female soldiers were also down en masse, they were in a much better state than them, and lying on their backs was just a way to recuperate. This battle, they all fought quite well. Right at this moment, Lu Xingchuan slowly came and saw this scene on the beach, his entire body froze and asked in horror, What's going on here? Why are the men and women all down, what did they just do?" Lu Fan smiled, "Captain Lu, it's nothing, they just had a fight, they'll be fine after resting for a while." Lu Xingchuan's jaw slammed hard, "Damn it, do all the flames between the army burn so fiercely? What can't be said properly that has to be fought?" He looked at Lu Fan incredulously and asked, "Just a mere fight and they got into such a state? Can they still stand up? They won't be crippled, right?" Lu Fan nodded, of course they can. He walked over to the female soldiers and grunted coldly, all of you stand up for me. Go to the infirmary to treat your wounds. An order was given. The female soldiers braced their bodies vigorously, helped each other, and slowly stood up. They had never dared to disobey Lu Fan's orders. As long as it was an order from him, they would unconditionally follow it and do their best to fulfill it. Although there were various bruises on their faces, they still couldn't resist the beauty of their rigidity and flexibility. Seeing how tough these female soldiers were, Lu Xingchuan was greatly appreciated in his heart, and some of his restless little thoughts began to stir. He looked at Staff Sergeant Lin and asked, Staff Sergeant Lin, I see that these male soldiers of yours are quite seriously injured. I guess they won't be able to get up in a short period of time. Why don't I just have the infirmary send a stretcher over? Staff Sergeant Lin took a look at the group of female soldiers who had stood up, and then looked at the male soldiers who were lying on the ground, and was instantly enraged. It's just that he lost during the maneuvers, but now he can't even match their strength. It's a big shame. He waved his hand at Lu Xingchuan, no need, Captain Lu, I believe that these male soldiers of mine can also stand up by themselves. Immediately afterward, like Lu Fan, he walked to the crowd of male soldiers and yelled, all of you stand up for me. As the words fell, the male soldiers did not move at all, and each one looked at him as if they were looking at him. Senator Lin was furious, panicked and took out a towel from his pants pocket to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead, and then took out his pistol and fired 3 bullets into the sky. Bang bang bang! All those who don't want to die, stand up for me. The male soldiers continued to lie down, this time not even bothering to look at him. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, it was that they really didn't have the strength to move. Staff Sergeant Lin was furious and just wanted to go forward and pull them up one by one, but was stopped by Lu Xingchuan. Staff Sergeant Lin, don't force them, I've already told them to bring a stretcher over. Staff Sergeant Lin slowly retracted his outstretched hand and smiled awkwardly at him. I've caused you trouble, Captain Lu. Lu Xingchuan said, no trouble, no trouble. He secretly cursed in his heart, damn if you dragged them up and screwed them to death, I'm the one who's in trouble. This term of the army doesn't save any trouble. The infirmary was notified of the need for dozens of stretchers, which scared the hell out of them and made their hearts skip a beat, thinking that there was some kind of war of the century. When they finally realized what had happened, they were all shocked and couldn't help but laugh. A medical officer joked, I can't imagine that these male soldiers of the army are so useless that they were ruthlessly ravaged by these female soldiers. Compared to our navy, it's really far worse. No matter how bad we are, we won't be beaten to the ground by these female soldiers and unable to move. A nurse nodded approvingly, that's right, female soldiers are no more powerful than male soldiers. I think these male soldiers usually have too little training, or else how could they be so unbeatable? It's still our navy that's powerful. Our navy will definitely be able to subdue the female soldiers in 3 or 2 hits. Outside the door, Lu Fan heard their exchanges and secretly smiled in his heart. Well, next time, we'll beat your navy. Chapter 70 Frogman Special Forces show their faces. The following day. The morning sun dyed half of the sky red, and the light from the seashore was particularly dazzling. The flamingos had regained a large portion of their strength after a day of rest and recuperation. The male soldiers were still lying in the infirmary with bottles, and Staff Sergeant Lin was waiting on them like an old mother, busy with his work. A moment out of potion, a moment to go to the toilet, a moment of stomach pain, make him sleepless all night. Now his bowels are repenting, I should have known not to pull the red line for them. He had lost his wife and his army. He secretly resolved in his heart, Lu Fan, don't let me run into you in the future, or I'll avoid you once I see you. Seaside. The female soldiers had already put on their training uniforms and lined up in a row, ready to train. Lu Fan scanned the crowd and slowly spoke, before you learn to dive, you have to learn to hold your breath. My requirement is that everyone must learn to hold their breath in the water for at least 5 minutes. The moment these words came out, the female soldiers' throats rolled vigorously, their faces hardened to the extreme. Normal people holding their breath in the sea for 3 minutes was already the limit, 5 minutes that was almost double. Moreover, breath-holding training was very difficult, unlike physical training. Physical training can also adjust their own speed, breath-holding training will make people have a sense of suffocation, lung capacity is not good, even more suffering. Lu Fan went on to say, in sea combat, the breath-holding function plays a huge role. If your oxygen bottle is broken, or if you can't enter a narrow tunnel while carrying it, this is the time to test your breath-holding function. I will only give you 2 weeks, and after 2 weeks, each of you must reach 5 minutes. Next, put on a wetsuit, but no oxygen tanks. Dive 20 meters into the sea with your bare hands, then come up to the surface extremely fast. Upon hearing this, the female soldiers' hearts fluttered hard, and their entire bodies went bad. Although their swimming skills were very good, it was the first time for them to dive, so their hearts were inevitably apprehensive. But they also didn't dare to make any mistakes. For Lu Fan's orders, they could do nothing but obey. Lu Fan then said, "Everyone wear a dive watch on your hands, it will show the depth of your dive. Don't try to muddle through, I only look at the numbers. Also, you all have a communicator on your diving suits, if you encounter an unexpected situation you can press the button and I will assist you. However, I hope you won't activate that button until it's absolutely necessary. Wang Feiyang, you lead them in training." "Yes." Wang Feiyang nodded, faced the female soldiers, and waved his right hand, "Go down to the sea." One after another, the female soldiers walked to the shore, took a deep breath and leaped into the sea like dumplings. Wang Feiyang, Chen Yan, and Mo Zuqin followed closely behind. Lu Fan took out a parasol from his bag and spread it out, then took out a folding chair and a small round table. Then, he went to the milk tea store next to him and ordered a cup of milk tea, wearing sunglasses and sitting leisurely on the chair. However, his eyes never left the sea. With the radar detection skills, all the female soldiers of Flamingo were in full view. This was their first time diving, or without oxygen tanks, so Lu Fan naturally paid more attention. He was able to detect the limits of each female soldier, and was well aware of their various maneuvers in the dive. If there was an accident, he would also be the first to go into the water to help. Diving was not the same as swimming. Diving would encounter various emergencies, such as undercurrents, whirlpools, and so on. The process can also easily cause dizziness, or even feel like the sky is spinning and you can't tell where you are going, which can lead to dry heaves and other conditions. All of these things can happen. 2 minutes later, a head poked out of the sea, they breathed fresh air, some choked and coughed very hard. Zhang Weiwei touched the seawater on her face with her right hand and said in a deep voice, "It's too exciting, playing with all the heartbeats, and I almost saw. I can't see you guys anymore." Wei Shiyu coughed for a long time before she stopped, and said intermittently, "Just now my cochlea felt like it was going to explode, and my brain was all blank." Dai Zhu reminded, Sister, quickly look at the watch on your hand, has it reached 20 meters? As the words fell, all the female soldiers were enlightened and raised their right hands to look and aim, and suddenly exclaimed in horror. It's over, mine didn't reach it. Mine didn't arrive either. I didn't get mine either. I didn't get there either, but I've just clearly dived 20 meters, I've always been accurate in my measurements. Just as they were discussing heatedly, Wang Feiyang yelled at them from behind. All of you continue to practice extra until the number 20 plus appears on your hands. The female soldiers secretly screamed in their hearts and continued to dive into the water again, quickly disappearing into the sea. On the shore, the corners of Lu Fan's mouth hooked up slightly, a triumphant smile on his face. The flamingos didn't know that the watches on their hands were actually specially treated by Lu Fan. Even if they went more than 30 meters deep into the sea, the numbers on their watches would only show 10 or so meters. This was the way he intended to use to constantly motivate the female soldiers to train, invariably making them dive deeper and deeper to achieve the fastest training. Of course, this was only when he could detect their limits before he dared to operate this way. Just as he was focusing on the female soldiers' training, a hint of noisy playful sounds came from his ears. He followed the sound and found a group of well-built Navy men, each averaging around 180 in height. There were 22 of them in total, the same number as the flamingos. However, their eyes were different from ordinary navies, and their aura was clearly a step above. That kind of aura would only show up if they had been to war and killed people. Lu Fan could tell at a glance that they were the Frogman Special Forces. The Frogmen were the stars of the Navy and Marines, and they were all high and mighty, and even a bit overbearing. The way they look at people is, everyone here is trash. The one leading the group was not Lu Xingchuan, but another officer. The moment their eyes collided, Lu Fan only smiled politely. Although the frogmen were high-minded and proud, they also had a soldier's lining, and they still knew polite etiquette. The officer recognized Lu Fan at a glance, and after he explained some training matters to the frogman, he walked straight towards Lu Fan. When Lu Fan saw him approaching, he put down his milk tea and stood up, politely taking 2 steps forward. The male officer was the first to open his mouth and extended his right hand. Hello, you are Instructor Lu Fan, right? I am Ling Guotao, the captain of the Frogman Special Force. Lu Fan nodded and took the initiative to shake it. Hello, I am Instructor Lu Fan of the Flamingo Special Forces. This team you're leading is the Frogman Special Forces, right? Lin Guotao smiled and nodded, right. I've heard about your Flamingo Special Forces, they just knocked down a group of male soldiers from your army yesterday, it's remarkable. They're still in the infirmary with bottles. Lu Fan smiled awkwardly, they didn't know any better and hit a little harder. But it's all to the point, it won't spill over into lives. Lin Guotao suddenly said excitedly, after we frogmen heard about it yesterday, we also want to find you flamingos PK, you see which day you have time, arrange for them to get to know each other. They are all handsome guys above 180, their bodies are twice as good. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth twitched, how come these male soldiers, they all like to rush up and look for a fight? Chapter 71. What are you looking at? It's not your girlfriend. Seeing Lu Fan's hesitant look, Lin Guotao once again stepped forward and asked, Company Commander Lu, how are you considering it? As long as you win, we'll cover all the funds for your training for this period of time. Lu Fan was stunned for a moment and looked at him incredulously, the Frogmen Special Forces were really generous. But it was just a simple PK, why did they make it look like a bride price? Lu Fan laughed, no problem, but it will have to be after a week, they just finished PK yesterday, and their bodies haven't fully recovered yet. I'm afraid that if we let them fight another battle at this time, their physical strength will not be able to handle it. Lin Guotao nodded in understanding, understood. 1 week then, I'll wait for your good news, see you later. Lu Fan replied politely, good. After both sides reached an agreement, Lin Guotao turned around and walked towards the Frogman training ground, his steps were all light, those who didn't know thought that he had succeeded in his betrothal. Lu Fan immediately sat back in his chair again, once again picking up the milk tea on the table and drinking it. He felt that he was like a father to these female soldiers, and those male soldiers completely treated him as their old man, sticking up to him one by one. Obviously he is also only in his 20s. Gradually, a morning passed. On the surface of the sea. After the female soldiers floated up, they saw that the numbers on their watches were not right, and they continued to dive down, and after going back and forth several times, they finally found the end. Ren Miao stared at her watch for a while and said indignantly, Sisters, I suspect that there is something wrong with this watch. I'm pretty sure that I've just dived 20 meters, and I've even reached 30 meters, but the numbers on this watch are as dead as death, never going beyond 20 meters. Zhang Weiwei also found something wrong, did Company Commander Lu buy a 3 less product, or else it's a fake? I can't imagine that he's so smart and confused that he's been cheated in this area. Guyan let out a breath and couldn't help but say, no wonder our values are always off, it turns out that there's a problem with the meter, I'll go up and find Company Commander Lu to reflect on this. Don't go. Do you guys think this is a problem with the manufacturer? Daiju stopped her and said in a deep voice, one watch having a problem might be the manufacturer's problem, but 22 watches all having problems, don't you guys think something is fishy? Ran Miao also suddenly reacted, I see, Company Commander Lu tampered with our watches. He's really well-intentioned, to give us this trick. Daiju said, forget it, even if we know it's Captain Lu's doing, what can we do, we can't go and ask for punishment. Moreover, have you guys noticed that after this kind of training, our breath-holding function has really grown a lot? In just one morning, I improved by a whole 30 seconds. Upon hearing this, the female soldiers thought back for a moment, and it did seem to be the case. Just as they were discussing heatedly, Lu Fan blew the assembly whistle on the shore. The female soldiers immediately stopped their discussion and zipped into the water like a beauty, quickly making their way onto the beach and quickly standing in 2 rows. Under the sunlight, the white skin as well as the proud body formed a most beautiful scenery line on the beach, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Lu Fan subconsciously glanced in the direction of the frogmen and realized that they were eyeing this way, each smiling like a chrysanthemum. Some of them were even scratching their heads, squeezing their eyebrows and doing muscle aerobics. The message revealed in their eyes was, praise me quickly. Compliment me. Nay, the female soldiers did not look at them the entire time, but instead gazed sternly right in front of them. Lu Fan withdrew his sight, slowly stood up from his chair and walked to the crowd and coldly said, progress is too slow, it seems that you guys don't have enough lung capacity. Beach armed 5 kilometers warm up before afternoon training. Dismissed. Yes. Only after watching Lu Fan walk away did the female soldiers slowly disperse, walking towards the cafeteria arm in arm and laughing. At the same time, the Frogmen Special Forces also disbanded for a rest, and the 2 teams crashed into each other. Although the frogmen were high-minded and proud, they faced the female soldiers with a naive demeanor, without any arrogance and with eyes full of respect. When the female soldiers passed by, they smiled politely at them, and they directly blushed so red that they couldn't wait to bury their heads in their pants. It was like the scene of meeting a goddess by chance on the stairs when they were studying. They were as shy as they could be. Lin Guotao, who was standing next to him, had a look of hatred. Dang Frogmen Special Forces, who didn't even blink when they were seriously injured by bullets on the battlefield, and now they're even wimpy like this. Can it be that those female soldiers are even more terrifying than bullets? Wang Feiyan glared back at them. What are you looking at? It's not your girlfriend. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly. The hot sun enveloped the entire ocean, and the small sand on the beach was scorching hot. A slender figure swayed on the beach. They were carrying 25 kilograms of equipment and stepping on the soft sand. Sweat flowed from their foreheads to their cheeks, collarbones, and backs, soaking their entire uniforms. Running on the beach is not the same as running on the flat ground. The sand is fluffy, the whole ankle will be sunken in when stepping on it, and it will be more laborious to lift the foot up again. Coupled with the weighted equipment, running is much more difficult than on flat ground. But for Flamingo, these were less difficult trainings, far less difficult than Hell Week. Even if the sand was softer, their running pace was lighter. Wang Feiyan and the three of them didn't slack off either, and kept running after them. Whatever Flamingo trained, they trained. Lu Fan didn't join them, but wore his swimsuit to the beach. He hadn't been in the sea since he obtained the intermediate swimming skill, and his skills had rusted. When he exchanged this skill before, the system bluntly said that he could hold his breath for 18 minutes. This breath holding time was quite explosive even if it was placed in the Navy. However, at that time, he had only heard the system say so and had not personally verified it. While the Flamingo was warming up, he wanted to go down to the sea to try if the 18-minute breath-holding function was really as magical as the legend. After doing a few minutes of stretching exercises, Lin Guotao came over to greet him with a smile. Company Commander Lu, are you planning to swim? Lu Fan smiled. No, I plan to dive. Diving? Then why aren't you wearing a diving suit? Not wearing an oxygen tank either? Lin Guotao looked at him with a surprised face. Lu Fan said in a deep voice, I don't use those things. Upon hearing this, Lin Guotao's eyes swept over with a touch of sadness. Are all the armies so poor nowadays? They couldn't even afford to buy diving equipment. Lu Company Commander, don't be so provincial. If it's really difficult you tell me, the last thing I need is money. How about this, I'll send you a brand new set of equipment. Lu Fan bared his teeth. Thank you Captain Lin for your kindness, but I really don't need it. Let's go. After saying that, he dove into the water without hesitation and quickly disappeared from view. 5 minutes later, the sea was still calm and there was no sign of Lu Fan. Lin Guotao was so anxious that he jumped to his feet. Young man, don't think about it. Chapter 72 Lu Fan, you are the proper human submarine. Hey! Your captain fell into the sea. Lin Guotao anxiously shouted at Flamingo. When Wang Feiyan heard him say that, he just faintly replied back, let him fall. Lin Guotao's jaw hit the ground. What kind of people are these? Do they have any sympathy? The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is in a hurry. If you don't care, then I don't care either. He exasperatedly turned around, just walked 2 steps, and couldn't help but stop and pick up the binoculars to look for a while. It's been 8 minutes, why hasn't it surfaced yet? How can a normal person hold his breath for so long? Even a frogman can't do it. He couldn't have died in the sea, could he? Thinking about it, he decided to go down to the sea to look for it. After returning to the frogman training site, he quickly put on his diving gear and put on his oxygen tank. A frogman couldn't help but ask curiously, Captain, where are you going? I'm going to save people. The frogman was confused and asked curiously, save who? Who fell in the sea? Your Red Queen. Lin Guotao blurted out. After saying that, like a dragon, he gently leapt into the sea. The Ming frogman's face was full of black lines. I don't even have a girlfriend, where's the Red Queen? Lin Guotao just extended from 10 meters to 30 meters has been diving down, looking for a circle, did not see any trace. In a hurry, he dived down to 50 meters again. Wandering around the location where Lu Fan went down to the sea, the range radiated farther and farther. By this time his brain had begun to feel a hint of pressure, and his ears began to go deaf. A momentary lapse. As the captain of the Frogman Special Forces, his diving skills were kept at an upper middle level, but he often instructed training mainly and rarely went down to accompany the training. Combined with his age, his body's ability to resist loads was not as good as it used to be. The good thing is that the skills are there, so even if discomfort occurs, it can be adjusted in time. After searching around in the 50-meter deep sea, there was still no sign of Lu Fan. He looked down at his watch. 10 minutes had passed. He took a chance and thought that Lu Fan had already gone to the shore, so he quickly surfaced again. He took out his binoculars and observed the shore for a few minutes, but he still didn't see Lu Fan's figure. A bad sense of crisis instantly surged to his heart. In desperation, he continued to dive into the sea, diving down to 50 meters, and when he reached 80 meters, he had already reached his limit. He already clearly felt dizziness, tinnitus, dry heaving, and even a lack of oxygen in his brain. Even he, a senior naval officer wearing a diving suit and an oxygen tank, found it difficult to dive to 80 meters. Not to mention Lu Fan, an army man. At this moment, he decided in his heart that Lu Fan must have gotten stuck in some dead end and couldn't come up, or else the person would have definitely floated up when he died. He had reached his limit here and didn't dare to continue diving down. Just when he wanted to return and go back to get help, he saw a slender shadow at the deep sea, slowly approaching him. Looking over this distance, it was at least more than 20 meters. After so many years in the sea, he had never seen such a huge creature. At first he suspected that it was Lu Fan, then he felt that it was not right. It was impossible for a normal person to dive into more than 90 meters unarmed for more than 10 minutes and still be able to swim up so effortlessly. It was absolutely impossible. He stared in horror and shivered. Had he encountered a water ghost? He quickly turned around, just wanted to accelerate toward the upward floating. A big hand steadily grabbed his ankle. Lin Guotao did not dare to go back, his heart beating extremely fast, his right foot vigorously glaring, trying to break free from the bondage, but not a little effect. Instead, the big hand got tighter and tighter. He was so anxious that he almost cried. It turns out that there really is a water ghost. Just as he was terrified, the inverted figure made a hard leap and floated directly in front of him, and even gave him a faint smile. In the refracted state of the water, that smile was even creepier than a horror movie. Lu Fan? When Lin Guotao saw this familiar face, the corners of his mouth twitched crazily, and a mouthful of blood almost spewed out. I'll go. Didn't this company commander Lu just die? How did he turn into a stern ghost so quickly? His blood pressure instantly spiked to 200, so scared that his body jerked up, the whites of his eyes went white, and he directly fainted. Lu Fan's smile suddenly froze, and in the process, he hugged him and floated upwards by his neck. Lin Guotao was 180 tall and weighed nearly 165 pounds. Dragging this big man towards the shore was like dragging a heavy tank. Lu Fan wasted 9 oxen and 2 tigers before dragging him to the shore. The entire person sat on the beach panting, staring at the sleeping Lin Guotao with a speechless face. Seeing this, the flamingos also rushed over curiously and surrounded the two of them. Ren Miao asked with a surprised face, Company Commander Lu, what's wrong with him? Wang Feiyan's pupils widened violently. Isn't this a marine instructor? Is this passed out, or is he dead? The other female soldiers also whispered and exchanged words. It was only after a moment that Lu Fan spoke. He fainted and dived to pass out. He woke up after resting for a few minutes. Guiyin bloated a bit. Frogman diving can also pass out? This is still fully equipped. It's really unheard of. Lu Fan looked at them and snorted coldly. Has today's training reached the standard? Do you want me to add another minute? As the words fell, all the female soldiers dispersed and all ran towards the training ground. Right at this moment, Lin Guotao slowly opened his eyes and looked around in confusion, sitting up in shock. When he turned his head and saw Lu Fan, he lay down again. Am I dead? How come I see you here? Lu Fan smiled. Captain Lin, with me here, you can't die. Lin Guotao looked at him with a surprised face and suddenly popped up and sat up. But, aren't you dead? Lu Fan frowned. Who said I'm dead? Which one of your eyes saw me dead? Lin Guotao subconsciously stretched out his right hand and twisted it hard towards his thigh. Hiss. It hurt so much that he grimaced. He stood up excitedly. Really not dead, I'm still alive. Lu Fan looked at him like he was looking at him. He really didn't know how this IQ became the instructor of the Frogman Special Forces. Lin Guotao stroked his thoughts, thought over the causes and consequences, and sat down again violently. Company Commander Lu, how many meters did you dive just now? Lu Fan extended a finger to him. 1 meter? Lu Fan looked at him with a raised eyebrow and a breathless face. 100 meters. Lin Guotao looked at him incredulously. 100 meters. You dived 100 meters with your bare hands? How is this possible? The world record holder is only 113 meters. It's our Frogman's highest record is also 95 meters. He suddenly thought of something and immediately raised his wrist to look at his watch, instantly understanding. At that time, he had dived to 80 meters, and Lu Fan had surfaced from the bottom of the sea below 80 meters. That distance was almost a dozen meters. When you did the math like this, it was really 100 meters. Lin Guotao stared at Lu Fan like a monster and subconsciously touched his head to see if he had gills. After ensuring that he was a human being, he sighed slightly. This is a proper human submarine. After a long time, he slowed down and looked at Lu Fan and said solemnly, Company Commander Lu, join us, we frogmen need talents like you. We Marines have good food, good funding, good equipment, everything. Wouldn't you be burying a talent like you in that mountain-clacking place of yours? Lu Fan smiled blandly, the Marine Corps is certainly great, but it's not where I ultimately belong. Lin Guotao was not discouraged and continued to persuade, what are your requirements, what are your conditions, we will fulfill them as much as possible. As long as you join us, I will immediately offer you up as a god. Lu Fan was stunned for a moment and laughed bitterly in his heart, another digger. Chapter 73. Could it be that Lu Fan has really healed this time? Lin Guotao had also heard a little about Lu Fan's previous experience. He was an expert in leading soldiers, a man that Wolf Fong couldn't get by any means. This, in turn, aroused Lin Guotao's desire to conquer. What class is the Wolf Fong? What class is the Frogman? It is not the same class at all, right? Soon, he had a plan in mind, intending to use his strength to conquer him. Company Commander Lu, although your breath-holding function is awesome, other sea training programs shouldn't necessarily be the same. Lu Fan slightly turned his face sideways and asked in surprise, what do you mean? Lin Guotao smiled and said, how about we compare the other programs at sea? If we win, how about you join us? Good lord, using your strong points to compete with me is a bit too ugly. Lu Fan raised his eyebrows and asked, what if you lose? Lin Guotao smiled, if we lose, I'll pay for your training period plus 3 boxes of bullets. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth twitched, why are they giving away bullets now? Last time, Blue Arrow Brigade's Brigadier Sue's bullets were not used up yet, and someone else was rushing to give them away. How can one refuse a deal that comes to his door? Lu Fan nodded firmly, good. I accept your challenge. When Lin Guotao heard him agree so dryly, his mouth grinned behind his ears and he stood up violently. With the skills of the sea training ground, who could beat anyone but a frogman? That is our ace of aces, our iron rice bowl, sacrosanct. Lu Fan also understood now. Together Lin Guotao was trying to pin down him with his strength, letting him understand how big the gap was between his current level and the frogman. In this way, they had more confidence to dig him over. Using a match to scoop up talent fairly and impartially, catching him off guard. Lu Fan said in a deep voice, Captain Lin, tell me, what are we going to compare? Lin Guotao thought for a moment, then said, you choose, as long as we don't compete in unarmed diving. Lu Fan looked at the sea with the sea breeze and suddenly spoke, how about this, let's compare sea shooting. That said, I haven't shot at the sea for a long time either, so let's do it as a practice. Lin Guotao asked in surprise, sea shooting is our frogman's strong point, we shoot more bullets than you eat every year, are you sure you want to compare this? Lu Fan nodded, sure. I'm just going to pick the one you guys are best at to compare. Lin Guotao's face was a bit ugly, he sounded so damn arrogant, who gave you the courage? Since you're looking for abuse, then I'll fulfill you. Lin Guotao immediately agreed, good. Let's shoot at sea, and if you lose, don't say we bullied you. Lu Fan smiled blandly, Captain Lin, it's not certain who will win. When Lin Guotao saw his confident look, he suddenly panicked in his heart, could it be that this guy's shooting level is very high? It was too late to think too much, he brought Lu Fan to the shooting training ground. The field here was very wide, surrounded by fences and set up with various targets of different distances, 50 meters, 100 meters, and the farthest was 1,000 meters. Sea shooting is much more difficult than land shooting. Sea target shooting is disturbed by wind direction, waves, and currents. Also, the refraction and reflection of seawater can cause visual disturbances to the shooter. Even a 1 mm deviation in the trajectory can have a fatal effect on the battlefield. Therefore, the snipers of the Frogman Special Forces tend to be more steady than the snipers of the army. When shooting, his brain needs to calculate all kinds of formulas and eliminate all kinds of interference, just to figure out the most accurate ballistics. In the long run, their mental quality was often much higher than others. Lin Guotao looked at Lu Fan and said, how many meters did you hit the farthest during your usual training? We don't have to make it too hard, let's just shoot 100 meters, it's kind of taking care of you in disguise. Lu Fan raised his sniper rifle, glanced towards the target in the training ground, and said in a cloudy voice, 100 meters is more than meaningless, if you want to hit it, hit the farthest, 1,000 meters. Captain Lin, what do you think? He who possessed all firearms god-level shooting skills as well as radar skills, not to mention 1,000 meters, even 1,500 meters was no big deal. The corner of Lin Guotao's mouth jerked hard as he looked at him incredulously, are you sure? This is 1,000 meters, not 100 meters, a whole lot more than 1-0, you can't even aim at land shots. Lu Fan smiled, Captain Lin, try it and you'll know. As the old saying goes, practice is the only standard to test the truth, take a shot and naturally see the difference. Lin Guotao nodded vigorously, good. 1,000 meters is 1,000 meters, who's afraid of who? He fastened the walkie-talkie and said, target trench, set up 2 1,000-meter targets for me. Wait. Lin Guotao laughed, what? Are you scared? Lu Fan waved his fingers, I want to add some difficulty. Let's freestyle swim 3 kilometers to the opposite ship, then climb aboard to shoot. This situation is what simulates the most realistic battlefield. Of course, the speed of the swim also counts towards the score. How's that? Upon hearing this, Lin Guotao was so shocked that his jaw almost broke. Well, playing around like this is right, I'll fulfill you. Lin Guotao firmly nodded his head, okay, just do as you say. Without further ado, let's get started, end it before it's too late, we can still add a chicken leg to the cafeteria. After both sides reached an agreement, the two walked straight to the shore and looked at each other with a slight smile. Whoosh! At the same time, they leaped into the sea, like a dragon, advancing at breakneck speed. The behavior of the two of them quickly caught the attention of the flamingos as well as the frogmen who were training next to them. Seeing this scene, they instantly realized that this was the field of play for both sides, a battlefield without smoke. They were instantly in high spirits, each shouting and cheering for their captains, and the scene was instantly lively. The waves also seemed to roll even higher in response. Lu Company Commander, cheers! Charge! Go Marines! Lin Guotao was the chief instructor of the frogmen, and his swimming skills were naturally not something they ate in the Navy. In just a minute's time, he left Lu Fan behind 100 meters. This scene could make the flamingos look silly, although they had never seen Lu Fan swim, but Lu Fan's image in their hearts had always been a god. As long as he dared to come out and compete, he must be ready to win. Moreover, no matter which subject, he had never lost. But right now, he was indeed 100 meters behind Lin Guotao, which made them puzzled. Could it be that Company Commander Lu was really in a ditch this time? Wang Fei Yang all pinched a sweat for Lu Fan. Could it be that our Company Commander Lu is really going to fall this time? Shen Yan said helplessly, that's the chief instructor of the frogmen, swimming skill is someone's specialization, he was once known as the little white dragon in the waves, it's not just a reputation. In terms of swimming skills, our army is naturally not as good as the Navy, otherwise why would the country be divided into the Navy, Army and Air Force, isn't it because there are specialties in the arts? The frogman on the opposite side shouted out excitedly, at this level you dare to challenge us frogmen, you really don't care about yourself. As soon as the words fell, a bizarre scene suddenly occurred, the smiles on the faces of the frogmen one by one suddenly froze. The hell can this be? Chapter 74, The Disappearance of Him. Whoosh! Lu Fan was like a native shark, and in the blink of an eye, he scurried in front of Lin Guotao. Everyone present had their eyes straightened, their mouths gradually opened wide, and their eyelids didn't dare to move a bit. Movies didn't even dare to act like this. The female soldier lifted up the seawater in front of her and splashed it at the frogmen, crossing her arms and shouting at them, whoever just said that we're not self-conscious, step forward. I'll whip you to death. When the frogmen saw the female soldiers reacting so vehemently, their hearts fluttered, and their tone weakened by a few points. I didn't say who. This is a friendly match, we're just fighting on our own, auntie, don't be angry. My mom said that women get breast cancer easily when they get angry. Ren Miao frowned and scolded in a bad mood, you're the one who gets breast cancer, your whole family gets breast cancer. My dad also said, men get angry easily get hemorrhoids, urinate, yangwei, early xie. Upon hearing this, the male soldier subconsciously glanced at his lower body and saw that it was rising up. In order to avoid embarrassment, he could only cover it tightly with both hands, his face instantly reddened, and he obediently lowered his head, his face to the side. What's in the way, it's so small. The male soldier was anxious, who's small are you saying? Want the scene to let you try. Saying anything about a man was fine, just not saying he was small. That was a naked provocation. After saying that, he immediately let go of his hands covering his crotch and displayed his entire body in front of them. The female soldiers instantly covered their faces and said delicately, shameless. They blankly glanced at the frogmen and didn't continue to argue with them, instead focusing their eyes on the field of play. Right in the gap between their words, Lu Fan was nowhere to be seen, and only Lin Guotao stood alone. The onlookers were instantly dumbfounded, and each one of them was dumbfounded as their eyes kept searching for him. Wang Fei Yang looked around and began to panic, what's going on? Where did Company Commander Lu go? Could it be that he snorkeled? Chen Yin stared at the endless sea, his heart trembled fiercely. Even if he had been snorkeling for so long, he should have emerged long ago. Under normal circumstances, who can dive for so long? Wouldn't something have happened? I told you that our army has no way to compare with them, right? This is good. It won't mess up a person's life, right? Lin Guotao also felt that something was wrong. He turned his head to look for a while and realized that Lu Fan had actually disappeared. But he didn't have any panic, because he understood Lu Fan's ability to hold his breath. Anyone could suffocate to death, only he, Lu Fan, wouldn't. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and his body jerked. This kid couldn't have snorkeled to the front. Damn! He had been set up again. At this moment, he was like an enemy. His body's explosive power was instantly galvanized, like a shark speeding forward. As expected, people's potentials were all stimulated. At this speed, even he himself was shocked. Wang Fei Yang and the three of them, on the other hand, were filled with black lines and were so anxious that they almost cried. Something must have happened to Company Commander Lu. Let's hurry down and look for him. Upon hearing this, the flamingos also immediately came out on alert. No longer in the mood to watch the fun, each of them tensed a string. Although Lu Fan was usually strict with them, but in their hearts they had always respected him, treating him as their elder brother. Now that he had disappeared into the sea for no reason, they were naturally apprehensive. Wang Feiyang immediately gave them an order, quickly. Let's split up. Company Commander Lu must have gotten stuck in some place where he couldn't move, otherwise no one would have not surfaced for so long. Flamingo Group A, you guys look to the left, Group B look to the right. Chen Yan, Mo Zuqin with me, look in the center. Yes. Just as the order was given, Lu Fan's figure appeared on the ship. That's right. It was him. Zhang Weiwei pointed at the wheelbarrow and shouted, look. It's Company Commander Lu, he didn't die, he came back alive. Ran Miao followed her line of sight and also said excitedly, it's really him, he got to the wheelbarrow before the frogman instructor. Daiju smiled faintly, I knew he wouldn't fight unprepared, this surprise came as a surprise. The other female soldiers also applauded when they saw that familiar back. The frogman picked up his binoculars and glanced in the direction of the ship, his eyes instantly lowered. A great sense of frustration surged through her heart. This shock of loss was very great, they had trained night and day yet they were no match for an army that didn't go to sea often. The feeling made them feel humiliated and their morale was depressed. Did we frogmen really lose to an army? Before they could react, Lu Fan had already fired the first shot. Bang! Immediately after that, 4 shots were fired in succession. Almost without aiming, he raised his gun and fired, even ignoring the recoil. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This was clearly a haphazard shot with no rules to speak of, still too young. The Frogman Special Forces who were still secretly hurt just now, all of a sudden their confidence came back. Even if it was their Frogman's strongest sharpshooter, they needed at least 10 seconds between shots. But Lu Fan almost glanced lightly, lifted his gun and shot. If they could even shoot well, then their frogmen would simply retire and go home to raise pigs. However, the flamingos were not impressed, they had seen Lu Fan's amazing shooting level. It was no exaggeration to say that even if he shot with his eyes closed, he could shoot better than them. After Lu Fan finished shooting, he sat straight on the edge of the boat and quietly waited for Lin Guotao to come over. When Lin Guotao swam to the edge of the boat and popped his head up, he just happened to be right with Lu Fan. Lu Fan put his gun aside and smiled faintly at him, coming old brother. Lin Guotao's heart choked, and a mouthful of blood almost spewed out. You finished fighting? Lu Fan nodded, I finished fighting 2 minutes ago, so I'm waiting here for you to return together. We are all comrades in arms, we can't just slip away after the fight, that's too unkind, don't you think so? He slowed down his tone and continued, Captain Lin, I see that you are quite tired from swimming, why don't I help you up? No need. I can come up by myself. Lin Guotao swam to the edge of the boat next door, making his last stubborn move. How could he not expect that Lu Fan's swimming skills were so skillful as well? A full 3 minutes ahead of him. This was also too unscientific. What kind of mutated species is this that has come to our planet? Lu Fan smiled awkwardly, okay. You do it yourself. Although Lin Guotao was upset, he didn't admit defeat right away. He still had one last bargaining chip, sea shooting. As long as the shooting score was better than Lu Fan's, he could still save the frogman's face and not lose too much. The moment he raised his gun, he glanced back at Lu Fan and realized that he was smiling at himself, looking like he was watching the fun. This smile was exactly the same as the one he had seen in the bottom of the sea, and it felt like it instantly pulled him 100 meters to the bottom of the sea. He shook his head violently, pulling his thoughts back, and focused on aiming at the target 1,000 meters away. At this moment, all of the Frogmen Special Forces were staring anxiously at him, some of them even kept tearing at their underwear as a way to hide their inner turmoil. Instructor Lin, whether or not we frogmen can get our reputation back depends on this shot of yours. Don't go soft in the middle of this shot, the birth of a boy or a girl depends on your bullet. Bang! In full view of everyone, Lin Guotao fired his first shot. Chapter 75, Dare to Make a Bet? Lu Fan took a look with his radar detection skill and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. That's good. Another 3 boxes of bullets were used. A few minutes later, Lin Guotao finished firing all 5 rounds. After checking the gun to make sure there were no bullets, he put the gun back in its original position and walked straight to the side of Lu Fan. At this moment, the sound of the target trench announcing the targets rang in his ears. Number 1 target Lu Fan 50 rings, number 2 target Lin Guotao 48 rings, over. This voice was like a radio, reaching the ears of every soldier. Lin Guotao's tiger body shook, his chrysanthemums tightened, and he looked at Lu Fan like a monster. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. The sea wind was so strong today, how could he, an army man, hit so accurately? Not only him, the Frogmen Special Forces were equally shocked out of their wits. They had watched Lu Fan's shooting gesture just now, and in less than 10 seconds, he had fired all 5 rounds. Without even aiming, how could he shoot this amazing result under such circumstances? This was too perverted. Even if it was traitorous shit luck, it was impossible to have such good luck with every shot. Could it really be his strength? At the moment, they felt that they were just trash in front of Lu Fan, and after riveting themselves to training every day, they actually lost to an army. The flamingos weren't much surprised, they had followed Lu Fan for so long, his strength was there for all to see. Winning a fight was the norm, losing a fight was the surprise. They looked at the opposite frogmen with a haughty face, dejection written all over their faces. I don't believe it. I want to see the target paper. Lin Guotao crossed his arms and huffed. Lu Fan smiled faintly. Captain Lin, go ahead. However, shouldn't we swim back first now? Lin Guotao looked at him and said directly, you go back first, I'll watch the scenery here for a while. Lu Fan saw his small mind at a glance. Lin Guotao was afraid that if he swam back at the same time as Lu Fan, he would end up lagging behind Lu Fan and would fall into another conversation. If he let Lu Fan go first and he followed behind, even if he lost, he would not be criticized. This last stubbornness, he was determined to do it. Lu Fan nodded, good. Then I'll leave first, see you later. After saying that, he loosened his muscles and jumped into the sea without hesitation. Lin Guotao quickly rushed to the edge of the boat, intending to see how he actually swam and how he was so fast. But in just an instant, Lu Fan disappeared from view. Lin Guotao shook his head helplessly and broke his mouth fiercely. This speed. Flying fish have to step aside when they come. After a few minutes, he looked down at his watch before jumping into the sea with confidence. Lu Fan had just swam ashore when Wang Feiyang and the 3 of them quickly rushed over and circled around him a few times. Company Commander, why didn't I realize before that you are still a sea dragon? That's right, Company Commander, you are really deep in the sea, today has opened our eyes. Next, are you planning to be an aerial eagle? The 3 of them talked about everything, completely leaving the flamingo behind. After all, Lu Fan's performance today was just too explosive, they couldn't even think of not being excited. However, the flamingo was used to Lu Fan's grimness, and did not dare to come close at all, and could only stand aside in a sensible manner. Lu Fan coughed twice and grunted coldly, Old Wang, have you forgotten your duties? Upon hearing this, Wang Feiyang came back to his senses and slapped his head. Oops, this brain of mine. I'll lead the training right away, right away. He gave a wink to Mo Zuqin and Chen Yan, who looked at each other and ran off nimbly. It was only a few minutes later that Lin Guotao swam ashore. The first thing he did was not to look at Lu Fan, but to get the target paper they had just shot at. When he lowered his head and saw Lu Fan's target paper, his pupils dilated violently and his eyes were filled with horror. 5 bullets, all hitting the same hole. If it wasn't a professional, it would be impossible to tell. How many years of training would it take to hit this score? The army was a strong place. A person strong you a little may be jealous, but too strong that can only be looked up to. Lu Fan was exactly what he looked up to. This achievement, even if he didn't eat or drink and trained his whole life, there was no way he could reach it. Right now, he suddenly felt that his small temple could not accommodate Lu Fan, the great Buddha. He took the target paper and walked straight to Lu Fan's side, handing it to him. Here, look at the score you hit. Lu Fan twisted open the mineral water and drank a mouthful, said lightly, I don't need to see, I already know when I play. The corner of Lin Guotao's mouth twitched, you're really a fucking talent. Lu Fan smiled at him, I'll take it as you complimenting me. Captain Lin, I'll trouble you for our flamingos training funds, take the time to send those 3 boxes of bullets to my dormitory, lest the night be long. The corners of Lin Guotao's mouth twitched even more, looking at him with a displeased expression. Hoping that you're still afraid that I'll run away? He patted his chest and assured, a great man's word is his bond. I, Lin Guotao, will do what I say. I'll send those 3 boxes of bullets over to you tonight, the last thing we Marines need is bullets. Lu Fan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, Captain Lin, then I'll thank you in advance. Tonight. Room 105. See you there. After saying that, he slowly stood up and walked towards the flamingos training ground. Lin Guotao scratched his head, how does this sound and feel like a POW date? At night, the weather turned cooler, the beach was breezy, and the waves kept lapping against the rocks on the shore, making a low roar. It was perfect for a bonfire, juice, barbecue, and accompanying dance. However, the flamingos didn't have time to appreciate these beauties, nor did they have time to enjoy this moment of beauty. At this moment, they were carrying 20 kilograms of equipment for 2 kilometers of armed swimming across the river. This was their most basic training every night. Before carrying out the armed swimming across, the first thing they carried out was armed 2 kilometers of beach running, exercising their balance and relaxing their calf muscles. Since it was nighttime and visibility was relatively low, each of them carried a waterproof night swimming light on their heads. Lu Fan would also monitor their every move from the shore, focusing on their personal safety. Wang Fei Yang and the others would go down to the sea and swim with them, teaching them some infiltration and assassination techniques. After all, infiltration and assassination, water-to-shore attack, water and land coordinated attack and so on, these are the main contents of special combat in the water. The 3 of them were all male soldiers trained by Lu Fan, and their skills were all second only to Lu Fan. This grueling training pattern of the flamingos was something that even the frogmen found admirable. Originally, they thought that this female soldier was nothing more than a vase that couldn't suffer much. Until they saw it with their own eyes, they realized that the female soldier's ability to endure hardship was not below them. A codenamed Falcon Frogman couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, you guys say, if I marry one of them home, who can win in a fight? You can't conquer them, these tigresses. Another codenamed Crocodile Frogman stroked his chin and said badly. Falcon blankly glanced at him and asked with a raised eyebrow, dare to make a bet? Crocodile laughed, what kind of bet? Falcon swept a glance at the group of female soldiers and finally locked his eyes on Ren Miao, see the blue dress, she's the one. I will definitely take her within 3 days. Chapter 76 Who is it bad to pick up? You have to pick up that fiercest bitch. The crocodile followed his gaze to see Ren Miao, and immediately his pupils dilated, are you sure? I've heard that she's the vice-captain of the flamingos, that's the elite of the elite. I fight the elite. Falcon said confidently with his hands on his chest. The crocodile looked at him with conviction and was not convinced, and directly clapped his hands and agreed, good. What's the bet? Falcon thought for a moment, then said, just bet on 1 month's dormitory housekeeping. Dare you? What wouldn't I dare? It's settled. The crocodile said with a firm face. He secretly laughed in his heart, you kid, I'll see how you die next. It's not good to pick up anyone but that fiercest bitch. I'd like to see how you'll pick her up. Half an hour later, all the female soldiers swam ashore out of breath. Obviously. After a day of intense training, they were exhausted to the limit. After Lu Fan briefly summarized the training progress, he told them to disband and go back to rest. In the dormitory. After Zhang Weiwei washed up, Shunji flopped down on the bed and said lifelessly, I originally thought that sea training would be a bit easier than land training, but I didn't realize that the difficulty had risen by several notches. These limbs of mine are already as soft as noodles, and I don't know what will be trained tomorrow. Ran Miao laughed lightly, swimming is originally more physically demanding, otherwise why are there so many accidents of double deaths when rescuing people in the water? It's the lack of physical strength that causes more. Daiju looked at the ceiling and suddenly opened his mouth, I don't know how the company instructor is doing at the border. It's not like we have a cell phone to contact her. Guyan's smile suddenly froze as he said with a worried expression, I heard that the border defense is full of armed drug traffickers, and the instructor, a female soldier, won't have anything happen. Don't talk nonsense. The instructor is a soldier who has been fighting on the front line for a long time. She is most familiar with the environment there. She will definitely be safe. Wei Shiyu snorted coldly. Lian Yuan had been with them for so long that they had become close comrades. Whether it was in life or training, she took care of everyone. Not only that. When the flamingos couldn't support themselves, she was the one who had been by their side to give encouragement and comfort, accompanying them through hellish week after hellish week before they metamorphosed into the flamingos of today. Therefore, Lian Yuan was a beam of light in the darkness in their hearts, illuminating their left chambers. Ran Miao patted Daiju's shoulder in relief. You won't bring your personal cell phone on a mission, and you're not allowed to turn it on, it's a ban. It's getting late, let's hurry up and go to sleep, there's a more difficult training waiting for us tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the female soldiers nodded heavily and each dispersed back to their own beds. The next morning, a delicate figure had appeared on the beach at 5:30 a.m. On the other side, the scouts of the Blue Arrow Brigade returned to the practice field after 2 days of rest and recuperation. This time, they were thoroughly frightened by the fight and dared not even look at the flamingos. When the two sides accidentally glanced at each other, they panicked and averted their eyes, and their bodies involuntarily shivered. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a well rope. Having just come out of the infirmary, they didn't want to be carried back lying down again. When Staff Sergeant Lin saw Lu Fan, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, hiding as far away as he could. Now they understood, facing this flamingo trained by Lu Fan, there was just one word, hide. Anyone who dared to clamor was just looking for a fight. Lu Fan was also interested and didn't go up to greet them again, with a look of well water not offending river water. After warming up, the female soldiers lined up in 2 rows as usual, waiting for the next training program. Lu Fan held a sniper rifle in his hand, walked to the front of the line and slowly spoke. Today's training is sea shooting. Sea shooting is very different from land shooting, and the interference factors are also very different. Don't think that if your land shooting level is very good, you won't have problems with sea shooting. The difference isn't a little bit and a half. Who wants to come forward and try? Report. Me. Ran Miao was the first to step forward. Ran Miao was the sniper with the highest level of shooting among the flamingos. Normally a 100-meter chest ring target with 5 rounds could hit 49 rings. Even moving targets could hit at least 48 rings, so it could be said that she was a talented sniper. This score was placed in the army, and it was the existence of the best of the best. Lu Fan nodded, then handed the gun over to her, target 100 meters. Yes. Ren Miao took 2 steps forward, took the sniper rifle in Lu Fan's hand and walked to the beach to get down. The 100-meter target was set on a ship. Although the ship was stationary, there was a sea breeze as well as the influence of the waves, the entire ship would still float slightly. The sea breeze at this time was not very strong, a good moment for sniping. Ran Miao slightly squinted his eyes, and after aiming for a few seconds, he fired the first shot. Bang! Immediately after that, the back continued to finish the 4 shots. As she stood up with her hands propped up, the sound of the target report from the target trench rang in her ears. Target number 5, 25 rings. As the words fell, everyone present was dumbfounded, their faces completely gloomy. Ran Miao felt like he had suffered a 10,000-point blitz, his head buzzing. The shooting level he was most proud of was so unbearable under the interference of the sea. The sea breeze just now was still relatively small, and she had also calculated the wind power into it, but the result was unsatisfactory. It was only at this moment that all of them realized how astounding it was for Lu Fan to hit a 50-ring score. Lu Fan looked at their dumbfounded demeanor and continued, now you should know the difference between land shooting and sea shooting. The sea breeze just now was still small, and you guys were still shooting targets on the beach. If you guys were on a moving ship, shooting at moving targets, I guess none of you would be able to get on target. At these words, all of them lowered their heads in shame. It was true that their land shooting level was generally good, even reaching the upper middle. When Lu Fan had asked them to train in sea shooting just now, they had scoffed a little in their hearts. Now, even Rin Miao could only shoot at this level, so there was no need to say anything about their performance. Lu Fan patiently explained to them about the interfering factors, calculation formulas, and precautions for sea shooting. At the same time, he would also give them a demonstration on the side, teaching them one by one on the spot. They were all people who had the basics and were relatively stable with their guns, so basically, they were all able to get the hang of it. Of course, at the beginning of the training are fixed targets, such as fixed target performance up, only after further training moving targets. Half an hour later, Lu Fan stopped teaching, turned around and said to Wang Fei Yang, supervised their training, if you can't reach 40 rings today, no dinner. No need to save me bullets, the last thing I need right now is bullets. Yes. All the female soldiers gathered down, all lined up in a row, and started shooting training. Gradually, near noon, the Marines had disbanded for a break. Frog Falcon held a large bouquet of roses in both hands and quietly looked towards the field where Flamingo was training. Chapter 77, Old Wang, you finally suggested something reliable. Hey! This kid, he's pretty quick with his hands. It has the demeanor I had back then. Lin Guotao saw Falcon's small mind at a glance, and instead of blocking it, he was very supportive. Just ask who hadn't fallen in love with a few goddesses at a bloodthirsty age. In order not to add psychological pressure to him, he turned a blind eye and quickly went around him. Crocodile watched as Falcon stood there mute with a rose in his hand and shivered with laughter. He quickly found a corner to hide and peek, secretly laughing in his heart. Falcon, Falcon, thought you had some new tricks for chasing girls, but it turns out it's the same old trick. I'm just waiting to see how you get rejected. Gradually, 20 minutes passed. Flamingo's morning shooting training was also over, and they walked arm in arm, shoulder to shoulder, towards the cafeteria. The whole time they were talking and laughing on the way, sunny smiles on their faces. Falcon saw them disbanded, immediately straightened the uniform on the body, and then lowered his head to smell the fragrance of the flowers, and only then walked over with his head held high and striding. When the female soldiers saw him walking towards them with roses in his hands, they suddenly froze and glanced at each other. Everyone's heart was speculating who the flowers were for. Only to see Falcon walk straight to Ren Miao, slowly handing the flowers to her and saying with a smile, "For you." Falcon's height was 182, Ren Miao was about 170, he was slightly lowering his head when he delivered the flowers, and always had a masculine smile on his face. Who? The female soldiers next to him immediately coaxed and laughed. Vice Captain, when did you hook up with someone else's frogman? Lieutenant, you'll just obey them. I see that although this kid is naive, he is a muscular man, his physical strength should be good. Ran Miao lowered his head and red-faced, awkwardly snapped out of the 3 rooms, suddenly raised his eyes and glared at him grimly. Do you know what roses stand for? Originally Falcon prepared a large set of words, by her so asked brain blank. In the past, every time he sent flowers to a girl, one of them jumped up and hugged him in excitement. But Ran Miao couldn't see a single smile on her face, even some disgust, which made him feel frustrated all of a sudden. He froze for a moment and slowly spoke, it represents love. Don't you girls all like roses? But we couldn't go out during training, so I went to the neighborhood by myself and picked a big bunch of them, and at the time, I saw that it was blooming quite brightly, and I thought you would like it, so... Wrong. Wrong answer. Ren Miao blankly glanced at him, so angry that she blushed and threw the flowers directly into his face. In the future, don't let me see you, or I'll beat you once I see you. After saying that, she ran away without looking back. The female soldiers shrugged their shoulders and also immediately chased after her, not forgetting to turn around and say cheers to Falcon. Zhang Weiwei walked up to Falcon and said with a smile, Kid, don't give up. You have to be attentive when chasing girls. But, our vice captain is not an ordinary woman, she likes to play exciting games, the more exciting the better. Go back and think about it. Putting down these words, Zhang Weiwei also quickly joined the Flamingos team, leaving Falcon standing alone on the seashore blowing cold wind. After seeing them all leave, Crocodile swaggered over to Falcon and patted him on the shoulder. Brother, I told you a long time ago, their vice captain is a tigress, you can't handle it. To YouTube. Falcon shook off his hand and pushed the flowers to his chest. Sent you. He lifted his slender legs and huffed as he walked towards the cafeteria. It used to be the girls who surrounded him, this was the first time he was so cruelly rejected. At this moment, he felt it was the grayest time in the world. The crocodile froze and took the flowers, only to react a few seconds later, running after him. Hey! I don't want your used flowers. In the afternoon, the sun was blazing. On the beach, the flamingos were still lying on the sand in a neat and orderly manner, training for sea shooting. After a morning of training, they had gradually mastered some of the important skills of sea shooting. From the dozen or so rings, or even a few rings, that they hit in the beginning, to a steady 30 rings or more now. The whole thing took half a box of bullets. It was a good thing that all these bullets were delivered by others, otherwise Lu Fan would probably be heartbroken. He had been constantly patrolling among the flamingos, observing the dynamics of their target shooting. Sometimes he would go up and guide them a bit, after all, this was someone else's training ground, leaving little time for them to train. If he didn't do it himself, the flamingos would progress at an even slower rate. Meanwhile, the frogmen special forces were also training for the shooting program at the same time. It was just that their techniques would no longer be stuck on fixed targets, and were mainly focused on moving targets. They usually sat on a wheelbarrow and shot at moving targets 200 meters away. Everyone with 5 rounds of ammunition was able to hit more than 45 rings, with the highest level having 50 rings. A few of the top snipers would arrange to sit on motorboats to mimic the most realistic battlefield situations. With the motorboat traveling at high speed, shooting 500 meters or even 800 meters of moving targets. This requires a very high level of shooting skill, as well as a strong psychological resistance to stress. In this situation, the frogman's chance of hitting 10 rings could be as high as 90%. This figure surprised even Lu Fan. If he didn't have the system, it would be harder than heaven to reach this achievement. To become a top sniper, training was one aspect, and talent was often the most important. And these 20 or so frogmen, all of whom had been selected through layers and layers of selection, were gifted and naturally learned much faster than others. Half an hour later, Wang Feiyang walked up to Lu Fan and said in a deep voice, "Company commander, are we going to speed up the process next?" Lu Fanyun looked at the seashore and said in a cloudy voice, "Old Wang, you might as well be straightforward with your suggestions." Wang Fei thought for a while and said directly, "Right now their shooting level is steadily rising. According to their qualifications, no matter if it's a fixed target or a moving target, I estimate that they can almost reach your requirements in a week or so." He stroked his chin and looked towards the frogman's motorboat and said with a smirk, "I think the flamingos can also have fun on a motorboat just like the frogman. It's just that I don't know if people's frogman special forces are willing to lend us their stuff. I've heard that the equipment they train with has always been top of the line, and they never lend it out. I heard that they also have amphibious armored vehicles, aquatic tanks, air defense missiles and other new equipment." Lu Fan looked at him with a slight sideways glance and nodded gesturally, "Old Wang, you finally made some reliable suggestions." Wang Feiyang smiled, "Company commander, I know you have a solution. I'm going to supervise their training." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the flamingos training ground. Just as Wang Feiyang had left in front of him, Lin Guotao walked straight over. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth hooked up slightly. The solution is not just delivered to the door. Chapter 78, Don't Move. You can't miss such a good-looking game. Lin Guotao looked at the scene of flamingo training and said with a smile, "Company Commander Lu, it's been a week. I see that they've recovered about as much as they can. Isn't it time to put on the agenda what we said before about letting them PK a bit?" Lu Fan smiled bashfully, "Captain Lin, do you want your soldiers to rush up and look for a fight so badly? That shouldn't be your ultimate goal." Lin Guotao seemed to have been torn through his heart and explained, "It's just a simple sparring session to exchange ideas. Otherwise these male soldiers train in 1,000 different ways. How boring, life should still find some fun, don't you think so? If you have any difficulties in training, you can mention, our Marine Corps is the least lack of funds." Good guy. Once he came up, he took out his killer mace. Lu Fan didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "We need to borrow your equipment. Including your sniper rifles, motorboats, ships, amphibious armored vehicles, amphibious tanks, combat vehicles." Stop. The more Lin Guotao listened, the bigger his head became. This was clearly a robbery. He clearly knew that the Frogman Special Forces training equipment would not be loaned out, but he still said that he wanted it. Even if he wants it, he wants so much more, which undoubtedly drains the last drop of his blood. Lu Fan looked at him with raised eyebrows. "What? Captain Lin, are you heartbroken?" Lin Guotao looked at him and snorted coldly, "Who are you looking down on?" "Granted. However, I want to add one more condition." "You say it." Lin Guotao said with a sly smile, "In case they see eye to eye, you can't stop them." The corner of Lu Fan's mouth twitched, "I'm merely their instructor, not IFA High." Lin Guotao smiled and nodded, patting him on the shoulder, "Then it's settled. Make an appointment, I'll talk to my team members." Lu Fan thought for a while and said directly, "Tomorrow at 1 p.m., I won't see you there." Lin Guotao smiled and said, "Okay. After tomorrow's PK, I'll give you the key to the warehouse. There are a lot of new types of weapons there, just take whatever you want yourself, and I'll take care of the bad ones." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan was stunned for a moment. Is this considered a bride price? After a day of shooting training in the afternoon, the elbows of the female soldiers had already suffered bruises of small and large degrees. Some of them even appeared red, swollen and bruised, and with the effect of sweat, the wounds became more and more painful. After joining the flamingos for so long, they had long been able to deal with these minor injuries on their own, and coupled with their higher ability to tolerate pain, they didn't take it seriously. Some of those whose scores didn't reach 40 rings consciously continued to practice more. Although Lu Fan didn't explicitly say so, they were all very proactive. Apparently, this was already an unspoken norm for them. Not far away. Falcon looked towards Rin Miao's sweaty figure, and his heart slightly seized with pain for a moment. Originally, he had pursued Rin Miao with a bet, but now he found that his psyche actually had different thoughts about her. When both sides finished training, he shamelessly walked towards Rin Miao again. Seeing this, the female soldiers each covered their mouths and laughed non-stop, intentionally or unintentionally poking fits in the middle. Zhang Weiwei bumped her shoulder down and joked, "Lieutenant, your male god is coming over again." Ran Miao blankly glanced at her and scolded in a bad mood, "Don't give me a wild hat, you want to give it to you." Zhang Weiwei bared her teeth and smiled, I can't help it if I want people, they just fall in love with you. We are falling flowers with the intention of flowing water." Daiju also couldn't help but come over and said, "I think that Frogman Special Forces is quite good, so tall, so well built, and good looking." Ren Miao held her arm and said, "Why don't I be the Red Maiden for a bit and pull the strings for you guys?" Just in the gap between their words, Falcon had already walked up to Ren Miao and slowly spoke, "Lieutenant, hello, do you have a moment?" Ren Miao raised his gun, narrowed his eyes slightly, aimed at him and said, "Speak up if you have something to say, and fart if you have something to say." Falcon raised his hands and hurriedly accompanied him with a smile, "I heard your comrades say that you like to play exciting games, and I also like to play. How about we play a game and make friends?" Hearing that, Ran Miao put down her gun and instantly became interested. "Good. You want excitement, right? This lady will play with you today. If I win, you are not allowed to harass me again in the future." Falcon rubbed his hands together and laughed badly, "And what if I win?" Ren Miao sneered, "Then wait until you win." The corner of Falcon's mouth twitched. This is not in line with the rules, right? Ran Miao slowly stood up and walked to him, raising an eyebrow. "My rules are the rules. How about it? Do you dare or not? I don't have the time to spend with you here." Falcon's first encounter with such a tough girl, the key this girl is also beautiful and valiant, completely provoking his desire to conquer. He nodded without hesitation, "Good. I accept. You set the rules, I'll listen to you." Ran Miao smiled blandly, "Think about it, don't regret it." Falcon patted his chest and assured, "A great man's word is his bond. I'll do what I say." Ran Miao smiled faintly, "Good. Wait for me for a few minutes, I'm going to prepare the props." After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the place where she had placed her own backpack. Falcon's gaze stayed locked on her, his eyes flashing with a million lights. All the female soldiers also looked at her in unison, with a look of anticipation for her next performance. In no time, she took out 3 large apples from her bag and walked straight towards him. Ren Miao rushed at him and grunted coldly, "Open your arms, palms up, and don't move. Stand still." Falcon had already guessed what she wanted to do, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally obediently followed her instructions. Ran Miao placed 3 apples on top of his head and the palms of each of his 2 hands. This action also drew the attention of the Frogman Special Forces. It was now the break time at the end of the training, and everyone had half an hour of free time. Ren Miao clasped her hands on her chest and smiled faintly at him. "Now you know what I'm going to do, don't you? It's not too late for you to quit." Falcon let out a cold laugh, "Die under the peony flower, be a ghost. There's no turning back from the bow, come on." Ran Miao frowned slightly, "You're not afraid?" Falcon said with a firm gaze, "Afraid? There is no such word as afraid in my dictionary. This kind of is just a small trick, it's not worth mentioning with the gunfire I've mixed with before. I'm a soldier who walked out from the cannon fire, I'm not even afraid of the enemy, let alone my own comrades, don't worry and shoot boldly." Ran Miao smiled faintly and blew on his sniper rifle, "Good. Then I will fulfill you, stand still, guns don't have eyes." Falcon was undaunted, with a calm and self-contained look on his face, which made Ren Miao look at him highly. She stepped back about 200 meters, raised the sniper rifle in her hand, slightly squinted her eyes and aimed at the apple on his head. Wang Feiyang's heart trembled violently when he saw this scene, and just as he wanted to go forward to stop him, a large hand stopped him. "Don't move. Can't miss such a good-looking game." Chapter 79, Company Commander, the Brigade Commander called, it's about Instructor Lian Yuan. Wang Feiyang was a bit anxious and said sharply, "Company Commander, the Sharks only just trained in sea shooting today, I'm afraid her skills. I'm worried that it might, cause of death." Lu Fan sneered, "Isn't this a game we used to play all the time, why weren't you afraid back then?" Wang Feiyang said in a deep voice, in the past, we trained on land, not near the sea, now on the beach, there are too many uncertainties. Even though she trained for a day and scored above 8 rings, but what if? Lu Fan raised his hand to interrupt him. I trust my soldiers. They won't fight unprepared battles. Even the captain of the Frogman Special Forces isn't in a hurry. What are you in a hurry for? Upon hearing this, Wang Feiyang looked towards Lin Guotao's direction and found him staring at Ren Miao with an anti-smile on his face. That look was just like seeing his future daughter-in-law. Wang Feiyang had a black line on his face, he's on the verge of death, and he's still smiling so brightly. What a pervert! However, the Frogman Special Forces were coincidentally sweating for their teammate. I didn't expect Falcon to even put his life on the line in order to chase this girl. We don't know how good this female soldier's shooting is, in case she misses, won't she hiccup on the spot? This female soldier is Flamingo's top sniper. She also defeated a brigade of the Blue Arrow Brigade, so her strength definitely won't be bad. It's hard to say, this is on the beach, not on land, the formula is completely different, the ballistic deviation difference is even more different. Look at how calm the other Lu company commander is, let's just wait and see. The crocodile standing next to him has been silent, secretly anxious in his heart, his forehead is sprouting cold sweat the size of particles. I let you go after the female soldier, I didn't let you get killed chasing Ah. Under the gaze of the crowd's expectation, Ran Miao fired her first shot. Bang! The big apple on top of Falcon's head was instantly sent flying out. Seeing this, everyone was instantly relieved, but their hanging hearts were not yet put down, as there were still 2 more apples. Wang Feiyang's heart was like a roller coaster, going up and down. However, Lu Fan still looked like he was winning, not worried at all about Ren Miao going off. In other words, even if she did go off, he would be able to anticipate it in advance. Falcon smiled faintly at her, secretly giving her a thumbs up in his heart, and opened his mouth to exclaim, good marksmanship. Continue. Ren Miao bared her teeth, you have to keep your arms steady, if you move a little and cause my trajectory to deviate, then you'll be crippled in this hand. Falcon didn't say anything, but closed his eyes with a bland mindset. Obviously, he trusted Ren Miao very much, and this was also a pattern in the training of Frogman Special Forces. Trust in one's comrades would increase the tacit understanding between the two, and this was what was most needed on the battlefield. Ren Miao aimed for a few seconds and then fired the second shot. Bang! An apple in the palm of Falcon's right hand fell to the ground. She didn't say any more nonsense, but continued to aim at the apple in his left palm and pulled the trigger. Bang! The last shot flew against Falcon's palm and directly grazed out blood. This scene gripped Flamingo's heart. This was the first time Ren Miao had missed so badly. Enduring the pain, Falcon tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and casually bandaged it. The action was very skillful, obviously having experienced much on the battlefield before, and was self-experienced in first aid. Ran Miao put down his gun and quickly walked over, staring at his hand and frowning as he asked, Are you alright? Falcon shook his head and tried to squeeze out a smile at her, nothing. Small injury. Is this a win for me? The game isn't over yet, wait until you're healed. Ran Miao said directly. Right at this moment, a praising voice came from the ear. Good. Well played. Lin Guotao applauded excitedly from the side. A single branch. Everyone followed the voice and looked at him in unison, sending a face of speechlessness. The last shot almost crippled Falcon's hand, and this was considered a good shot? Not far away. Wang Feiyang's palms were still sweating coldly, the whole person was in shock. Company commander, it was too close just now, if there was an error of 1 centimeter, the Falcon's hand would have been scrapped, I'm afraid. Lu Fan patted his shoulder and said in relief, isn't it not ruined yet? Shark's marksmanship has always been very stable, and this last shot just happened to be her best level. Wang Feiyang looked at him with a surprised face, you mean, she did it on purpose? Lu Fan smiled faintly and nodded, Old Wang, you finally caught up with me. Wang Feiyang was embarrassed for a moment and asked curiously, so, then what was her motive? Lu Fan looked at Ren Miao's figure and said in a cloudy voice, that's something you have to ask her. A girl's mind, it's better for us not to wear random speculations. He looked down at his watch and said in a deep voice, half an hour has passed, take them to continue training. Today's armed swim is advanced. Yes. Wang Feiyang nodded and blew the assembly whistle. The female soldiers' thoughts were instantly pulled back and they all headed towards the training ground. At the same time, the Frogman Special Forces also gathered urgently under Lin Guotao's urging. As Falcon ran, he turned back and rushed Ren Miao, next time for the game time, notify me in advance. This time, Ren Miao didn't chime in, a hint of despondency flashing in her eyes. Under the leadership of Wang Feiyang, the flamingos picked up their bags and started to swim across 5 kilometers. This time, Lu Fan chose the daytime because he intended to test the effect of their training. He didn't use binoculars, he just observed with his naked eyes, and everyone's movement reactions were under his bent eyes. They had been training for so long that they had reached a new level in their swimming speed as well as their skills. The biggest requirement of armed swimming was to protect the equipment with them, followed by minimizing the noise of swimming. The slightest carelessness could bring about the demise of themselves and their team. If they could do it quietly during the day, then at night in the dark, they would naturally be able to make it through. This time, Lu Fan didn't sit back and wait for the night, but quietly waited until evening and slowly lurked into the sea. This time, he intended to gradually assassinate, one by one. Lu Fan struck fast and hard, and in less than 10 minutes, all the female soldiers were taken out by him. They wanted to fight back, but they didn't have the strength to fight back anymore. They could only watch their comrades being assassinated. After training for so long, they thought their skills had reached a high level, but they were easily broken by Lu Fan. They had no choice but to add another 5 kilometers before nightfall. When Lin Guotao saw the intensity of the training of the female soldiers on the other side, he couldn't help but shake his head. It seems that this class of female soldiers is not saving any time. Tomorrow is when they'll be PK fighting with the frogmen. Shouldn't they also be beaten down like the Blue Arrow Brigade? Then won't I be lifting a rock and stoning myself? Thinking of this, he shook his head frantically again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Evening. Lu Fan was walking on the beach. Wang Feiyang hurried over and said directly, "Company commander," the brigade commander called, "It's about Instructor Lian Yuan." Chapter 80, Don't listen to the old man's words, you'll suffer the losses. Lu Fan returned to his office, picked up the phone and said in a deep voice, "Brigadier General, this is Lu Fan, please instruct." He Haitao directly said, "Lu Fan, now Lian Yuan suddenly lost contact. You were the one who got along with her the most before she left the army. Do you have her private contact information? Or a code word that can reach her?" Lost contact? Where are the others with her? Lu Fan's brows furrowed and his grip on the phone tightened a few points. He Haitao said, "The others scattered with her, and we are currently looking around for her whereabouts." Lu Fan's body leapt, his face completely grim. "Before we trained basically together, we all contacted each other through the troops' earpieces. There was no personal coded docking. Brigadier, I'm applying to lead the team to search." He Haitao refused. "Currently, the superiors have sent other border guards to actively assist. The flamingos haven't finished their training yet. You don't need to go out for the time being." "But..." He Haitao refused with a cold snort, "Obey orders. Lian Yuan is the hero of our border defense. The motherland will not give up on her. I know you have outstanding abilities, but this is not the moment for you to strike. They are more familiar with the terrain than you are." "Brigadier, if you find her, let us know." After hanging up the phone, Lu Fan stayed frozen in place for a while with a distraught look. But after tossing and turning, he felt that he should trust the power of the country. After all, the flamingos hadn't finished their training yet, and rushing out on a mission at this time would indeed be irresponsible for their lives. Only when he thought of this did his heart slowly let go. Wang Feiyang patted his shoulder and said in relief, "Trust our motherland." Lu Fan exchanged glances with him and nodded heavily. The next morning, Lu Fan received a telegram from He Haitao. According to the information sent by the insider, Lian Yuan has been contacted, transferred to the southwest border, and has already joined up with the large force. Seeing the word southwest, Lu Fan's heart thumped. This was one of the most dangerous borders. He didn't understand why he was panicking. In short, he was panicking. In his heart, he secretly recited, "I hope everything is fine." The sun arrived as promised, and a gust of sea breeze brushed against the sparkling sea, refreshing one's mind all of a sudden. Under the backdrop of the sunrise, from afar, it is as beautiful as a moving picture. Female soldiers after 300-400 meters across the sea to the island training, one by one already tired and panting. This is one of their warm-up programs every morning. The troops often say that they would rather run 5 kilometers than 400 meters of obstacles. It was this short 400 meters that made many soldiers break their backs. Even let a lot of soldiers are scared. Many veterans still have palpitations when they think about it. They had run 3 laps in a row, and their physical energy had been depleted by nearly 1/3. Lu Fan only gave them 10 minutes to rest before continuing to concentrate the team. Next, continue the sea shooting training for 2 hours, reach 45 rings or more, and train the moving targets. At 1 o'clock noon, have a fighting PK with the Frogmen Special Forces. Frogmen are different from the Blue Arrow Brigade scouts, their pain tolerance and endurance is much higher than the Blue Arrow Brigade. This time, bring out your full strength and fight the good fight. Whether or not you have new equipment depends on the fists in your hands. Yes. All the female soldiers clenched their fists and yelled in unison. They unconsciously looked at the frogmen who were actively training not far away, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. After resting for so many days, their bodies had long since recovered. Since they sent them to the door looking for abuse, then they would abuse them to the end. Soon, the time came to 1 o'clock noon. The flamingos and frogmen all gathered together and stood face to face. Both sides' eyes were full of provocation, and the fighting atmosphere was officially drawn out. Compared to the flamingos, the frogmen special forces were more relaxed, not taking this fight into consideration at all. In their minds, they had already thought of 100 ways to pin them down, each of which would be a sure victory within 2 moves. Not far away. The Blue Arrow Brigade scouts saw their momentum and instantly understood what they were going to do next. It was said to be a fight, but it was actually a fight. With a bodhisattva's heart, Senator Lin quickly stepped forward to find an excuse to pull Lin Guotao aside. Seeing this scene, Lu Fan secretly let out a bitter smile. The one who persuades the fight is here. Staff Officer Lin looked around for a while, then pulled Lin Guotao to the side and persuaded him bitterly. Captain Lin, looking at this situation, you frogmen are planning to fight with the flamingos? Lin Guotao smiled. It's not a fight, it's PK to be exact. Doesn't that all mean the same thing? Lin Guotao laughed. If you say it is, then it is. Staff Officer Lin, you didn't drag me here because you want to persuade a fight, did you? Staff Officer Lin nodded his head vigorously. Captain Lin, for the sake of the fact that we're both surnamed Lin, I'll advise you not to fight. This group of female soldiers strike, completely not following the rules, where they are sensitive to hit. You saw it last time, my soldiers were all beaten into the infirmary by them. I sincerely advise you guys, it's better not to humiliate yourselves. At those words, Lin Guotao's face completely sank. What are you saying? We're bringing shame on ourselves. Staff Sergeant Lin, what grade are those soldiers of yours and what grade are our frogmen? Can that be the same? You're really too picky to worry about it. Putting down these words, Lin Guotao walked away without looking back. Staff Officer Lin yelled after him, Captain Lin, what I just said is for your own good, you have to think it over. Lin Guotao covered his ears and secretly mumbled in his heart, I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen to the Wangba reciting the sutra. Lu Fan saw Lin Guotao's face and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. It seems that their negotiation failed. The good show is ready to begin. Lin Guotao returned to the team with a red face, and the Frogman squad leader came over and asked in a low voice, Captain, what is Staff Sergeant Lin calling you over for? Lin Guotao waved his hand, nothing, it's just the Wang Bang chanting, don't mind him. He faced the crowd and grunted coldly, you guys have to perform well next, don't lose our frogman's face. Although they are women and you guys are men, but since it's PK, there's no distinction between men and women. Show your strength and don't make me carry you to the infirmary. Yes. Lu Fan still didn't have any nonsense this time, lifting his right hand and waving, go. A war without smoke broke out. The female soldiers craned their necks and pushed their 2 fists against each other, making a clicking sound. One by one, their eyes erupted with thick killing intent, even more ruthless than the last time they fought the Blue Arrow Brigade. They approached at every step, while the frogmen retreated at every step. They didn't know why they were retreating, they only knew that their feet couldn't help but move backwards. They tried to control it, but they couldn't. It seemed like if they took a step late, they would be devoured by them. Lin Guotao's face was filled with black lines, the corners of his mouth twitching crazily. Go the fuck on, what's the point of backing up one by one? Pa! The female soldiers took the lead and swung the first punch. The frogman woke up like a nightmare after being punched. The other female soldiers also swung at the frogman, punching and kicking him, completely out of character. Oi! You guys are for real, you're hitting so hard. The frogman just roughly fended off at first, but in the end, when he realized that all of these female soldiers were coming for real, he didn't have the decency to be polite. Since you guys are so cocky, then we don't need to be reasonable, brothers, go. The female soldiers were not polite at all, and they all resisted with all their strength even as the frogman came at them. A big fist slammed into them and they only cringed. The force was mutual. The frogmen shook off their numb fists and looked at them with a dumbfounded expression. It seemed that the legends of the Jianghu were true, they really weren't afraid of pain. Zhang Weiwei crossed her left hand and hooked her finger. Come on. Keep coming. Don't stop. Move. The frogmen glanced at each other and pounced on them like an animal. Chapter 81. Where is this a warehouse? It is clearly a treasure bowl. Ran Meow was the first to rush forward and punched the crocodile in the face. He reacted and immediately counterattacked, hitting his right foot hard at Ran Meow's calf. You hit me first, don't blame me, haha. Ran Meow laughed lightly and just twisted his calf, seemingly feeling no pain. The crocodile was dumbfounded. He punched down with all his strength, but the other party didn't even grunt. Feeling frustrated, he was just about to continue to swing his fist and continue to move forward, when a large hand steadily grabbed his wrist. Don't move her. She is my prey. It was Falcon. The crocodile huffed and cocked his face at him, struggling to free his bound right hand. Fine, fine. Over to you. Don't let her affect how fast you can draw your gun. Ran Meow wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared coldly at Falcon. Want me to be your prey? Defeat me before you say so. After saying that, a scud attacked him. Falcon smiled faintly and immediately ran forward, sparring with her with elegance. Gradually, half an hour passed. One by one, the frogmen were knocked down, looking at each other with bruises and swollen noses, lowering their heads in shame. Their strength might indeed be a cut above flamingos, but for some reason, at the moment of laying their hands on them, they always failed to use their strength. Facing these female soldiers, there would always be an inexplicable fear in their hearts. When they were being beaten, they even felt that there was a hidden happiness in being beaten by these female soldiers. Do you think it's perverted? Although they weren't all beaten down and lying on the beach like Blue Arrow, none of their faces were clean. Lin Guotao was so angry that his face was red and his fists were bursting with veins, but there was nothing he could do about it. Not far away. The male soldiers of the Blue Arrow Brigade looked at their one and all dusty, crippled appearance and laughed so hard that they madly pounded the ground. Staff Sergeant Lin shattered his mouth fiercely. Don't listen to the old man's words, suffer before your eyes, it's time. Lu Fan rushed Lin Guotao and said in a deep voice, Captain Lin, the winner is already out. He stretched out his hand and looked at Lin Guotao with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean? Lin Guotao asked with a surprised face. Lu Fan took 2 steps forward and reminded, the warehouse key. Lin Guotao gave him a blank look. You remember this quite well. Lu Fan smiled blandly. Everything else is fine, it's the money that I can't forget. Lin Guotao exasperatedly turned around, took out the warehouse key from his bag, and reluctantly handed it to him. Be careful with it, don't rub it off, those equipments are all the latest. Someone will pay for it, I'm not afraid. Lu Fan took the key with a smile. Thanks. Lin Guotao, I'm just being polite, are you really serious? After saying that, Lu Fan turned around and headed towards Flamingo's team, raising the key in his hand and smiling. Go. Take the new equipment. Don't thank Captain Lin yet. Thank you, Captain Lin. The female soldiers held in their smiles and shouted. Lin Guotao's heart twitched hard when he saw Flamingo's back as he left, waving at them awkwardly. After watching Flamingo walk away, the smile on his face immediately retracted and was replaced by a face full of anger. He violently turned around and walked up to one by one the drooping heads of the crowd of frogmen, hands behind his back, red-faced cursing. Look at the way you all look right now, is there any trace of a frogman's image? Being beaten into a pig's head by a bunch of female soldiers, it's so damn embarrassing. I've lost all my old face. What have you all done with your training? We'll train water fighting today, and we won't stop until the sun goes down. Yes. The frogman touched his bloated face and answered in a low voice with his head lowered. Lin Guotao became even more enraged. Even if your face is swollen, is your throat swollen as well? Even the old lady selling popsicles at the door screams louder than you guys. Yes. All the frogmen puffed out their chests and roared with vigor. Lin Guotao snorted coldly. What are you still waiting for? Why don't you quickly fight for me? Do you still want me to assist you all into the sea? Rubbing. As soon as the words fell, the frogmen quickly dispersed and rushed towards the sea at rocket speed. Only when he saw them actively training did Lin Guotao's anger subside for a few moments. He had just turned around when he saw Staff Sergeant Lin of the Blue Arrow Brigade smiling at him. The scouts standing behind Staff Sergeant Lin were each falling over themselves to comment on the frogman special forces. Lin Guotao's old face reddened and he fiercely shattered his mouth. What are you looking at? 50 paces laughs at 100 paces. Lu Fan brought the flamingos to the frogman's warehouse, and after the guards at the door spoke to Lin Guotao, they let them in. As soon as they opened the door, each one of them was completely dumbfounded. Where is this warehouse? Is clearly a treasure bowl. Warehouse neatly placed in the middle of the 30 driving surface armored vehicles, 30 driving surface tanks, both sides also placed 10 Wuji 10 fighter jets. There are other diving, swimming equipment, a variety of new sniper rifles, heavy machine guns, rocket-propelled grenades, shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles and so on. All are the latest models of weapons, dazzling people. Female soldiers look at the hands of the sniper rifles, and then look at the sniper rifles of others, instantly feel that the hands do not smell. All are born of the same mother. How the Marine Corps equipment is so much better than the Army. Ren Nao's eyes twinkled with little stars, and she couldn't help but go up and hug these weapons. Company Commander Lu, are these, all of them available to us? Lu Fan nodded. This is what you fought for, naturally you can. He picked up a Barrett M82 and observed the material it was made of, instinctively wanting to dismantle it and take a look, but then put it back. Nice guy. Even this weapon is available. Daiju walked up to Lu Fan and asked curiously, Company Commander Lu, there are so many weapons here, which one shall we learn first? Lu Fan raised his eyes and scanned the whole place, finally fixing his gaze on the amphibious armored vehicle. Previously, he had planned to bring them to train in driving armored vehicles, tanks, and other combat vehicles once he came back from Marine Corps training. Now that there were amphibious ones, it was naturally better to learn 2 skills at once. Just it. Amphibious armored vehicle driving, of course, your first step is to learn land driving first. Upon hearing this, all the female soldiers looked towards the armored vehicle in unison, their eyes filled with desire. Just ask, which soldier doesn't want to drive an armored vehicle and ride around? It was super cool, alright. Lu Fan walked straight to the armored car, patted its body, and sat directly on it. Next, I will only give you 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, you must learn to be able to drive, report, observe, load shells, shoot shells, and command. At the same time, we'll be able to fire machine guns accurately from all positions and so on. Upon hearing this, all the female soldiers were so surprised that their jaws dropped and they nearly knelt down collectively. The implication was that after 2 weeks, any one of them could be pulled out and serve as a driver, observer, shell filler, shooter, and so on. All of this knowledge would take a lot of time just to memorize, let alone operate. At this moment, they understood how much difficulty they were going to face next. Lu Xingchuan secretly stood in a corner, silently watching them, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. Here's your chance. Chapter 82. I think I'd better report home and raise pigs. I don't deserve to be a soldier. Lu Fan had always said nothing, and the girls didn't have any resistance in them. After all, if you wanted to become a special forces soldier, you had to learn to drive armored vehicles, tanks, and even helicopters. Only by learning these skills could they shine in combat. Before they could react, Lu Fan had already driven an armored car towards the door. Seeing this, the female soldiers followed closely behind. Lu Fan drove the armored car to the Marine Corps' armored car training site. He didn't immediately let the female soldiers sit on it and operate it, but rather explained to them the most basic knowledge, some simple basic operations. The female soldiers, one by one, lifted up the spirit of 12 points, listening to his explanation with full attention. The naval forces that were training next to them all stretched their necks to look at the flamingos, and all of them scoffed. Isn't that a frogman's armored vehicle? How come it's for these female soldiers? Isn't their equipment never loaned out? That's what you don't understand. Beautiful women will always be the preferred admission ticket in this society. I heard that's not the reason. It's that the frogmen lost to these female soldiers in a fight, and the bet was on these equipments. No way, the frogmen would lose to them? No way. It must be a deliberate watering down. I don't know if it's watered down or not, that's how it is anyway, but looking at these female soldiers learning these armored vehicles, I guess they can't learn it. Look at us learning for a week, there's still a lot we don't understand when we get started. That is. Let's wait to see them make a fool of themselves, and then we'll take the opportunity to go up and give them a few pointers, hee hee. We might even be able to hold a beautiful woman. You think pretty? Dreams have to be had, in case they come true. Gradually, an afternoon passed. The Navy had already disbanded for a break, and the women were still training under the hot sun. They also made frequent mistakes and had many problems when they first started training. Although Lu Fan would reprimand them, he still took great pains to explain. There was not much time for them to train, so they could only scramble to learn. After an afternoon of Lu Fan's instruction, the female soldiers had already mastered the most basic knowledge. They were all highly qualified and had a good level of knowledge, and their receptivity was quite fast. Plus, with Wang Fei Yang and the 3 of them acting as assistant teachers for them, it wasn't that difficult for them to train. Just when everything was going in a good direction, an armored vehicle appeared out of nowhere on the opposite side and was rapidly coming towards them. It was clearly coming towards the flamingos. Wang Feiyan followed the sound and his pupils contracted violently. I'm going. You don't come over. Everyone's gazes instantly froze as they looked at the rack of armored vehicles in unison. Disperse. Disperse immediately. The female soldiers dispersed under the dispersal towards Wang Feiyan. Lu Fan's palms began to break out in cold sweat, and just as he wanted to go forward to ask what was going on, the armored car stopped at the last moment. It was a mere meter away from their position. Zhang Weiwei couldn't help but curse, who the hell is driving this car? Can you drive or not? Gu Yun also couldn't help but say, at this speed, the cells are going to be scared to death by a few of it. Who the hell is in the main driver? Daiju pacified the crowd, don't be angry everyone, it's probably a novice as well. Under the crowd's curious gazes, the armored car driver opened the hatch and slowly poked out a head, and even gave them a slight smile. The crowd looked over in unison, and instantly flaxed and froze. Ryu Hashikawa? Marine Squadron Leader. Only to see him jump straight down from the car, slowly walk to the crowd, and say with a slight apology, I'm sorry everyone. Just now I was taking the cadets for driving training and I didn't know you guys showed up here, and usually no one's around at this time of the day, so I was a little fast. Scared you guys, didn't I? Lu Fan smiled bashfully at him, it's fine. A false alarm. Lu Xingchuan glanced at their armored car and asked curiously, are you guys starting to learn about surface armored vehicles now too? The process is so fast? Lu Fan nodded, yes. It's been more than a week since they came here, so they should be learning some new skills. After all, a lot of skills don't hurt. Lu Xingchuan looked down at his watch and snickered, but isn't it the noon break now? Are you planning to train them to be desperate? Even if it's hard, we have to eat first. Lu Fan explained, we're pressed for time, we'll be eating and drinking on this drive for the next week. The only time I go back to the dormitory is when I sleep. Lu Xingchuan glanced at the female soldiers behind Lu Fan and secretly gave them a thumbs up in his heart. Hoping that this was intended to train them as special forces. He didn't bother much, he simply exchanged a few sentences and left. As he turned around he returned his gaze to Daiju. Daiju raised her eyes and just happened to lock eyes with him, frightening Lu Xingchuan to immediately avert his gaze. Zhang Weiwei put her hand on Daiju's shoulder and said with a smile, Captain, based on my experience, I feel that Senior Captain Lu is looking at you differently. I think he drove an armored car over here this time just to get your attention. Daiju bared her teeth, Goblin, is that the only thing on your mind? You think too highly of me when someone who was a squadron leader of the Marines would pull this stunt for me. Zhang Weiwei wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Lu Fan's cold snort, keep training. For the next week, the Flamingos' training was all focused on armored vehicle training. There were only a few hours of rest every day. As long as they were at the training ground, they were always the ones who trained the hardest. Lu Fan wasn't idle either, he followed the training for as long as they trained. Lu Xingchuan found various excuses to come over and give them guidance during his free time. Gradually, the two sides slowly got acquainted. On the third day, they were already able to drive the armored car through all kinds of test sections, all kinds of uneven mountainous terrain. A week later, they had already learned to fire the cannon and shoot. Although the level of shooting was still not high, compared to before, it had improved a lot. This move really startled the Navy. I didn't expect these female soldiers to progress so fast, I feel like I'm a waste now. To be able to drive so slickly on the third day, awesome. This is properly armored, women can really fucking suffer. I think I'd better report home and raise pigs. I don't deserve to be a soldier. This time, their attitude towards Flamingo had changed very drastically. The following morning, Flamingo manned an armored land and water vehicle and drove towards the sea with great vigor. That momentum was as spectacular as it could be. Originally still in the sea training ground, training frogmen, one by one forced to force down to the sea. It wasn't that they wanted to go down to the sea, it was that people drove directly over, so they had to go down even if they didn't. They don't trust Flamingo's driving skills at all, it's still important to save their lives. Who knows if they will turn the gas to the brake, after all, it is not an empty claim that female drivers are road killers. Lin Guotao stared wide-eyed at the amphibious armored vehicle that was driving over, the corners of his mouth twitching madly, and even his eyelids fluttered. Good guy, I'm lending you equipment, not letting you copy my home base. Driving my armored vehicle, occupying my training ground, and forcing my people into the sea. What the hell is this called? But he can do nothing about it, this bed is his own, this wrongdoer, inappropriate also have to be. Soon, all the amphibious armored vehicles were parked on the beach, neatly organized. Not far away. Staff Sergeant Lin stared straight at this row of armored vehicles, envious and jealous. The same army came to train, why did they feel like they were born from their mothers? This treatment, what a world of difference. He turned his head to the scouts behind him and scolded with a black face, look at the other people's flamingos, then look at you guys. People can earn new equipment for themselves, and you guys, you'll only be here every day drinking seawater, can you fight for me? Why don't you guys also have a fight with the frogmen and earn yourselves a chance? Upon hearing this, the male soldiers' chrysanthemums tightened, their tigers shook, their hands covered their little dicks in unison, and they shook their heads violently. The desire to survive was overflowing. Staff Sergeant Lin ruthlessly shattered his mouth, nothing. In order to increase the training process, Lu Fan came up with a good idea. He smiled and walked to Lin Guotao with an ingratiating look, Captain Lin, I have a suggestion, I don't know if it's appropriate to speak or not. Chapter 83 Robbed equipment and money, and now you're robbing people? Lin Guotao's body trembled slightly, he wasn't afraid of anything right now, he was afraid that Lu Fan would open his mouth to speak. Because he always believed, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Lu Fan saw the embarrassed look on Lin Guotao's face, then changed his words and said, if Captain Lin feels that he can't do it, then I'll go find Captain Lu. Anyway, Captain Lu said that he's the main person in charge of the entire Marine Corps, so let me go directly to him if there's anything. The corner of Lin Guotao's mouth twitched, well, playing lust with me, right? Count on you to be ruthless. Lu Fan just left, Lin Guotao immediately stepped forward and grabbed his arm, and said with a black face, Lu Company Commander, what other bad water you have, pour it out at once. It's like squeezing toothpaste a little bit at a time, who can stand it? Lu Fan smiled and said, Captain Lin, let's get right to the point then. As the saying goes, many hands make light work, I want your soldiers to teach our female soldiers to drive amphibious armored vehicles, just teach them how to drive on the sea. I believe in your frogmen's skills, teaching them won't be a problem. You, what are you saying? You're looking for me for people? Lin Guotao's body was suddenly stunned, looking at him incredulously. After robbing equipment and money, now you're directly robbing people? His old face reddened, and he said defiantly, you used my equipment, hijacked my training grounds, and now you want to bring my people over as chaperones? We did it all, so what did you do? Me? I naturally do supervision. Lu Fan patted his shoulder and said with a raised eyebrow, of course, you're also doing supervision. Captain Lin, before, didn't you always want to find an opportunity for them to communicate more? Now that the opportunity has come, why are you still wimpy? Lin Guotao's heart was full of grievances, that was before, who knew that they were all a bunch of man-eating tigresses. This kind of woman, who dares to marry a that is not rushing to find a fight. He hesitated for a while, but finally nodded in agreement, after all, comrades in arms. People had come from afar, they always had to do their duty as a landlord. Row. I'll only give you a day's time, I'll come and ask for someone after a day. Lu Fan smiled bashfully, good. I will definitely bring the person back to you tomorrow with all 4 limbs. Lin Guotao was speechless, it's not just going to be a coach, are you still going to break your arms and legs? After reaching a unanimous agreement, Lin Guotao turned back and briefly told the frogmen about this matter. Originally thought that these male soldiers would be reluctant, but I didn't expect them to be passionate and happy one by one. Captain, don't worry. This task is given to us, we will definitely dedicate all the knowledge we have learned. Captain, I will let those female soldiers know just how hard our male soldiers' driving skills are. Next, I promise to make them scream. Don't they like to have a good time? Then let them get high. Yeah, deal with it. I'm already excited just thinking about it now, comrades, the day has come for us to turn over the surfs and sing. Captain. Can we go over there now? The crowd said one thing to each other, blowing Lin Guotao's brain to the point of melon pain. He raised his hand and waved it, signaling the crowd to quiet down, you only have 1 day. This 1 day must be spent teaching people hand to hand, don't disgrace us frogmen. The wind and waves are high these days, don't drop your chains at critical moments, go and return quickly. Yes. After the frogmen collectively saluted, they ran towards the flamingos' training ground in a hurry. Those 2 legs, bouncing around as if an elementary school student had gotten 100% on a test. Lin Guotao looked at their impatient appearance, his face full of black lines. Those who didn't know thought that you were really going to drive. In fact, they were really going to drive. After arriving at the flamingos' training ground, they stood in a line according to the previous formation. Lu Fan smiled as he walked up to them and said politely, "I'm going to trouble you guys next. These female soldiers of mine are rather impulsive, so if there are any indecent actions in a while, you guys take it easy." The frogman smiled without saying anything, just nodding his head schematically, not putting what he said into his heart at all. After Lu Fan said a few precautions, he commanded them to sit in the armored vehicle. Flamingo sat in the main driver and Frogman sat in the co-pilot. With a command, all the vehicles slowly drove towards the beach. Previously, Lu Fan had already explained the basic theoretical knowledge to the female soldiers, but they just hadn't practiced it. The main thing about driving an armored vehicle at sea was to learn to cope with the waves. Rapid deployment in complex water environments and providing tasks such as fire support and reconnaissance patrols during battles. Lu Fan watched the 22 armored vehicles advance smoothly, and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly, not bad. Other people's soldiers are really good. Wang Feiyang curiously came over and asked, "Company commander, can these male soldiers of theirs really do it?" Lu Fan smiled blandly, "Frogmen are all-round developmental talents, the elite of the elite, no one is more suitable than them. With them helping us out, their process will take a big leap forward." Wang Fei nodded and smiled, "Let's hope so." The blazing sun was in the sky. The waves rose higher and higher as time passed, and the low roar grew louder and louder. The armored car faced a huge challenge. This was the first time they had been in the sea, and they instantly panicked when they encountered the waves. Their hands were in a frenzy, causing the entire body to be pushed back a few meters by the waves. The armored car behind them did not avoid in time, and all of them were rear-ended and crashed together. It was only after the guidance of the Frogman Special Forces that they slowly came back to their senses, and all the theoretical knowledge in their heads surfaced. Lin Guotao took the binoculars to see a moment, anxious to jump, "Heart as painful as being acupuncture, those can be my most precious equipment. I don't know how many W's I'll lose with such a crash." He turned his head to look at Lu Fan and found that he was holding a coconut, sitting leisurely under the parasol. A look of unconcern. This action made Lin Guotao even more irritated. He ran aggressively to Lu Fan's side, snatched the coconut from his hand, and sucked it in a big gulp. It didn't matter if there was saliva or not, it didn't matter if there was an infectious disease or not. In short, he just wanted to find a way to take advantage of Lu Fan a little bit, so that his heart would balance a little bit. Lu Fan was stunned for a moment, then smiled, "Captain Lin, if I had known that you like milk so much, I would have bought 2 more for you. I'm drinking the leftovers here, and you're still picking them up to drink, how unhealthy." Lin Guotao blankly glanced at him and said in a bad mood, "Old me likes to drink leftovers." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan as well as Wang Feiyang and the 3 of them froze. There are even people who like to drink leftovers. What a pervert! Gradually, a morning passed. All the armored vehicles returned one after another, their skills were much more proficient than when they first started. Half an hour later, all the armored cars drove up to the shore, and one after another, the people opened the hatches from the cars and jumped out. Lu Fan got up, slowly walked over and fixed his eyes on them. The hair of all these male soldiers was in disarray, their faces and hands were full of scratches, sadly covering their faces, suffocating and almost crying. "Company Commander Lu, you have to do it for us." Lu Fan smiled awkwardly and asked with a frown, What is wrong with you guys? This is coaching, it's not like we're going to fight, why are each of you hurt like this?" Upon hearing this, those male soldiers scrambled to speak up, one by one making an effort to squeeze in front of Lu Fan. "I'll be the first to say, just now they were operating incorrectly, I just guided them from the side, that is to say more than a couple of sentences, she was too nagging for me and let me shut up, if I didn't shut up, they slapped me and called me over. And me. I was just operating for her from the side, who knows she didn't obey, said I didn't teach her, 5 claws directly scratching my back. I just operated by looking at her one more time, she thought that I wanted to molest her, came up and grabbed my hair and pulled it haphazardly, and my scalp was almost ripped off by her. You all are not as bad as me, I just speak a little louder, causing her to make a mistake, then she punched and swollen my nose, and now it's still bleeding, ugh." Lu Fan looked at the gray face of each of them, and all of a sudden, he didn't know how to comfort them. He turned his head and coldly swept his eyes at the female soldiers, frightening the flamingos who each blushed and buried their heads. Only after a long time did he speak slowly to the frogmen, "So what do you guys think? What do you want them to make up for?" Upon hearing this, the frogmen each had their tails up in the air, and a wicked smile appeared on their faces. Chapter 84, Pirate Infestation. The flamingos came on in unison. The female soldiers gave them a fierce knife glance, itching to crush them underneath and backhand slapped them twice. A big man, how dare you learn from a kindergarten child to tattle? Shame on you. At this moment, the frogmen were like intelligence women in the countryside, exchanging words and whispering before summarizing a solution. Falcon stepped forward to be the representative. He turned his head and glanced at Ren Miao, then smiled and said at Lu Fan, "Company Commander Lu, we've already discussed it, let them sing a song to apologize. We've already thought of the song's title, Love Even When You're Dead." Put. The flamingos fell to their collective knees in shock, and a mouthful of blood almost spewed out wildly. "I really will thank you. You know how to order a song, and you order it really damn well." They looked at Lu Fan with begging eyes, hoping that he would firmly reject the frogman's bad suggestion. When Lu Fan first heard the title of the song, his heart was also a burst of acid. It was really the soldiers taught by Lin Guotao, so damn childish. Later, after thinking about it, he felt that this song was especially in line with Frogman's image, and then nodded his head in agreement. After all, it is the flamingo who is not good to others first, apologizing is also deserved. Next, there was still a need to borrow their surface tanks for training, and even shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles. It was still necessary to bow down when it was time to bow down. Not far away. Lin Guotao sucked on the coconut juice left over from Lu Fan's drink with a look of watching the fun. He suddenly felt that this coconut juice was also actually quite good. "Do you think it's perverted?" Lu Fan turned his head to look at Flamingo and said in a deep voice, "In this matter, it is indeed you guys who are wrong. Frogman, as your coach, deserves to respect others, not use them as a punching bag. The way people propose to apologize is not excessive. I accept this proposal. But I have one condition. You guys have to act as their coaches for the next Aqualand tank as well." "Also?" The frogmen froze for a moment, glanced bitterly at each other, and looked at Lin Guotao in unison, waiting for his instructions. This detour was too fast. Lin Guotao almost couldn't break and was choked so hard that he coughed and almost broke his breath. "Hoping to wait for me here." In order to save face for the frogman, at this time he could only agree with a stiff upper lip. "Good. I promise." Lu Fan smiled faintly, his purpose had been achieved. With a wave of his right hand, he shouted at Flamingo, "Execute the order." As the words fell, the female soldier's face was as ugly as if she had eaten a ton of shit, her face full of black lines. The frogman held his head high like a big cock, his face didn't hurt anymore, his back wasn't sore anymore, and he could walk with 2 songs high. Daiju lowered his head and slowly walked to the center of the group, leading the song with a stiff, difficult voice. Die, die all love ready, sing. Die, all to love. One by one, the female soldiers sang in a lifeless manner, their songs filled with all kinds of dissatisfaction and their eyes filled with hostility. If eyes could kill, the frogman would probably have been killed by 1,000 cuts. The frogmen, however, were not the least bit abashed. After all, these female soldiers would be begging for their help in the future. They don't care what happens in the future, at least they are in a good mood now. The next 2 weeks, the Flamingo and the Frogman's guidance not only trained in the Surface 2 armored vehicles, but also training to drive surface tanks. From starting with zero basics, to being able to hold their own at the back. The hell knows what they went through during this period of time. The intensity of the training, only they themselves know. Although the frogman did not teach them for a long time, he taught them as much as he could. At the same time, Lu Fan taught them his higher driving skills on top of their training. The female soldiers learned very quickly, and in a short period of time trained themselves into a veritable armored soldier. The metamorphosis in this was shocking to the women themselves. After Lu Fan's late instruction, the driving skills were no longer comparable to the frogmen. The flamingos had progressed so rapidly, making the frogman's face hang in the air. As the saying goes, teach the disciple and starve the master. It was too apt to describe them. Lu Fan walked up to the frogman and said with a smile, "It's been a hard time for you guys. You guys take a big part of the credit for them being able to progress so fast. Now that they have learned something, just let them practice freely next. You guys can go back to your own troops. Of course. If there's anything you guys don't know how to do, or if you need our help, we'll definitely be happy to help. We still understand the principle of reciprocity. Killing and executing." The frogman's face completely clouded over, greener than a cactus. This move was even more ruthless than disemboweling a donkey. Using someone towards the front, not using someone towards the back. Come to think of it, Lu Fan was right, the flamingos had learned their lesson and there was no point in them continuing to stay. After all, they themselves have their own training subjects, they can't keep running behind the flamingo's ass. Lin Guotao saw his soldiers walking back in disgrace, he couldn't hold back any longer, and was just about to go up to administer justice when the satellite phone suddenly rang. All of a sudden, a bad feeling surged through his heart. This phone would only ring during an urgent mission. Without any hesitation, he directly pressed the answer button. "Chief. This is Lin Guotao, please instruct." Wu Jiangwo, the Marine Corps senior captain, gripped the phone tightly and said with incomparable seriousness, "Captain Lin, temporarily stop training. 4.6 nautical miles from you, southeast direction, east longitude. North latitude. There are 2 merchant ships being held hostage by pirates. The merchant ships probably have more than 50 crew members on board, and the goods on board are worth a lot of money. The pirates probably have about 100 people. They came prepared to raid in a speedboat, most likely equipped with light and heavy weapons, and even a bazooka and other extremely lethal. The Marine Police side is on other missions and cannot come in time. Now, your superiors have ordered you to go to the crime site with all haste and rescue the hostages back unharmed." Lin Guotao straightened his posture and said firmly, "Yes. Guarantee to complete the mission." Wu continued, "The other side has a large number of people and fierce firepower. You guys have a big responsibility. You must pay attention to safety. I'll wait for your triumph." Lin Guotao nodded his head vigorously, "Yes." The frogman saw Lin Guotao's solemn expression, and all of a sudden, he immediately went from a drooping face to one of seriousness and solemnity. After hanging up the phone, Lin Guotao faced the frogman and briefly recounted what had just happened, and the frogman immediately skillfully organized his equipment and put on his uniform. Fully loaded and ready to go. Not far away. Lu Fan felt bad when he saw them acting so hastily. He quickly ran to Lin Guotao, grabbed his wrist and asked with incomparable seriousness, "Captain Lin, is something wrong?" Lin Guotao frowned and said, "Captain Lu, I don't have time to nag you right now. We just received a mission. Pirates are on the prowl. There are 2 merchant ships being held hostage, and the hostages are now in danger. We must rush over to rescue them as soon as possible." Lu Fan grabbed his wrist a few points harder. "Take us with you. We are also soldiers. How can we retreat at this time?" Lin Guotao shook his head violently. "No way. You are not my soldiers. I don't have a death quota for you here. I can't be responsible if something goes wrong." Lu Fan looked at him with a burning gaze. "For soldiers, it is an honor to die in battle. You know my marksmanship, you know my diving ability, and you know the level of combat of our flamingos. At this time, we must be united as one." Hearing this, Lin Guotao thought for a while and agreed that Lu Fan had a point. His shooting level as well as his swimming skills were there for all to see. On the battlefield, a top sniper was able to directly penetrate into the heart of the enemy and make the enemy scared. Flamingo was brought up by him, so naturally it wouldn't be bad, and the level of their team wasn't below them. Right now, it was also the time when they needed talent, and Lu Fan was the best candidate. Thinking of this, he finally nodded, "Good. Put on your equipment and receive live ammunition. Depart." Chapter 85, Split the army into 2 directions and rescue the hostages. Lu Fan nodded his head vigorously and quickly ran to Flamingo's team, expounding the matter briefly while giving them a pre-war mobilization. "There are pirates holding our Xia merchant ship hostage. Now we need to head to the rescue with the frogmen. Raise an army for a lifetime and use it for an hour. The country needs us, the people need us. What should we do? Kill. Kill. Kill." All the female soldiers roared in unison, their eyes bursting out with a strong will to fight. Lu Fan continued, "This is actual combat, not a drill. The guns shoot out live bullets, not blanks, and we are hitting people, not targets. We are facing pirates who are fully armed to the teeth. They are extremely brutal. We might have casualties or even death during the confrontation. Are you guys scared? Not afraid?" Lu Fan's face was like hot lava, igniting the anger in their entire body. Only through the baptism of artillery fire and blood could a soldier grow up quickly. Lu Fan waved his right hand and roared lowly, "I swear with the uniform on me that I will do my best to protect each and every one of you. Go out as many as you can. Come back as many as you can. Now, everyone go over to the Frogman Special Forces to receive live ammunition and depart immediately." "Yes." After Flamingo put on his equipment, he immediately concentrated with the Frogman Special Forces and all boarded the ship that was headed to the crime site. Wang Fei Yang looked around and asked Lu Fan anxiously and worriedly, "Company Commander, are they really okay?" Lu Fan nodded firmly, "No problem. Their military quality is already close to Special Forces level. You can also see their progress. With sea shooting alone, they have almost reached the level of land shooting. As long as they play normally, their ability will absolutely crush these pirates." Wang Fei Yang looked back at the flamingos and realized that they were all solemn, without their usual playfulness, and their spirits were highly tense. This state, compared to when they first arrived, was a world of difference. At this moment, they didn't treat themselves as dainty girls, but as a soldier, a righteous female soldier of the Yin Kingdom. He nodded gratefully and patted Lu Fan's shoulder. These female children were brought up by our hands, and indeed they have all grown up. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it's time to pull it out. Lu Fan said in a deep voice, practice for battle. Not for watching. There is always a first time for people. This is their first battlefield, their first time to kill. You must do a good job of guiding them. Wang Fei Yan nodded heavily, yes. I understand. Right at this moment, Ling Guotao walked up to him and said, Company Commander Lu, just now the higher-ups passed on the news that this gang of pirates is divided into two gangs, stationed in two different merchant ships, with about 1 kilometer between the two merchant ships. We need to split into two groups, with one person responsible for rescuing one merchant ship. You'll need to make a plan for your part of the operation. After all, you're more familiar with your own crew. I'll be mainly responsible for my side. Let's keep our headsets open and keep us informed of any rescue needed. Although I haven't seen you on the battlefield, I've seen the process of your training. I'm sure you'll accomplish your mission. Lu Fan nodded. Captain Lin, don't worry. As long as it involves the country and the people, we will definitely do our best. Lin Guotao continued, there's no time to lose. Let's get on that ship in the back now and split up. He took 2 steps back and gave a deep salute at Lu Fan, looking at each of them with strong respect in his eyes. Only those who had truly experienced actual combat would know what it was like to die 9 deaths on the battlefield. That game of hitting targets with blanks was really like playing house. Lu Fan stared at him with a burning gaze and boarded up his posture to return a deep salute at him. Falcon walked up to Ren Miao and said in a serious tone, be sure to pay attention to safety. Ren Miao smiled faintly, I can even beat you, let alone those rabble. Falcon looked at her deeply, it's not that I can't beat you, I can't afford to beat you. Anyway, be safe. Ran Miao saw the unprecedented seriousness on his face and nodded heavily, you too. The two classes dispersed, each in their own way. Lu Fan looked at the address that Ling Guotao had sent over and began to gather the people to formulate a battle plan. We are now 3 kilometers away from the crime site. For insurance purposes, we can't all take a speedboat there. The speedboat is mainly to make it easier to move the hostages. So now we need to split into 3 directions. Everyone clenched their fists, their wariness surging. In unison, they looked at Lu Fan, waiting for his orders. Lu Fan continued, Wang Fei Yang, you take Flamingo Group A on the ship and dock 1 kilometer away from the pirates, and wait for my instructions to pick them up. Shenyan, your diving ability is second only to me, you lead Flamingo Group B, lurk in the sea as my backup army, armed swimming across you have all learned, make sure you don't let the enemy find you. Wang Fei Yang anxiously asked, Company Commander, what about you? Lu Fan said indifferently, I'll lead Flamingo Group C to infiltrate into the enemy's merchant ships and rescue the hostages. My code name is Firewolf. Remember, you can't call me Company Commander during the engagement, got it? Understood. Lu Fan turned his head to look into the distance and continued, in another 5 minutes, everyone move according to the plan. Yes. As the words fell, all of them were each divided into groups according to the plan, standing by and ready to go. Daiju looked towards Zhang Weiwei, who was silent on the side, and put his arm around her shoulder and said with concern, you usually talk the most, but you didn't say a word today, are you scared? Zhang Weiwei looked at her thoughtfully and asked in a low voice, Zhu Yi, are you really not nervous at all? We usually train even better, but it's still just training, we usually shoot targets and have never killed anyone. Usually I don't even have the courage to kill a chicken, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. She slowed her tone and lowered her head in shame, am I useless? Daiju patted her shoulder and said in a deep voice, we're killing enemies, not people. Moreover, they can't even be called people, they are all a bunch of. They are holding our Yin country's citizens hostage and robbing our Yin country's property, it is righteous and legal for us to kill them. To be merciful to the enemy is to be cruel to ourselves, they have our compatriots in their hands, aren't we soldiers defending our country? Now that they have put a knife on our necks, if we don't fight back, are we still worthy of being a Yenguo Liberation Army? Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiwei's gaze suddenly became unusually firm, her fists involuntarily clenched, and she nodded her head vigorously, I understand. Daiju Yi, thank you. Daiju looked down at his watch, then said, time's up, let's set off. Under Qinyan's leadership, the Rookie B group led by Daiju, all of them carried their weapons and equipment on their backs and jumped into the sea without hesitation. Immediately afterward, Lu Fan led the Rookie C group headed by Ren Miao and set off from another route. The Flamingo's first actual battle officially kicked off. Chapter 86, Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Wang Fei Yang looked at their backs as they swam away and turned around to charge the crowd and commanded, "They've already begun to move, so we can't just wait here. Take your positions according to the plan I made for you just now. The heavens are large and the hostages are the largest, be careful when you shoot, make sure to ensure the safety of the hostages." "Yes." Everyone roared in unison. At this moment, not a single person was retreating. The speedboat, according to the previously negotiated plan, stopped at a location 1 kilometer away from the crime site. Everything was ready and prepared at all times. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun poured over the sea like gold. The Rookie Group B led by Qin Yan lurked 500 meters away from the crime site, and they relied on the equipment they carried, floating motionlessly on the sea surface. On the other side, Lu Fan led the Flamingo C Group, which had already lurked on both sides of the merchant ship held hostage by the pirates. The pirates didn't immediately drive the ship to the open sea, but drove to a relatively hidden place and waited for the arrival of their other accomplices. They had heavy firepower weapons on them, and dozens of hostages in their hands, so they were sure that the police of Yin State would not dare to attack them. One by one, they were unscrupulous and strutted around the ship, eating and drinking. These pirates are rugged, stocky, and have a fierce and vicious look. Their faces were pitted with traces of long years of fighting, and hideous scars and gunshot wounds could be seen everywhere on their bodies. A female hostage was tied to the deck, unable to move her hands and feet, her mouth gagged with a piece of old gauze, only able to make whimpering noises. The clothes on her body clearly showed signs of a fight, her hair was a mess, and her bloodshot eyes were filled with panic. Although her body was tied up, she couldn't hold back her inner fear and couldn't help but tremble. The pirates tied her up outside in order to give the Yen State Police a downward spiral, and at the same time take her as a human shield, so that the Yen State Police did not dare to make a move easily. A fat-headed pirate captain raised the wine cup in his hand and said with a smile, come on, drink a couple of cups to help us out, we've really made a lot of money today." Another pirate put his gun back on his waist and explained a few words to his men who were patrolling, and also sat straight back on the drinking table. He picked up a bottle of beer from the deck, bit off the cap with his teeth, and tilted his head back to drink it in a big gulp. "Ha ha ha, cool, the ship is enough for us to eat for half a year, and next we can just go and find a couple of pussies to cheer us up. It's been a long time since I've been on the beach for too long, I've rubbed the skin off this 5-fingered girl." Another junior brother came over with an ingratiating look. "Captain, there are several women in this group of hostages that are good looking, do you want to?" Snap. That pirate captain slapped his hand to the desktop and coldly grunted, "Those women can't be moved right now, those are the boss's people. Besides, we can't touch these Yen Kingdom women until the last critical moment. If we force them to commit suicide, we won't be able to beat it. The Yen Kingdom pays the most attention to hostages, as long as they are in our hands, we are not afraid that the Yen Kingdom police will dare to touch us. It won't be too late to enjoy them when our other brothers arrive and take the ship to the open sea." Yes. Still, the captain is wise. That pirate junior nodded his head and flattered, "It's only the Yen Kingdom soldiers who focus on hostages, any other country would be too lazy to care." The pirate captain said with a smirk, "Hostages are the Yen Kingdom's deadliest weakness and at the same time its greatest killing power, otherwise how would we dare to dash around here so leisurely? But then again, you're right, only the Yen Kingdom's military is so stupid, who else would be so foolish as to lay down their lives for someone who has nothing to do with them?" "That's not bullshit." The pirate junior nodded in response, "That's not bullshit, that's one, ha ha." Right in between their conversations, Lu Fan had already used his radar detection skill to observe the regularity of the pirate patrols on the merchant ship. The pirates were not very vigilant, they were all rabble who relied on heavy firepower weapons to bluff, so much so that the flamingos perched on both sides of the merchant ship could not be observed. Lu Fan looked left and right for a while, fastened his earphone and said seriously, "I'll climb up to the merchant ship to check the situation first, you guys watch my gestures to act, no unauthorized action." "Understood." "Yes." Lu Fan looked upwards for a while, then leaped and climbed towards the merchant ship. In just 25 seconds, he had successfully infiltrated the merchant ship. The sky was also getting darker and visibility was getting lower and lower, which was instead a good thing for Lu Fan. After climbing to the merchant ship, he quickly looked for cover to hide. When he saw the pirates patrolling the merchant ship passing by, he quickly covered the pirate's mouth from behind, and raised a dagger in his right hand and ruthlessly plunged it into the enemy's heart. The whole process was only 3 seconds. That pirate didn't even know how he died until he died. After resolving a few patrolling pirates, he hid their corpses and signaled Flamingo to follow. The whole process was clean and well coordinated. The Flamingo's tactical skills were quite high, and they had a heart-to-heart with each other. Under Lu Fan's cover, all of the Flamingo Sea group managed to board the ship and quickly hid at the bunker. At the same time, Lu Fan ordered Wang Fei Yang's speedboat to drive over. At this time, the only way to ensure that the hostages were safe and sound was to work together from the inside. The sniper rifles that the frogmen had equipped them with were equipped with silencers, and all of them were high-end weapons that were accurate and adaptable. Shoot! Lu Fan gave the order. The female soldiers subconsciously rolled their throats for a few moments, their eyes staring at the pirates in front of them, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang bang! Before several pirates could react, the back of their heads directly fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the several pirates they had killed fall in a pool of blood, they froze in place on the spot. In their eyes, there was a mixture of uncertainty, fear, anxiety, and uneasiness. Ren Miao stared at the corpses in front of her with wide eyes, covering her mouth and not daring to make a single sound. Her stomach turned over, but she had to hold it back. She froze in place for a while before regaining her senses. The other female soldiers had the same reaction as she did, but their strong military education prevented them from making a sound. All the female soldiers began to tense up, their chests rising and falling as they gripped the weapons in their hands. Although they knew that those were vicious pirates, they were all human beings after all. This was the first time they had killed someone, and they could not pass the psychological barrier at once. Although Lu Fan understood them, there was no time for them to walk out slowly, they had to fight quickly. "What are you waiting for? Continue." Lu Fan coldly grunted, and all the female soldiers' thoughts were pulled back at once. With his eyes staring dead around, he rushed the female soldiers and pacified them. "Adjust your mindset, a soldier's vocation is to go into battle and kill the enemy. To be merciful to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Now our compatriots are in their hands, life and death unknown, can't return to their homes, in deep water, we are their only hope. All of you give me the spirit to fight this battle. The safety of dozens of hostages is in our hands." Upon hearing this, all the female soldiers nodded heavily, their eyes no longer uncertain, replaced by a murderous look. Chapter 87. To move the people of Yengwei is to move the lives of our soldiers. Lu Fan's hanging heart relaxed when he saw their changed expressions. At this time, even if one of them was out of shape, it would affect the entire rescue process. Lu Fan was well aware of this, which was why he was worried about their mental capacity. It was a good thing that their usual training was extremely harsh, almost close to actual combat, and that was why their roles changed so quickly. Lu Fan used his radar skill to look over the entire ship's structure, and finally locked his eyes on a narrow cabin. 30 hostages were inside. They were all huddled in a corner, each one of them puffy and pale. Some were crying in pain with their hands on their heads, some seemed to be muttering like they were mentally deranged, and some had empty eyes like hens. Only a few sturdy men with light in their eyes kept comforting the crowd. They used their bodies to build a wall in front of these women and old people. Outside the cabin there were 3 pirates guarding, each hand holding a sniper rifle, their eyes sharp and united. These few pirates were different from the ones parading outside, they were relatively steady in their dealings and extremely vigilant. Obviously, they attached extreme importance to these hostages, successfully pinching the soft underbelly of the Yen state soldiers. Lu Fan did not act immediately, but waited for Wang Fei Yang's speedboat to come over. Only then could the hostages be better transferred. As the number of people patrolling became less and less, the pirates who were hoarding the sea and eating outside quickly realized that something was wrong, and one by one, they put their hands on their waists and looked around vigilantly. The captain of the pirates took a breath and calmly said, "Someone has gotten on our ship, cop out and fuck them up." Upon hearing this, all of the pirates who were still eating and drinking just a moment ago put down their bottles of wine, wiped the corners of their mouths, and pulled their guns out of their waists. Taking on a triangular formation, they spread out to look for Lu Fan and the others. The scene that was so noisy just now was all quiet all of a sudden, and Lu Fan felt bad. He made a gesture at Flamingo and clasped his headset and whispered, "Attention! The enemy knows we're mixed in, get ready for battle. Don't panic, don't be nervous, as long as you show your usual training, these pirates are not your match at all. Watch the target before firing, don't injure the hostages by mistake." "Yes." The female soldiers' hands holding their guns became even stronger, carefully looking around, showing all the skills from their previous training. After getting blood on their hands, their guts became stronger and stronger. They were no longer twisting and turning, but were resolute in their killings. At the same time, Wang Fei Yang's speedboat arrived in time. Bang bang bang. Without hesitation, they pulled the trigger and fired bullets at the merchant ship. The sound of gunshots rose in all directions as bullets flew over like a dense mass, hitting the deck and scattering things all into pieces. Lu Fan knew that it was Wang Fei Yang and the others who had arrived, and immediately gave the order, "All of you, accelerate forward. Bamboo Leaf, it's your turn, lead your B group squad and outflank them from all around. Shark, Sky Fury, your responsibility is to be in charge of sniping their pirates with heavy fire weapons. Not a single one of them should be spared." "Yes." The pirates who were just now looking around for Lu Fan's traces were instantly confused. "Damn, how many batches of them are there? Bring me the hostages as a shield, I don't believe they still dare to shoot. RPGs, submachine guns, blow up that speedboat for me." "Yes." As soon as the order was given, several pirates immediately carried the rocket launcher placed on the deck on their shoulders and aimed at the speedboat that was a few hundred meters away from them. Bang bang bang. They had just carried the weapon up when they were taken out by Ren Miao and the girls. The two pirates fell heavily to the ground with their weapons, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Their deaths were extremely ugly. When the pirate captain saw his brothers dead in front of him, he was instantly enraged, and his whole person was like a wild beast that had gone mad. He angrily grabbed the hostage on the deck and blocked in front of him. His gun continued to fire bullets at the speedboat. The hostage was already scared by the gunshots at the scene, and when he was suddenly grabbed up, he was trembling and sweating, and his whole body was unsteady on his feet. The pirate captain fired bullets while yelling at the opposite speedboat, "Come on, shoot. Wide open your dog's eyes and see, this is your hostage, if you have the ability, let your horse come over. Shoot again and I'll shoot him." That hostage was so scared that his face turned white, yelling at Wang Fei Yang and the others, "Don't shoot, I'm a Yenghua person, I'm a Yenghua person. Please, save me, save me." As the words fell, a hole was immediately punched in the back of the pirate captain's head, and blood spurted out. The body struggled to hold up for a few seconds before the whites of his eyes rolled over and his entire body collapsed dead on the ground. Ah! That hostage saw the dead pirate behind her, was staring at her with eyes wide open, so scared that she covered her mouth and screamed in terror. "Fuck, little rats of the Inferno Kingdom, I'll end you all in one pot today." The other pirates were enraged, picking up the rocket launcher from earlier just ready to fire missiles at the speedboat. Bang! A bullet passed through his back, blood splattered and splattered all over the walls of the deck. The stench was unbearable. The gunshots on the scene got more and more intense. The whole scene was very chaotic. Guyan ruthlessly shattered his mouth. "Che, they're all a bunch of underdeveloped little pups. It's the little bastards." The corner of Ren Miao's mouth hooked up slightly as he rushed Guyan. "Go. Change places, if we stay any longer, they'll find us." The two slowly withdrew from sight, looking for the next sniping spot. On the other side, Lu Fan brought Zhao Binglin and Wei Shiyu to grope their way to the hatch. The members who had been guarding the outside of the hatch just a moment ago had all moved inside the hatch, and there was no longer anyone guarding the outside of the door. Lu Fan used his radar detection skill to look inside and found that there were 5 pirates inside, holding guns and eyeing the hostages intently. They were just about to take the hostages up as human shields, but they were taken out by the other members of Flamingo. In order to save their lives, they stopped taking risks and chose to stay with the hostage and wait for their reinforcements. Zhao Binglin had just taken a few steps when she suddenly stopped, her nose suddenly itching as she sniffed hard for a few moments and said uneasily, "Flaming Wolf, I smell the odor of gunpowder. It's especially strong, like it's coming from the hatch." Lu Fan frowned and calmly swept inside the hatch, realizing that the 2 hostages were equipped with time bombs. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. His eyes erupted with a thick murderous aura, itching to skin these guys and raise their ashes. To touch the people of Yen country is to touch the lives of our soldiers. Lu Fan's fists involuntarily clenched, and his eyes erupted with burning fire. Chapter 88, Even if the sky falls apart, we will protect you all. Lu Fan seriously said at them, "I'll rush in first, you guys are on both sides of the doorway, find your sniper points. As soon as I open the hatch, we'll shoot at the same time, got it?" Zhao Binglin and Wei Shiyu looked at each other and nodded heavily. Ka-ching! The bullets were all loaded. Lu Fan gave them a gesture, and the 2 of them catapulted to the sides of the doorway, quickly scurrying to the sides of the doorway, tightly gripping the guns in their hands. The gunfire outside grew more and more intense, wailing and screaming, and a disgusting smell of blood came to their noses. Bang! Lu Fan kicked his right foot hard, and the hatch door was instantly kicked open. Bang bang bang! The bullets of the 3 of them were fired in unison, as if a sharp knife was directly inserted into the enemy's heart. The speed was very fast. Before the enemy could react, The front door of his head was penetrated by a bullet, the gun held in his hand instantly fell to the ground, and his entire body fell straight into the crowd. Ah! The hostage saw the tragic dead pirate lying beside him, holding his head and screaming in terror. The whole person panicked, cold sweat whooshing down. A pirate was agile and managed to dodge the bullets as he grabbed the hostage crouching beside him and aimed his gun at his head. "Don't come over. Put the gun down, or I'll kill him with one shot." He rushed Lu Fan threateningly in broken Chinese. They had all learned some basic Chinese in order to plunder the Yin Kingdom's property. After the fight just now, he looked at Lu Fan with fear and a hint of begging at the same time. These 4 pirates were the elites of their team, no matter whether it was their hands or marksmanship, they were all first class. But now they were taken out by Lu Fan in just a few seconds, almost one shot at a time, aiming and coming. It didn't give them a chance to counterattack at all, and the speed of the shot as well as the sense of tacit cooperation was far above them. They had dealt with many Yin state police and had never encountered a sharpshooter like Lu Fan. At this moment, he panicked into a dog, shivering from his hair strands to his toenail caps. His own little skills were just as show-off in front of Lu Fan. Lu Fan didn't have the slightest fear in the face of the pirate's intimidation, but looked coldly. "Release the hostage, and I'll leave you with a whole body. Otherwise, I will let you know what it means that life is worse than death." That pirate looked at Lu Fan's man-eating eyes, his throat subconsciously rolled a bit, and the gun pointed at the hostage's temple subconsciously pushed a few points harder. The hostage felt the muzzle of the gun close to his head and cried tears and snot, Don't shoot, please let me go, I have an old man and a young man. You want money, I'll give you all of it, all of it." The pirate laughed coldly and came close to the hostage's ear. "Don't beg me, beg your Yin country soldiers. Whether you can see tomorrow's sun depends on this Yin Kingdom soldier." The hostage looked at Lu Fan with a begging face, as if he had grabbed a lucky straw, and said with a crying voice, "PLA comrade, please save me, I don't want to die, I don't want to die." The other hostages didn't dare to raise their heads, holding their heads and hiding in the corner without saying a word. They were afraid of becoming the next lucky one. Zhao Binglin was holding her gun, anxiously and worriedly whispered to Lu Fan, "Firewolf, what should we do?" Lu Fan did not panic and gave her a look. Zhao Binglin raised her eyelids and fired a shot at the ceiling. Bang! The pirate froze for a moment and looked along with the sound. Bang! At this very moment, a bullet missed the center of the pirate's brain, and blood spurted out wildly, splattering the hostage's face. The hostage subconsciously touched the blood on his face, looking at the pirate who was lying dead beside him. His whole body was paralyzed with relief. Tight nerves at this moment finally relaxed. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. Lu Fan swept a glance at the crowd and found that the explosive packets bound to the 2 hostages had the last 15 minutes left and the data was still counting down. He frowned and immediately ordered down, "You 2 take cover, I'll defuse the bomb. Don't panic everyone, we, the soldiers of the Yin Kingdom, will not abandon any Yin Kingdom citizen. We will definitely bring all of you home one by one." These words were like a flash of light in the cold winter, shining into everyone's heart. In Yin country, soldiers were always worthy of the people's trust and reliance. With the people's faith and the soldiers' strength, why would the country not worry about being rich and strong? All the hostages were as if they had eaten a tranquilizer pill, and they coincidentally quieted down and waited for Lu Fan's next plan of action. Zhao Binglin and Wei Shiyu stood on each side of the hatch, aligning themselves according to their guns. These female soldiers had never dared to kill even a chicken before, but now they were able to lift their hands and shoot down an enemy. The transformation in this made them feel incredible. Perhaps, this was the power that soldiers gave them. Lu Fan crouched behind a hostage and relieved him, "Don't be nervous, trust me. There is plenty of time." His words seemed to have magic power, causing the hostage, who was already trembling, to suddenly settle down. This bomb was very intricately designed. As long as one wire was cut wrongly, all the hostages present would instantly go up in smoke. Dozens of lives were in his hands. At this moment, Lu Fan's mental pressure was under unprecedented pressure. Watching the countdown time getting less and less, the hearts of all the hostages were all tensed together, and even their breathing was rapid. But they didn't dare to make a single sound for fear of disturbing Lu Fan's operation. Finally, when there were still 10 minutes left in the countdown, Lu Fan successfully dismantled the bombs on the 2 hostages. This efficiency stunned everyone present. Lu Fan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and rushed to the crowd to say in relief, "Don't worry everyone, the bombs have been dismantled, we are now safe for the time being. Everyone listen to my command, walk towards the exit in a well-organized manner, there must be no chaos. Cannon fire, bullets, I'll block them for you, even if the sky falls apart, we'll protect you all." A stocky man stood up and rushed the hostages. Everyone must listen to the PLA comrades' commands, and must not disturb the order in which they are rescuing people. Otherwise, none of us will be able to get out. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other and nodded heavily. The man rushed to the front of the dead pirate just now, grabbed the gun on the ground, and rushed Lu Fan. "Comrade People's Liberation Army, I'm a veteran, I'll kill my way out with you." Speaking forcefully, his eyes were fearless. Lu Fan patted his shoulder and nodded heavily, worthy of being a soldier of the amazing country. "Everyone stand neatly in 2 rows, we will escort you out now." He fastened his earpiece to connect to Wang Feiyang. "Old Wang, how is the battlefield situation? Are the speedboats all ready?" Wang Feiyang said loudly while firing his gun. "Most of the enemies have been controlled by us, there are still a few rats hiding in the shadows that we haven't found." Lu Fan glanced back at the hostages and said in a serious tone, "I'll bring the hostages out now, you guys take cover." "Roger." Just when everything was going in the right direction, Lu Fan's ears rang with Lin Guotao's voice. "Company Commander Lu, according to the news that came in just now, an unknown merchant ship is coming towards your position." Chapter 89. They are the loveliest people in our amazing country. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan frowned and yelled at the hostages behind him, "Quick! All follow me, speed!" All the hostages lined up in 2 orderly rows and followed closely behind Lu Fan. Zhao Binglin and Wei Shiyu were guarding the sides of the hostages according to their guns. They had just walked a few meters when Flamingo Group B, led by Dai Zhu, also arrived in time. Seeing these hot-blooded female soldiers in uniform, the hostages were moved to tears and gave them a thumbs up in their hearts. They are all girls in their early 20s, in their prime, but they brave the rain of bullets and bullets, fearlessly charging into battle. In ancient times, there was Mulan, today there are resounding roses. They used their flesh and blood to build a steel wall, and swore to defend the city and people behind them. All of them have long been twisted into an inseparable collective. Flamingos consciously stood on both sides of the hostages, forming a solid bulletproof wall, doing their best to provide good security for the hostages. Soon, they collectively exited to the doorway to the deck. The floor was a sea of corpses, crisscrossed 7 by 7, blood splattered all over the deck, filling it with a tremendous smell of blood. The hostages gradually stared at each other with their eyes and mouths wide open, the entire group in shock. Some of them had never even seen a dead pig, let alone a fishy-smelling pile of dead people, and all of a sudden they couldn't hold it in, holding onto the side and dry heaving. Lu Fan suddenly stopped and raised his right hand, signaling the crowd behind him to stop. Everyone obeyed his command and looked around vigilantly, but no one dared to make a sound, quietly waiting for Lu Fan's command. Lu Fan scanned the surroundings and found 2 cunning pirates hiding in the corner at 3 o'clock, looking at them intently. There was not much time left for the hostages to evacuate, so they had to fight quickly. The pirates' hiding place is extremely secretive, and hitting them from their direction will not hit them directly. But from the direction of the pirates directly hit, as long as they step out of the door, is a living target. This situation was very unfavorable for them. Lu Fan thought for a few seconds, his head worked quickly, and a plan came to him. He raised his gun, and instead of aiming directly at the pirate's position, he aimed at the 45-degree impenetrable wall and pulled the trigger. Bang bang! 2 bullets were fired consecutively. When the bullets hit the wall, through the principle of refraction, they flew into the hearts of the 2 pirates. The 2 bloating pirates didn't even know how they died until they died. They held on to their last breath and struggled to look at Lu Fan, glaring their eyes to the biggest they had ever seen in their lives. Lu Fan once again used his radar skill to scan the surroundings, and after ensuring that it was safe, he waved his right hand. "Quick! Get on the speedboat!" All the hostages, under the cover of the flamingos, stepped onto the speedboat that had been prepared for them earlier in a well-organized manner. This speedboat was specially designed to hold around 100 people. Quick! Speed! Some of the hostages were so scared that their legs were weak and they couldn't lift their speed at all. Lu Fan directly carried them up with one hand. While sending the last hostage to the shore, a barrage of bullets flew towards them. Lu Fan's ears throbbed a few times, sensing something bad, and yelled at the crowd, "Quick! Get down! All get down!" Bang bang bang! The walls of the merchant ship were instantly turned into a hornet's nest. The enemy's rescue has arrived. Wang Feiyang opened fire. Lu Fan was immobile in the face of danger and immediately gave the order to attack. The bazooka was prepared by the frogmen a long time ago, but because there were hostages on the merchant ship, they had not dared to use it. Now the opposite side are all pirates, then there is no need to worry, dry out. Wang Feiyang put the bazooka on his shoulder, aimed at the enemy's rescue ship and fired. Boom! A missile stood out from the muzzle and headed straight for the enemy merchant ship. In a flash, the enemy ship burst into flames and the surviving pirates jumped into the sea en masse to save their lives. Lu Fan used his radar skill to detect it and found that the pirates had not suffered many casualties and almost half of them still survived. As long as these roots were not removed, they would continue to return to the territory of Yin country to make waves. He rushed the crowd and said, "Flamingo Group A, Group B, escort the hostages to transfer. Group C, join me in taking out the pirates' remaining ones." Yes. Once the order was given, all the personnel took their positions. Lu Fan took Flamingo Group C and continued to stay on the ship, pursuing the pirates who had just escaped. Wang Fei Yang, on the other hand, drove the speedboat with the hostages in another direction. Until now, the hostages on the speedboat still had palpitations and did not dare to relax for a moment. The veteran saw Lu Fan's back as they tracked, and silently prayed for them in his heart. At this moment, they felt that it was such an honor to be born in China. The amazing country soldiers did not abandon or give up, and used their lives to defend the lives of every Yingwa citizen. Comrade PLA, is it really okay for them to go after the pirates like this? A 55-year-old middle-aged woman couldn't stop herself from opening her mouth to ask it Wang Fei. Wang Fei Yang nodded at him, "Auntie, don't worry. They are the elites of our team. As long as they step in, there's nothing that can't be done." The woman wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said shakily, "They are the loveliest people in our amazing country. Be sure to come back safely. When you guys come back, Auntie will definitely kill those 2 old cows in the house to receive you." Wang Feiyang smiled bashfully, "Auntie, we appreciate your kindness, we can't take a single needle or thread from the masses. Rescuing you is our obligation, our most important mission." The woman froze for a moment and suddenly gripped Wang Feiyang's hand tightly, saying excitedly with a crying voice, "Thank you, thank you. It's great that the country has you guys." Wang Feiyang listened to these heartfelt words and silently glanced at the military uniform on his body, suddenly feeling that it was all worth it. On the other side, Lu Fan led the Flamingo Sea group all the way after these pirates to a small island. Although it was a small island, a kilometer behind it was a tropical rainforest. Seeing that it was a forest, Lu Fan's confidence doubled. As the saying goes, "You are the king of the mountain, but I am the king of the forest." When they reached the forest, it was the world of flamingos. In order not to scare the snakes, they jumped into the sea 1 kilometer away from the pirates. Using breaststroke, they lurked behind them. It was a good thing that all of these pirates were running in one direction, otherwise Lu Fan and the others had no way to take them all in one pot. After the dozens of pirates swam up to the deserted island, they quickly rushed into the tropical rainforest behind them. Obviously, they were very familiar with this forest. Lu Fan slowly floated his head out of the water and watched with his radar detection skills, finally locking his eyes at 500 meters in the east direction. The sky was getting darker and darker, like a big black well enveloping the entire forest. After ensuring safety, Lu Fan waved his right hand, and all the female soldiers immediately surfaced and slowly walked up to the shore with their cat's waist according to their guns. Chapter 90 Heavy Mechanisms. This jungle was extremely lush, and the old rattan trees were densely intertwined with each other, forming an inseparable whole. The trees were spaced about 1 meter apart from each other, and at a glance it looked as if the thousand-mountain child mother was smiling fiercely at the human beings. Under the backdrop of the moonlight, it appeared as if it would devour people in the next second. Because of the age-old accumulation, the leaves underneath had long since rotted, forming a swamp that devoured living beings. Since it was nighttime, the sounds of various crickets, crows, and all the other mixed together stretched on and on. As they stepped 1 foot into the jungle, the leaves went right up to their ankles and the ground was soft and wet. The female soldiers had never seen this kind of complexity before, even though they had spent a lot of time in the jungle. The leaves had accumulated so thickly that it was impossible to know if what was under their feet was real ground or a trap. At this moment, the hearts of all the female soldiers were in their throats, and their hearts were beating extremely fast. They watched their eyes and listened to their ears, taking 1 step as 3, staring closely at anything suspicious on the ground. This time, in order to cover up, Lu Fan only brought 8 female soldiers over. Soldiers were more in essence than in numbers, and this was also one of Lu Fan's philosophy of leading soldiers. If it wasn't for the purpose of training the flamingos' resistance, it would have been more than enough for him to defeat these pirates on his own. However, since he had brought out this team, he had to give them the opportunity for actual combat. Lu Fan also saw their uneasiness and said as he fastened his earphone, "Everyone, walk at a distance of 1 meter apart, don't all huddle together. The environment here is complicated, be sure to be careful with everything. You two climb up the tree and find a good sniper point. You two take cover at 100 meters at 5 o'clock and be responsible for taking out the leaky ones. This is the place where their exit will be, the best escape route. Everyone else, follow me. Yes. Once the order was given, everyone took their positions and looked around vigilantly. Lu Fan used his radar detection skill to lock onto the pirates' hiding places, and they were greedily counting the amount of property they had recently plundered. When they jumped into the sea just now, each of them was carrying at least 30 kilograms of goods, all of which were worth a lot of money. These pirates were desperados who demanded money, and would rather be strangled to death by their property than have it burned alive by fire. A one-eyed dragon had a cigarette in his mouth, his feet resting on a rock, his arm around a mistress beside him, his eyes flashing with a million lights, staring dead ahead at the gold and silver jewelry. I didn't expect these Yenghua merchants to be so rich, all of them are good stuff. I'll have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of my life. Although so many brothers died, it's worth it, ha ha ha. He pushed his mistress to one side, picked up a bottle of wine from the ground, cupped his hands and raised it up to the sky. Brothers in the sky, I won't forget your merits, I will definitely burn tens of millions of dollars for you to dash around. By the way, looking to burn a few young models for you to enjoy, you guys do well underground, in the next life we will be brothers again. After saying that, he directly spilled half of the wine on the ground, and the remaining half tilted his head and drank it all in one go. Although the other pirates also observed a moment of silence for their dead brothers, they were only sad for a few seconds. Sometimes they would even think that the death of a person would instead result in a smaller share of the property. People die for money and birds die for food. There was no love between them to speak of, they were all profit-oriented villains, all of them were grandsons in front of money. A pirate codenamed Poison Scorpion cautiously looked around and asked cautiously, "Boss, those sons of bitches from the Yen Kingdom won't chase them here?" I looked just now, they're almost all female soldiers, I didn't expect these pussies to be so energetic in battle. In such a short period of time, they fucked over one of our ship's brothers, and we almost died under their missiles. Cyclops smothered a mouthful of wine and waved his hand. What are you afraid of? What is this place? It's known as Death Island. How many police officers planted their heads here at that time? As long as they can come in, I have a way to make them just not walk out. Are the traps all set up? Poison Scorpion stroked his chin, his eyes flashed with a murderous aura, and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. All set up, as long as they get close, it's a dragnet. It's just that I don't know if these Yen Kingdom's pussies will find out, their hands are not ordinary. The one-eyed dragon casually waved his hand and said with a smile, unless they have eagle eyes that penetrate things, no one will be able to discover the traps that old me has set up. I've heard that these female soldiers of the Yen Kingdom all have hot bodies, so capture them alive if you can, and capture a few for the brothers to amuse themselves. Yes. All the pirates coincidentally revealed a wicked smile, with many juvenile images sprouting in their minds. That evil expression seemed to articulate, I have a wife, you guys don't. Seeing this, the other pirates glanced at each other and sent a speechless face, once again clenching their legs. That mistress didn't look at Cyclops the entire time, but instead blinked at Poison Scorpion with a look that looked as if she was looking at him. Poisonous Scorpion took a strong glance at Cyclops next to him, holding back the hormones that had been aroused in his body, and lowered his head indisputably. On the other side, Lu Fan was slowly approaching the pirates' hideout with 4 female soldiers. After walking 500 meters, Lu Fan suddenly stopped, raised his right hand to signal the female soldiers to stop, and raised his gloomy eyes to look around vigilantly. There are traps, stay where you are. Upon hearing this, the 4 female soldiers froze for a moment and stayed fixedly in place, tightly gripping the guns in their hands. Lu Fan took 2 steps forward and gently stepped on the leaves on the ground with his foot, then moved his foot away again. The female soldiers stared at him curiously as he operated, but did not dare to go forward for fear of influencing his judgment and helping instead. After observing for a few seconds, Lu Fan bent down and peeled off the leaves on the ground, finding several concealed wires installed inside. He slowly walked over from the side and continued to peel back the surrounding leaves, realizing that the dark wires were surrounded by a large net. Just now, as long as they stepped on the concealed wires, their entire body would be hung upside down, falling into the enemy's trap and unable to move. This trap was done seamlessly with the hiding effect of the leaves. If Lu Fan didn't have radar detection skills, he would probably have already planted his head. These pirates, they really are familiar with the terrain here, the traps are so well made. Upon hearing this, the female soldier's back went cold. He raised his head and looked around, realizing that there was more than just a grid, there were also some sharp pieces of wood clipped onto the tree branches in a well-organized manner. As soon as they touched a switch on the ground, these logs would be like rockets racing towards their location. There were many mechanisms around them, making it impossible to defend against them. Lu Fan instructed the female soldiers, "Next, you have to follow my footsteps. One wrong step and the organs will open." Chapter 91. Let me seduce Yenghua soldiers? When the 4 female soldiers saw Lu Fan's solemn face, the entire group followed with vigilance, not daring to be a bit lax. Lu Fan observed for a while, then lifted his slender legs and slowly walked forward. The pace was slow, endeavoring to step down the footprints so that the female soldier could see them at a glance, avoiding any mistakes. Coupled with the fact that it was night and there was not enough light, the female soldiers were cautious and careful, their hearts beating along with every step they took. Finally, under Lu Fan's leadership, they managed to pass through the trap area of nearly 50 meters and came to a place 200 meters away from the pirates. The night was getting deeper and deeper, and although there was moonlight, it was mostly covered by the lush jungle. The 4 female soldiers all relied on 4 large trees in different directions according to Lu Fan's previously formulated plan. Lu Fan, on the other hand, continued to walk in the direction of the pirates. Not only did he want to annihilate the pirates, he also planned to uncover the partners behind them. So, this time, he intended to capture the pirates' leader alive. Only by wiping out all the backers behind the pirates could he return a peace to the residents of this coastal territory. Otherwise, taking out these grassroots pirates would only be treating the symptoms but not the root cause. At this moment, some of the pirates had already fallen into a deep sleep, and only a few people were arranged to stand guard around them. One by one, the pirates on guard were also extremely lax, their eyelids constantly fighting. The remaining pirates totaled around 50, and it was obvious that some of them were the ones who had stayed here earlier to receive them. Lu Fan swept a glance across the room and finally landed his eyes on a one-eyed dragon who was sleeping with a woman in his arms. He guessed that this one-eyed dragon was the boss among the pirates. Otherwise, no one would dare to brazenly bring a woman out on a mission. It was simply looking for death. After determining the surviving target, he pulled out a grenade from his pocket, bit the safety off with his teeth, and threw it into the pile of pirates. Bang! A dozen or so pirates were blown out directly in their sleep, their limbs and arms hanging horizontally on the branches of the trees. Blood splattered, the surrounding branches and vines were filled with warm blood. Ah! The sudden explosion broke the tranquility of the jungle, and the other surviving pirates immediately woke up from their dreams. Some of the pirates who had their arms and thighs blown off, raised their shaking right hands, covered the wounds, staggered up, endured the pain and tried to find cover to hide. The desire to survive was full. Quickly! Quickly take cover! There's hostile situation, this group of Yengua's Boy Scouts are killing over. Poison Scorpion pulled out his pistol from his waist, not knowing where Lu Fan's position was, he could only shoot around a bit. Bang bang bang! Gunshots were fired and bullets flew about. After firing, he hit on the tree trunk in fear again. At the same time, the 4 female soldiers found the enemy's position and fired bullets in unison. Bang bang bang! The surrounding tree branches were shot into a dense hornet's nest, turning the dark night into light. Fireballs tumbled and smoke filled the air. Cyclops shielded his mistress to the side and anxiously found a bush to hide in. Grass! How the hell did they get in here? Wasn't the trap already arranged? The mistress tugged at the corner of his coat, her eyes reddened, her voice choked, her teeth almost gritted. I told you a long time ago that the Yin Kingdom's things can't be touched, you nonetheless didn't listen. Let you evacuate, you also do not withdraw, have to stay in this bird place, if to the high seas they still dare to come to you so arrogantly. You know shit. Cyclops snorted coldly, the high seas can be as safe as this place, if he doesn't abide by the international convention, a missile will smash over and we will die without a burial place. One-Eyed Dragon's heart was burning with anxiety, his body trembled, and a pair of fists immediately clenched. The breathing rate was also accelerating, but it felt like there was still a lack of oxygen in his lungs, and a hot stinging pain. At this moment, he felt that death was close to him. The mistress looked around in horror and sobbed in a small voice, what are we going to do now? Won't we really die here? 10 seconds passed, only to see Lu Fan scurrying out in a hurry, leaning sideways against a large tree, lifting the gun in his hand and strafing it over. Day. A burst of gunfire swept across, the bullets accurately missed the heads of several pirates, only to see blood splattered. He's in that tree, hit me hard. One-Eyed Dragon gave an order, all the pirates' guns were unanimously aimed at that tree. Day. However, they didn't know that Lu Fan had already jumped from this tree to several other trees in a row after he finished strafing. The interval between the trees was only 1 meter, Lu Fan was agile and quickly disappeared into the pirates' field of vision again. Those pirates fought for a few minutes, found that the last bullets also hit the tree branches, even Lu Fan's silhouette have not seen. Damn it, where is the man? Where did he run off to? The other pirates looked at each other dumbfounded and at a loss for words. On the other side, the other 4 female soldiers finished hitting the back and quickly and skillfully changed positions. But Wei Shiyu had gotten a gunshot wound in her arm during the fight. Pellet-sized cold sweat surfaced on her forehead, causing her to shiver in pain. Lei Gong, can the wound treat itself? Lu Fan asked anxiously and worriedly as she fastened her earpiece. Lu Fan had trained them in first aid before, so even if there was no one around, she quickly pulled a piece of cloth from her body to bandage the wound herself. Wei Shiyu endured the pain and whispered, "It's okay. I've already bandaged it." Lu Fan said, "Good. Report back in time if anything happens." Yes. Some of the pirates took advantage of the chaos and escaped. Lu Fan was not in a hurry as he had arranged for female soldiers to guard the exit. One was to combat those pirates who came in from outside, and the other was to combat those pirates who escaped and came back from outside. After Lu Fan's investigation, he knew that this was the pirates' den. Due to the proximity to the border and the complicated terrain around, many marine police had sacrificed their lives in the traps here. Poison Scorpion looked at his dead brethren on the ground in confusion, so scared that he couldn't stop trembling. "These Yenghua scouts, old me and you are incompatible." Although he said this with his mouth, his body was honest, and he kept hiding in a small cave, not daring to risk his head. As long as he ventured his head, he would be the next target to be shot down. The one-eyed dragon hid in the grass at 45 degrees from the poisonous scorpion, looking at all the surroundings with trepidation, trembling so much that even the entire pile of grass shook with him. Putting his hands together, he kept begging the heavens, "Dala gods, please save the child, I will definitely feed you well when I go back. Goddess of mercy, please be merciful, when I go back I will burn you a little more paper money and a few more fierce men for you. God, open a window of heaven for me, I'll never come to Yen country after I'm dead, I'll go to Little Life exclusively to mingle." That mistress glanced cross-eyed at the one-eyed dragon, her nose bursting. "What's the use of you saying this now? If you had listened to me earlier, you wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Now we are all surrounded by them, we can't even find out which position they are in. All the dead on the ground are our people, woo-woo. Stop crying, do you really want them to lure us over here?" Cyclops quickly stepped forward to cover her mouth and whispered in a scolding voice. As the words fell, another burst of gunfire rang out. Several pirates were taken out on the ground again, looking at Cyclops with wide eyes before they died, their eyes filled with despair. One-eyed dragon was about to be driven mad. He suddenly had a bright idea and looked the woman up and down. "I saw just now, the leader of this gang of dogs is a male figure. Your body is concave and convex, plump and shapely, what should be big is big, what should be small is small, men love this one. You go and seduce him." The woman's body leapt and looked at him incredulously. "You're asking me to seduce a soldier from the Yen Kingdom?" Chapter 92 Scorpion Organization. "Are you crazy? You don't have a fever, do you?" The woman's face was completely gloomy, her body swaying slightly, her eyes filled with horror. "Do you think everyone is a lecher like you? The soldiers of the Yen Kingdom are all handsomes, how could they possibly spare you for a woman like me? Don't dream." The one-eyed dragon's face did not change. With a pleasing look, "That's because you don't understand men, as long as it's a normal male, he won't be able to get past a woman. You've also seen how good his shooting skills are, since the hard ones don't work, then we can only use the soft ones. If you want to live, listen to me, right now none of us are his match." The woman gave him a blank look and snorted coldly, "If I listen to you, I won't live. The only way out for us is if we surrender, cooperate with them, and tell them all the important information." At those words, the one-eyed dragon shook his head violently. "No way. Absolutely not. If I tell them everything, the Scorpion Organization will definitely not let me go, they will try to find me by all means and split me into 5 pieces." After saying that, his brows were furrowed and his eyes were filled with a disheveled look, looking as if his spirit was on the verge of being deranged. The woman didn't say anything else. She had also heard a little about the Scorpion Organization, the largest dark organization resident in the Golden Triangle. The dragon is not to be seen and not seen. Killing indecisive means extremely ruthless. The torture of killing has always been compared to the ancient. As long as in the road to mix, here this organization are scared, but no one has seen their highest leader. Once upon a time, if someone wanted to abandon the dark side, he would die in a corner for no reason, along with his family will be buried with him. None of those who disappeared could be found dead, as if he had never come to this world. Thinking of this, the woman's entire body couldn't help but shiver coldly, her back gushing. But there was no way she would listen to the one-eyed dragon's advice and show up to seduce the Yen Kingdom soldiers. That would be rushing up to find death. The big deal was to hide and die in a haystack, one more second to live was one more second. Although she was a mistress, she also had her own ideas, otherwise she wouldn't have followed these gangsters for so long. Somewhere in the haystack, the grass was ruffled, and a dark head slowly poked out. Its eyes rolled a few times and just wanted to shrink back. Bang! A bullet accurately entered his brain, the guy screamed miserably, and his entire body fell to the ground. Warm blood sprayed on the surrounding grass, dripping down from the leaves. Ran Miao leaned against a tree branch, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up as she blew on her gun. Compared to the first time she killed someone, she was now getting more and more skillful and no longer felt any psychological guilt. The other pirates who were in the same haystack saw another companion die by their side, and were so horrified that every pore on their body was opened. They didn't know what in the world these female soldiers were. Even if their shooting skills were steady, their camouflage skills were also so good. Every time they heard a gunshot and followed that sound to shoot over, but they didn't even see a shadow. It was like seeing a ghost, invisible and untouchable. Completely not on the same level as the marine police they fought with before. They not only avoided the intricate traps, but also a ghost that could kill them silently. As soon as they ventured out, they would be shot. After a few rounds, they no longer dared to counterattack and could only hide and disguise themselves the best they could. Guyan took his night vision device, looked around for a while, and rushed Rin Miao and said in a deep voice, 50 meters at 2 o'clock, shoot. Bang! Another pirate was killed. His mouth was still chewing a piece of betel nut when he died. It was a pity that he would never be able to chew it again in this life. Ran Miao smiled faintly, his hand gripping the gun even harder. Since they won't come out, let's play gorilla with them and see who wears out who. How many have we done in total? Guyan coldly grunted, 10. Not enough. Continue. A flash of murderous anger swept across Rin Miao's eyes. Thinking of those hostages taken by the pirates, the anger in their eyes burned even brighter. As soon as the killing opportunity moved, the bloody fury on their bodies erupted like a flood. This time, Lu Fan only did the commanding work, and he wouldn't step in until the moment of danger, in order to give the flamingos more opportunities for real combat. Lu Fan only had to be responsible for their personal safety, and was responsible for being their gatekeeper. Now that there was no threat of hostages, they could let go and have a great time. They are all strictly trained female soldiers of the Yin Kingdom, and their strength is far above that of the pirates. Not only that, these pirates are basically not screwed together. They all fly apart in times of trouble, each with their own agenda. This kind of organization is like an egg, one blow will break. If on a merchant ship can still use heavy firepower to fight with the flamingos. But now, in the dense jungle, their heavy weapons are of little use, and they may even get burned. A corner. A pirate junior looked around in horror, holding a grenade in his hand, rushed to Poison Scorpion and requested, "Captain, don't we have grenades? Hurry up and blow it up." Poison Scorpion coldly grunted, "Bomb? Do you know where they are located? The trees here are so close to each other, we don't even know their exact location. If we directly take a grenade and blow it up, by that time, their people won't be killed, but our own people will be blown up first. What we can think of, they can't think of? Pirate little brother anxious to cry, then you say what we do. Who knows what to do? Let's just not go out and spend more time here, let's see who can outlast who." Poisonous Scorpion wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said without any bottom line. Just as the words fell, 2 more gunshots rang out from the side. Bang bang. The grass trembled in fear as their entire bodies followed suit. Every cell in their body was wailing and protesting, but reason didn't dare to let them step out. Lu Fan looked down at his watch and clasped his earpiece. "Don't waste any more time, fight quickly. Cyclops cannot be killed." "Yes." The 4 female soldiers responded in unison. As the words fell, the flamingos all changed their strategy to attack, breaking them down one by one. The sound of gunfire was getting denser and denser in the jungle. Poison Scorpion knew that the flamingos had definitely begun to encircle, and if they didn't find a way to escape, continuing to stay would be a dead end. He tied a bundle of explosive packets to his body, pulled out a lighter, and sneered like a madman. The little brother next to him was dumbfounded and asked anxiously and worriedly, "Captain, what are you doing? Are you crazy? In case the explosive packet explodes, this place will be a graveyard for all of us." Poison Scorpion snorted coldly, "So, I'm going to let them clear the way for me, otherwise, no one will want to escape from here alive." Chapter 93 Eliminate all pirates. Before that junior brother could react, Poison Scorpion had already pushed aside the grass and violently scurried out, displaying all the explosive packets on his body. Guyan's pupils contracted violently when he saw it through the night vision device, and he pressed down the gun in Rin Miao's hand. "Don't shoot. He has explosive packages on him. Poison Scorpion strutted out, holding a lit lighter in his right hand, shouting, "Come on, come together, aren't your shots very accurate? Shoot. As long as you guys let me go, I promise I'll leave alone and definitely not take them. Otherwise, I will immediately ignite the explosive packets on my body, and everyone will be buried in the fire together." At those words, the other pirates' throats rolled vigorously a few times, and their eyes were covered in terrified blood. Together, no matter which path they chose, they were dead today. Either they would die under the hands of the female soldiers of the Yin Kingdom, or they would die under the hands of their own companions. Either way, they were dead. They sat paralyzed on the ground in despair, tears of remorse flowing from their cheeks to their collarbones, a drilling, sharp pain that they had never felt before. If they were to be given another chance, they would never set foot on Yengua's territory. Yin Kingdom, inviolable. Lu Fan leaned against a tree and watched the Poison Scorpion show without any panic, not half touched. Ren Miao fastened his earpiece and asked, "Firewolf, what do we do next?" The flame of the lighter was very close to the fuse of the explosive packet, which was specially treated to be very short, and almost caught on at the slightest point. If one shot couldn't kill his life, as long as his hand shook, the explosive pack would ignite. This is a very dangerous trick. The only way is to hit the poisonous scorpion's hand and not to touch the lighter. However, this required a very precise shot. If there was a slight mistake, everyone around would be killed. Lu Fan fastened the walkie-talkie and ordered nonchalantly, "Shark, you're responsible for hitting his right hand that's holding the lighter. Sky Fury, you are responsible for hitting his head. Remember. Make sure to shoot at the same time." Ren Miao froze for a moment and said under his breath, "Firewolf, it's too dark, I'm worried that I won't be able to shoot accurately." "In case." "There is no just in case." Lu Fan coldly interrupted, "Trust yourself. Don't forget, you're Flamingo's sharpshooter." With these words, Ren Miao suddenly felt doubly confident and nodded heavily, "Yes." The wind at this time happened to be blowing in the opposite direction from the fuse, meaning that the flames were slanting towards the opposite side of the fuse. In this situation, it gave Ren Miao a few more chances. When Poison Scorpion saw that the female soldier didn't say anything for a long time, the whole person also started to get anxious and continued to yell, "Make a quick decision, I don't have time to play cat and mouse with you guys here. I'll only give you 10 seconds to think about it, 10. Ren Miao and Guiyun glanced at each other and said in a deep voice, "Tian Sha, haven't you always wanted to surpass me? This shot, let's compete." The corner of Guiyun's mouth hooked up slightly, "Good. If you lose you wash my underwear for a month ah." The two of them tightened their deadly grip on the guns in their hands and put their index fingers on the triggers, aiming at their respective targets. Bang bang. 2 rounds were fired in unison, all hitting. The lighter in Poison Scorpion's hand instantly fell to the ground, and along with it, the man fell into a pool of blood, slowly closing his eyes in despair. Ren Miao put her gun down slightly and smiled faintly at Guiyun, "You have to keep practicing harder, I'm waiting for the day you surpass me." Guiyun made a face at her and continued to pick up the night vision device to look for the whereabouts of the other pirates. 10 minutes later. There were only a few pirates left, but it took only half an hour to finish off what was left of them. Lu Fan jumped down from the tree, walked straight to the hiding place of the Cyclops according to his gun, and slowly spoke, "Stop hiding and come out. I'll give you 3 seconds." When the one-eyed dragon heard the voice, he thought he was hallucinating and remained motionless. Lu Fan didn't talk more nonsense with him, but pulled the bolt of his gun and aimed it at his calf. Bang! The heart-rending pain made Cyclops wake up from his hallucination and cried out. The mistress next to him covered her mouth, not daring to make a single sound, and looked at Cyclops with begging eyes, hoping that he wouldn't betray her. One-eyed dragon covered and watched the blood that kept oozing out of his little feet. The whole person's fear reached the biggest in his life. He used to toy with others, this is the first time he planted in the hands of others. He pulled out the woman and pushed her in front of Lu Fan. "Please, let me go, I was wrong, I will never come to Yengua again. This is the woman I spent a lot of money to buy, she has a good figure and a big ass, I'm giving it to you." The mistress was forcibly pushed out, her hands and feet ruffled the hair on her head, and she awkwardly raised her head to look at Lu Fan. In a flash, she was instantly attracted by the overpowering aura on Lu Fan's body. This aura was not found in these pirates, as if it could hook the soul away. She began to scratch her head and took 2 steps forward, involuntarily reaching out her hand to caress Lu Fan's face. Lu Fan swept her a disgusted glance, subconsciously took 2 steps back and spat out a word through gritted teeth, "Get lost." The woman's hand that was stretched out in midair froze, her whole body shivered uneasily and slowly lowered her eyes. Lu Fan turned to look at Ren Miao, and coldly grunted, "Tie her up and bring her back." "Yes." Ran Meow took out a rope from her bag, pulled it hard with both hands, smiled and walked to the woman, looking her up and down. "Sure is a bit of a looker, but it's a pity that you've taken the wrong path." The woman knew that this robbery definitely could not be avoided, so she could only obediently stretch out her hand, doing as much as possible to cooperate, as a way to mitigate her crime. Ran Meow sneered and quickly wrapped the rope around her body, tying it into a big dumpling. Lu Fan walked to the one-eyed dragon, squatted down, and put the gun against his other leg. "I'll give you two choices. First, cooperate with us and tell us the mastermind behind you. Second, send you to the West. Your choice." Upon hearing this, Cyclops rolled the knots in his throat a few times, swallowed hard, and stammered, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no one else behind me, it's all an organization I created myself." "Is that so?" Lu Fan sneered, slowly sliding the gun to his Kuan-Kuan's position and gently pulling the trigger. The touch was like a venomous snake crawling on his body, frightening the one-eyed dragon so much that every cell was trembling and his entire face was twitching madly. His body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. It was as wretched as it needed to be. "Since you're so tough, then I'll let you be tough to the end." Putting down these words, Lu Fan just wanted to shoot, but was stopped loudly by Cyclops. "Don't, I'll tell you everything. But, you have to give me a guarantee and let me live." Chapter 94, Let's care about the frogmen first. Lu Fan sneered and extended the knife forward by 2 centimeters. "Right now, you are not qualified to bargain with me." The one-eyed dragon subconsciously lowered his eyes and realized that the knife was already at the root of his small penis, and with just a little bit of force, he would become an ancient eunuch. This was even more terrifying than killing him. Under great fear, he was full of tears and nodded his head violently. "Okay. I'll cooperate with you guys, don't cut my lifeblood, I'm still counting on it to carry on my family." Upon hearing this, the female soldier next to him secretly laughed in his heart, thinking of passing on the family name even after death. What did he do earlier? The mistress's eyes always fell on Lu Fan, squeezing her eyebrows and scratching her head, attempting to use her beauty in exchange for freedom. All these actions fell into the eyes of several female soldiers of Rin Miao. She slapped her hand and huffed over fiercely, scolding in an unkind manner. "What are you looking at? It's not like he's your boyfriend." She disliked the one-eyed dragon with her chin. "Your old flame is over there, if you want to look at him." The mistress swept the one-eyed dragon's wretched appearance and turned aside in disgust, hating herself for being blind and following the wrong person back then. The one-eyed dragon knew that he was at a disadvantage and could only bury his head in good humor. Soon, they all walked to the exit of the deserted island. Lu Fan looked at the white sea and suddenly had a problem. Just now, they all swam over, and the previous speedboat was about 2 kilometers away from the deserted island. If they swam back by themselves, it wasn't a problem, the key was to bring these 2 dragons with them. It was now late at night, and although they could also swim, if they untied their hands, with their watery nature, taking advantage of the chaos to escape was not impossible. Lu Fan looked at Cyclops and opened his mouth to ask, "Where is your speedboat?" The one-eyed dragon instantly understood what he meant, and suddenly it was like he had seized an opportunity. As long as he delayed, their reinforcements would definitely come to save him. Holding on to this fluke, he shook his head without thinking. "There is no speedboat here, just now we swam over like this." Ren Miao kicked at his ankle, and Cyclops was unable to dodge, directly falling to his knees, his face twisting in pain. "Speak human words, or else I'll kick again." Cyclops had the look of a dead pig, still saying pathetically, "This is such a small place here, if there is one you all found it. I really didn't lie to cheat you guys." Lu Fan didn't talk any more nonsense with him, but took out a pill from his pocket, peeled open his mouth, and forcefully forced him to eat it. The whites of his eyes rolled out as the one-eyed dragon swallowed the pill, and he looked at Lu Fan in horror. What did you just give me?" Lu Fan coldly said, "Poison. 3 hours later, if you don't have the antidote, you will bleed to death from all 7 orifices. The antidote is in our Yin Kingdom's camp, now your life is in your hands." "I don't believe it." Lu Fan sneered and took 2 steps forward and asked, "Are you feeling hot and dry right now, with panic, dizziness and headache, and difficulty in breathing?" Hearing Lu Fan say that, Cyclops subconsciously touched his heart and shook his brain hard, feeling as if it was really the case. After reacting, he ran to the side and kept on buckling the eyes of his throat, trying to spit out all of that pill. "Don't waste your efforts, this pill has already started to work, you still have 2 hours and 45 minutes left." Lu Fan clasped his hands to his chest, as if he held the power of life and death. The one-eyed dragon was completely flustered now, he didn't want to bleed to death as a lonely ghost on these deserted islands. In front of the full desire to survive, he still chose to compromise, pointing in a direction and said, "There's a big cave in that place over there, and there are 2 speedboats inside." Lu Fan looked over in the direction he was pointing, before pulling Cyclops over with him. Soon, everyone arrived at the entrance of the cave. Lu Fan swept a glance at the cave and fixed his eyes on it, and his pupils contracted violently. There were not only speedboats inside, but also mountains of gold and silver, a wide array of goods of great value, all of which were set up with organs. Good lord, it was all stolen money. That was the blood of the people of Yin Kingdom. How many lives were exchanged for it? All of the things on here were stained with the blood of the citizens of Yingua. That mistress was stunned. Having followed Cyclops for so long, she never knew there was a vault here. Lu Fan tugged at his collar and questioned with cold eyes, "Are those all the stolen money you plundered?" One-Eyed Dragon also knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he didn't hide it anymore and nodded his head, yes. Now he understood that playing tricks in front of Lu Fan was actually a nonsense. Now, as long as Lu Fan said whatever he wanted, he would do whatever he wanted, not daring to make any mistakes. Under the psychological effect, he now felt that the poison's reaction in his body was getting stronger and stronger, and he just wanted to quickly go back to the camp with Lu Fan to get the antidote. "These are all for you, so hurry up and take me to get the antidote." The One-Eyed Dragon looked at Lu Fan begrudgingly, almost kneeling down. Ran Miao blankly glanced at him and huffed over again with a slap. "That was originally our Yin Kingdom stuff. These valuable things couldn't be taken away, they could only wait for the Marine Police to come over and deal with them." After cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Fan escorted Cyclops as well as the mistress onto a speedboat and drove towards the Marines' camp. Marine Corps. At this moment, Wang Fei Yang and the others had successfully returned to the Marines' camp, and the hostages had also returned home safely under their escort. Everyone was eagerly waiting, their necks constantly looking out the door, expecting Lu Fan and the others to return safely. Even though it was late at night, and even though they had been fighting for a day, they had no sleep at all, and the whole group was still very awake. Their former comrades were still fighting outside, and there was not a moment when their hanging hearts were put down. How come it hasn't come back after so long? It won't be midway and out of the way. Wang Fei Yang walked around uneasily, suddenly stopping in his tracks, unable to resist opening his mouth to ask. Shen Yan leaned his back against the table and relieved the crowd. "Don't be anxious, didn't the company commander just say that he is returning? Don't you know his ability? As long as he's around, there's nothing he can't solve. I think that we should still care about the frogmen, none of them have returned until now." At those words, everyone present glanced at each other, their bodies involuntarily tensing up. Just now, they had put all of their minds on their own teams, completely forgetting that the frogmen were still in the middle of the fire. Daiju frowned and said, "The frogmen have experienced many actual battles, so nothing will go wrong." Zhang Weiwei thought about it and rubbed her chin. "It's hard to say, can you guys contact the frogmen? It's not like they're on the same communication system as us, and we don't have the authority to do so, only our Lu company commander can contact him." Wang Fei Yang calmly analyzed, "The frogmen have their backup army. If something really happened, the Marines would have already sent troops out. The fact that it's so quiet now means they must still be safe." Just as they were discussing heatedly, a faint light slowly shone over. Chapter 95, Safe Return. Everyone looked over there in unison, their eyes glittering with a million lights and tears of excitement. It's the company commander and they've returned. They've returned safely. There was nothing happier than seeing one's loved ones come back alive from the dragon's den. This kind of rejoicing was heartfelt and exciting. Wang Feiyang and the others quickly rushed over and hugged Lu Fan with a feeling of being lost and found. The flamingos held each other's arms and gathered in a circle, slightly lowering their heads, face to face, as tears flowed down the river. At this moment, they only felt an endless sense of exhaustion coming over them. Their bodies were weak and they were too tired to speak. This was their first maiden battle, and it was perfectly accomplished. Although a few female soldiers were injured, it did not spill over into their lives. They were finally no longer flowers in a greenhouse, but Yengwa female soldiers who had come out of the rain of guns and bullets. They didn't retreat in front of the artillery fire and bullets, but charged forward as always, embodying the bloodthirsty nature of Yen soldiers in charging into battle to the fullest. Only after a long time did the women let go of their hands and sat on the ground, smiling at each other. The hair on their faces was wet against their cheeks, and their chests and backs were all drenched in sweat. It didn't make them look wretched, but rather a little more indomitable and wild. A gust of sea breeze blew in, making them feel like spring breeze, cooling them from head to toe. One word, cool. Lu Fan watched them gather safely together, and the heart hanging in his throat finally settled down. Once upon a time, he thought that female soldiers could not go to the front line. After all, they were naturally softer than boys. But now it seems that female soldiers in modern warfare can still bloom their personal charm, even more calm and collected than male soldiers. This time in real combat, they are transformed from a naive girl into a fearless frontline warrior. In the face of rescuing the people of the motherland, they stand in front of the people without fear. Obviously, they are still a child, but they have transformed into a Buddha, guarding the motherland. This is the most beautiful soldier in our country. As soon as the one-eyed dragon's front foot hit the ground, he stumbled and ran to Lu Fan, begging, "Warrior, can you give me that antidote now? I feel like my symptoms are getting more and more pronounced now. Please you hurry up and give it to me, there is still an hour left on the clock, I don't want to bleed to death from my 7 orifices." Lu Fan put his hands behind his back and sneered, "You believe what I say?" "You, what do you mean? Could it be that this is not poison?" One-eyed dragon's tall and powerful body was violently stunned as he looked at him incredulously. Lu Fan shook his head breathlessly, "I really don't know how this IQ became a pirate leader." The one-eyed dragon still felt uncomfortable all over his body, pulling his hand and said in alarm, "But, those symptoms of mine are still there, headache and dizziness, my body is unbearably hot and short of breath. How do I fix it?" Lu Fan stretched out 5 fingers and said in a deep voice, "Use it to solve it." Putting down these words, Lu Fan turned around and left with great strides. The one-eyed dragon stayed in place with a dumbfounded look on his face, constantly viewing his palm, frozen in place, unable to understand exactly how to solve it. As the mistress passed by him, she blankly glanced at him and viciously crushed a bite, "Idiot." In fact, this was nothing more than some physique-enhancing drugs that Lu Fan had exchanged in the system, mainly for female soldiers who usually trained hard. If one didn't usually exercise much and took the drug rashly, a situation like the Cyclops would occur. With the body not being able to vent, the toxin would exist in the body for a few more days until it was slowly consumed. Of course, the fastest way to vent was just like what Lu Fan said. Those who understood it all understood it. On the sandy beach, Daiju sat with his legs crossed on the beach, swept a glance at the crowd and asked with concern, "Comrades, is anyone injured? I'll help you bandage your wounds." Ran Miao looked at Wei Shiyu and said, "Bamboo leaf." Lei Gong she received a gunshot wound in her left shoulder. Wei Shiyu endured the pain and tried to squeeze out a smile, "I'm fine. It's already been bandaged just now." Daiju uneasily walked over and squatted down to take a look at her gauze, which was already stained red with blood. "Don't move. Your wound might be infected." Daiju frowned and carefully helped her untie the gauze. Immediately after, disinfecting, anti-inflammatory, applying medicine, and rewrapping the new gauze. "All right. Don't get wet in these few days." Wei Shiyu gave her a faint smile, "Thank you Daiju yet." Daiju waved her hand and laughed, a show of hands. "I didn't realize that we usually don't even dare to kill chickens, but now we dare to kill people, I'm just now having palpitations." Zhang Weiwei nodded in agreement, "Me too. Before we set off, I was still thinking, what if I can't get my hands dirty? Isn't it really time to unarmor and return to the field? Although we have blood on our hands, it's all righteous, we should be proud." The others were also excited, forming a large circle to communicate with each other. Ran Miao was the only one who was absent-minded, glancing in the direction of the beach a few times from time to time, as if she was hoping for something. Zhang Weiwei also saw what was on her mind, and couldn't help but put her arm around her and ask, "Vice Captain, what are you always looking over there for? Are you growing needle eyes?" "Screw you, you're the one with a needle's eye." Ran Miao shook off her hand and buried her head in shame. Zhang Weiwei stroked her chin and said with a smile, "I don't know how the frogmen are doing. They haven't come back until now, nothing could have happened." "Nonsense. They are special forces, how could something happen to them?" Ran Miao angrily stood up and said at Zhang Weiwei, "Don't you crow, I'll go back first, you guys chat." After saying that, she ran towards the dormitory without looking back. The others, who had a mirror in their hearts, didn't say anything, but once again discussed the details of the battle with each other. It wasn't that they weren't worried about Frogman's safety, but they had been assuming that they had gotten out of it. If anything had happened to them, the Marines would have been out of sorts long ago. Naturally, it was not their turn to be involved in these matters. Inside the room 105 dormitory. After Wang Feiyang had imprisoned Cyclops as well as the mistress, he returned straight to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, he happened to see Lu Fan lazily lying on the bed, looking straight at the ceiling. Wang Feiyang knocked on the door of the room and couldn't help but walk up and ask, "Company Commander, what are you thinking about?" Lu Fan said lightly, "What can I think about? The people are all in custody, aren't they? I can't do what you commanded me to do. Lu Fan rested his arm under his head and slowly spoke, Flamingo Sea training is over. When the frogmen come back, we will return. Wang Fei Yang wrinkled his eyebrows and asked, how are they doing in battle? Lu Fan said in a cloudy voice, they were on their way back when we contacted them an hour ago. Wang Fei Yang breathed a sigh of relief, that's good. You don't say, I kinda miss it after being away from our flamingo camp for so long. I've seen too much of this sea, so I'd like to go back to the mountains to have a look. Just at this moment, a sharp knock sounded outside the door. It's so late, who could it be? With a curious heart, Wang Fei Yang walked straight over to open the door. Chapter 96. When will we meet again? As soon as the door opened, a familiar face came into view. Captain Lin, you're back alive? Wang Fei Yang shouted excitedly. Lin Guotao blankly glanced at him, glanced into the dormitory, and asked directly, is your company commander Lu in? In, please come in. Lin Guotao waved his hand, I won't go in, tell him to come out, I have something to find him. As the words fell, Lu Fan was already fully dressed and standing in front of him. The two raised their eyes and stared at each other for several seconds, their eyes flashing with golden light, frozen without saying a word. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Wang Feiyan looked at Lin Guotao and then at Lu Fan, and suddenly felt like he was standing in the middle like a third party. So I'm leaving? Suddenly, Lin Guotao hugged Lu Fan with a forceful hand, slapped Lu Fan's back hard with his right palm, and said with red eyes, Company Commander Lu, thank you. Due to the force exerted, Lu Fan was slapped so hard that he choked and coughed a few times. Follow me. Before Lu Fan could react, Lin Guotao grabbed his wrist and pulled him towards the door. This divine operation was like a novel where the domineering president pulls Cinderella. Lu Fan realized it afterward and turned back to Wang Feiyang and barked, don't unlock the door. Wang Feiyang rubbed his eyes vigorously, looking incredulously at their backs as they left hand in hand, the corners of his mouth twitching madly. What the hell is this? Could it be that Captain Lin has a crush on my family's company commander? Soon, Lin Guotao pulled Lu Fan to the frogman's warehouse, and after speaking to the doorman, he opened the door and walked in. Lu Fan looked at him with a confused expression, Captain Lin, what are you doing bringing me to the warehouse? I know you frogmen have a lot of funding, you don't need to show off your wealth like this. Lin Guotao disliked the weapons and equipment placed in the warehouse with his chin, what do you want? Choose yourself. Lu Fan froze for a moment and asked curiously, what do you mean? You're giving me equipment? Lin Guotao nodded vigorously, right. You guys helped our navy a lot in apprehending the pirates this time. And captured their leader alive, giving us many important clues. All of us frogmen were able to come back safely this time, and half of the credit goes to you guys. He slowed down his tone and said in a serious tone, I know that during this mission, a few female soldiers from Flamingo were also injured. If it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't have accomplished the mission so brilliantly. Lu Fan's eyes glowed with golden light and asked tentatively, is this true? Lin Guotao patted his chest and assured, it must be true. Lu Fan snickered, then take them all. Lin Guotao covered his liver, his heart twitching hard, you're really not polite. Lu Fan glanced at him and said with a smirk, you really think I'm a bandit? I don't want any of this equipment. Lin Guotao looked at him incredulously, what did you say, you don't want it? Lu Fan explained seriously saying, us going out to fight against pirates is originally something that belongs to our army's part. The three armies of the sea, land, and air were originally one family, doing the same one thing. If you gifted us something in your personal name because we rescued the people of the Yin Kingdom, then that would make it a deal. I don't mean that. Lin Guotao hurriedly explained. Lu Fan smiled blandly, Captain Lin, I know you don't mean that. I also know that you sincerely want to send us equipment, but we really can't take it. If we have meritorious service, the country will naturally give us rewards, that's what is legal and compliant, so we can receive it with peace of mind. Lin Guotao didn't expect that Lu Fan, who usually acted like such an advantageous person in front of him, would be so righteous at the critical moment. This made him think highly of Lu Fan a few more times. Lu Fan patted Lin Guotao's shoulder and said with a smile, if you want to thank me, you can treat me to a bowl of beef noodles instead. It's that simple? Lu Fan nodded, it's that simple. But we're going back tomorrow, so if you want to treat me, you'll just have to have a midnight snack tonight. Lin Guotao was stunned for a moment, why are you going back so soon? I still have a lot of equipment you haven't used. Lu Fan said in a cloudy voice, we've been here for more than a month, we've trained what we need to train and it's time to go back. Lin Guotao looked up to the sky and sighed. A camp made of iron is a soldier in running water. Those who should leave can't stay. Go! Go eat beef noodles. I'll add 2 marinated eggs for you. 2 big chicken legs. Don't grab the bill from me. Lu Fan shrugged his shoulders and pulled out all of his empty pockets. I would like to, but I don't have the strength. The corner of Lin Guotao's mouth twitched. I knew you kid was stingy. The flamingos chatted on the beach for 2 hours before returning to the dormitory one after another. Daiju, on the other hand, sat alone on the beach, watching the tide rise and fall on the seashore. They had already received a message from Wang Feiyan that the flamingos were all returning tomorrow. So tonight, she wanted to stay at the beach and take another look at the place that made her linger. Although the training had been hard, the progress had been great, and they could never forget the first victory they had fought at the beach. Just then, Lu Xingchuan held a few books and walked straight to Daiju's side. Can I sit here? Upon hearing this, Daiju slowly raised his eyes, and seeing that it was Lu Xingchuan, he violently stood up and saluted. Lu. Captain Lu. Is it because I'm here, disturbing you guys? Lu Xingchuan waved his hand and said with a smile, of course not. Don't be so formal, there's no Captain Lu today, only Lu Xingchuan. Do you mind sitting here and talking to you? Talk? Daiju froze for a moment, then nodded, of course. Just tell me what you have to say. Lu Xingchuan obediently sat down on the beach, slightly looking sideways at Daiju, then handed a few red books to her. On top of the books were clearly written in a few large letters, Real Estate Rights Certificate. Daiju's pupils dilated violently and asked him uncertainly, Captain Lu, what do you mean by this? Want to discuss with me how many houses you have? Lu Xingchuan suddenly straightened his posture and said seriously, Daiju, here are all my properties. A total of 3 houses, 3 cars, and 2 stores. I want to give them all to you. The knot in his throat rolled vigorously a few times, and with a red face, he said, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Can you be my girlfriend? What? Girlfriend? Daiju jumped up in shock, and her whole body was like a thunderbolt. Her mind went completely blank all of a sudden, seemingly short-circuiting, and she did not slow down for a long time. She had never thought that Lu Xingchuan had even set his heart on her. Her feet couldn't help but hastily take a few steps back, slightly apologizing, Lu. Captain Lu, I'm sorry, I'm not worthy. I don't want to be in a relationship right now, sorry. Leaving these words behind, she ran towards the dormitory without looking back in fear, her entire body panicked to the extreme. Lu Xingchuan looked at her back as she left in a hurry, his body as if emptied out, frozen in place with loss. He slowly lowered his eyes and couldn't help but squeeze the housebook in his hand, puzzled. Don't all girls like houses and cars, could it be that I didn't give enough? A moment later, he violently raised his head to look at Daiju's gradually shrinking figure again, and secretly resolved in his heart, I won't give up on you. Early the next morning. Flamingo had already packed his bags and stood in good order at the Marine Corps gate, just about to line up to get on the bus. Falcon suddenly ran out and yelled at Ren Miao, hey! When will we meet again? Upon hearing this, Ren Miao turned around and smiled at him, meet me when you receive your first-class merit next time. Falcon shouted, I'll definitely meet you with a first-class merit medal. Chapter 97 Farewell to the Marines, honored with collective first-class honors. Salute! Lin Guotao led all the members of the Frogmen, straightening their posture and rushing the flamingos to deeply salute. The flamingos, led by Lu Fan, also collectively returned a salute to them. The green military uniforms were matched against the white naval uniforms. Under the sunlight, it looked particularly dazzling. Once they parted today, they didn't know when they would reunite next time. The moment both sides looked at each other, they seemed to be trying to engrave each other's looks in their minds. They didn't say another word, everything was in the air. After the salute, the flamingos stepped onto the military vehicles back to the camp in a well-organized manner, bidding farewell to the Marines who had been training for over a month. 3 hours later. The military vehicles slowly arrived at the flamingo camp, they once again returned to their familiar nest. There were still mountains, still trees, but it still felt doubly familiar. Lu Fan looked down at his watch and grunted coldly, take your luggage, get off the vehicle and gather in 10 minutes. They got off the military vehicle one after another, looking around, trying to breathe in the fresh mountain air, and stretched their backs. Zhang Weiwei opened her arms and embraced the light breeze that brushed her face, vocally exclaiming, it's still our old nest that's comfortable. Ren Miao put his arm around her shoulder and said with a smile, that's true. The air in our mountains is so good, and there are all kinds of wild animals with us. It's simply not too pleasant. Guyun suddenly spoke up. What do you guys think? What are we going to train next? It won't be the same old thing, right? That's no fun. Daiju thought for a moment, then said, it shouldn't be. But basic training is definitely needed. Maybe what we play next will be more exciting. There are still 2 months to go before the Special Forces competition. We are qualified to compete. The company commander won't give time for us to rest. Ran Miao knocked on the bedpan and yelled lowly, time's up. Assemble. An order was given. All the female soldiers rushed towards the dormitory entrance in unison, standing neatly according to the previous formation. Lu Fan walked to the center of the group, scanned the crowd and slowly spoke. In yesterday's actual battle, your performance was, on the whole, not bad. For the first time, I saw the shadow of a soldier in you all. To be honest, I didn't agree with the brigade commander at all at first for forming some kind of women's special operations team. But your performance yesterday has changed me greatly, and for the first time I am proud of you. This was the first time Lu Fan had positively recognized them in front of Flamingo. The female soldiers were flattered, and a trace of complacency involuntarily flashed on their faces. They had trained so much, sweated so much, and had never really found the meaning of being a soldier until yesterday. At this moment, they felt that the burden on their shoulders was heavier. Lu Fan continued, but you can't be complacent just because you achieved a small victory. The road ahead is still long, and you still have a lot to learn. Only by making continuous progress can you contribute more to the country and to the people. Yes. All the female soldiers roared in unison, their shouts shattering the sky. Just as Lu Fan was about to announce the dismissal, a jeep slowly drove towards them and stopped in front of the team. They had never seen this jeep before, and all of them stretched their necks and raised their eyes in slight curiosity to look at it. Lu Fan looked at the license plate and thought for a moment before remembering who it was. He quickly walked to the door of the vehicle and was just about to open it when the person inside took a step ahead and stepped out of the vehicle. Brigadier! What brings you over? Lu Fan smiled at him, then stood at attention and saluted. Brigade Commander? Why did the Brigade Commander condescend to come here? The bodies of all the female soldiers couldn't help but shiver as they looked at him with a solemn expression. He Haitao got out of the car, straightened his uniform and said with a smile, what? Not welcome? See what you say, how dare I? He Haitao snorted coldly and said with a stern face, humph. I'll see how hard you dare. That incident yesterday, if it wasn't for the frogman captain telling me about it, I'd still be in the dark. Lu Fan smiled, Brigadier, the situation was so urgent that it was too late to report. However, I applied with the head of the frogmen at the time, and they agreed that I would only go out. He Haitao waved his hand, that's all. When the general is out, military orders are not to be taken. Victory or defeat is a matter of a split second, you can't lose the opportunity to fight. Your starting point is also for the country, for the masses. His eyes burned as he looked at the female soldiers behind Lu Fan, striding over, they are the flamingos, aren't they? Lu Fan nodded vigorously, yes. Good day, Brigadier. He Haitao scanned the crowd and nodded in satisfaction, not bad. Essence is full. Everyone is filled with military bloodlust. Worthy of being female soldiers who have gone to war. At these words, the smiles on the faces of the female soldiers became even brighter, feeling filled with strength. He Haitao looked at the crowd and continued, I came here today for 2 purposes, the first is to see the true colors of this commando unit of yours. The second is to give you guys an award. Hearing the word award, the female soldiers' eyes glowed with gold, so excited that they almost jumped up. On the contrary, Lu Fan was calm. In these few years, he had taken more medals than he could remember. He Haitao looked at the nonchalant female soldiers, and without hiding anything, he directly opened the door. The Flamingo Commando team assisted the Frogman Special Forces in annihilating the pirates and successfully rescuing the hostages, with outstanding performance. As decided by the organization, the Flamingos are awarded collective first-class merit once. Lu Fan, in this mission, courageous and resourceful, commanding well, awarded first-class merit once, promoted to major. He Haitao took a box from the chief of staff next to him and handed it to Lu Fan. I'll be in charge of announcing the award, and you'll be in charge of presenting it. Yes. Lu Fan took the box and nodded heavily. The female soldiers looked at the heavy box in unison, their hearts thrilled. This was the first time in their military careers that they had won an award in actual combat, and it was of extraordinary significance. He Haitao patted Lu Fan's shoulder and continued, come to the office after you hand out the medals. I have something to find you. Yes. He Haitao glanced at the female soldier, then walked back to Flamingo's office in big strides. Only after watching him walk away did Lu Fan hand out the medals. Holding the medals in their hands, the flamingos were so excited that they hugged each other and shed sizzling tears. Sisters, first-class merit. Yeah, we actually won first-class merit. I really didn't expect to achieve such a big award in my military career. We will no longer be vases in the eyes of others, we are amazing country soldiers, a hot-blooded soldier who has killed the enemy. Right. We are Yen country soldiers. Seeing this scene evoked the scene when Lu Fan first received his medal. This was the motherland's affirmation of the soldier, a symbol of honor. Office. Lu Fan knocked on the door and walked straight in. Chapter 98. Instructor Lian Yuan was captured. Come, sit down and talk. He Haitao looked at him with an appreciative face, his eyes covered in little stars. It was hard not to love in the face of such a capable general. Lu Fan nodded and then sat down opposite him. He Haitao smiled and said, this time, Flamingo was able to eliminate the pirates unharmed. You taught them well. Lu Fan smiled, thank you for the brigadier's compliments, it can't be separated from the organization's support. He Haitao waved his hand, alright, don't be modest, take the credit when it's yours. The parachuting equipment you asked me to prepare for you last time, I've already prepared all of it. It will be delivered to you tomorrow. So soon? Lu Fan was stunned for a moment. He Haitao snickered, then I'll make a call now and ask them to send it in a few days? Don't. Lu Fan nervously explained, people are already on their way to deliver it, so it's a lot of trouble to turn back in the middle of the day. He Haitao said with a smile on his face, this time when I went to the Marines, I reported on their side. Said that the Flamingo performance is very outstanding, not only the Blue Arrow Brigade's scouts down, but also the other people's frogmen beat the snot out of them. Taking the frogman's equipment and letting people give you an instructor, even the training funds were saved for me. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth twitched, it was true that good things don't come out of the door, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. Brigadier, at that time it was so. Before Lu Fan could finish his sentence, He Haitao slapped the table hard, and the water cup next to him shook a few times. Frightened, Lu Fan stood up violently from his chair and looked at him with incomparable seriousness. Well done. Well fucking done. He Haitao suddenly laughed out loud. Lu Fan wrinkled his eyebrows and looked at him with a confused expression, is this a compliment, or is this a compliment? He Haitao waved his hand, signaling him to sit down, what are you standing up for? Sit. Lu Fan froze for a moment and pulled out the chair again and sat down. He Haitao pulled his wrist and kept patting the back of his hand, you really gave me a long face. That's how the troops have to be, there's competition to make progress, so that there's a sense of crisis. Otherwise we've enjoyed peace for too long, and our limbs and heads have stiffened, forgetting what we do for a living? He Haitao's words completely awakened what Lu Fan had in mind. In the motherland's prosperity today, it was all because of the rivers and mountains fought by our ancestors. Now in the era of peace, there were relatively few wars, and many troops were therefore beginning to slack off and not advance. Only by constantly competing and letting the troops realize the gap between each other can the motherland's army continue to grow. He Haitao slowly stood up, walked to the office window, and sighed longingly, this time, Flamingo's performance really impressed me. Who says women are inferior to men, they are the best proof. He turned back and patted Lu Fan's shoulder a few times, alright, my purpose of coming here today has been accomplished, next you bring them to train well. Yes. Lu Fan gave him a deep salute. After He Haitao left, Lu Fan then asked Wang Feiyang to continue leading the team in training. The difficulty of the training was also only increasing, and after the Flamingos won the collective first-class merit, their bodies were like chicken blood, with inexhaustible strength. Outside a certain border. A small and dimly lit room. Lian Yuan's hands and feet were tied with chains, and his entire body was set up on a cross. Her hair was wet and plastered to her cheeks, and the clothes on her body had been scratched a few times, revealing a stinging wound. Next to her several men had a whip in their hands and were watching her intently. A bonfire was set up a meter away from her, and there was a fire pot on top of it that was burned red hot. Just then, a well-built man, who looked to be around 35 years old, had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He was wearing a set of black casual clothes and had a smile on his face as he walked in with big strides. The man was Long Jiang, the leader of the drug traffickers, and the main criminal that Lian Yuan had apprehended this time. Lian Yuan had been working as an undercover under him for about a month, and was looking to have gained trust before being betrayed by an insider. This led to Lian Yuan's undercover identity being revealed, and he was imprisoned by Long Jiang. He walked up to Lian Yuan and raised his gloomy eyes to look at her. "Officer Lian, how do you feel?" Upon hearing this, Lian Yuan slowly raised her head and coldly glared at him, then disgustedly averted her face to the side. As soon as the man cupped her chin, he looked her up and down and said icily, "We've crossed paths so many times, and we've only officially met today. I really can't figure it out. Isn't it good to follow me properly? Why betray me? Is your Yin kingdom so worthy of giving your life?" Lian Yuan pooh-poohed and coldly said, "People like you don't even understand what faith means. Kill me or die as you wish, I definitely won't blink an eye." "Kill you? Ha ha ha." The man laughed up to the sky. "How could I be willing to kill you?" He looked Lian Yuan up and down and wrapped his arm around her waist, the back of his hand caressing her face. The icy touch was like a snake trailing over her body, chilling. Long Jiang came to her ear and said coldly, "Do you know how much I like you? Your face, figure, intelligence, and body are the best among the women I've seen." Lian Yuan's body trembled a bit and turned her face aside in disgust. "Don't touch me. With people like you, how can you be worthy of talking about feelings?" At these words, Long Jiang's hand suddenly froze and his gentle eyes instantly became stern. He raised his right hand and slapped the left side of her face hard. Splat! The left side of Lian Yuan's face instantly became red and swollen, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Long Jiang lifted her chin with one hand. "I'll give you two choices. First, be my woman and serve me comfortably. Second, continue to work for me, be my mercenary, and we'll get rich together. Otherwise, you'll never want to leave this house." Lian Yuan sneered, "Dream on. I won't betray my body even if I die, much less my motherland. You'll never want to take a single point of value from me." At these words, the corners of Long Jiang's mouth twitched madly, his face completely gloomy. What a toast! He took 2 steps back and with a wave of his right hand, several of his men just wanted to come forward to strip Lian Yuan of her clothes, but they were kicked away by Long Jiang's foot. "Who asked you guys to move her? You guys dare to move the woman I fancy." The henchman covered his aching abdomen and said aggrievely, "Brother Long, just now, weren't you the one who gave the order?" Long Jiang slapped the henchman and said viciously, "I told you to watch her, I didn't tell you to move your hands. In these few days, don't give her anything to eat, I'd like to see how long she can last." "Yes." Several of his men panicked into dogs, nodding and flattering, subconsciously taking a few steps back. They looked at Lian Yuan with a hint of respect in their eyes, no longer daring to make any advances. Long Jiang patted the ash on his hand, coldly glanced at Lian Yuan, and let out a light laugh. "I'd like to see how long you female soldiers of the Yin Kingdom can keep your mouths shut." Chapter 99, Company Instructor, I will bring you home. Morning. The morning sunlight poured onto the earth, shining into every corner of the jungle. A light breeze came to the face, bringing a hint of freshness. Flamingo's 10-kilometer armed cross-country run every morning continued as usual. Lu Fan sat in his office, occasionally looking at the screen, monitoring their every move. Just then, Wang Feiyang walked in and said with a smile, "Company Commander, the parachute equipment has arrived." Lu Fan's eyes retracted from the screen, slowly stood up and patted Wang Feiyang's shoulder. Go take a look." The two of them walked out of the doorway in big strides, and saw a military van parked in the middle of the training ground. When the driver saw Lu Fan coming down, he quickly opened the door and got out, walking up to him and saluting, "Company Commander Lu, 30 sets of equipment, take your order." Lu Fan took 2 steps forward and took the list and glanced at it, then said, "Good work. Oldly, points will be waived, can't you and I trust each other? We have known each other for many years." Oldly scratched his head and smiled nervously, "Company Commander Lu, you're awesome. Whichever team you lead is strong, even the female soldiers are no exception. I really doubt that you and I are not from the same world. In all the years I've been in the army, I've never seen an instructor who was as good at leading soldiers as you are. Lu Fan, you really guessed right, I'm really not from this world." He smiled bashfully. "Oldly, don't lift me up, do me a favor and unload some goods together." "Okay. No problem." Old Lise agreed with alacrity. A few minutes later, all the equipment was unloaded. Lu Fan took a look at the outer packaging and then the production origin and nodded with satisfaction. These were all the latest models in the country at the moment, with complete packages and very high safety performance equipment. With this hardware, trying to build a wing squad was not a problem. Oldly patted the ash on his body and waved at Lu Fan, "Company Commander Lu, I'm leaving first, see you later." "Good. Thank you." Watching old Li's military vehicle go away, Lu Fan withdrew his sight and said at Wang Feiyang, disassemble the equipment. The next step is to train them to go airborne, but the first step is still wind tunnel training.
Wind tunnel training? Wang Feiyang looked at him with a surprised face.
Although he had followed Lu Fan for so long, he had never trained in parachuting, so naturally he did not know about wind tunnel training.
Lu Fan nodded. It's actually similar to the overload training you guys did before when you were learning about armored vehicles.
But since they have learned how to drive a surface armored vehicle, the wind tunnel training should also be easier.
If they can't pass this hurdle, they will easily become dizzy and vomit during the flight. Wang Feiyang nodded thoughtfully. I probably understand what you mean. Company commander, we can just organize these ourselves, you go and get busy. Lu Fan nodded. Good work. Just as he returned to his office, the phone rang.
Lu Fan glanced at it and realized that it was a call from the brigade commander's office. Thinking that it was asking about equipment, he picked it up smoothly.
Brigade command. Oh, I've received those equipments, thank you.
He Haitao said seriously, it's good that you received it, but I'm not calling to talk to you about this.
Come over to my office, someone is looking for you. Lu Fan froze for a moment. Now? Right. Immediately right away.
Lu Fan wanted to say more, but the other party had already hung up. He looked at the phone and then at the phone number and was confused.
What's so urgent?
For the brigade commander's orders, he had always dared not disobey. After dressing up, he walked out of the doorway and explained a few words to Wang Feiyang, and rode straight into a military vehicle.
An hour later, the military vehicle arrived at its destination. Lu Fan didn't dare to be slow in any way and quickly walked to the brigade commander's office. Knock knock. Enter.
After hearing the pardon, he pushed the door and walked in with big strides. Just as he stepped into the doorway, he saw an unfamiliar major sitting on the sofa with a solemn and anxious expression. An uneasy atmosphere filled the entire office, and a great sense of crisis surged through his heart.
Good day, Brigadier. Lu Fan stepped forward with great strides and saluted.
He Haitao nodded and pointed to the major next to him. This is Wu Yangan, the battalion commander of the 9th Group Division of the Southwest Border Defense.
Lu Fan immediately straightened his posture and saluted. Good day, battalion commander. Are you looking for me? Wu Yangan shook Lu Fan's hand and said in a deep voice, right. You are Lu Fan, right? Yes.
Wu Yangan continued, I've long heard of your heroic deeds, and a few days ago led the female soldiers to just assist the frogmen in wiping out the pirates. Also captured their leader and provided important clues to the marine police. Even the special forces have tried to poach you many times. Lu Fan froze for a moment. This battalion commander wouldn't come all the way here to compliment me.
Lu Fan opened the door and said, Thank you Battalion Commander Wu for your compliments, you can just say what you have to do to help. As long as I can do it I will definitely do my best.
Wu Yangan turned his head to look at He Haitao. Old He.
Are you going to say it or should I? He Haitao waved his hand, you do it.
Wu Yong'an nodded his head, not continuing to be polite, and looked at Lu Fan and said in a serious tone, Company Commander Lu, Lian Yuan was the instructor of your Flamingo Commando team before, wasn't he? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan was suddenly stunned for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, is it possible that the Lian instructor has meant something?
Wu Yangan nodded, right. Due to something going wrong with our insider. Lian Yuan's identity as an undercover agent was uncovered and is now being taken out of the border by drug traffickers.
We only know that we were probably taken to the strip of the Golden Triangle, but we can't find out the exact location. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan was as if he had been struck by a stick, and a trace of grimness flashed in his eyes.
A few moments later, he slowly spoke, what can't she be contacted? Wu Yangan directly said, the day before yesterday.
She was already taken out of the country when we received the news.
It's all my fault. Not protecting her well.
Letting her fall into the tiger's mouth. We've sent people to look for her in the Golden Triangle, but there's not a single clue so far.
I have no choice but to come to you for help. As a professional soldier, Lu Fan quickly adjusted his thoughts.
He looked at Wu Yangan and said, you guys send me the information of the drug traffickers. I'll bring a few people to go with you to the Golden Triangle. I've been to that area before and am more familiar with it than you guys. He turned his head to He Haitao, Brigadier, please authorize me to lead the team forward.
He Haitao waved his hand, if I didn't give my approval, could I let you come over here?
I've already reported this matter to the division commander just now, and asking you to come over is just to inform you. It's because you've spent time in the Golden Triangle before, the place is more familiar than any of us, that's why I plan to send you over. Lien Yuan is the hero of our border defense, make sure to bring her back safe and sound. Lu Fan nodded heavily, yes. Wu Yangon continued, I will arrange for a helicopter to come and pick you up tomorrow. How many people do you plan to bring? Lu Fan thought for a moment, then said, 8. Too many people is rather bad for operation. Wu Yangon gripped his hand tightly and said heavily, good. Thank you. This is all what I should do. After bidding farewell to Wu Yangon, Lu Fan drove the military vehicle back to Flamingo Camp. On the way, he had been distracted, the thing he was most afraid of had still happened. Instructor Lien, I will definitely bring you home. Chapter 100 Lu Fan leads a team to the rescue. Early the next morning, Lu Fan led 8 female flamingo soldiers and followed Wu Yangon on the helicopter to the Golden Triangle. Due to the time constraints, he didn't explain the specifics to the flamingos at that time, but only stated the urgent mission. Daiju and the girls didn't dare to ask more questions, but there was still some strand of doubt in their hearts. At this moment, Lu Fan thought that it was time to tell them the truth. This time, we traveled to the Golden Triangle, mainly to rescue the company instructor. Instructor? All 8 female soldiers froze and looked at him incredulously. Daiju anxiously asked, Firewolf, what happened to the instructor? Lu Fan said in a deep voice, her identity as an undercover agent was uncovered, and now, she's been captured. This news was like a bolt from the blue, blasting everyone's brains. They were as if they had suffered a 10,000-point blitz, their entire expressions frozen in place. As female soldiers, they knew what happened to female soldiers who were captured. It wasn't life or death, but life was worse than death. Especially a female Yenghua soldier like Lien Yuan, who was full of fervor, definitely had no way to endure this kind of pain. Daiju continued to ask, Firewolf, could it be a mistake? The border is where the instructor often hangs out, how could she be captured? Lu Fan explained, she later transferred to the southwest, which was a zone she was unfamiliar with, and the inner circle was bribed by the enemy. She couldn't get away in time and was taken directly out of the border. This drug trafficking organization has been operating at the border, and the police have made many arrests, but have not been able to bring him to justice. That's why they sought cooperation from our military, and in the end, it was the instructor who took the initiative to become an undercover agent. Upon hearing this, the female soldiers' hands involuntarily clenched tightly, and their eyes erupted with a strong sense of wariness. Ran Miao said seriously, Firewolf, you can directly say what you want to do in a while, we must save the instructor. Guyan nodded in agreement, right. She is not only our instructor, but also our big sister. She's the one who has been accompanying us through the hardest days, we definitely won't let go of leaving her alone, stranded. Zhang Weiwei slowly lowered her eyes, I hope, those people will treat her a little bit better. At this moment, all of them twisted into a rope, they only had one common determination, to save Lien Yuan to the death. Lu Fan lowered his head and continued to check the information, preparing his next battle plan. Soon, a picture of Long Jiang appeared on the computer screen, along with his various profiles. Golden Triangle. Enemy camp. Lien Yuan, who hadn't eaten or drank for 2 days, continued to be hung on the cross, his face pale and his lips dry and cracked. Her body was limp, and her entire body was so weak that she couldn't open her eyes. The few men guarding her didn't dare to go up to her, occasionally probing the air with their fingers to make sure she was alive. A fat-headed junior stroked his chin and couldn't help but say, this bitch is quite capable of surviving 2 days and 2 nights and still not giving in. I didn't realize that this female soldier of the Yin Kingdom is quite energetic. Another skinny little brother echoed, I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup this Yin country has given her, she's still so tough at the end of her life. Isn't it good to follow Brother Long and eat and drink, but you have to find this kind of crime to suffer. You should know that our Brother Long is not a woman's bed, really don't know what's good for you. Other juniors also spoke up, but this woman is really good looking, but it's a pity that the brothers can't enjoy it. In the past, when we captured a woman, which Dragon Brother didn't give her to us, why can't she? She's different, she's a senior undercover agent sent by the Yin Kingdom, she's not the same as those mediocre girls before. Keep your voice down, if Brother Long hears you, you'll get a beating. Just after the words fell, Long Jiang held a cigarette in his mouth and pushed the door to stride in. All the people present shut their mouths, and their feet involuntarily took a few steps back. Long Jiang walked up to Lien Yuan and rushed to the henchman next to him and asked, how is she? Loosened up? The fat-headed henchman shook his head, no, she hasn't said a word in the past 2 days. We spoke to her and she ignored us, just like a living dead person. Brother Long, this bitch can tolerate enough. We beat her a few lashes and froze without a grunt. I think she is really bent on seeking death. Upon hearing this, Long Jiang pulled open a chair, sat down against the back of the chair, crossed his legs, and grunted coldly at his men, "Untie her for me, I'll let her see something."
Yes. A few henchmen nodded and immediately went forward to unlock her handcuffs.
Just as soon as she was uncuffed, Lien Yuan went limp like a noodle on the ground, her whole body weak and lifeless. Obviously, she had completely lost the conviction to live. Long Jiang took out his cell phone, casually swiped a few times, and handed it to Lien Yuan. It quickly cut to a screen that showed a troop of soldiers from the Yin Kingdom approaching his camp step by step in order to find her whereabouts.
Their every move was under Long Jiang's control.
He leaned down and lifted Lien Yuan's head with one hand. "It seems that your Yin Kingdom soldiers are really righteous, so many people are still looking for you. It's a pity that they are all mindless headless flies. Wanting to fight with me, you're still a bit too young." At those words, Lien Yuan slowly raised her gloomy eyes, and her pupils widened violently when she saw this scene on the screen.
She didn't expect Amazing Country to deploy so many troops in order to find her.
And what she couldn't imagine was how they found this place. At this time, all it took was one missile to drop over and they would instantly go up in smoke.
She looked at Long Jiang and questioned him fiercely, "What the hell do you want?" The corner of Long Jiang's mouth hooked up into an evil smile as he pinched her chin. "What do I want, don't you know? I still say the same thing, you have two choices. If you are still bent on death, I have decided to let these people follow you to the grave."
Lien Yuan pretended to be calm and laughed coldly. You can't kill them."
Long Jiang looked at her with sharp eyes and said icily, "Then try."
Lien Yuan stared dead at his beady eyes, her heart trembled fiercely, a trace of coldness coming from her back. She had been an undercover agent for a month and knew this man in front of her very well. He was ruthless in his actions, and had always been dictatorial and decisive. This was his territory, and if the Yen soldiers broke into the forbidden area, they would definitely be no match for him. Right now, she couldn't just sit around and wait for death, she had to find a way to get out of the situation in order to have a two-way solution. With a bright idea, she changed her mind and rushed Long Jiang. "I promise you, I'll choose the first option. However, I'm hungry now, I need to replenish my energy in order to serve you properly." Long Jiang sneered. He naturally knew that Lien Yuan wouldn't give in so easily, this was just her delaying tactic. But he didn't care, like this kind of highly intelligent and skilled woman, as long as he could find a way to stay by his side in the future, he could help him in his career. There were ways to make her yield. "That's a good boy, listen well and I naturally won't treat you poorly." Long Jiang slowly stood up, patted the ash on his hands and rushed his men, "Take her down to wash and rinse, change into a clean set of clothes, and let her eat and drink. At 8 p.m., send it to my hotel room." Chapter 101, Lien Yuan goes to the hotel for an appointment. After Lien Yuan watched him walk away, the smile on her face immediately froze. She supported the ground with all her strength, slowly holding the wall to stand up. Not eating or drinking for 2 days, her physical strength has long been overdrawn. Right now to compensate for the physical strength is the key. Only when she had enough to eat would she have the strength to work. She was led by Long Jiang's men to a relatively clean room. On the way, she kept observing the passageways where she could escape, only to realize that all the surroundings were equipped with cameras. The houses here were designed like a quadrangle, all connected, with the entrance to each room defended by guards. Even the outside gate was guarded by bodyguards, and these people's hands looked extraordinary. If one rushed out rashly, one would undoubtedly end up being caught back again. The ambition to kill his way out had been stifled at this moment. Catching a thief is the first step. The only chance was when he was alone with Long Jiang at night. Find a way to use him as a threat to have a chance to escape the cage. The henchman made a pleased gesture and said with a leathery smile, "Officer Lien, please, your toiletries are already laid out inside. Don't presume to escape from here, or I guarantee you'll regret it." Lien Yuan sneered, "There's no need for you to remind me, I didn't intend to leave in the first place. Isn't eating and drinking here better than being abused?" The henchman smiled, "If you had thought so, you wouldn't have to suffer so much. Our brother Long has always been kind to women, if you follow him, you won't be short of favors." Lien Yuan blankly glanced at him, then quickly stepped into the room. The henchman just wanted to follow him up, but Lien Yuan slammed the door with one foot, hitting him in the nose. In a flash, a stream of warm blood flowed out of his nose. He covered his nose, looked at the door that was shut tightly, and ruthlessly shattered his mouth. "This bitch, she's so damn ruthless." On the other side, Lu Fan and the others had arrived in the Golden Triangle by helicopter. After disembarking from the airplane, Wu Yangan took a map and came over and said at Lu Fan, "Now our people are at this location. They received reliable information that these drug traffickers are very likely to be nearby. Lu Fan took the map and glanced at it, his brows furrowed slightly. Where did you guys get the information from? Wu Yangan thought about it and decided that there was nothing to hide now that it had come to this. He directly said, it's the news from the police side. The police side has arranged for an insider to be in the Golden Triangle for 3 years in order to capture these drug traffickers. Our news is based on the information provided by this insider. 3 years? That insider hasn't returned to the country for 3 years? Lu Fan asked curiously. Wu Yangan shook his head. This we don't know, we didn't ask for more information at that time. I only heard that this insider was a woman, who was the best special police officer at that time, and also came from the military, with a relatively high level of military literacy. He slowed down his tone and asked softly, Company Commander Lu, could it be that you suspect that there is something wrong with this insider? Lu Fan thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, it's hard to say, you guys only told the police about this yesterday. By this time she knew about the drug dealer boss Long John, would this be too fast? You guys have been investigating for so long and you couldn't find out, she found out so quickly, could it really be such a coincidence? Wu Yangan explained, this insider arranged by the police has been over here for a few years, so naturally she is more familiar with the terrain than us. And her mission has always been to find Long John's whereabouts, it might just make sense that she found out at this exact moment. Lu Fan once again looked down at the address on the map. This place was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by more plains and very few obstacles. Even some small hills were hard to see a few. If there was an enemy encircling them at this time, they would be a turtle in a jar, with no power to fight back. The more Lu Fan thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong, and rushed Wu Yangan, Battalion Commander Wu, you should first order them to pull back, this place is too dangerous. If the enemy discovers it and one of their helicopters comes over, there is no possibility of escape. Could it be that you suspect a trap? Wu Yangan's voice trembled for a few moments as he spoke. They had just trusted the police's words too much, so they had ordered their men to search from this place, not considering so much at once. Now when they thought about what Lu Fan had said, they suddenly felt their sweaty hairs stand up and their backs were gushing. Wu Yangan nodded his head vigorously, I will now immediately have them retreat back first, and we will all follow your command next. After saying that, he immediately connected to the team over there that was still actively searching, telling them to pull back first and then think about it in the long run. After all, this was outside the country and the place was unfamiliar, it would be safer to listen to Lu Fan's experienced people. After making the arrangements, Wu Yangan continued to ask, what do we do next? Should we wait for them to come back first or should we go look for them ourselves? Lu Fan suddenly spoke up and asked, do you have the contact information of the police insider? I want to contact her. Since she's been over here for so many years, she must know more about the drug dealers. Wu Yangan nodded, then found her number from his cell phone. This is it, her codename is Black Rose. We just got off the phone with her yesterday. Without any hesitation, Lu Fan picked up the phone and dialed directly. However, after dialing several times, the other party kept on the line. Can't get through. Wu Yangan relieved him, it's probably because the phone is out of battery, or it's not convenient to answer. Try calling again in a while. Just then, Daiju couldn't help but step forward and ask, Firewolf, what do we do next? We're worried that if we keep waiting like this, the instructor, she. The other female soldiers were also looking at him worriedly, itching to lock down the location and immediately dart away. One more second of waiting would be one more point of danger for Lian Yuan. Lu Fan once again glanced at the address on the map and slid it on his hand a few times, finally pointing to a place. Let's go to this place. Wu Yangan came over to take a look and asked suspiciously, this place is 1 kilometer away from the place provided by the police insider. Didn't you tell my soldiers to pull back? Why did you go back again? Lu Fan explained, your soldiers still withdrew back first according to the plan, there are too many of them and they can easily attract attention. If this insider is not a mole, then this place she provided is correct, indicating that she has investigated before obtaining the clues. If this insider is a mole, again, this place is correct, indicating that she deliberately leaked the location to make us fall for it. So, regardless of whether this insider is a problem or not, this place will be able to find clues. Everyone looked at each other and suddenly came to a realization. Lu Fan pointed to an address on the map and continued, Battalion Commander Wu, your soldiers shouldn't have gone far by now, so tell them to exit this back mountain. With the mountains behind this place and the jungle in front of it, it's a good ambush point as it's high above the ground. We'll start from this road and come to this position. At that time, you guys will first hold your ground. I'll go forward to check the situation, and then I'll tell you exactly what to do." After reaching a unanimous agreement, they immediately rushed to their destination. Soon. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Lian Yuan was sent to Long John's hotel room as promised. Chapter 102 Game of Life and Death, Roulette. She wore a customized red cheongsam, her shapely figure on full display, her hair coiled behind her head, and her feet stepped on a pair of 8-centimeter high heels. The figure had smooth curves, elegant without losing strength, and her entire body exuded a charming feminine flavor. At a glance, it was like a delicate rose in full bloom, making one's blood run cold. These were all prepared for her beforehand by Long Jiang. She had no choice. The moment she stepped into the room, the door was immediately closed and unlocked. The lighting in the room was extremely dim, there was a murky smell of smoke, and the bed was sprinkled with rose petals. Next to the nightstand was a scenting agent, and a stream of light perfume filled the room. The atmosphere was extremely ambiguous. Wearing a suit, Long Jiang leaned back on the sofa, shaking a cup of red wine in his hand as he sat with his legs folded. He carefully had to look up and down at Lian Yuan's figure, the knot in his throat rolled vigorously a few times, and his eyes flashed with 10,000 lights. Worthy of being the woman I've had my eye on, when Officer Lian sheds her uniform and puts on this dress, it's just too beautiful. He patted the sofa next to him. Come and sit. Lian Yuan ignored him and instead surveyed the hotel's environment to see if there were any cameras installed and what tools could be utilized. Long Jiang saw her thoughts, leaned back and took a sip of red wine, shaking his glass. Don't look, there are no cameras here. Although I'm not a good person, I'm not a nasty person either, so naturally I won't engage in such underhanded tactics. Lian Yuan shifted her gaze to the bed, and when she saw those arranged rose petals, she snorted, I didn't expect you to be quite well prepared, even arranging the flowers. Long Jiang looked at her and said with a smile, flowers with beautiful women, tonight is our wedding night, naturally we should make it a bit romantic. He slowly stood up, walked to the coffee table and poured a glass of red wine, walked to Lian Yuan and handed it to her, come. Have a drink. 82-year-old Lafite, the taste is very good. Thanks. I don't drink. Lian Yuan pushed the wine glass and refused with cold eyes. What? Afraid I'll poison it? Long Jiang didn't get annoyed, but drank the glass of red wine in one go, and then with one hand, he grabbed Lian Yuan's waist and put his whole face to her ear, sniffing her body scent. It smells so good, come on, baby. Wait. Lian Yuan broke away from his embrace in disgust and said with a smile, how about we play a game? Since you said it's your wedding night, naturally you should have fun. Long Jiang was not in a hurry, raked his head to look at her elegantly and nodded, okay, tell me, how are you going to play? As long as you serve me comfortably tonight, I will accompany you to the end any way you want to play. Lian Yuan knew that the opportunity had come and slowly spoke, we'll play wheel, roulette, and gambling. Upon hearing this, Long Jiang's brows furrowed slightly and his body was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this woman in front of him would dare to propose to play a game of life and death with him. He had played with quite a few women, and each one of them had rushed to fall back on him. Instead, it was Lian Yuan who had been constantly challenging his bottom line. And, always on the verge of death to test. This, in turn, made him look at Lian Yuan a few times more favorably. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked up, and he gave Lian Yuan a thumbs up, good. I like bold women, worthy of being a female agent of the Yin Kingdom, really not afraid of death. Today, I'll have some fun with you, I'd like to see if your guts are really this big. Soon, he ordered his men to bring over 2 wheel guns. Long Jiang set the guns on the coffee table, and the two of them sat on opposite sides of the coffee table, and the atmosphere instantly changed. Roulette was to put bullets in a revolver and bet on whether you could shoot and hit. There's no skill involved, it's all a gamble. A revolver could put in 6 bullets, and if the rotation was not in the right place, it was possible that the first shot would kill. Long Jiang raised his grim eyes and pushed the gun in front of her, ladies first. Lian Yuan's face did not change as she picked up the gun in front of her, checked the magazine and found that there were 2 bullets. The probability of dying from 2 bullets was 1/3, which wasn't very high. She rotated the clip, then put the gun to her head and pulled the trigger without hesitation. It rang empty. At this moment, even she sweated for herself. However, she still controlled her inner panic and acted calmly as she pulled back her chair and sat down. The first shot was merely to make Long Jiang let his guard down. Your turn. Long Jiang looked at the woman in front of him, instantly arousing his desire to conquer. He didn't expect that Lian Yuan really dared to pull the trigger without hesitation. This courage instantly shocked him. He clapped his hands and applauded Lian Yuan a few times. Not bad. Have courage. A few seconds later, he picked up the gun in front of him, with the same 2 rounds of bullets in it. After rotating the clip a few times, he picked up the gun and put it against his head without hesitation. Lian Yuan held her breath and watched him intently, her hands involuntarily clenching her fists. Long Jiang gave her a faint smile before pulling the trigger. Empty sound. A trace of disappointment flashed across Lian Yuan's face, but she quickly adjusted. She picked up the gun in front of her again and turned the clip again, keeping her eyes on Long Jiang's every move. This time, instead of aiming at her own head, she pointed the gun at Long Jiang. Don't move. This shot of mine is a live bullet. Without a hint of panic, Long Jiang leaned back in his chair and just let out a cold laugh. Not following the rules of the game, that's no fun. Lian Yuan stood up and said icily, the rules are only within cannon range. Long Jiang grunted coldly, try shooting and see if you can kill me. You don't really think I'd spare real live ammunition to play with you? Upon hearing this, Lian Yuan was stunned for a moment, then said calmly, impossible. I've checked the magazine, and it's live ammunition inside. Without any hesitation, she directly pulled the trigger. Bang! A blank bullet hit Long Jiang, sending up a trace of white smoke. She didn't believe it and shot again, still the same. Long Jiang laughed, those bullets that look like live bullets are all treated by me. It looks like live bullets, but it's actually imaginary. This is something I researched myself. It's natural that you haven't seen it before. Even Sir still doesn't understand me. It seems we need to go deeper. After saying that, he slowly stood up and stared at Lian Yuan with a cannibalistic look, his entire face reddening. Tonight is our wedding night, baby, don't make me wait too long, my patience is limited. I'm done playing with you if you want to, isn't it time to get to the point next? He tore his tie forcefully and pounced on Lian Yuan like a vicious wolf. Lian Yuan subconsciously took 2 steps back and sneered, that depends on whether you have the ability. Chapter 103: A fight between Lian Yuan and Long Jiang. Long Jiang's face clouded over, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. It seems like Officer Lian is going to fight me today before he's willing to get into this bed. Very well, today I'll let you see how tough I really am. After saying that, he pulled his sleeves up to his elbows and his entire body instantly lunged forward. Lian Yuan raised his right foot and kicked him hard in the stomach. Long Jiang's pupils contracted violently when he saw the spiky high-heeled sole, subconsciously stepping back and blocking it with his arm swollen. Splat! After he reacted, the shoe had already kicked his arm, swelling. A deep scratch ripped through his skin, causing him to grimace in pain. Good stance, I like it. After saying that, he swung his fist and immediately slammed it towards Lian Yuan's face. The speed was very fierce and the force was very strong. Lian Yuan just retreated a few steps but crashed into the wall, and in the end, she was unable to dodge and received the punch. After reacting, she raised her right foot and kicked at Long Jiang's crotch, who immediately puckered his butt and lifted it back, successfully dodging a bullet. Lian Yuan didn't stop her attack, instead she took 2 steps forward and continued to raise her right foot to kick him in the head. Long Jiang's reaction was very fast. He took 2 steps back, grabbed Lian Yuan's ankle with both hands and twisted it. Lian Yuan suddenly lost weight, her whole body fell hard on the ground, her back was sore, she just wanted to make an effort to stand up. But Long Jiang took the opportunity to pounce her to the ground, one hand clasping her wrist above her head. Baby, you can't escape. After saying that, his other hand tried to move forward to undo her clothes, and Lian Yuan sprayed spit in his face. Don't touch me, shameless. Long Jiang wiped the spittle from his face, and the grimness that erupted from his eyes became more and more obvious. Little goblin, let's see how you can still escape? Just as the words fell, Lian Yuan violently raised her head and viciously bit down on his neck, then tore it to the right side with one more force. The immense pain immediately made Long Jiang instantly relax the hand that grabbed her wrist, and his entire body began to relax as well. Lian Yuan took the opportunity to swing the fist in her hand, smashing the man's chin from bottom to top, then lifted her right knee and pushed it hard against his root. Long Jiang fell aside in pain and glared at her viciously, bitch. See how I'll clean you up. Lian Yuan fiercely climbed up and quickly rushed to the coffee table, picking up the wine bottle and throwing it at him with precision. Bang! The entire bottle hit Long Jiang's head, blood spurted out and the bottle shattered all over the place. Her shooting level was already good, and the chances of hitting at such a close distance were naturally 100%. Immediately after that, she picked up a few more cups and threw them in a chain. Before Long Jiang could react, he was hit by a few more cups, his entire body staggered, his head was dizzy, and his vision began to blur. Lian Yuan took the opportunity to take off her own high heels, narrowed her eyes slightly, and threw them hard at his head. Clang! The soles of the high heels were very sharp, and Long Zhang's head was instantly dented with 2 large holes. He shook his head vigorously, his left hand felt the bleeding wound, and his right hand just wanted to touch his hand to the pistol at his waist, but Lian Yuan was the first to grab it. Until now, he didn't realize how high Lian Yuan's fighting level was. When she was an undercover agent before, she had only put out half of her strength, and now was her full strength. If he knew that she was so good at fighting, he wouldn't have brought her to the hotel, let alone let her wear high heels. Now, his intestines were green with remorse. The 2 guards outside the door heard the violent brawl inside and felt bad, immediately knocking on the door to inquire. "Brother Long, are you all right?" Lian Yuan pointed his gun at him and threatened, "Let them leave, or I'll shoot you in the head. You know how I shoot, better think before you speak." Long Zhang had never been threatened like this before when he grew up, and now he had fallen under a woman. Having eaten a faceful of dust, he naturally didn't dare to joke with his life. He thought about it and finally gritted his teeth and obediently obeyed. He walked behind the door and rushed at the men outside the door. "Don't you understand what's between a man and a woman? All of them get out of my way. Brother Long is still having a good time." The 2 henchmen outside the door looked at each other and could only walk away helplessly. With only his last consciousness, Long Zhang coldly grunted, "There are all my men outside, you can't escape. If you are sensible, obediently put down your gun and serve me comfortably, perhaps I will be lenient and let you go." Lian Yuan let out a light laugh, "Isn't this with you? You are my best human shield." Long Jiang let out a cold laugh and couldn't help but sigh, "It seems that I still underestimated you, hitting on my body. Now I really regret why I wasted my time with you here just now. Otherwise, you would have become my pool animal by now." Lian Yuan didn't talk nonsense with him, but aimed at one of his legs and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet missed Long Zhang's calf, causing him to cry out in pain. "Stinking bitch, when I get out, I'll definitely do you," Lian Yuan said icily. "Too bad you won't have this chance. Remember, don't let women wear high heels next time." She found a rope and tied Long Zhang up 5 ways, then dragged him up with one hand and escorted him out. "Next, listen to me on what to do, your life is in your hands." Long Zhang gritted his teeth and looked at her, itching to chop her into pieces of meat and raise her ashes. This was the first time he had missed, and he had never been in such a sorry state. Soon, Lian Yuan escorted him to the entrance of the hotel. Seeing this, each of Long Zhang's men's faces were greener than a cactus, and for a moment they lost their way. This was their most admired boss, and now not only was his leg crippled and his head injured, but he was still defeated in the hands of a pussy. The gutter was overturned. Lian Yuan coldly swept his eyes over the crowd and pushed his gun hard against Long Zhang's head. "Don't come over. Otherwise I'll kill him. Get me a car in 5 minutes, quick." Those henchmen saw this scene and completely panicked, their feet subconsciously took a few steps back. Long Zhang calmly said, "Go arrange a car for her immediately." "Yes." A henchman panicked into a dog and stumbled out. Soon, he drove a wooling van and parked it in front of the hotel. "Get out of the way." Lian Yuan let out a low roar, his aura very powerful. Everyone present was instantly scared and scattered to the sides, making way from the center. For safety's sake, Lian Yuan escorted Long Zhang into the car together, putting him in the passenger seat, and then added a shot to his right arm. Long Zhang's head, feet are seriously injured, no gun on his body, completely like a helpless woman. Lian Yuan sat in the main driver, stepped on the gas, and took off. After Lu Fan and the others arrived at the purpose, they each ambushed the surrounding according to the plan. He said to Wu Yangan, "You guys wait here first, I'll take Flamingo to the front to check the situation." Wu Yangan observed the surroundings and said with concern, "Flaming Wolf, it's better for me to go with you." Lu Fan raised his right hand and grunted coldly, "No need. You guys following me will instead affect my judgment. A large number of people will instead draw more attention from the enemy." "All right." After explaining everything, he observed his surroundings and then walked towards the front of the jungle. Soon, it disappeared from the crowd's view. The further he went, the more he realized that something wasn't right. Soon, he used his radar detection skill to see a hotel a kilometer away, and found that the surroundings of this hotel were covered with people, all running in one direction. These people were all copying their weapons and had an aggressive look, not the hotel's occupants at all. He had a premonition that this place was related to Long Zhang. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speed up his pace, running like a gust of wind. The sky was getting darker and darker, and it was already 10 p.m. Lu Fan didn't spook the snakes, but kept sneaking along with the guys from the hotel. After running for about a kilometer, they suddenly stopped in front of a van. A squad leader waved his right hand. "Brother Long must be here, hurry up and find him for me. This vehicle has been tampered with, they can't run far." Chapter 104. Lien Yuan was seriously injured. Lu Fan casually grabbed one of his juniors, dragged him to a corner, put the knife on his neck and questioned, "What are you looking for?" Under the moonlight, the light of the knife became more and more dazzling. The junior brother lowered his eyes to take a look, and his entire body trembled in fear. "Warrior, spare your life, don't be impulsive. We are looking for our boss, Brother Long, and a female soldier from the Yin Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's hand trembled, and the knife followed the tremor to slice open a small wound on the little brother's neck. Now he could be sure that Brother Long was Long Jiang, and the female soldier from the Yin Kingdom was Lien Yuan. What the hell is going on? Speak clearly. The little brother panicked into a dog and stammered, the boss originally wanted to do that Yenghua female soldier tonight. But, I don't know what happened, but we were taken hostage by that Yin country female soldier. Not only did she injure our boss, she also abducted our boss, and now her life and death are unknown. That car, it was that female soldier who drove away at that time. Upon hearing this, all the female soldiers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, one by one raising their hearts to their throats. They probably understood the whole story as well. Just how could they not have expected that Lien Yuan would be able to escape from the dragon's den? How much courage and wisdom did it take to do that? Lu Fan got the information he wanted, then turned his hand into a blade and slashed at that junior brother's neck. That junior brother's eyes whitened and he instantly went into dreamland. Lu Fan looked at the crowd and started assigning tasks. "You guys are now divided into 4 groups, looking in 4 directions, east, west, south, and north. I will act independently. Contact in time when you find it. Don't act without authorization, everything is under my command." Yes. Once the order was given, the flamingos dispersed individually, leading to 4 different directions. On the other side, after Lien Yuan drove the car here, the car suddenly broke down and ran out of gas. She knew that this was a trick done by Long Jiang's men when Long Jiang was in a comatose state due to blood loss. Seeing that Long Jiang is no longer a threat to her, so she threw the car and fled, and after Long Jiang on 2 more shots, dragged it to the trunk of the car to hide. At this moment, she was hiding in a small cave, looking around vigilantly. She knows that there are a lot of people outside looking for her, each one wants her life, she is also ready to fight with them fire. Since it was not good to walk in high heels, all this way, all barefoot, her feet were bloodstained. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the cave was also getting darker and darker. The sounds of crows and crickets mingled in a jumbled mess, and kept echoing in this jungle. She didn't have any lighting tools in her hands, so she could only use the moonlight to look around. Just when she thought she was safe for the time being, there was a cacophony of footsteps from outside. She closed her eyes tightly, her chest rising and falling, clutching the pistol in her hand. There were only 5 bullets left in the clip, leaving the last one she intended to keep for herself. She secretly vowed, even if she died, she could not be captured again. If she was taken back again, the end could be imagined. Woof woof woof. She's in the cave, our dog found her. A dozen guys ran after the dog, eventually targeting the cave. Lien Yuan knew that she wouldn't be able to run away this time, but by taking out Long Jiang, she had accomplished her mission, and was considered to have given an explanation to the organization. After hearing the sound, she struck first, raising her pistol to aim at a few guys. Bang bang bang! 4 shots were fired in a row, and the guys at the front were instantly killed, falling dead in a pool of blood. The other drug traffickers immediately according on firing bullets at the cave in unison. Bang bang bang! Lien Yuan couldn't dodge in time and his left shoulder was hit by a bullet. In an instant, her clothes were all dyed red with blood, and the pain caused her to break out in a cold sweat. Don't shoot! Take her back alive to collect the reward. The remaining few guys leeringly stepped closer, as arrogant as if they had already succeeded in acquiring their prey. Lien Yuan slowly raised her right hand and held her injured left shoulder tightly, cold sweat the size of grains surfaced on her forehead, and her face was as white as a sheet of paper. She sat paralyzed on the ground, leaning against the wall of the cave entrance, desperately picking up the pistol and aiming it at her head. Tears filled her eyes and all that came to mind were the years as a soldier. Goodbye my favorite brother, goodbye Lu Fan, goodbye my comrades, goodbye my motherland. Just as she was about to snap the board, there was a burst of gunfire from outside, as well as the wailing of those drug traffickers. She snapped her eyes open and subconsciously looked towards the cave entrance, where a tall and majestic figure surfaced in front of her. This figure, she couldn't be more familiar with. Lu Fan? Lu Fan quickly rushed over, and when she saw Lian Yuan sitting on the ground in a sorry state, her heart seized with pain. "I'm sorry, instructor, I'm late." "Where are you injured? Let me help you check." When Lian Yuan saw the familiar face from the past surfacing in front of her, she couldn't hold it in any longer and cried out loudly as she hugged Lu Fan tightly. "I thought that I would never see you again." At this moment, Lu Fan was like a ray of light in her hellish life. No one knew what she had gone through during this time, and no one knew how she had survived. The day she was captured, she had lived a life worse than death. At this moment, she didn't try to be brave anymore, but desperately vented the stress she had endured during this time like a little schoolgirl. "I didn't betray our country, I killed the leader of the drug dealers." She repeated this sentence over and over again like a child. Lu Fan wrapped his hands around her waist, reddened his eyes, and nodded heavily, "I know. I know it all." A moment later, Lian Yuan let go of her hands and looked at Lu Fan with burning eyes. "I wasn't abused either, I'm still innocent, do you believe me?" She didn't know why she was emphasizing this with Lu Fan, but she just wanted to prove to Lu Fan that she was innocent. Lu Fan looked at her deeply and nodded, "I believe." After getting the answer she wanted, Lian Yuan cried tears of joy and suddenly fainted in Lu Fan's arms. Lu Fan panicked, and with a hug, he slowly placed her on the floor. Suddenly, he realized that Lian Yuan's hands were all covered in blood, even on her clothes. He was anxious, as if his body was drained. He immediately bent down to help her check her body. Finally his eyes landed on Lian Yuan's left shoulder, where blood was still seeping out like a faucet. Not caring about the difference between men and women, he immediately undid her clothes, and her snow-white skin was all dyed red with blood. Her face was also getting paler and paler due to the loss of blood. Right now, the most crucial thing was to stop the bleeding. Possessing the medical skills of a Chinese medicine practitioner, he quickly made a judgment on Lian Yuan's wound. "Instructor! Wait for me. I will definitely revive you." He immediately rushed out of the cave and looked around for herbs to stop the bleeding. Luckily, the originality of this place had not been destroyed, and many herbs could be found nearby. He picked some at random, then quickly returned to the cave, first putting those herbs in his mouth and chewing them up before applying them to the place where Lian Yuan was bleeding, and then pressing on a few key acupoints. At the same time, he kept observing the situation around him. At the same time, he also informed the flamingos of the current situation and told them to protect their personal safety. Lu Fan's medical skills were very good, and the blood flow of Lian Yuan's wound soon slowed down. Chapter 105, Emergency Surgery. Immediately after, Lu Fan took off his thin jacket and tore it all into strips of cloth. He refound herbs to put on the wound, and finally tied the strips of cloth forcefully to the bleeding place. When everything was done, he was already sweating profusely. But this is only a stopgap measure. The next most important thing is to take out the bullet as soon as possible. Now he didn't have any medical tools with him, he could only think of a way to bring her out of this jungle as soon as possible. He subconsciously reached out and touched Lian Yuan's forehead. Thankfully there was no fever at the moment. Then he put his hand on her wrist to take her pulse, which was still steady, temporarily out of danger. He looked at Lian Yuan, who was lying quietly on the ground unconscious. His heart was full of mixed feelings. After the rabble outside found Long John's body in the car, they were furious and concentrated their firepower to try to continue looking for Lian Yuan. In the end, they were dried over by the flamingos in a big way, and some of the remaining mice no longer dared to make any moves, and turned back in a grayish manner. He used his radar detection skill to observe the surrounding area, and after making sure it was safe, he gently picked up Lian Yuan and walked straight to the outside of the cave entrance. Soon, all of the flamingos were all centered. When they saw Lian Yuan in Lu Fan's arms, each of them reddened their eyes and stroked her face heartily. Daiju asked with a sobbing voice, "Flaming Wolf, how is the instructor? Her life is not in danger, right?" The others also looked at Lu Fan in unison, their faces hard to see. Lu Fan glanced at the crowd and rushed to comfort them. "She got a gunshot wound and is still unconscious. I've already stopped her bleeding just now we must operate to remove the bullet as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Daiju wiped away her tears and hurriedly said, "Firewolf, I've brought a medical kit over, I can take the bullet out. When I worked at the war hospital before, I often did this surgery for them. However, the medical kit is kept at Battalion Commander Wu's place." A glint of golden light flashed in Lu Fan's eyes as he spoke. "It's not too late. Hurry up." Ran Miao said with concern, "Firewolf, you've just held her all the way, let's change hands." Lu Fan glanced at Lian Yuan, whose face was getting whiter and whiter in his arms, and shook his head firmly. No need. I can. Everyone hurry up. The crowd didn't dare to have any more delays and followed Lu Fan's footsteps closely. At this moment, Wu Yangan and the others were hiding at the stronghold and had prepared various ambushes, quietly waiting for the enemy to arrive. Just at this moment, one of his men ran to Wu Yangan in a hurry and reported. Battalion Commander, Company Commander Lu and the others are back. Wu Yangan froze for a moment and quickly said, quickly go greet them. Yes. Wu Yangan ran over after them with big strides, and when he saw Lu Fan holding a woman in his hands, he suddenly froze for a moment. Could this be Instructor Lian Yuan? Not being able to think too much, he quickly rushed forward to check the situation. Upon seeing that it was Lian Yuan he was holding in his arms, his entire body froze. Company Commander Lu, what's going on? Lu Fan said anxiously, Battalion Commander Wu, I'll explain to you later. Please excuse yourselves, we need to operate on the company instructor. He turned his head and urged Daiju, hurry. Make pre-op preparations. Daiju nodded, then immediately took out the previously prepared medicine box. Inside were all sorts of instruments needed for surgery, and although they weren't the most high-end, there was no problem removing the bullet. When Wu Yangan saw the hands and feet in a frenzy, he then reacted to what was going on. He didn't know anything about medicine and was a male, so it really wasn't good to stay here. Find me if something happens. After saying this, he left with his men, leaving a quiet space for them. Daiju skillfully set up a tent, and then spread a clean cloth, before Lu Fan carefully lowered Lian Yuan down. Lu Fan looked at Daiju and said, I'll join you. I can heal. Daiju hesitated for a while, but finally nodded. After all, she couldn't finish the surgery alone. Although Lu Fan was a male, but now that human lives were at stake, life was the most important thing. Besides, a doctor's eyes are never divided into male and female, but only the patient. After everything was ready, Daiju put on his gloves and started injecting the anesthetic. Lu Fan suddenly reminded, she has lost too much blood, she must have a blood transfusion in time, she and I are both type A blood, draw mine later. Daiju slightly sideways looked at him, anxiously worried, Firewolf, you are our supreme commander, if we draw your blood, for a short period of time you'll get dizzy and lose your strength. It's better to let us do it, 3 of us are type A blood. Lu Fan shook his head, just draw mine. You don't worry. My body can carry it. Execute the order. Yes. Daiju nodded helplessly and eventually compromised, who made him the supreme commander. She could do nothing but obey. The flamingos all waited outside the tent, one uneasily having a come and go. The person lying inside was not only their comrade in arms, but also their sister. Lian Yuan was a beam of light in their military career, someone who brought them endless hope. Guyan clasped her 2 hands together and said uneasily, will the instructor be alright? Just now I saw that she was covered in blood, my whole body was confused. Ran Miao clasped his hands together and said calmly, she'll be fine, she was able to escape from the enemy's hands, this bit of difficulty can definitely be overcome. It's just a bullet, it didn't reach the heart, it will definitely be fine. The other female soldiers looked into the tent a few times from time to time, but they didn't dare to go up and disturb them, they could only worry silently in their hearts. Even though it was already late at night, they still didn't eat, drink or sleep, guarding outside the entire time. Gradually, 2 hours passed. The surgery was over. Daiju undid his gloves, took off his mask, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his whole body was so tired that his hands were shaking. Lu Fan's face was a little white after drawing blood, and his head was dizzy. He once again put his hand on Lian Yuan's wrist to take his pulse, and after making sure that his pulse was stable, he directly leaned on the table and fell asleep. Daiju knew that Lu Fan was a symptom after the blood transfusion, so he didn't go up to disturb him, but gently walked out of the tent. When the crowd saw Daiju walking out, they all swarmed up to him. Bamboo Leaf, how's it going? Did the surgery go well? Is the instructor alright, is she awake? Can we go in and see her? The crowd said one thing to you and another to me, making Daiju's mind boggle. Although she was tired, she still patiently explained at the crowd, don't worry everyone, the bullet has been removed. But we can't visit yet, she needs to rest more. However, she bled too much and the bullet was just 1 centimeter away from where her heart was. Plus she's been suffering for the past few days. So, only if she wakes up within 24 hours will she be considered truly out of danger, otherwise she may remain in a coma. At those words, the faces of all the female soldiers completely sank. Ran Miao thought for a moment and suddenly spoke, I'll go in and take care of her, there has to be someone around. Daiju shook his head as he pulled her back, Firewolf is inside. The two of us will take turns changing guard. He's an excellent healer, he can take care of her better than we can. Next is the most crucial day. Chapter 106, Kid, still a decent guy. It was 5 in the morning. The dark night was terrifyingly silent, occasionally hearing the cries of a few crows. Lien Yuan slowly opened her hazy eyes, confused enough to look at all this around her. She was just about to move when a huge pain hit her from her left shoulder. Hiss. Unable to do anything else, she laid down again in a submissive manner. When she turned her head, she just happened to see Lu Fan lying on the table next to her sleeping. Looking at his sleeping face, she knew that she had escaped the clutches of the enemy at this moment. During those few days of being captured, her greatest fear was waking up. As long as she woke up, all she saw were some vicious drug traffickers. If it wasn't for the fact that she had some utilization value, she would have already been thrown to the Huangpu River to feed the fish. However, she was really thirsty and couldn't bear to wake up Lu Fan, so she could only reach out and desperately try to reach the cup that was 1.5 meters away from her. Clang! The cup didn't reach her, but instead overturned the other medical tool. When Lu Fan heard the sound, she immediately woke up and came to Lien Yuan to ask with concern, Instructor, are you awake? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Lien Yuan said embarrassedly, I'm not uncomfortable, just a little thirsty. Lu Fan said in a deep voice, why don't you wake me up if you are thirsty? Your current wound has just been operated on, you can't move around. It will be troublesome if it gets infected. I'll go get you water. The corner of Lien Yuan's mouth hooked into a smile, good. Thanks. Lu Fan subconsciously touched her forehead before picking up her wrist to take her pulse. Her brows gradually relaxed as well, fortunately, the fever has subsided. The signs are also stable. Let me feed you water. Lien Yuan was stunned for a moment and said with some embarrassment, it's better if I do it myself. Lie still. I'll do it. Lu Fan's tone was irresistible, and Lien Yuan did not continue to insist. She had no way to sit up, Lu Fan could only use a tissue to wet it bit by bit, and then slowly drip it into her dry and cracked lips. The movements were gentle and slow, a world away from the usual training of flamingos. It was completely unrecognizable as the same person. A moment later, the instructor looked at him with burning eyes and slowly spoke, Lu Fan, thank you for saving me. Lu Fan put down his cup and said softly, we are comrades in arms, saving you is something we should do. Hearing this, Lien Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of despondency, just because of comradeship? When these words came out, Lu Fan's hand trembled slightly, and a different emotion showed in his eyes. Hell knows how anxious he was. Hearing that he didn't say anything, Lien Yuan snickered, I was just joking, don't be nervous. Lu Fan smiled at her sheepishly, it's time to change the medicine, I'll go call Daiju over. You change it for me. Lien Yuan suddenly spoke, didn't you already help me with the medicine when I was in the cave? Although I was unconscious, I was conscious. You're not afraid? Lu Fan asked in surprise. Lien Yuan said calmly, I'm not afraid of anything. Aren't you a doctor? There's no man or woman in a doctor's eyes, and you've been involved in this surgery of mine. Anyway, it's already been seen by you twice, it doesn't matter if I see it again. Lu Fan didn't squirm when he saw that she was so forthcoming. Wasn't it just a medicine, what was there to be afraid of? He brought the medicine box over and sat next to her, slowly leaning down. After hesitating for a while, he finally put his hand on her collar and slowly unbuttoned her buttons. Seeing his naive appearance, Lien Yuan couldn't help but want to laugh, but she was afraid of disturbing him, so she could only turn her face to the side. She didn't expect that Lu Fan, who had valiantly killed the enemy on the battlefield, to be such a wimp now that he was on a medication. Although the injury was to his left shoulder, it was also closer to his heart, which was why Lu Fan was having trouble. His movements were very slow, afraid of touching a sensitive part of the woman. Soon, the buckle was undone to the chest area, and Lu Fan's forehead was already covered with cold sweat the size of grains. He slowly unraveled the red gauze and said in a calm manner, the medicine will hurt a little bit, so bear with it. Lien Yuan endured the pain and couldn't hold back the urge to laugh all the time, silently nodding her head and giving a hum. Lu Fan carefully took the cotton swab, and when the medicine just dripped in, Lien Yuan's body moved a bit and let out a hint of pain. It hurts, Lien Yuan, be gentle. Lu Fan's hand holding the cotton swab trembled for a moment, and he awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'm sorry, I was too heavy-handed, I'll blow on it for you. After saying that, he bent down and gently blew on Lian Yuan's wound. It was fine if he didn't blow, but once he did, Lian Yuan felt his body chilled and shivered a few times. Looking at Lu Fan's hand-wringing appearance, Lian Yuan didn't dare to laugh out loud, and had been tuned into vibration mode, and her whole body shook along with it. Lu Fan looked at Lian Yuan's fair skin, which was already hot and restless, and Lian Yuan's body was moving as she laughed, so her chest followed the rise and fall. Lu Fan accidentally glanced a few times, the knot in his throat rolled vigorously a few times, his whole face was even more red, and his body's reaction became more and more obvious. He quickly put the medication on and bandaged the wound with fresh gauze, not even daring to button it up, finding a reason to quickly rush out of the tent. At this point, he was already sweating profusely and soaked to the skin. Hoo-hoo! He took a big breath of fresh mountain air, and the dry heat on his body only faded halfway under the gusts of cold wind. Just a moment ago, he couldn't wait to immediately rub Lian Yuan into his body. This crazy thought was eventually pressed down by his reasoning. Originally, he was a bloodthirsty teenager. Where could he withstand such temptation? In order to calm himself down, he slapped his face and punched 2 more times into the tree trunk, only settling down when blood came out of his fists. He slapped his chest in fear. That was close. Almost made a big mistake. Lian Yuan finally laughed out loud when she saw him slink out of the room. Little boy, still a decent man. She didn't make any pretense either, but slowly buttoned up the buttons herself. After half an hour, Lu Fan gathered his emotions and returned to the tent, only to find that Lian Yuan was asleep, and the buttons on her body were also buttoned up. Lu Fan calmly sat beside her, looking at her familiar quiet appearance, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. Soon, it was dawn. The female soldiers opened their hazy sleeping eyes and subconsciously blocked the light with their hands. Suddenly, Ren Miao rushed the crowd and said excitedly, "The instructor should be awake, let's go take a look." After a night's rest, they were almost recovered in spirit, and shoulder to shoulder, they headed for Lian Yuan's tent. Daiju shushed them and whispered, "Firewolf is inside, I'll go in first to check the situation. In case we wake them up, none of us will have a good time." The crowd looked at each other and nodded heavily. Daiju slowly lifted the curtain, and everyone unanimously stuck their heads in. Seeing this scene, one was surprised to the point of jaw-dropping. Chapter 107 Lieutenant Lian Cheng of the Sharp Sword Special Forces. Only to see that Lu Fan was sleeping against the table, his right hand tightly holding Lian Yuan's wrist. The distance between the two of them was only 10 centimeters. At this look, it was like a young couple in love. The female soldiers couldn't help but whisper, covering their mouths and laughing in vibration mode. "Is this still the company commander we know? This is too gentle. I could tell yesterday that Firewolf was in a hurry. It seems the eyes of the masses are bright." This tiny discussion sound quickly woke Lu Fan up. He slightly opened his eyes and followed the sound to the door curtains, frightening the flamingos all the way back to their heads. It was because Lu Fan broke away from holding Lian Yuan's hand, so Lian Yuan woke up along with him. After yesterday's matter of changing the medicine, when the two of them looked at each other, they were filled with embarrassment and ambiguity. Lu Fan coughed twice and slowly opened his mouth. "What's that, instructor? I'll go find you some food." After saying that, without waiting for Lian Yuan to respond, he left the tent in big strides. It seemed that if he delayed for one more second, something big would happen. Just after leaving the tent, the smile on his face immediately froze and was replaced by a serious face. He glared back at Flamingo and pretended to be calm as he said, "The instructor has woken up, you guys can go in and take a look at her. Don't make such a big commotion and affect her rest." "Yes." The 8 female soldiers walked into the tent one after another, shushing Lian Yuan. "Instructor, how are you feeling now?" "Instructor, you scared us to death yesterday, your whole body was covered in blood, my high blood pressure popped out." Me too, I was so scared that I was spinning in place. As long as you can wake up, I would be willing to let me lose 10 years of my life." Listening to the words of concern from the female soldiers, Lian Yuan was moved to tears. She took the hands of the crowd and said with a smile, "Don't worry everyone, I'm already fine. Thank you all for taking the risk to save me, I'm really touched." Daiju held her hand tightly and said, "You're not just the Flamingo's instructor, you're also our big sister. Your life is our life, when it's time to change the medicine, I'll change it for you." Lian Yuan said with some embarrassment, "Just now, Company Commander Lu already changed it for me." Wow. All the female soldiers glanced at each other and nodded in understanding, looking like they were watching the fun. "It seems that it's still Company Commander Lu who takes better care of us than we do. Aya, it's rare to make this iceberg face melt. Instructor, you're really brilliant. This Lu Company commander usually treats us like we owe him $8 million. today it's rare to see him in this embarrassed state. Looking at it, I still think it's quite cute. Ahem, Chow Chow has arrived. Lu Fan walked in with a calm demeanor and grunted coldly, pack up our things, we are ready to return, this is the Golden Triangle, it's very uneasy. Upon hearing this, all the female soldiers were instantly alert, they were too relaxed just now, and instantly forgot that this was not their territory. Dai Zhu asked seriously, Firewolf, has the helicopter come over? Lu Fan nodded, about 5 minutes to arrive. Just then, Wu Yangon hurried over, glanced into the tent, and asked Lu Fan, Company Commander Lu, how is Instructor Lian Yuan? Lu Fan said in a deep voice, currently out of life-threatening condition. Then can she take a helicopter with her current physical condition? Lu Fan thought for a while, then said, yes. This is no problem, we will watch over her. Right now, we must leave here as soon as possible and return to our country. The Golden Triangle is the most chaotic zone, it's very unsafe here. Wu Yangon also nodded in agreement, you're right, this is not our zone, the risk of continuing to stay is too high. I'll have my people go and prepare, I'll call you when the helicopter arrives. Good. Trouble. After watching Wu Yangon walk away, Lu Fan's sight shifted back to the tent, which was filled with laughter and joy. It was not good for him to disturb it anymore, but he organized all the things on the spot. 5 minutes later, all of them boarded the special airplane back to their home country. Under the care of Lu Fan as well as Dai Zhu, Lian Yuan did not experience any discomfort and her body recovered well. As soon as the helicopter landed, Lu Fan urgently sent Lian Yuan to the hospital for treatment. After all, he had just finished the surgery, so it would be safer to stay in the hospital for a while to recuperate. After going through the hospitalization procedures, Lu Fan received an order from the brigade commander and could only return to the camp first, with Dai Zhu staying behind to take care of her. 6 p.m. A male officer about 35 years old, 182 in height, with the rank of colonel, holding 2 fruit baskets in his hands and carrying his slender legs, walked into Ward 205 with great strides. He looked solemn, exuding a powerful aura. At a glance, he was a man who came out from the tip of a knife. When passing through the corridor, those small nurses could not help but shiver when they saw him. As soon as the door opened, Dai Zhu and Lian Yuan looked over in unison. When Lian Yuan saw this familiar figure, he was first stunned, and then a thick smile curled up on his face. Brother? The man was Lian Yuan's brother, Lian Chang, the lieutenant captain of the Sharp Sword Special Forces, which was subordinate to the military region headquarters, and was the topmost special forces in the military region. Dai Zhu was still peeling an apple. When he heard Lian Yuan say that, he quickly put the apple on the countertop and saluted at him. Good day, chief. Lian Chang nodded at Dai Zhu, then walked to Lian Yuan's side in big strides, looked her up and down, and stroked her face heartily. Only after a long time did he ask with concern, did those bastards do anything to you? Lian Yuan smiled at him, brother, I'm fine, they didn't do anything to me. Just suffered some flesh and blood, but it's almost as good. Dai Zhu saw the two men catching up and politely said, Instructor, I'll go fetch some boiling water first, you guys chat. Lian Cheng slowly raised his eyes and nodded at her, thank you. After watching Dai Zhu walk out of the room, Lian Cheng's eyes landed on Lian Yuan's left shoulder, and his brows furrowed furiously. You received a gunshot wound? Does it hurt? Lian Yuan subconsciously used his clothes to cover the wound and smiled at him. I'm fine, the bullet has been taken out. Lian Cheng's eyes instantly went cold, and he said reproachfully, I said long ago that I would let you do a good job as a civilian in the second line, but you refused to listen. You're a girl, you have to run to those places on the border. Are those places where you can go? Our family has me to charge into battle for the motherland, you. Before Lian Cheng could finish, Lian Yuan spoke up and interrupted, Brother. This is my faith and my job, I love my job. But you are not suitable. Lian Cheng interrupted with cold eyes, you're a girl, you shouldn't have been on the front line in the first place, this time it's your luck, what about next time, what about the next time? Lian Yuan firmly said, Brother, I am a soldier. From the moment I put on this uniform, I've been prepared to die for my country. I will never give up my faith. Brother, could it be that you would quit the sharp sword for the sake of your own safety? At those words, Lian Cheng silently lowered his head. They had explored this question many times, and every time, Lian Cheng would lose. Their parents had died in the service of their country when Lian Yuan was 8 years old, and Lian Cheng was only 20 years old that year. Lian Cheng was almost 12 years older than Lian Yuan, and he had always taken care of her growing up like a father, being both a father and a mother. The two grew up together. Lian Cheng grew up on her to take care of her, treating her like a baby in the heart of the hand like pampering. Lian Cheng knew he couldn't argue with her and could only compromise, brother will definitely cut those bastards off to avenge you. Lian Yuan pursed her lips and smiled, brother, there is no need for you to step in, I have already finished him off myself. Lian Cheng puffed out a smile and stroked her head dotingly, looks like my sister really does have two skills. Lian Yuan smiled, that's true, not looking at who taught her. It's been so long, let brother give you a good hug. Like an innocent child, Lian Yuan drilled headfirst into his embrace, his face beaming with a bright smile, enjoying the warmth of kinship to the fullest. This scene happened to be bumped into by Lu Fan, who was delivering medicine over. Chapter 108, Lian Cheng visits Lu Fan. Lu Fan looked at the happy smiles on the two people's faces, his brows knitted slightly, his heart was as if it was being drained, and the hand holding the lunchbox couldn't help but push a few points harder. He hesitated for a while, but in the end he didn't open the door to go in, and just as he turned around, he bumped into Daiju, who came back from turning on the water. Company Commander Lu, why don't you go in? Daiju held the hot water kettle and walked over quickly. Lu Fan smiled bashfully and handed her the lunchbox. I won't go in, this is some soup medicine, good for recovering the body, take it to the instructor for me. Take good care of her. After saying that, he glanced back at the ward and walked towards the outside of the corridor in large strides. Daiju was dumbfounded as she glanced towards the ward and suddenly understood. No wonder Company Commander Lu would leave without saying hello, it turned out to be such a big mess. She gently knocked on the door of the room, holding a lunchbox in her left hand and carrying a kettle of hot water in her right hand, and pushed the door in with her body. Just as she walked in, she smiled and said to Lian Yuan, instructor, Company Commander Lu brought this tonic over, you should drink a little bit of it now, it'll help your wound. I just opened it and looked at it, it's some Chinese herbs, just boiled out. Lian Cheng saw that she was holding so many things in her hand and hurriedly went forward to take it, comrade. Give it to me, it's hard work for you. Daiju smiled, it's fine. A show of hands. Lian Yuan glanced towards the door and asked curiously, Zhu Yi, where is he? Gone. Gone? A flash of disappointment flashed across Lian Yuan's eyes, since you're here, why don't you come in to see me? Lian Cheng put down the soup and asked with a surprised face, Lu Lian Yuan is the Lu Fan who saved you? A hint of despondency flashed in Lian Yuan's eyes as he nodded at him, yes. He's the one who saved me. She seemed to have thought of something and instinctively wanted to get out of bed and chase her out. A sharp pain came from her left shoulder and her whole body fell to the side of the bed. What are you doing? Does the body still need it? Lian Cheng painfully carried her back to the bed and covered her with the quilt. He looked at Lian Yuan's anxious and uneasy expression, and then looked at his empty embrace. Suddenly, he had a feeling that the flower bones that he had carefully watered were silently taken away in a pot. Daiju was so scared that his face turned white, he hurriedly came over to check her body wounds. Instructor, just now Company Commander Lu might have something urgent so he didn't come in. When he's done with his work, he'll come over to see you. If he didn't care about you, he wouldn't have transfused 1,000 milliliters of blood for you. What are you saying? He transfused 1,000 milliliters of blood for me? Lian Yuan looked at her incredulously. Daiju nodded, yes, it's fortunate that he has a good physique, otherwise a normal person would have gone into shock long ago. He insisted on transfusing so much blood to you, I couldn't even stop him. Lian Cheng probably heard what was going on, he seriously looked at Lian Yuan and asked, do you like him? No. No brother, don't talk nonsense. Lian Yuan blushed like an apple, glanced at Daiju in embarrassment, and covered her face with the quilt in shame. Lian Cheng said seriously, it's best if there isn't. Even if there is, I won't agree. Lian Yuan lifted the quilt with one hand and angrily said, why? Lian Cheng coldly said, because he is not a good match for you. Lian Yuan theorized unconvincingly, you don't know him, how can you conclude that he is not a good match for me? His stature is completely above you, he is capable of a lot. Upon hearing this, Lian Cheng froze for a while and looked at her incredulously, what do you mean, are you saying that his ability is above mine? Yes. Lian Cheng snorted as if he had heard a big joke, I've grown up so much that I still can't find anyone who can defeat me. You haven't even gotten along with him yet, and now you're elbowing your way out, who in the end is your own brother. Did something unseemly happen to you guys? Did he bully you? At these words, Lian Yuan blushed a little and hurriedly explained, no. He is not as nasty as you think. Lian Cheng coldly grunted, you still say you don't like him, I just said one sentence about him and you dislike me 10 times. Are you our Lian family member or not, who took the trouble to raise you with a handful of shit? Lian Yuan beamed, it's you. It's you. It's all you. Lian Cheng said with a sullen face, since you have to go to the border, I can't stop you.
But, your marriage matters, it's not up to you.
Daiju looked at Lian Cheng's angry and unruly demeanor and shivered.
That aura, even more powerful than Lu Fan, made people timid. Lian Yuan was unconvinced. Brother.
I'm already 23 years old, I've long been an adult, I can make my own decisions on my matters.
Lian Cheng coldly grunted, don't say you're 23 years old, even if you're 83 years old, you're still my sister. Mom and Dad are gone, I want to protect you.
Lian Yuan said with a raised eyebrow, you'd better take care of yourself first, you're 35 years old and still an old virgin.
With this foul temper of yours, when can you find me a sister-in-law? You. Lian Cheng was furious.
Upon hearing this, Daiju beside him turned aside and held back from laughing out loud.
Lian Yuan knew that the fire was almost ready, and started to give the expulsion order. Brother, I want a rest, you go back first. It's not easy for you to come out for a trip, Sharp Sword still has a lot of things waiting for you as a squadron leader to do. Lian Cheng frowned and scolded in a bad mood, I purposely took a day off in order to come and see you, and I've only just arrived and you're kicking me out? It's true that a woman is too big to stay.
Lian Yuan muttered in a small voice, it's inconvenient for you, a big man, to stay here to take care of me, and it's also easy to cause misunderstandings.
Lian Cheng cried and laughed, together this was because he was in the way. Okay, I will go back first, if something happens, you must remember to look for me.
Lian Yuan made a face at him and urged, got it.
You go back quickly.
Lian Cheng looked at Daiju next to him and said sincerely, comrade, I'll be troubling you in these few days.
Daiju smiled, it's fine, this is all what I should do.
Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of the instructor. Lian Cheng nodded, glanced at Lian Yuan one more time, and walked out with large strides. As he walked to the entrance of the hospital, he looked up at the sky and decided to do one last thing.
Flamingo Campground.
Lu Fan was wearing a summer dress with short sleeves and kept hitting the sandbags, his whole body was already drenched in sweat. But he didn't feel tired, instead, the more he played, the more addicted he became, and he couldn't stop.
Seeing him appear in the camp, Wang Feiyan walked up and asked curiously, Company Commander, didn't you go to see the instructor, why are you back so soon? Lu Fan didn't stop moving his hands and said directly, looked back. So fast. Didn't you say you were going to change Daiju's shift?
Lu Fan suddenly stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said in a deep voice, someone is taking care of her.
I won't go and join in the fun. You have nothing to do? So idle?
Wang Feiyang smiled awkwardly, there's something.
Something's up.
I'll lead the team in training first, you keep playing.
Lu Fan took off his gloves and threw them aside, took a basin and went straight to the bathhouse.
Just after taking a bath and returning to the office, he heard the phone ringing. Without any hesitation, he directly picked up the phone and answered, hello.
This is Lu Fan.
The sentry at the door said directly, Company Commander Lu, there is an officer claiming to be the Lieutenant Commander of the 9th Group Army's Sharp Sword Special Forces who wants to see you.
Chapter 109, We, see you at the peak.
Lu Fan froze for a moment, he had never dealt with the profound sword before, how could their squadron leader suddenly pay a visit to his home? Moreover, the profound sword was the 9th Group Army's notorious ace troop, having won 2 consecutive championships in the Special Forces competition before. The visitor was a guest, and even though they weren't in the same military region, they were all comrades under the national flag, so he couldn't refuse.
Let him in.
Yes. A few minutes later, Lian Cheng arrived at Lu Fan's office under the leadership of the sentry. As soon as he entered, Lu Fan immediately recognized him as the man who hugged Lian Yuan in the ward.
It was just that Lu Fan couldn't figure out how this man could find his way here, was it to thank him?
The two men were about the same height, and their auras were not similar, and when they looked at each other, a hint of gunpowder flavor erupted from their eyes. Lu Fan used the physique perspective function to detect him and found that no matter whether it was his physique or explosive power, all of them were upper class. In other words, with this person's physical strength, one person could completely fight against 8 ordinary special forces. Lian Cheng held a smile on his face as he walked up to him and saluted, Hello Lu Lian Cheng, I'm Squadron Leader Lian Cheng of the 9th Group Army's Sharp Sword Special Forces. Lu Fan also returned a salute at him, Hello, Captain Lu Fan of the Flamingo Commando Team.
You have come all this way to find me, is there something you want?
Lian Cheng didn't directly strike up a conversation, instead he looked around the office surroundings and sighed, Captain Lu Lian's office, cozy and elegant, it's a good place.
Do you have tea?
Lu Fan shook his head, I'm sorry, I don't have tea here, only plain water.
You are not in the hospital taking care of the company instructor. What are you doing here?
There was a hint of reproach between the words, and Lian Chang naturally heard the sour flavor of the words. He didn't beat around the bush either, and directly got to the point. I came here to talk to you about what happened regarding her. I'm very thankful that you saved my sister during this mission despite the danger.
Sister? Lu Fan froze for a moment. You said that Instructor Lian is your sister?
Lian Chang casually pulled out a chair and sat down, his legs folded together. Otherwise, what kind of relationship does Instructor Lian Lu think we have? Couple? Lu Fan was an afterthought, and only then did he remember that both of them were surnamed Lian. I don't know why, but in his heart, there was a small trace of joy. Lian Cheng then said, I'll remember this favor of yours, and I'll definitely be obliged to do anything I need Lian Cheng to do in the future. Lu Fan said lightly, I just did what a soldier should do. Lian Cheng carefully looked Lu Fan up and down and slowly spoke, I have heard of your name a long time ago, and I have heard a little about your deeds.
With a man as outstanding as you, it's no wonder my sister would take a liking to it.
Upon hearing this, Lu Fan was stunned for a moment and opened his mouth to explain, Captain Lian might have misunderstood, the instructor just treats me as a comrade in arms. Lian Cheng coldly grunted, I know my sister, I've never seen her venture out like this before. I came over today to take a precaution with you, hoping that you can break her off. At these words, Lu Fan looked at him with some incredulity. Lian Cheng slowed down his tone and said with some sadness, my parents died in the line of duty when I was 20 years old, she was only 8 years old that year, and we siblings grew up depending on each other.
Saying I'm his brother is actually more like a father.
She didn't listen to my advice and insisted on becoming a frontline soldier on the border defense. I know she wanted to find out who killed my father back then. However, she is my only relative in this world, the motherland has my parents, it's enough to have me charging into battle, I just want my sister to be safe and happy through this life of hers. So, I hope that the other half she looks for is not from the military, or not a frontline soldier. Only then can she truly exit the front line and return to a normal family life. He paused and looked at Lu Fan with a burning gaze, you are a first-line soldier, if the two of you get together, then she will always live in a life of swords and blood. I don't want her to live in fear every day for the rest of her life, she has gone through so many trials and tribulations, I want her to get a little bit of sweetness in life.
Can you understand my pain?
Lu Fan's heart choked and her eyes fluttered, she didn't realize that Lian Yuan had such a painful family experience. How could Lian Cheng's thoughts not be what she had once thought?
Did people like them, who had no tomorrow, really deserve love?
It took him a while to slow down, Captain Lian, I understand what you mean. At those words, Lian Cheng slowly stood up and rushed to salute with a solemn expression, thank you.
Excuse me. I'll see you off.
Lian Cheng picked up his hat and put it on, waved his hand and refused, no.
You are busy.
I heard that you're participating in the Military Region Special Forces competition in a month or so.
We see you at the top.
Leaving these words behind, he turned around and left in large strides. Just as he was about to walk out of the camp's gate, he bumped into Zhang Weiwei, who was rushing towards him. Zhang Weiwei glanced at the rank on his shoulder, her pupils contracted violently, and she immediately bent down and apologized, I'm sorry, Chief, I just walked too fast and didn't see you? Lian Cheng raised his grim eyes to Zhang Weiwei's clear and clean eyes, and was instantly attracted, his entire body froze in place. He who had never been in love before seemed to have fallen at this moment, his heart thumping.
Zhang Weiwei shook his eyes with the palm of her hand and carefully asked, Chief? Are you all right? It took a moment for Lian Cheng's thoughts to respond, and he smiled awkwardly, it's fine, what's your name?
Zhang Weiwei smiled and said, my name is Zhang Weiwei, I am a member of the Flamingos.
Lian Cheng was surprised and asked, so, you are Lu Fan's soldier?
Zhang Weiwei nodded, yes.
He is our company commander, are you here to look for him?
Lian Cheng smiled, yes, I've finished my business and am ready to leave. Zhang Weiwei let out an oh-so-slight sound, then said, Chief, I'll go in first, let's gather urgently. Lian Cheng nodded his head blankly, looking at Zhang Weiwei's back as she left, suddenly feeling that his attitude towards Lu Fan just now seemed a bit worse.
In the next few days, until Lian Yuan was discharged, Lu Fan did not go to the hospital again. The next morning, Lu Fan was still checking the Flamingo's training on the office screen.
While he was mesmerized, a cold voice came from behind him.
Why didn't you come to the hospital to see me for so long?
Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Fan slowly turned around and said with a calm face, there are doctors in the hospital as well as Daiju to take care of me, and I'm quite busy with my training. Lian Yuan was a bit lost, but didn't say anything more. Flamingo has been established, I'll all have to go back to the border defense from now on.
Do you have anything to say to me?
Lu Fan's eyes flickered for a moment, and he said in a calm manner, "Have a safe trip." "Be safe." Lien Yuan frowned and asked, "Is that all?" "That's all." "You?" The face of Lien Yuan was completely gloomy, his mood lowered to the bottom. "I know. Thank you for saving me. Lu Lien Yuan." In the last sentence, she purposely lengthened the end, as if she was making the final delineation of her relationship. She turned around and wanted to leave, but after just a few steps, she couldn't help but turn back and run towards Lu Fan. Gently kissing him on the cheek, "The one who came to the hospital to see me that day was my brother, don't misunderstand. Come find me when you think clearly, I'll wait for you." Putting down these words, she rushed out of the office without looking back. Lu Fan used the back of his hand to gently caress the cheeks that had been kissed by her, like bathing in the spring breeze. He stood fixedly in place, his fists involuntarily clenched until his nails sank into his flesh, and only then did he feel a little more comfortable in his heart. "Wait until I have conquered your brother with strength. And then come back to you." Chapter 110, peeking at a man going to the toilet in broad daylight. A few days later. The flamingos had all returned to the team and stood in neat formation. At this moment, Lu Fan only had one thought, and that was to train the flamingos to be stronger and shine at the competition. He walked to the front of the team, scanned the crowd, and slowly spoke, "All personnel, put these skydiving equipment on the car, we are going to another destination today." Ran Miao saw the skydiving equipment in the box and her eyes glowed with gold. "We're going to play skydiving next, exciting." Zhang Weiwei clutched her body in horror, her face full of suffocation. "Sisters, I'm afraid of heights." Gu Yun took her by the shoulders and joked, "That's not what you said at the time when you were training for helicopter rappelling." Zhang Weiwei exclaimed, "How can that be the same? Helicopter rope descent is only a dozen meters, parachuting is more than 1,000 meters. Do you know what the concept of more than 1,000 meters is? If you fall straight down, you won't even find meat paste." Blah blah blah. Crow's mouth. "We're not going to fall." Wei Shiyu couldn't help but chime in. Lu Fan looked at the crowd's noisy appearance and yelled lowly, "What's all the noise? Think this is a vegetable market? All get on the bus, we must arrive at our destination before noon." Yes. Under Wang Fei Yang's leadership, all the female soldiers got on the military vehicles one after another. Several military vehicles took off, splashing dust all over the ground. 2 hours later, the vehicles slowly pulled over and arrived at an arsenal. This arsenal was newly built and was mainly a weapons manufacturing center, especially for nuclear weapons and heavy mech construction. He Haitao had greeted the person in charge here, so Lu Fan reported to the guard post and led the team inside. Just stepping into the entrance, Lu Fan used his radar detection skill to scan the overall structure of the arsenal, and finally his eyes landed on the wind tunnel device training location. This wind tunnel was a medium to large-sized low-speed wind tunnel. The whole thing was a ring shape with a length of roughly 200 meters, and its maximum wind capacity could generate a wind of 120 meters per second to mimic a strong wind environment. It is a bottom-up wind tunnel with a large net at the bottom to protect the practicing soldiers. Flamingos need to wear special equipment. In the high-pressure strong wind, jump to the top of the wind tunnel, simulating high-altitude weightless environment training. Upon seeing the wind tunnel, everyone was completely dumbfounded, their jaws dropping in surprise. "Aren't we training for skydiving? What's the point of coming here? I can't figure it out either. Shouldn't parachuting be done in a helicopter or a transport plane? This hole looks like it's several hundred meters deep. What's down there? It's not going to let us jump directly, is it?" Just as the crowd was talking, Lu Fan loudly interrupted, "Before training for parachute jumping, you guys need to do wind tunnel training. This is to simulate the airborne environment, so that you guys can feel the sensation of parachuting in advance. After you guys jump, I will adjust the wind speed, and during this time, you guys need to complete the movements I taught you. Below is a large net, even if you guys fall, you won't die. Who wants to be the first to try?" Upon hearing this, the scene was silent, and not a single person dared to look straight into Lu Fan's eyes. Either they looked at the sky, picked their fingers, or buried their heads into their chests. Even the three of them, Wang Feiyang, consciously took a few steps back. This was a new type of training equipment, and no one was willing to be the bird in the head. Lu Fan asked with a raised eyebrow, "Are there all no one? Then I'll call the roll." Wang Feiyang, who had kept his head down the entire time, suddenly felt like he was being stared at by a pair of eyes in general and buried his head even lower. His image in front of the female soldiers had always been perfect, and this wind tunnel training had never touched him in the first place. If he was pulled as a bird of prey at this time, it would be difficult to establish his majesty in front of the flamingos after making a fool of himself. In fact, the main thing is also his pride. Originally just relaxed down, the crowd began to tense up again, palms began to sweat. In their hearts, they secretly murmured, "Don't pick me. Don't pick me." Wang Feiyang had a bright idea and directly pushed out Chen Yan, who was next to him. "Company commander," Chen Yan said, "he's one of the instructors, he'll go first." Chen Yan was dumbfounded and glared back at Wang Feiyang, cursing his ancestors in his heart. "If you're good, you go first, what are you pushing me out for?" The stifled little eyes seemed like they were running to the execution ground. In the end, under Lu Fan's urging, he could only put on all his equipment and stood hopelessly at the mouth of the wind tunnel. Looking at the 200+ meter high depth underneath, his feet couldn't help but move back. Lu Fan coldly grunted, "Remember the essentials of movement I just taught you, jump down." Chen Yan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and jumped in headfirst like a disgruntled woman jumping off a building after being abused. Just after jumping, a huge wind force attacked. Even if he was wearing a helmet, he felt a huge impact. He couldn't even open his eyes, let alone do those movements that Lu Fan requested. Immediately afterward, his entire body was uncontrollably flailing, looking somewhat comical. At this time, it was also only a first-gear wind speed of 30 meters per second. In less than 20 seconds, Chen Yan descended to the bottom of the wind tunnel. Lu Fan pressed the stop switch, and only then did the wind speed slowly come down. This performance of Chen Yan was quite stable among beginners, at least he didn't panic to the point of shouting. Flamingo stared at Chen Yan's operation the entire time, secretly screaming in his heart that it was not good. This one looked difficult, but in fact, it wasn't easy at all. "Ran Mao. You do it." Lu Fan directly named him this time. The fact that Ren Miao could fly a helicopter meant that she was more talented than the others in this aspect of flying. "Yes." She graciously walked out, putting on the equipment placed beside her one by one. Chen Yan held onto the wall, his entire body still dazed, and at the end, he barked at Ren Miao, "Good luck." Ren Miao shrugged her shoulders and quickly walked to the entrance of the cave with a calm and collected face. After Chen Yan's performance just now, she probably knew what this counted for. Since she was able to fly a helicopter, her overload training had naturally passed 4G, so this wind tunnel was naturally out of the question. Practicing in a wind tunnel, mimicking the parachute landing process, the minimum requirement was only 3G. Airborne is roughly the same as diving. If all four limbs are opened at the same time, it can reduce the speed of descent, and if the body goes down as if diving, it will speed up because of the increased pressure. That's why wing squads usually need to do a bit of maneuvering to control their speed during the jump, so that they could jump to the landing spot with precision. An order was given. Ran Miao jumped without hesitation. She was in good shape and overcame the vertigo right after she jumped. All of a sudden it was like going into a centrifuge. Immediately afterward, she began to roll forward, roll backward, accelerate, increase, side parachute. The whole set of movements flowed like water. Lu Fan took the opportunity to set the gear to second gear, with a wind speed of 60 meters per second. Ran Miao also felt a little pressure at this time, but in the end, he still completed a full set of difficult maneuvers. Lu Fan's eyes lit up and nodded in relief. It seemed that there were still gifted paratroopers among these female soldiers. At this scene, the flamingos all looked dumbfounded and immediately surrounded her to take lessons from her. "Lieutenant, your performance just now was so handsome, it's worthy of knowing how to fly a helicopter. Have you practiced before? How come it looks so professional? Really, it's not even if you're a sharpshooter, but you're even a professional paratrooper." Ran Miao smiled and explained to them, "Actually, it's similar to the centrifuge I trained in before, just overcome the vertigo. Don't be nervous everyone, you'll all get dizzy the first time you train, just do it a few more times." She said it lightly, but the female soldiers were dizzy from hearing it. Lu Fan didn't give too much time for them to communicate here, but ordered them to continue training one by one. Half an hour later, all the female soldiers all came in a circle. Each as soon as they were out of the wind cave entrance, they couldn't wait to run towards the toilet. All of them vomited until they were red in the face, and even the jaundiced water came out. All of a sudden, all of the factory's toilets were occupied. Some of them were in too much of a hurry and didn't read the door sign clearly, so they rushed to the men's latrine by mistake. The scared male soldiers who were peeing had their asshole tightened and their little dicks went soft. Peeking at boys going to the bathroom in broad daylight, "Oh, I'm incontinent." They jerked their belts a few times and ran out, cursing. Some of the ones that were on the larger size didn't lock the door, and as soon as the female soldiers opened the door, they couldn't help but spit out all of the fountain in one gulp. It dripped all over the male soldiers, and even the only 2 paper towels in their hands fell.
Ah, female hooligans!
The male soldiers cried anxiously, not even having time to wipe their asses. They directly jerked their pants up and ran outside. Lu Fan heard the noise of the commotion outside and used his radar detection skill to take a fixed look outside. He found a dozen male soldiers stumbling out of the toilet as if they had seen a ghost, not even drawing their belts properly. Lu Fan bared his teeth and shook his head helplessly. After resting for half an hour, Lu Fan asked the female soldiers to continue training. Although they resisted in their hearts, there was nothing they could do. After all, none of them dared to disobey Lu Fan's orders. And at this moment, a sign stood outside the toilet on the 2nd floor: "Men do not enter.
Consequences at your own risk." After a day of training, the flamingo's progress was visible to the naked eye.
Although they were still stuck at first gear wind speed, most of them had gotten rid of their dizziness. At this rate of progress, if they could overcome the psychological barrier, in 2 more days, it was estimated that they would be able to make a parachute jump. But the hurdle of the psychological barrier was not easy to overcome. Lu Fan looked at the lousy appearance of each of them and planned to give them a dose of forceful injection. Although this place was an arsenal and belonged to the suburbs, it was only 2 kilometers away from the city center. They had been training for so long and had 2 actual battles in a row. They hadn't seen this kind of fireworks for a long time.
He walked up to the crowd and said with a smile, "Do you want to go to the city center to see the night view? Chapter 111, the nightlife has just begun. Take you guys to a fun place."
At those words, the female soldiers exchanged glances and looked at him incredulously.
"What's going on here?"
Zhang Weiwei clenched the back roots of her teeth and said, "The company commander must be holding something bad again. Let's not fall for it."
Guyan frowned and said, "Is it possible that Company Commander Lu thinks we're too tired from training, so he wants to take us for a rest?"
The other female soldiers, however, did not dare to agree, as they had never enjoyed Lu Fan's so-called relaxation. The prerequisite for relaxation in general was done on double training. Lu Fan continued, "From here to the city center, it's about 2 kilometers.
With your physiques, it's only a matter of minutes to run there. If you rush over there now, you can still make it in time for a late-night snack, my treat."
When these words came out, it was as if the female soldiers had heard the biggest joke in the world, and each of them did not dare to make a sound. They never knew what was going on in Lu Fan's mind. It seemed like he was strategizing every step. But they hadn't been in contact with the outside world for too long, not to mention having a late-night snack. Even if they were allowed to blow the wind in a high-rise building, they felt extravagant.
Lu Fan looked at each of them without moving and asked with a raised eyebrow, "What? Don't want to go? Report. Speak."
Zhang Weiwei stepped forward. "Is it really just a late-night snack?" Lu Fan nodded, "Of course. If you guys don't want to go, dismiss and rest."
Pretend I didn't say that.
As soon as the words fell, the female soldiers got anxious and spoke in a hurry, "Report.
We're going."
"Right. We'll go too. Who cares what the training is behind them? Let's eat a meal first." The gloom from earlier was swept away and replaced by a face of chicken blood. After being trapped here for so long, they had long wanted to go out and see the outside world. Wang Feiyang and the 3 of them looked at each other, and although their hearts were happy, they always felt that something was not right. Lu Fan looked at their spirited state, and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. After he reported to the brigade commander, he set off with the female soldiers in great numbers. For the flamingos, a lightly loaded 2-kilometer run was completely breathless. Under Lu Fan's leadership, the women changed into civilian clothes and quickly arrived at the city center. At this time, 9 p.m., it was the most lively time. The streets were full of people yelling and shouting. The female soldiers were very tall, plus they walked very neatly and exuded an unusually high and cold temperament.
22 female soldiers with an average height of 170 surged into the crowd and instantly became the center of attention on the street.
In order to avoid suspicion, Lu Fan and the few of them didn't closely follow their pace. All of them were spaced 2 meters away from each other.
Zhang Weiwei looked at the bustling scene and couldn't help but sigh. "It's still comfortable with this fireworks. I've forgotten the last time I went shopping. You guys, the company commander brought us out at this time. It wouldn't really be just to treat us to a midnight snack, right?"
Wei Shiyu waved her finger. "It's hard to say. I guess it's just to give us some candy first, and then give us some pain later. Forget it, don't think so much. We won't lose out by giving us sugar first and then bitterness later."
Ran Miao looked around and said uneasily, "Have you noticed that the people around us have been watching us?"
Daiju took her arm and said, "We have dozens of female soldiers, all of them are so tall, one head taller than most of the children here. It's that we want to keep a low profile, but we don't have the strength." Just then, a Mercedes-Benz sped by, then slowed down and reversed to stop beside the line of female soldiers. The window of the car was lowered, and a young man around 20 years old smiled at Zhang Weiwei and said, "Pretty girl, where are you going so late at night? I'll give you guys a ride." "No need. Thanks." Zhang Weiwei coldly spat out a sentence, then didn't bother with him anymore and continued to walk on her own. She had long been accustomed to this kind of old-fashioned accosting, and ignoring it was the best way to refuse. The young man did not relent, has been like a dogskin plaster hanging first gear with her to go, and finally simply parked the car in front of her. He unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car, leaning his body against the car and staring at her, with a look of "I'm the most handsome in the world." Zhang Weiwei hated this kind of stalker the most. She clasped her hands to her chest and stood fixedly in place. She would like to see what fragrance could come out of this man's mouth. The other female soldiers were bashful and stood aside as melon eaters. The man said frivolously, "I know. Don't girls like you just like money? Brother has money. As long as you accompany me for one night, how much money do you want brother give you?" After saying that, he just wanted to reach over and hug Zhang Weiwei. However, he was strangled by a white and tender hand on his wrist, followed by a gentle twist to the right. "Ah, pain, pain," the man cried out in pain, his entire arm shaking. Zhang Weiwei smiled and said, "Little brother, do you still dare?" The man shook his head like a rattle drum and said with a sobbing voice, "I don't dare. Mistress. I won't dare anymore." Not far away, Wang Feiyan rushed Lu Fan and asked, "Company commander, do you want to manage?" Lu Fan said in a cloudy voice, "If she can't even handle this punk, how can she defend her country?" Wang Feiyan wanted to continue talking, but was interrupted by a roadside stall uncle next to him. "Big brother, see how weak you look, do you want some oysters to make up for it? Eat my family's oysters, I guarantee that you'll have fun night after night, and your sister-in-law will have to beg for forgiveness on her knees." Upon hearing this, Wang Feiyan immediately changed his face and theorized unconvincingly, "Who told you that I'm physically weak? I do it 8 times a night." The uncle stared in horror, realizing that he had said the wrong thing. He hurriedly changed his words, "Big brother, eating my family's oysters can be 10 times a night." Wang Feiyan's mouth twitched. "I can't stand my wife running away with someone 8 times a night. You still want me to run away 10 times a night? Do you want me to not be able to get a wife?" The uncle's brows furrowed slightly, and he secretly sighed in his heart, "You're really a fucking tough guy." Just as they were talking, Lu Fan had already walked about 10 meters away from him. Wang Feiyan reacted and quickly chased after him. "Wait for me." Soon, Lu Fan led them to a late-night snack stall, and more than 24 of them sat at several tables at once. Not only that, because dozens of pretty girls came at once, it also attracted a lot of business over, and it was all bursting with people in an instant. The owner's face smiled like a chrysanthemum, busy and happy. The frozen food that had been hidden in the bottom of the refrigerator for several years was all sold out in an instant. After eating and drinking their fill, the female soldiers rubbed their stomachs and said smilingly at Lu Fan, "Company commander, thank you for the late-night snack, we're all full and can go back." "Right. We still have to train tomorrow, let's go back and rest early so that we can be energized tomorrow." Lu Fan said indifferently, "Who said we're going back now? The nightlife has just started. I'll take you to a fun place." When these words came out, the female soldiers were dumbfounded, and each of them looked at him in hindsight. There really was no free dinner under the sky. Chapter 112, Bungee Jumping is Coming. All of a sudden, the female soldiers were all jittery, a bad premonition surging through their hearts. Right now, they could do nothing but obey. As the old saying goes, eating someone's mouth is short, taking someone's hand is soft. If you've eaten it all, you can't just pat your ass and leave, it's not in line with the rules. Wang Feiyan and the 3 of them looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. I knew that this kid was holding something bad in his stomach. This time, Lu Fan didn't walk behind, but walked at the front to lead the way. The flamingo followed closely behind him and didn't dare to open his mouth to inquire. Soon, they came to a high mountain, and when they looked down, there was a 10,000 feet cliff. There was a small pavilion on the edge of the cliff, and a bridge board that extended out. There was a sign placed next to it, which was clearly written with 2 big words, "Bungee Jumping." When the female soldiers saw these 2 words, they instantly understood what they were going to do next, and their bodies began to go limp. It's just that they didn't expect the bungee jumping here to be open at night. At this time, there were still a few staff members who were packing up things here. Lu Fan walked over and said a few words to the staff before waving to the flamingos to come over. A staff member glanced at the female soldiers behind him and his eyes went straight. He had never seen dozens of girls with such an average height. Each one was tall. The key was that the ages were also all in their early 20s, or appeared at the same time, more or less making them somewhat flattered. Wang Feiyan took 2 steps forward and took a tentative glance towards the edge of the cliff, and his legs felt weak. He said to Lu Fan with some trembling, "Company commander, you're not bringing us here to bungee jump, are you?" "What else? Bringing you guys to the mountains to see the scenery?" Lu Fan asked back. Wang Feiyan looked around, then looked up at the moon, and said with some concern, "It's too dark now, so I can't see anything down there." "Would it be too dangerous?" A staff member spoke up, "Don't worry guys. We have people coming here to play every day. It's so empty down there, there won't be tree branches or anything like that. Play with it, it's all heartbeats. We just happened to be wrapping up late tonight, you guys came just in time. The female soldiers were full of black lines, why didn't you get off work earlier? Is it because you don't like it?" Lu Fan walked in front of the crowd and slowly spoke, "Skydiving is actually similar to bungee jumping. You have to overcome your mental barriers and jump from a high place. Usually, the height of skydiving is about 2,000 meters, and bungee jumping is usually only 50 meters and has a safety rope. So, once you overcome the mental barrier of bungee jumping, skydiving will be a snap. Bungee jumping in the dark is more challenging to one's mental quality." As the words fell, the female soldiers were all solemn and looked at him with burning eyes. Although the daytime training day was wind tunnel training, there was still a big difference between wind tunnel and bungee jumping. Wind tunnels were done on the training ground, with a limited height of about 200 meters, and there was a safety net even if you fell. But bungee jumping is different, the cliff is unpredictable, who also what is under the cliff. And the cliff is very wide, there are many irresistible factors, when jumping down the whole person's swing is very large. The excitement is much greater. However, it was indeed very similar to skydiving. Wang Feiyan and the 3 of them silently retreated to the second line for fear of being targeted by Lu Fan. If they were not careful, they would become the bird at the head of the gun again. As time was running out, Lu Fan didn't give them too much time to consume, so he let them take turns in the order they were lined up. This time, the first one to go up was Dai Zhu. Although Dai Zhu was the captain, she was always a bit scared when bungee jumping at this dark and windy night. The staff member came forward to tie up the safety rope for her, raised his head and found that Dai Zhu was even taller than him, a man, and his tone suddenly weakened by a few points. "Missy, just jump off. We're not afraid, ha. My eyes will be on you the whole time." "Thanks." Dai Zhu glanced back at her companions behind her and said in a calm manner, "Sisters, I'll go ahead." All the female soldiers clenched their fists and smiled as they rushed at her, "Go captain." As the words fell, Dai Zhu took a deep breath, followed by a leap of the crowd. "Ah!" she shrieked, and the cry stretched out over the 10,000-foot abyss. Hearing everyone present tremble with fear, they couldn't help but sweat for her. The rope stopped falling immediately when it reached 50 meters. Her every move was all under Lu Fan's eyes. It was because Lu Fan had radar detection skills and knew that the bottom of the cliff was all water that he dared to bring them out to play bungee jumping in the middle of the night. A few moments later, Dai Zhu returned to the original place, both legs are soft, back all wet, even the palms of the cold sweat. Ran Miao came over and asked with concern, "Bamboo Leaf, are you alright?" Dai Zhu slowly stood up, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed. "Don't be afraid, everyone. It's very exciting. Too exciting." Lu Fan looked down at his watch and yelled lowly at the female soldiers, "Quick! Jump in order. Don't get in the way of people getting off work." The staff wanted to refuse to serve them, but when they saw that each one of them was a girl like a flower, their 3 views could only follow their 5 senses. Although the female soldiers were scared and reluctant in their hearts, they never dared to disobey Lu Fan's orders. Soon, they jumped down one after another, and a wonderful scream instantly resounded from the cliff. It made people's spring hearts flutter. Floating thoughts. Those staff members had been working all night and were not the least bit exhausted, instead, they were in high spirits. 1 hour later, all the female soldiers completed the extreme bungee jump. Until now, there were several female soldiers whose legs were still soft, and even their heartbeats were accelerating. Lu Fan gave them half an hour to rest, and then let them run back to the arsenal. Saying goodbye to just a late-night snack, but playing Deadly Heartbeat. Man's Mouth. Sheeting Ghosts. With this experience, they could no longer believe Lu Fan's sugar-coated words. Over the next 2 days, the wind tunnel training went very well. It had progressed from a wind speed of 30 meters per second in first gear to 90 meters per second. This qualitative metamorphosis was mainly due to the fact that they were able to overcome the psychological barrier. Being able to progress to the third gear in just a few days, Lu Fan was still satisfied with the result. After leaving the arsenal, the girls returned to the place where they had trained in helicopter rappelling before. Lu Fan walked up to the crowd and said to them in a serious tone, "Congratulations, all of you have passed the wind tunnel test. You have already qualified for parachuting. There are a total of 2 parachutes inside the parachute bag, one is the main parachute and the other is the secondary parachute. The altitude of our first parachute jump is 2,000 meters, and when we get to about 900 meters away from the ground, we must open the main parachute. Of course. If you guys want to turn into a pile of mush and push the limits of death, then forget I said it." As the words fell, the female soldiers collectively sent Lu Fan a wave of blank stares in their hearts. "Report. Speak." Zhang Weiwei swallowed her saliva and said cautiously, "What if we are too nervous to jump down and forget to open the parachute all of a sudden?" Lu Fan sneered, "Then I will go to the front of your grave and sing a cool song for you." Upon hearing this, the female soldiers almost knelt down collectively. Chapter 113. Tell me earlier, I'll lend you a pack of sanitary napkins. Next, Lu Fan patiently explained to them some precautions for opening the parachute, as well as first aid measures. Finally, he looked at the crowd and emphasized, "My request is not just to skydive, but to complete the basic movements in skydiving. Your goal is also not to skydive, but to become a senior paratrooper of a wing squad. Only by reaching the level of a wing squad can you directly insert into the enemy's heart in a behind enemy lines battle. After landing at your destination, make sure to hide your parachute in time and not give the enemy a single trace. This is the most important thing. Don't try to be clever, your cleverness will harm the entire team. Do you understand?" "Understood." All the female soldiers roared in unison. "Put on your gear. Get on the helicopter." Lu Fan opened the hatch and directly sat on the co-pilot, and the flamingos, fully equipped, walked onto the helicopter one after another. Ta-da-day. The helicopter initiated a low roar, and a large amount of dust was lifted from the ground. As time slowly passed, the helicopter flew higher and higher. Soon, it reached an altitude of 2,000 meters. Looking down from above, all the scenery was in full view, and the great mountains and rivers of the motherland were displayed to the fullest. As the old saying goes, a view of the mountains is small. That's how it is. Right at this moment, Lu Fan opened the door of the helicopter and yelled, "Jump!" Daiju stood at the front, and the other female soldiers lined up behind her in a well-organized manner. She poked her head forward slightly, her feet involuntarily moving back a few steps. Ren Miao saw her hesitation and couldn't help but step forward. "Captain. How about I go first? I'll be the pioneer for you guys." Daiju looked deeply at her and shook his head. "No need. I can." After saying that, she took a deep breath and then leapt down. Ren Miao glanced downwards, realizing that Daiju's shadow was getting farther and farther away, and followed closely behind without hesitation. The female soldiers at the back of the line also overcame their fears and jumped down one by one like dumplings. This moment, not a single person was retreating. A few moments later, all 22 colorful umbrella flowers opened up, colorful and dazzling. Wang Fei Yan looked at their gradually shrinking figures and nodded in delight. Just as they were gloating, Lu Fan's icy voice came from behind them. "Wang Fei Yang. It's your three's turn." Wang Fei Yang was stunned. "We're going to jump too?" Lu Fan said loudly, "Of course. You guys are the instructors. You have to set an example." Wang Fei Yang's mouth twitched. "You're our biggest instructor, why don't you jump?" It's really a case of the official being the biggest. Chen Yan glanced out the hatch and the knot in his throat subconsciously rolled a few times. He tugged at the corner of Wang Fei's coat and whispered, "Old Wang, you go first." "I'm afraid of heights." Wang Fei Yang said with a leathery smile, "I remember you didn't say that the last time you held a woman playing bungee jumping. You still talk big, I want to fly higher." Chen Yan red-faced and lowered his head, suffocating. "That's why I specially wore 5 pairs of pants that day, even if I peed in fear, I wouldn't be seen by the goddess." Imo Zuchin slapped at his head, furious. "Look at you, this wimp. Say it earlier, I'll lend you a pack of sanitary napkins." At these words, Wang Feiyang's 3 views completely collapsed, staring blankly at the 2:2. In the end, under Lu Fan's urging, the 3 of them grudgingly closed their eyes and suffocated themselves as they jumped down. Only, the place where the three of them landed was different from the flamingos. Half an hour later, all the female soldiers were all gathered at the landing point. The landing site was a prairie, mainly flat, with a pleasant and scenic view. The women took off their equipment, found a hidden place, and hid all of their parachute bags. Although they knew that this was training, these parachute bags would eventually have to be taken back. But Lu Fan often emphasized that every training should be treated as a real battle. This way, when the war really came, they would not be in a state of confusion. This military rule was something that the girls had always kept in mind. This was the first time they completed a 2,000-meter parachute jump, and the first time they experienced the feeling of letting themselves go. Zhang Weiwei said happily, "I didn't expect this parachuting. It's quite exciting, much more fun than bungee jumping." Guyan nodded in agreement, "Right. At the beginning, that feeling of weightlessness was so strong that I thought I was going to die." Ran Miao snickered, "Don't die so early, you're the only one here whose marksmanship can be compared to mine. Do you know how lonely it is to be invincible? If you want to die, defeat me." Daiju looked around at the empty place and said uneasily, "Where is this landing site? Have you guys been here before?" Ran Miao turned around and shook his head, "The scenery is quite beautiful, but I haven't been here before." "There's no rush, Fire Wolf will come to pick us up." The more Daiju thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. "We've landed down for half an hour, by all rights the helicopter should have arrived long ago. Something couldn't have happened to the company commander, right?" Zhang Weiwei grunted coldly, "Sister Daiju, have you ever seen him in an accident? Nothing happens to him when anything happens to anyone in this world. Who is he? He's a firewolf. A brutal beast." Guyan sat on his butt and said lazily, "Let's all sit and wait, I guess he's busy, he'll come to pick us up when he's done." Ta-da-day. Just then, a helicopter flew slowly towards them. Guyan stood up furiously and pointed at the helicopter and said excitedly, "See, I told you he would come to pick us up." She waved at the helicopter and shouted, "Company commander, we're here, we're here." But as the helicopter passed over their heads, it suddenly airborne an object. Immediately afterward, the helicopter flew away without looking back. The female soldiers looked at each other, puzzled. Daishu felt that things were not good and quickly picked up the small box on the ground. Opening it, he found a manually drawn map, drawn horizontally and vertically, about the level of an elementary school student. On it was a small note, "Return to the starting point on your own within an hour. Latecomers. 15 kilometers of armed cross-country." Zhang Weiwei looked at this note, then looked at the surroundings, her face full of black lines. "We don't even know where we are, how can we go back? We can't just follow this broken map, at least give us a real map." The other female soldiers were also anxious. There were plains all around here, a vast expanse, completely unfamiliar with the terrain here. Daiju looked around, holding the map and looking at it again and again, pointing to a place and saying, "We should be in this position right now. It's now 3 p.m. We must get out of here before the sun goes down. Otherwise, once the sun goes down, without a reference point and without light, it will be hard for us to get out of here." P.S. Readers, the optimal book title is out. In a couple days the title will be replaced with, "You a male soldier, mixed into the Women's Army Company as an instructor?" Thank you for your support. Chapter 114, No Target Shooting Today, Playing Two Colors. After Wang Feiyang returned to the starting point, he looked around and didn't find the flamingos, rushed Lu Fan and asked curiously, "Company commander, where are they? Couldn't have flown to the green grass plateau, could they?" Lu Fan looked down at his watch and said in a cloudy voice, "Preparing to return." Chen Yan asked in shock, "Company commander, you're not going to let them walk back on their own? That landing site of theirs is more than 10 kilometers away from us. Besides, they don't know the way." Lu Fan grunted coldly, "The strip there is a plain and there's sunlight. I even drew a map for them. If they still don't know how to come back, then why don't they just go home and raise pigs? Still want to be special forces?" Wang Feiyang's mouth twitched. They were raising special pigs at home, and they couldn't feed them. They were all trained by Lu Fan, so they naturally knew what kind of medicine Lu Fan was selling in his gourd. It was nothing more than exercising their judgment of unfamiliar environments, and how to quickly escape in difficult situations. Gradually, half an hour passed, and a noise came from the door in. Lu Fan calmly sat on the main pilot of the helicopter and quietly waited for them. Soon, the female soldiers dragged their tired bodies and stepped into the doorway one after another. One by one, they were drenched in sweat, their shoes were covered in dust, and their hair was wet and plastered to their faces, giving them a rigid, messy beauty. They had walked nearly 15 kilometers on this journey, carrying 20 kilograms of umbrella bags on their backs. Coupled with the unfamiliarity of the terrain, they had walked almost 5 kilometers of the wrong way. Although they were tired, they didn't dare to have any slackness and still stood in the order of the team. Lu Fan got down from the main driver's seat and walked to the middle of them, looked down at his watch and frowned slightly. The time is exactly 55 minutes. I'm not satisfied with this result. You guys have a map in your hands, you have the sun to give you a reference point, the shortest route is 10 kilometers, and you guys surprisingly walked a full 15 kilometers. On the battlefield, if you were allowed to transport supplies, you would have already been completely wiped out. The female soldiers dared to be angry. They did take a lot of detours and did not recognize the right direction, which led to coming back so late. Lu Fan had a stern face and continued, "Next, shooting training. I am now going to test your shooting level when you are most tired." Hearing about the shooting training, the female soldiers were all energized. This was because the shooting training was considered to be relatively easy out of all their training. It didn't require much physical fitness, as long as the technique was good. Just as they were gloating, Wang Feiyang and the others moved 2 boxes with the 2 color ball marked on the outside. Lu Fan opened the boxes and took a small ball the size of a quail's egg from inside, raising it in front of the female soldiers and said, "Today, the target you are going to shoot at is not the target, but this ball in my hand. There are only 2 colors in this box of balls, and I will throw 15 blue balls and 30 red balls into the sky at the same time. All you have to do is hit the 15 blue balls. The more you hit, the higher your score. Split into 2 groups of PKs, 12 people in each group. The losing group will be armed for 10 kilometers tonight." Upon hearing this, the female soldiers were so shocked that they almost knelt down collectively. Their previous training, even more perverted, was shooting targets, or targets that were relatively small in size. And this time, not only did they have to shoot the target, but they also had to identify the color of the target. This was not just a test of their shooting ability, but also a test of their resilience, as well as a test of their eyesight. Good man. No matter which side is delayed, there's no way to shoot well. This is a fucking masterstroke. In this kind of training, every second counts. At the word of command, the female soldiers all held their guns and stood 50 meters away from the ball, all loaded, in 2 large circles, all ready to shoot. Lu Fan made a wink at Wang Feiyang, who nodded in understanding. He walked with Chen Yan and Mo Zuqin to the box of 2 colored balls, picked up the balls in the box according to the number Lu Fan said, and threw them up into the air unannounced. After they were splashed in mid-air, they withdrew again at a rapid pace, leaving the battlefield to the 2 groups of female soldiers. In a flash, the sky seemed to be raining 2 colored balls, densely packed with small balls. These balls were already small, and when they were thrown into the sky like this, their size was reduced by several times, instantly resembling a small soybean. The good thing was that the difference between the 2 colors was still quite large, and they could judge based on the color, and were able to improve their accuracy a bit. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire rose, a barrage of bullets slamming into the sky. Some of the female soldiers hadn't even seen what color the balls were before they had already fallen free and dropped to the ground. Some were clearly aiming at the blue ball, but in the confusion of their hands, they hit the red ball. Obviously, they hadn't adapted to this type of training. Lu Fan silently stood by the side, observing their every move without taking his eyes off the ball, and at the same time mentally noting down the trajectory of their actions. In less than 15 seconds, all the bicolors all crashed to the ground. The female soldiers started counting their loot with a deflated face, and their faces became more and more ugly. In the end, Group A only hit 3 and Group B hit 4. Their shooting levels were all above average, and they were extremely dissatisfied with hitting this score, and one by one, they drummed their faces in frustration. Lu Fan slowly walked out and said to them, "Next, the second test. You guys have to anticipate the speed at which the blue ball is falling in, and you also have to grasp the intervals between the bullets as well. Only then will you all be able to hit more targets. All of you, get your spirits up and continue with the second set of test training." Yes. The girls who were already unsatisfied with their results just now that they heard that they could train for the second time, one by one, as if they had been given a chance to be reborn, they concentrated and prepared themselves for battle. For the next half a day, all of them were engaged in this kind of pitching training. This situation was a simulation of the most realistic battlefield. There were many people of all shapes and sizes on the battlefield, and the blue ball at this time was like that one target amongst the many. If you wanted to hit it with a single shot, you would need this repeated training to achieve the best shooting effect. Lu Fan's training mode had always been out of the ordinary, and although it was harsh, the results were very great. In a month's time, their main training focused on the 3 aspects of shooting, fighting, and physical fitness. Of course, the training of the wing squad would be synchronized as well, and they already had the beginnings of paratroopers under Lu Fan's leadership. Soon, more than a month had passed, and the military region special forces competition was approaching. As the only women's special forces team in the military region, they had participated in 2 consecutive actual battles, and were especially valued by the leaders of the military region. At this time, He Haitao was sitting in his office, making a life-threatening serial call to Lu Fan to come over to discuss the competition. Chapter 115 The All-Army Special Forces Competition is here. Knock, knock. The office door was knocked. He Haitao guessed that it was Lu Fan coming over and hurriedly put down the newspaper in his hand, slowly stood up from his chair and walked over to open the door. As soon as the door was opened, He Haitao pulled his wrist amiably and said with a smile, "Coming, old brother." Lu Fan was startled by this sudden treatment and subconsciously took 2 steps back. "Brigadier, you have something to say?" "You're like this, I'm creeped out." He Haitao slapped him on the buttocks and said with a stern face, "Sit down." "Yes." Lu Fan nodded and laughed, "It still tastes right." He Haitao grunted, "You just owe your life a beating, you can't even be nicer to you even if you want to. Tomorrow you're going to lead the Flamingos to the Southeast Military Region to participate in the Special Forces competition, are you ready?" Lu Fan nodded solemnly, "Always ready." He Haitao continued, "Our 8th Group Army is sending a total of 2 teams over, and you are one of them. The other one is the Wolfang Special Forces. Although you are a military region, you are equally rivals. I'd like to remind you in particular that the 9th Group Army's Sharp Sword Special Force has been the champion of the competition for 2 consecutive years, and they're decisive, courageous, and resourceful. Especially their squadron leader Lian Chang, this person is usually a godly dragon and is your biggest competitor." At the mention of the Sharp Sword Special Forces, Lu Fan's mind instantly recalled Lian Chang's provocative look at him. This time, it was them on the battlefield, a true contest of strength. He Haitao said in a serious tone, "Of course, the higher-ups also pay considerable attention to the Flamingos. The reason why they sent the Flamingos to battle, firstly, the Flamingos have become an independent special operations commando team, and have performed very well in both drills and real battles. Second, the higher-ups were trying to see if the female pilots had met the truly expected standards. The third and most important point is that this time, it's mainly an elite competition for each military region, and they want to see what advantages and disadvantages exist for female soldiers when going up against male soldiers. It can be said that the Flamingo Commando team's participation in this competition is not just for you to make a name for yourselves, but also as an experiment for modern military warfare." He emphasized, the head of the military region clearly said that as long as the Flamingos can get the top 50 rankings, they will receive $10 million for training. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's eyes flashed with a golden light, and his eyes erupted with a thick sense of wariness. There were about 1,500 participants in the entire army, and to make it to the top 50 was already at an upper level. This competition, whether it was for them or for himself, had some very great significance. It was not just an affirmation of the Flamingos, but also a symbol of honor. Lu Fan looked at He Haitao with a burning gaze and said with incomparable seriousness, "Brigadier, my ambition is not the top 50. Rather, it's the champion." Upon hearing this, He Haitao froze for a moment and immediately gave him a thumbs up, "Good. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. This sentence of yours. I'll take note of it. There is no father or son on the battlefield, no matter who your opponent is, don't show any mercy." Lu Fan nodded heavily, "Yes." He Haitao continued, "Seeing you full of confidence makes my heart much more solid. There will be a helicopter coming to pick you up tomorrow, and the commander of the military region will also go along. This time's competition is of extraordinary significance. Seize the opportunity." "Yes." After bidding farewell to He Haitao, Lu Fan quickly returned to the Flamingo camp. At this moment, the girls were sweating and actively performing shooting training. After more than a month of two-color training, their shooting level as well as their resilience completely exceeded that of an ordinary Special Forces soldier. Maybe they were not as good as an ordinary Special Forces soldier in terms of physical ability, but in terms of other skills, their advantages were much stronger. The assembly whistle sounded and all the female soldiers came from all directions to gather. Lu Fan walked in front of the crowd and said in a cloudy voice, "Tomorrow we will be traveling to the Southeast Military Region to compete. The All-Army Special Forces competition is held every 2 years, and all military regions that have special forces can select around 50 soldiers to compete. The ones participating in the competition this time are all elites from various military districts, many of them are veteran special forces, and all of them are soldiers with a wealth of experience in various real-world battles. This time, you guys can communicate with them more and learn a lot. This afternoon, if you have any questions, you can enthusiastically ask them. Relax, it's free exchange time now. Report. Speak. Daiju said loudly, "Are we flamingos the only ones from our military region to participate?" Lufan said in a deep voice, "There's also the Wolf-Tooth Special Forces along with us. The higher-ups gave us this opportunity mainly because they want to see how your training is going and test your acceptance results." The chief clearly said that as long as we can make it to the top 50 rankings, we can be given $10 million in additional training funds. Upon hearing this, the bodies of all the female soldiers couldn't help but tense up, and one by one, they became solemn and incomparably serious. It was true that money was the best spiritual food. Even Wang Fei Yang and the three of them found it unbelievable. They never thought that the military region had reached such a high level of importance to the flamingos. Lu Fan continued, "So, this competition can be said to be a springboard for our flamingos. As for how high we can jump, it depends on your performance. Of course, you're all new recruits that have just been established this year. I'm not asking you to finish off the veteran special forces. But with the harsh training style I have for you guys, the possibility of completely abusing these new special forces that have been up for a year or two is still very high." Zhang Weiwei looked excited and couldn't help but say, "So we still have a good chance of making it into the top 50, right?" Lu Fan laughed, "Don't be too happy. If you meet these ace special forces at the start, then you might be the first to be sacrificed. Therefore, we have to be methodical in our entries and use the Tianji horse race. When you encounter ace troops, try to avoid them if you can, but if you can't avoid them, then work hard. When we meet these newly established special forces, do as much as we can. With one less force, we'll be less competitive. You guys can look at the rank on their shoulders and basically judge whether they are new or veteran soldiers." Guyan cupped his chin and asked curiously, "Company commander, does that mean that the one who survives until the end is considered the first?" Lu Fan said in a deep voice, "According to the way the competition was conducted before, the higher the score of whoever does the most headcounts and survives at the same time. You guys shouldn't be discouraged. As long as you can bring out your usual level of training, getting the top 50 is not a problem." Upon hearing this, the female soldiers glanced at each other and nodded heavily. Early the next morning, the flamingos were fully loaded and ready to go, and boarded the helicopter that was traveling to the southeast military region. Chapter 116, "For those female soldiers of yours, I can pick them up with a single finger." An hour later, the helicopter arrived at the end point. The landing point was a large plain, on which nearly 100 tents had been set up. There were 30 military districts participating in the competition, each sending 50 participants, plus instructors and leaders. There were probably at least 1,500 people. These 1,500 people were all top-notch people who had been screened out through the layers of military districts, and each one of them was not to be underestimated. Under Lu Fan's leadership, the flamingos came down from the helicopter one after another with their luggage. As soon as they got off the airplane, they looked around curiously, their eyes full of surprise and desire. They had never seen this kind of competition with such a big formation before, and all the people gathered here were elites from various military regions. If they hadn't joined Flamingo, they would never have been able to see this kind of godly power match in their lives. After all, in the current era of peace, there were very few wars, and the main thing that was usually done was to improve the fighting strength of the military through military maneuvers as well as various martial arts competitions. Right at this moment, a staff member from the director's department came over and his eyes went straight when he saw this large group of female soldiers. These female soldiers were different from ordinary female soldiers. Although they had smiles on their faces, the aura emanating from their bodies was extremely powerful. It was as if they had experienced the baptism of many wars before bursting out with a strong aura. The physique looked slender, but soft with a strong, sharp eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Usually all the people who came to compete were male soldiers. This year there were even female soldiers competing, which immediately made him feel a little unbelievable. It seemed that this year's competition was even more lively. He scanned the crowd and then landed his eyes on Lu Fan's rank. "May I ask, are you participants from the 8th Group Military Region?" Lu Fan saluted at him and nodded, "Yes." The staff member said politely, "All right, please follow me and I will take you to the residence." "Thank you." Flamingo followed with her luggage, and upon zipping into the line of the crowd, she soon drew the gaze of a large group of people around her. How could there be female soldiers competing? Could it be that they are also special forces? Letting these female soldiers come to compete with us, is there any mistake? Is this slapping us in the face? How can I say that this is also a military region special forces competition? Those who are here are the elites of each military region. What are they doing sending these female soldiers? Isn't this purely messing things up? I heard that this is from the 8th Group Army. I really can't figure out what their command is thinking. Just these dozens of female soldiers of theirs, I can handle it all by myself. A male soldier from the 10th Military Region interjected, "Don't underestimate these female soldiers. I heard that they defeated a brigade in maneuvers, and killed pirates when they went to study in the Marines. Look like vases, but in reality, each one of them is a Mulan." The other male soldiers expressed their disbelief and scoffed, "That means the ones they encountered were some rabble. If they were to fight us, they could be subdued in a single move." Right. When the match starts, let's finish them off first. Head points delivered to the door, don't take them for nothing. The moment these words came out, the other male soldiers expressed their agreement, as if for these female soldiers had long become their bag of tricks. Flamingo knew that these male soldiers were talking about them behind their backs, but they were unmoved, all of them were at a loss. Soon the staff member took Flamingo to their tent. Since they were girls, their tent was separated from the male soldiers by a distance of about 10 meters. This time, Wang Fei Yang and the three of them were not competing, so Lu Fan set up a separate small tent. The competition didn't officially start until tomorrow morning. Today was mainly to settle down the personnel from the various military regions who had come to compete, so that they could build up their strength and get ready for tomorrow's battle. For the sake of fairness, all the weapons and equipment of the participants were uniformly issued by the headquarters. At this time, it was also close to noon. Lu Fan had nothing to do, so he planned to go out for a walk to get some air. Just as he stepped out of the tent, he saw Li Lin, the captain of the Wolf-Tooth Special Forces. Once upon a time, Li Lin could be said to have done everything to bring Lu Fan over, and was close to giving his body to him. It was a pity that the falling flowers had no love for the flowing water. This matter, in the end, only ended in regret. For this matter, Li Lin also once hated himself for not being a daughter. If he had a daughter's body, he would have climbed into his bed directly, and he would have had to go without her. It could be said that Li Lin was very eager for this talent, Lu Fan, even to the point of madness. After all, if this pervert-level expert could be brought under his command, the combat power of the entire force would instantly increase by several notches. Lu Fan, long time no see. In the end, it was Li Lin who couldn't help but take the lead and go forward to greet him. Lu Fan nodded at him with a smile, "Captain Li, it's been many days, you're getting plumper by the day." The smile on Li Lin's face immediately froze, and he couldn't help but measure himself up, theorizing, "It's been so long since I've seen you, and you're still so eloquent. I call this firmness, the charm of a man's maturity. Women love me for this. My wife can look at my 8-pack abs to sleep every day." "You don't have a wife, you don't understand." Lu Fan bared his teeth and joked, "Captain Li, after not seeing you for so long, you're still so good at sophistry." Li Lin pulled him towards the corner, and after looking around, he pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and handed it to him. "Here, have a smoke?" Lu Fan frowned and pushed it back with force, grunting coldly, "Special forces are forbidden to smoke, don't you know?" Li Lin drew back the cigarette and put it back into his pocket, smilingly said, "Actually, this is my test for you. I didn't expect you, kid, you're still the same as before, you don't smoke or drink. I heard that you brought your newly built Flamingo Commando team over to compete this time. That being said, how did you get mixed up in the women's company?" Lu Fan looked into the distance and said in a cloudy manner, "This matter, it's a long story." "Then it's a long story." Lu Fan glanced at him with a raised eyebrow. "Even though we're both from the same military region, we're also competitors now. You're asking me about my troops in such a stark manner, you're not trying to pry for any information, are you?" Li Lin hummed, "With those female soldiers of yours, why would I need to pry for information? I can pick them up with a single finger. But don't worry, we're all from the same military region anyways. When the time comes, we, Wolf Fong, will protect them. Won't let you guys lose too badly." Lu Fan smiled bashfully, "Then I'll thank Captain Li first." Li Lin continued, "It's too condescending to be a company commander in a women's company. It's better for you to come to our Wolf Fong. How can I say that we are also the top special forces in the military region?" Lu Fan said confidently, "Soon, you won't be." Upon hearing this, Li Lin froze for a moment and looked at him incredulously. What do you mean? Are you saying that your 4 unlike Flamingo is ready to replace our Wolf Fong?" Chapter 117 The hunt officially begins. Lu Fan nodded firmly, "Aha. No. Joke. A heavenly joke." The corners of Li Lin's mouth twitched as if he had suffered a 10,000-point storm, and he immediately turned pale. "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. If we, Wolf Fong, lose to a bunch of female soldiers, why don't we just hang ourselves collectively? What's the point of being a special forces soldier? Lu Fan said indifferently, Captain Lee, when the time comes, I'll send a 100-meter rope for free. The picture is too explosive, remember to turn on the live broadcast. You, said Li Lin, shaking with anger. I'll go back to prepare for the pre-war work first, make yourself at home. Lu Fan patted his shoulder, turned around and left with big strides, leaving Li Lin frozen in place. As a gust of wind blew, Li Lin suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body, and his mind was filled with the scene of Wolf Fong's collective hanging. At the same time, there was also the scene of the collective asking for his life, which was even more horrifying than the midnight murder bell. The images were as gory as they needed to be. He shook his head frantically, and his thoughts were instantly pulled back. Thinking of Lu Fan's perverted combat power earlier, he suddenly felt that being defeated by a flamingo wasn't impossible. Thinking about this, he rushed back to the Wolf Fong soldier's tent at a fiery speed, and like a mad beast, he yelled lowly at the soldier. In the next match, if you guys lose to Flamingo, I'll live chop your kuan kuan. Put down this sentence, and like a person like nothing decisively rushed out. Leaving the crowd of soldiers looking at each other, instantly stayed as if they were wooden chickens, their heads as if they were exploding like a thunderbolt, boom boom boom. Captain, he's nuts, right? Lu Fan was on his way back when he happened to bump into the oncoming Lien Chang. The moment the four eyes met, the smell of gunpowder grew stronger and stronger. The two did not speak, but politely nodded lightly. The next morning, the chief director gathered the crowd and began to explain the rules of the competition to them. The rules of this competition are simple. On the ranking list, there are 2 scores, one is head points, and one person counts as 1 point. The more opponents you take out, the higher the points. The higher the ranking. The other is the survival ranking score. The more people the troop leaves behind, the higher the score. One person counts as 1 point. The score is the sum of the 2 scores. Of course, if the whole army is unfortunately wiped out, the last one to be taken out will be first place. On the first day, you can only exchange fighting for head points. On the 2nd to 5th days, you are free to play. This time, not only will your camouflage and concealment skills be tested, but also your collective as well as single combat skills. This is a competition of strength, and the team that wins at the end will receive $30 million of departmental funding from headquarters. At the same time, there are all kinds of advanced weaponry, such as fighter planes, Wuji-10, tanks, Barretts, and so on. As long as you dare to win, we dare to give it away. Lots of gifts, lots of prizes, you'll get your hands full. The general director's face was like hot lava, igniting the fire of war in their entire body. Everyone's eyes were surging with the will to fight, and they clenched their fists. It didn't matter if it was money or not, the main thing was that they were born to compete. After announcing the rules of the competition, the staff of the director's department awarded weapons to each participating team. Immediately after that, in a well-organized manner, they were all sent on a helicopter to their destination. For the sake of fairness, the landing area they chose was all decided by drawing lots. Not only that, in order to prevent the location from being leaked, the participants would all be blindfolded, and the blindfolds would only be lifted when they arrived at the landing point. The race did not begin until everyone had reached their destination. The location of the race was a jungle of about 80 kilometers with lush vegetation and many weeds. It was not only a good place to hide, but also a good place to fight. The duration of the race was 5 days and 5 nights. During these days, the girls will take care of their own food, drink, and sleep, and the director's department will not be responsible for them. In other words, how much dry food they bring is voluntary, the directorate does not force them. Soon, all the soldiers were sent to various war zones. On the other hand, on the director's side, the big screen was instantly split into 16 small pieces, each of which displayed the battle situation of each military region. At the same time, 5 drones were deployed at the same time, following the progress of the match in the air. 5 technicians stood in front of the computers, specializing in switching and controlling the screens. All of the bigwigs from each military region sat down leisurely to blow off steam. They rarely saw each other once a year, but they fought every time they saw each other, and they wouldn't leave until their noses were blue. The bigwig of the 2nd military region rushed the bigwig of the 9th Group Army and complimented him. I say, Old 9, you guys, sharp sword, have been the champions for 2 consecutive years, isn't it time to give way? If this continues, all of our other military regions will have to drink kanji. Kang Jian, the big brother of the 9th Group Army, sneered, whether you drink kanji or eat, it's all snatched by strength. I would like to give way, strength doesn't allow it, ha ha. Upon hearing this, all the bigwigs present collectively sent him a wave of blank stares. Saying you're fat and you're still panting. The big brother of the 3rd military region said unconvincingly, "Lao Jiao, don't get complacent too early. I heard that a lot of excellent talents have come out this year. Although your sharp sword is an ace, Lieutenant Lian Chang is already in his 30s, where can that physique be compared to a 20-year-old lad? Maybe, you guys might even be in the gutter this time." Upon hearing this, Kang Jian was instantly displeased. "You fart. A man is a flower in his 30s. Is it hard to believe that you can't work in bed when you're 30? You want your wife to push you from behind?" The 3rd military region's big brother's face flushed red as he angrily rebuked, "These are two different things, they can't be mixed up at all. Do you still want to have some face, even putting this kind of thing on the table?" Kang Jian said provocatively, "Hey. I'm happy. It's none of your business. If you're capable, come and beat me up." The 3rd military region's big brother was enraged, rolling up his sleeves and just about to get into action, but he was hugged by the crowd of big brothers. "Old 3rd, this has only just begun, calm down. The war hasn't even started in the front, how can the backyard start a fire first? Old 9, you also say less." In the end, it was only after half an hour of dissuasion that the two big brothers angrily sat down again, back to back, ignoring no one. "Jungle." Lu Fan said to Flamingo, "Next, you guys split into 3 groups according to our previous ABC grouping. This time, I'll fight alone and you guys will fight collectively. However, I won't participate in your battles, this is up to you guys to judge and play on your own. After training for so long, it's time to test your effectiveness. Whether or not you can get the rankings is all in your hands." Upon hearing this, the female soldiers nodded heavily, yes. Lu Fan continued, "I'll emphasize once more, for those ace troops, you try to avoid them as much as possible, only by staying alive can you have hope. Don't be in a hurry to take credit, for those ace teams, you guys are just rushing up to give them head. Other than that, you guys watch out." "Yes." Lu Fan waved his right hand, "Depart. Find your prey. The hunt officially begins." Chapter 118. I'm naturally hardcore and like to go against others. As he watched them all disperse and set off towards their respective battlefields, Lu Fan's mouth curled up with a thick killing intent. This wasn't just the flamingo's hunting moment, it was also his hunting moment. The first day was the easiest to gain headcount points, and in the later days the remaining ones were almost all troops with some trump cards. Unless some of the camouflage and hiding skills were more superior ordinary special forces, they could escape the pursuit of the ace special forces. However, this possibility was very small, because the ghillie suits they wore were ordinary, and the instruments each person carried were uniform. Each person only had a sniper rifle, a pistol, and a limited number of bullets. So while they were taking out heads, they would also consider whether the person was worth his bullets. When they encountered special forces that were several notches weaker than themselves, they almost always took them out through fighting. This way, it was possible to leave more bullets to deal with special forces that were more advanced than themselves. Soon, Lu Fan used his radar detection skill to lock onto a figure that was walking towards him with a provocative face. It was as if he had already taken Lu Fan as his dish. Lu Fan fixed his eyes on him and realized that he was Lin Feng, who had won the 100th place in the last Special Forces competition. Lin Feng was from the 3rd Group military region, and his strength was at the upper middle level among the participants. This was Lu Fan's first time participating in the Special Forces competition. Before that, it was the Wolf-Fang Special Forces that represented their 8th Group military region. Lu Fan hadn't joined the Wolf-Fang, and naturally, he hadn't followed them along. Therefore, Lu Fan was a newcomer to the participating Special Forces, purely as a companion. "Hey! Newbie, why don't you hide when you see me?" Lin Feng came over to greet him with a smile. Lu Fan smiled blandly, "Why should I hide?" Lin Feng laughed, "Newcomers like you should find a place to hide on your first day. Otherwise when you run into veterans like us, you're just little white rabbits. Wait until the second day when you can use your guns, you still have a chance to live. Didn't your captain tell you before you entered the competition?" Lu Fan gave an oh-so-subdued sigh and said in a deep voice, "It was said. But I'm naturally hardcore and like to go against others." The smile on Lin Feng's face suddenly froze, and the corner of his mouth twitched viciously. "It's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Since you're rushing up to give me points, I'll be impolite." After saying that, he swung the fist in his hand and slammed it hard at Lu Fan. Lu Fan stood still with a faint smile, a big hand steadily grabbed his fist and pushed it harder. Immediately after that, he sped up 2 steps and kicked his right foot, ruthlessly smashing into Lin Feng's abdomen. The speed was like lightning. Lin Feng's pupils contracted violently. Before he could react, he was already kicked out 3 meters away, covering his abdomen and paralyzed on the ground, grimacing in pain. His chest and back were so sore that he was huffing and puffing, he could barely even breathe, and he couldn't let out a single cry of pain. This scene made Lin Feng so shocked that his teeth broke. Since when did the new Special Forces soldier have such strong fighting skills? This was unscientific. Lu Fan walked to him and bent down to press the elimination button on him. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. Only after a long time did Lin Feng come to his senses and stammer through the pain, "Are you a fucking newbie or not?" Lu Fan nodded, sort of, "Just competing for the first time this year, veteran, I apologize. I still have to go look for prey, see you later." Lin Feng covered his increasingly painful abdomen and yelled at him in fear, "I won't see you again, I'll see you again." In the monitoring room. When the big brother of the 3rd Group Military Region saw that his soldier was so easily taken out by a new recruit, his eyes instantly fell on Su Hongguang, the big brother of the 8th Group Military Region where Lu Fan was. "Old Su. I didn't expect you guys to come with a not-so-strong recruits this year. Looks like I really underestimated you before." Su Hongguang wasn't modest at all and said with a smile, "That's true, and you don't look at whose ministry it is. The battlefield is ever-changing, and times are always progressing. Saying you're fat and you're still wheezing?" The big man of the 3rd Group Military Region looked at his beaten face and grunted in disbelief. "I also heard that you guys brought a female troop to compete this year. You're afraid that your brain has been kicked by a door, but you even brought female soldiers here. Those female soldiers, they are simple-minded and developed on all fours. Are you specially sending them over to give us head?" Upon hearing this, Kang Jian, the bigwig of the 9th Group Military Region, looked at Su Hongguang in horror. "Old Su. You even brought a female army over?" Su Hongguang grunted coldly, "What's wrong? You have a problem with that?" Kang Jian laughed loudly, "I have no opinion. Absolutely 100% support. I'd also like to thank you for your generosity. It looks like our sharp swords results will have to be raised a few notches again this year." Su Hongguang looked at each of them blowing their noses, and slapped his hands so hard on the table that the cup next to him shook a few times. What for what? Looking down on women, aren't you guys born of women? Have the ability to let your father squirt you out from his koan. At those words, everyone present instantly chrysanthemums tightened, tigers shook, and unanimously closed their mouths. Their dad could only squirt out tadpoles, not children. On the field of play. After Lu Fan finished off Lin Feng, he started looking for his next prey again. The first day's prey was the most numerous and the easiest to gain points. That's why many special forces would treasure the first day of fighting. Every minute and every second was precious. Soon, before Lu Fan could find anyone, he was being targeted again. "Hey! That soldier, come here." The person who came was none other than Li Kuai, a Special Forces soldier from the 1st Group Army. He had won the 50th place in the last Special Forces competition. Achieving this result out of more than 1,500 Special Forces soldiers was considered to be the best among Special Forces soldiers. Lu Fan looked him up and down and realized that his physical ability as well as his potential was at an upper middle level, several times higher than Lin Feng just now. Lu Fan sneered at veteran, "Have you ever seen any prey that would rush to hit the gun?" Li Kuai laughed, "Not bad. There are balls. I like it. It's a pity that you ran into me today, it's also your bad luck. Recruit Egg, I'll give you a chance to press the elimination button on your body by yourself, and suffer less physical pain." Lu Fan laughed, "Veteran, suicide has never been my code of life. It's better to fight, it's also considered making you a friend. You wouldn't dare." Upon hearing this, the veins on Li Kuai's face began to explode with disdain. "Kid, do you know my name? I won 50 places in the last Special Forces competition? Just by you? How dare you provoke me? Really don't know how to die." Lu Fan said in a deep voice, "Veteran, as the saying goes, the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. If we don't compete, how do we know who will have the last laugh?" Li Kuai was enraged. He didn't expect a new recruit to dare to stand on his head and shit on him. "Since you're determined to seek abuse, then today I'll let you see just how hard my bones are." Li Kuai twisted his neck and furiously raised his own right foot and slammed it towards Lu Fan with a horizontal sweep. Lu Fan subconsciously took a few steps back and also lifted his right foot to viciously kick at his calf. Clang! The moment the two legs collided, Li Kuai was as if he had kicked a steel plate, and his entire leg went soft like a noodle. "Oh ho, how come it's so hard?" Like an iron rooster, he clutched his calf with both hands and kept jumping around non-stop. Lu Fan smiled and said, "Veteran, I have something even harder, do you want to try it?" Chapter 119, The Courage to Win on a Narrow Road. Li Kuai was enraged, so angry that his entire body was trembling. He had never lost so poorly before. Even before, when he was defeated by an ace Special Forces soldier, he fought for several rounds before getting down. And just now, Lu Fan had subdued him in one move. And it was still the kind that showed mercy. He knew that if Lu Fan had hit a little harder, he wouldn't have been able to stand up at all. This force was even greater than that of two ace Special Forces soldiers combined. It was really bad luck today to meet this big pervert. Lu Fan walked up to him and said with a smirk, "Veteran, I'll give you a chance to press the elimination button yourself and suffer less physical pain." Why did this sound so familiar? Only after a long time did he react, "Isn't this my fucking line?" He theorized unconvincingly, "It was me who wasn't paying attention just now, so I let you have the opportunity to take advantage of it. I've recovered now, let's fight again. I don't believe that you can be so tough every time." Lu Fan smiled faintly, "Alright, since you're bent on seeking abuse, I'll fulfill you." Li Kuai looked at his creepy smile and shivered as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He patted his calf and slowly stood up holding onto the big tree next to him, pretending to be calm and said, "Come." This time he was smart enough not to dare to kick his legs, but planned to switch to his fists. He moved his hand joints and made a clicking sound. Immediately afterward, a large fist swung towards Lu Fan. The speed was several notches faster than before. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he slightly sidestepped and managed to dodge his fist. Then, he raised his right hand, and his 5 fingers condensed into a force that ruthlessly smashed into Li Kuei's chest. PFF. A mouthful of blood instantly sprayed out from Li Kuei's mouth, and along with the sweat on his head, it was also thrown out. Li Kuei covered his chest, his face hard to see. The entire person backed up nearly 5 meters and didn't stop until he hit a large tree. Lu Fan took the opportunity to quickly step forward and turn off the elimination button on him. It was cleanly resolved. Lu Fan patted the dust on his hands and said with a slight apology, "Sorry, veteran. I was a little heavy-handed just now. But don't worry, at most it's just a few broken ribs, it won't cause any life-threatening injuries." At these words, Li Kuei's throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood almost spewed out furiously once again. "You're marvelous, you're noble." Right at this moment, a Special Forces soldier from the same military region as him, Chen Juanhao, also walked over. He was ranked 45 in the last Special Forces competition and was a few points stronger than Li Kuei. "Old Li, so you're here, I was just about to look for you." Li Kuei's face changed in fear when he saw Chen Juanhao. Making a strong glare at him, "Run. You fucking hurry up and run. You don't come over." Lu Fan saw the head sent up and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. "How nice. Here comes another one. I even saved my energy to look for it." Chen Juanhao approached and realized that the elimination button on Li Kuei was smoking, and stared in horror. "Old Li, you've been eliminated?" How could he not expect that a comrade who was on par with him would be eliminated only half an hour into the match? It was simply ridiculous. "You're next." Just as he was terrified, an icy voice came out from behind him. Chen Juanhao turned around following the voice, and seeing the unfamiliar face of Lu Fan, he proudly raised his head with disdain. "You're the one who defeated Li Kuei?" Lu Fan nodded, "Yes." Chen Juanhao laughed coldly, "It seems that you do have some skills, to have defeated my teammate. Which military region are you from?" Lu Fan said, 8th Group Military Region, Lu Fan. "Never heard of it." Chen Juanhao directly said, "A newcomer also dares to speak to me in such a tone. Who gave you the courage?" He turned his head to Li Kuei and said in relief, "Old Li. I'll finish him off right now and avenge you. I'll get you back for our 1st Group Army's field." Li Kuei was so anxious that he wanted to cry, but because he was a dead man who couldn't speak, he could only secretly pray in his heart, "Old Chen, don't think about it." Chen Juanhao didn't even notice Li Kuei's change in expression, but focused all his energy on Lu Fan. "Kid, you're too crazy, today I'll teach you how to behave properly." After saying that, he was like a fierce bull as his entire head slammed down on Lu Fan. "I'll go. Iron Head Kung Fu Ah." This was the first time Lu Fan had seen this kind of divine operation. Usually others either threw a punch or a scud. Good guy. He came up with a big head. Lu Fan subconsciously took 2 steps back, and immediately dodged to the side with lightning speed. Due to the speed of the dodge is too fast, Chen Juanhao simply cannot wait to break. Head hit the tree, forehead instantly a big bag. Chen Juanhao never thought that Lu Fan's reaction speed was so fast. A normal person would take at least 2 seconds to complete a tactical evasive maneuver, but Lu Fan completed it in 0.8 seconds. This was even more of an ace than an ace. It was because of this 1 second time difference that made him hit a pustule. Chen Juanhao touched the pustule on his head and looked viciously at Lu Fan. You were lucky just now. Being able to dodge doesn't count as a skill. Next, you won't be so lucky. After saying that, he raised his right foot again and swung it vigorously at Lu Fan. In the monitoring room, the big brother of the first group army bit his lips, staring at the big screen with a deadly stare, his two hands rubbing back and forth non-stop. You didn't know how to run after you fucking suffered a loss. Stay here and wait for death. If you're beaten down by a new recruit of others, I'll shoot you. He exasperatedly looked at Su Hongguang of the 8th Group Army and realized that he was crossing his legs and drinking pour in a calm manner. A look of strategizing. Suddenly, Su Hongguang realized that there was a pair of gloomy eyes staring angrily at him. He slowly raised his head just in time to meet the scarlet eyes of the 1st Group Military Region's big brother. Old one is not in a hurry. Our family Lu Fan has always known how to behave. He will definitely show mercy in his hands. At most, we'll just let your soldiers lie down for half a month. They won't be ruined. Don't worry. The big brother of the 1st Group Army's mouth twitched, itching to take off his Hong Kong shoes and throw them at him. When the bigwigs of the other military regions saw Lu Fan's skill, they all gulped with palpitations. In the past, they had watched every Special Forces competition in its entirety, but they had never seen a Special Forces soldier with such agile tactical movements. At this moment, they were praying in their hearts that their soldiers would not encounter this kind of pervert. Each and every one of them looked at Su Hongguang with eyes full of hostility. And on this side of the field, unsurprisingly, Chen Juanhao was already sitting with Li Kuai, back to back, shedding tears of remorse and despair. If they were given another chance, when they saw Lu Fan, they would definitely hide as far away as they could. That way, they wouldn't be eliminated just after the start of the competition. How humiliating. Lu Fan bent down and smiled at them. Comrades, I'm going to look for my next prey. I'll see you in the river and lake. Chen Juanhao's face was full of black lines, and he almost jumped up and cursed. Who wants to see you again in the Jianghu? I'll never see you again. On the other hand, the 8 female soldiers led by Ren Miao were being chased by several superior horses. Chapter 120, Don't bother making me 5 moves, 1 move is enough. Hoo. Stop. Stop running. Several superior horses exerted all their strength and chased them for 5 kilometers, and they were hard left behind by the female soldiers. A male soldier bent down with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath and said, These pussies, they can really run. How come their stamina is so good? We can't chase them any further, or else our stamina will be exhausted by them. Another male soldier said unconvincingly, They couldn't have taken stimulants, otherwise how did they practice this speed? It's fortunate that it's on the field. If it's in bed, we'll lose a lot of face. Upon hearing this, several male soldiers looked at each other, subconsciously glancing down at their crotches, their faces full of black lines. On the other side, after Rin Miao and the girls avoided the pursuit of the superior horses, one by one, they also leaned against a tree to rest. Guyan exhaled fresh air in a big breath and said in a deep voice, Luckily the company commander has us armed for 10 kilometers of running every day, otherwise we really can't outrun these superior horses. Ran Miao looked ahead and waved his hand, They're not catching up, everyone rest in place for 10 minutes. A few moments later, several figures pattered towards them. They were also male soldiers from the same 1st Group Army as Li Kuai, only that they were ranked slightly behind, around 120. The military district only ranked the top 150 every year, so they belonged to the lower middle level. The 2 classes stood on opposite sides, their eyes bursting out with a thick battle intent. A male soldier named Fong Hung stroked his chin and looked up and down at the 8 female soldiers in front of him, his eyes flickering with a million lights. Man, the prey that was delivered to our door has come, or 8 of them. Another male soldier said with a smirk, We're so lucky today, no one is going to steal it from me. Ran Miao subconsciously glanced at the shoulder insignia of these male soldiers and realized that one of them was a sergeant and the others were all soldiers. She smiled as if relieved and rushed Go Yun and the others, Sisters, they are also inferior horses. Inferior horses met us medium horses, and the number is still so small, we can take 3 heads without any problems. Yo! What a big mouth! Fong Heng's gaze instantly landed on Ren Miao and said with a provocative face, Little sister, you shouldn't be here, this is a battlefield for our men. Let's put it this way, we'll let you guys have 5 moves, consider it as us taking pity on you. Ren Miao crossed her waist with her left hand and hooked her finger at Fong Hong with her right hand, You. Come here. Sister is going to teach you how to respect women today. Fan Hong glanced at the two comrades beside him, raising his head and striding out with the word "Oda" beating written all over his face. "Come on," I said, "for you two." Before he could finish his words, Run Miao swept a flying leg across the room, instantly sending him flying 2 meters away. Splat! Before Fang Hong could react, he had already fallen heavily to the ground. His limbs felt like they had been dislocated, and his back gushed with pain. This scene scared the two comrades beside him, both wide-eyed and with faces greener than a cactus. Damn, are all the female soldiers so tough now? Ran Miao patted the ash on his hand and said provocatively, "Comrade, don't bother to make me 5 moves, 1 move is enough." Convinced? Not convinced. Fang Hong gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up, holding onto a large tree next to him. "Just now, it was because I wasn't prepared, that's why I fell into your trap. This time I won't lose to you again." Ran Miao sneered, rolled up his sleeves and grunted coldly, "Then I will fight until you get down today." As the words fell, Ren Miao's fist instantly slammed into Fang Heng's vitals like a gust of wind. Fang Heng's pupils contracted violently as he subconsciously took 2 steps back and instinctively used his elbow to resist. Immediately after, Fang Hong no longer defended, but took the initiative to strike. While using his elbow to resist, his right foot also instantly struck. Seeing this, Run Miao hurriedly kicked out his own right foot to block, his right hand smashing into his nose at the same time. Clang! The 2 legs crossed and collided. Ran Miao merely frowned for just a moment, while Fang Hong, like a child with a broken leg, fell to the ground instantly in pain and stared at her with a horrified look. Aren't the forces mutual? Why do I hurt and she doesn't? Is she not made of flesh? Unfair. At this moment, he felt that Ren Miao was not a woman, but a female ghost that came to claim her life. Ren Miao flung her calves and just wanted to step forward to strike while the iron was hot, but Fang Hong stopped her loudly. "Stop. I admit defeat." The trembling words were filled with panic, yet with a hint of childish unwillingness. He slowly closed his eyes and pressed the elimination button on himself. As a Special Forces soldier, he was actually fucked over by a female soldier. Disgrace to his grandmother's house. Seeing this scene, the 2 remaining male Special Forces soldiers were completely petrified, their jaws dropping in surprise. Fang Hong was the best fighter amongst the 3 of them, but now he was easily knocked down, then they would only get beaten up if they stayed. 36 plans, walking is the best plan. The 2 of them glanced at each other and tacitly took a few steps backward, scattering their legs and running. Want to run? Too late. With a wave of Ren Miao's hand, Gu Yun and the 8 of them sped forward, surrounding the 2 of them. "Little brother, where to run?" Gu Yun cupped her small chin and looked at them with a smile. The 2 men looked at the 8 female soldiers, goosebumps rising all over their bodies, cold sweat swishing straight down. "Auntie. It was us who had the eyes to recognize and to tie just now. As the saying goes, if you leave a thread of favor, you can meet us in the future. Just pretend you've never seen us before and let us go. At least let us survive the first day. It's disgraceful to kill us in the opening round, isn't it?" At this moment, they were now like the Tang monk in Journey to the West, and the female soldiers were the spider spirits inside, webbing them to death. Ren Miao laughed. "Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. If we cut off the grass without removing the roots, the ones who will suffer in the end will definitely be ourselves. Sisters, finish them off. Snatch all the guns and ammunition from them." "Yes." The 8 female soldiers gathered together, rubbing their hands together and eyeing the 2 male soldiers. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. In less than 10 seconds, the 2 male soldiers were knocked down, the elimination buttons on their bodies instantly smoking. After the female soldier squeezed the last bit of value out of them, she smiled at the 3 male soldiers and said, "The 3 comrades have worked hard. When we get the top 50 rankings, we will definitely treat you well. Bye-bye, Yulu." The 3 male soldiers carried their backs and bitterly watched the female soldiers take the trophies and leave. Fang Hong clenched his fists and said indignantly, "Next time, I will definitely hold them down and squeeze the last drop of her blood." Upon hearing this, the other 2 rushed to persuade, "Brother, don't be impulsive. With this strength of theirs, it's estimated that they won't be able to blow up for 3 days and 3 nights. Thinking of this, the 3 male soldiers' chrysanthemums tightened, and they clenched their thighs in hindsight. Inside the monitoring room. At this moment, the face of the big brother of the 1st military region was so hard to see that he was so angry that his hand was shaking as he held the water cup. This year, their military region had a total of just 1 participating team, with only 30 people, and just after the opening round, 5 of them were killed off, and their combat power instantly dropped by several notches. He did not expect that the elites in his hands would be easily killed by a few yellow-haired girls. Where was this going to be justified? Su Hongguan looked at the big man of the first military region and said with a smirk, "Old wine, how about it, convinced or not? Don't be so angry, victory and defeat are commonplace, you have to learn to get used to defeat." "Fuck off." The first military region big brother cursed, "Don't be too happy, this time it's these girls who are lucky. When they meet the top 30 ranked special forces, they will definitely be beaten down in minutes. No matter how powerful a woman is, she's still a woman after all, she can't compare to a man." Su Hongguan wasn't angry and continued to say calmly, "Fear not. I still have another team of male soldiers. Besides, I still have my family Lu Fan, ha." As soon as the words fell, the big man from the 3rd military region pointed at the big screen and jumped up excitedly, "Old Buster, look. Your family Lu Fan has met his match." Chapter 121, As long as I've grown up, I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the big screen in unison, all of them staring wide-eyed. Fixing their eyes, they realized that it was Lu Haiyang, the 16th ranked Special Forces soldier from the previous session, a soldier from the 6th Group Army. Ranking 16, this achievement was also quite explosive when placed on the rankings. At this time, Lu Yang is only 200 meters away from Lu Fan. According to their trajectory, in less than 2 minutes they will definitely meet. Su Hongguang's smile suddenly froze, his face suddenly became ugly, his hands involuntarily clenched tightly, his heart secretly screamed bad. Although he knew that Lu Fan's strength was good, but the other party was the 16th ranked Special Forces. To be able to stand out amongst the 1500th ranked Special Forces, it could be said that he was an ace amongst aces. This strength should not be underestimated. The first military region bigwig also noticed Su Hongguang's subtle change in expression, and couldn't help but snort, "Old Buster, it seems like you guys are going to fall head over heels this time. They're the elite of the elite, where can you freshly minted brats compare to them?" The 6th military region big brother's head was raised to the sky, falsely benevolent and relieved Su Hongguang, "Old bastard, our Lu Haiyang comes out very quickly, and won't let your family Lu Fan suffer. I can only say that your Lu Fan is unlucky to meet our strong general at this time. Otherwise, with his stature, he would still be able to pounce for 2 more days." Su Hongguang was so angry that his face was red and thick, and with a stern face, he angrily rebuked at them, "Who says that our Lu Fan will definitely lose, even if the 15th place, so what? Even if the first place Sharp Swords Lianshang comes, my soldiers are still not afraid." When he said this, Su Hongguang's heart beat hard a few times, and he didn't know where the courage came from. He only knew that at this time, his soldiers were fighting at the front line, and he had to support Ling up in the backyard. Upon hearing this, the bigwigs looked at Kang Jian, the bigwig of the 9th Group Army, in unison. Kang Jian crossed his legs, tapping his fingers on the desktop, not putting Su Hongguang's words in his eyes, looking like it was none of his business. "You guys make a lot of noise, anyway, the first place will end up in my house." This side of the arena. As everyone expected, Lu Fan and Lu Haiyang did fight. Only, how could Lu Haiyang not expect that Lu Fan would not even have the slightest sense of avoidance when he saw him? For this face of his, apart from the special forces that ranked ahead of him, they basically ran away when they saw him. After all, no one wanted to be taken out on the first day of the competition. Therefore, many recruits would choose to hide on the first day, and some even hid in the trees for a day and a night, just for the gunfire battle on the second day. They all had the self-awareness that they naturally couldn't compare to these aces than fighting. Only in the next day's gunfight, there was still a glimmer of a chance of survival. Lu Fan had already done enough pre-match work and recognized Lu Yang at a glance. He tested him with his physique perspective function and found that his explosive power as well as his physical abilities were in the upper echelon. At his current level, a person could take out 5 special forces soldiers without any effort. Lu Fan walked up and greeted him in stride like he was nothing. "Veteran soldier, you're Lu Haiyang, right?" Lu Yan looked him up and down and said with a raised eyebrow, "Being able to recognize me shows that you've done your homework. It's just that I didn't expect that everyone else would run or hide when they saw me, but you even sent me to the door." Lu Fan smiled and explained, "It's not that I don't run, but I know it's useless to run. Since you were able to get the 16th place in the last session, it means that your anti-surveillance technique has reached the point of being like a fire. Since that's the case, why should I waste my time running? It would be better to simply fight." Upon hearing this, Lu Haiyang mentally looked a few eyes higher at Lu Fan, the new recruit. "You do have commendable courage. Just based on these words of yours just now, I would like to make you my opponent tomorrow. So, this time, I'm going to let you off the hook. You go." Lu Fan froze for a moment, not expecting this expert to let himself go. However, there was no reason not to take the head that was delivered to the door. Moreover, it was indeed a very fulfilling thing to fight against an expert. Lu Fan took 2 steps forward and laughed, "But, I'm sorry. I have no intention of letting you go." Upon hearing this, Lu Haiyang's tall and powerful body was suddenly stunned for a moment. As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, he looked at him incredulously. What did you say? You won't let me go?" How could he not expect that a new ordinary Special Forces soldier would dare to publicly provoke him? This was simply a great shame for him. After all, no ace Special Forces soldier would think that a special recruit who had just joined this year could be so powerful. To them, the new special soldiers were just companions. Defeating them was as simple as an adult picking up a baby. In the monitoring room. When the bigwig saw this scene, they also smacked their lips and coincidentally looked at Su Hongguan with disdain in their eyes. The bigwig from the 6th Military Region snorted, "Old Buster, it seems like your soldiers are just as crazy as you are." Su Hongguan was flustered in his heart, but still stabilized his mind, puffed out his chest and said theoretically, "When a soldier, don't steam buns to fight for breath. If everyone is like your soldiers, merciful at every turn, sooner or later, because of their own soft hands will harm themselves, and even harm their own team. On the battlefield, one should kill decisively and show no mercy." At those words, the 6th Military Region Big Brother's face changed drastically, his teeth chattering in anger. He thought that Su Hongguan did have a point, and was simply powerless to refute it. It was only after a moment that he pulled out a sentence, "Old 8, what's the use of arguing verbally here? A person has to learn to put himself in his place, you'll just wait for your soldiers to be abused." Although Su Hongguan didn't know why Lu Fan dared to publicly provoke the ace Special Forces. But just based on this courage of Lu Fan, he had to cheer for Lu Fan. All the bigwigs present, each gloating in general, were waiting for Su Hongguan to be punched in the face. Su Hongguan stared tightly at the big screen, secretly murmuring, "Lu Fan, you have to fight for me, at least don't lose so ugly." On the field of play. Lu Haiyang slowed down for a few moments before pulling back his thoughts. He let out a cold snort. "I've grown up so much, I've never seen someone as arrogant as you." Lu Fan smiled faintly, "Then I'll let you see it today. Let's just make this quick, there are still a lot of people waiting for me to clean up behind us." Hearing this, Lu Haiyang could no longer hold back, his 5 bony hands clenched into a large fist. Immediately afterward, he stomped his left foot and swung his right foot violently at Lu Fan's waist. The ground left a deep footprint, splashing the sky full of dirt. This speed was very fast, like lightning. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly and he immediately retreated several steps backward, then sidestepped to the side and managed to dodge it. The tactical evasive maneuver was very fast, and was completed in almost 0.7 seconds. Crap! Lu Haiyang did not expect that Lu Fan's reaction speed was so fast. Luckily, he was well stabilized, otherwise he would have been unsteady in his center of gravity with that move just now, and would have fallen straight to the ground. Before he could react, Lu Fan had already swung his first punch. The speed was twice as fast as Lu Haiyang. The wind of the fist whistled around him. The big, powerful fist, like gathering thousands of troops, fiercely choked Lu Haiyang's heart. He was too late to dodge, and could only subconsciously use his elbow to block. Snap! The fist slammed hard into his abdomen, shocking his brain to follow the turbulence, and his internal organs were all misplaced in general. The entire person retreated 2 or 3 meters away, and crashed into a large tree in a muddled manner. He shook his head hard and just wanted to stand up to counterattack. Lu Fan had already swung his second punch, slamming into the left side of his face. As if Lu Haiyang had suffered a 1,000-pound scale, his heart choked and the pain tore him apart. He covered his chest and sat paralyzed on the ground before he could slow down. Lu Fan smoothly pounced on him, one foot half kneeling on his chest, his right hand tightly holding the knot of his throat. Old soldier. You lost. Chapter 122 Flamingo and Wolf's Teeth United. Lu Haiyang was lying on the ground with a nervous breakdown, his head was in a daze, and his heart could not be calmed for a long time. How could he not understand that he was easily taken out by Lu Fan? The other party did not even hurt half a millimeter, or a new recruit. Even if he had fought with the top 10 special forces in the military region before, it would take several rounds before he was defeated. But he fought against Lu Fan, and the whole process took less than 10 seconds. 10 seconds, what kind of concept is that? He grabbed Lu Fan's wrist and questioned, "You've never participated in a special forces competition before? With a body like yours, you can make it to the top 3 anyways, how could you have never competed before? Unless your military region commander's head was squeezed by the door." And at this moment, Su Hongguang in the monitoring room suddenly sneezed twice. Lu Fan pulled him up and helped him pat the ash on his body. I did participate for the first time this year. I didn't join the special forces before because of my personal reasons. This year was a mistake. That's why I appeared on this battlefield. Lu Haiyang nodded in realization. No wonder, but your level of fighting is also too powerful. Where did you go to learn? I'll sign up to learn as well. Lu Fan laughed. Just learn and practice more. Veteran soldier, I'll stop nagging you. I have to continue on my way. He didn't linger much longer, but politely patted his shoulder and left with big strides. Lu Haiyang looked at his back as he left. His heart was mixed, and his mind was already thinking about how to write a 10,000-word review. In the monitoring room, Su Hongguang smiled so much that his mouth was grinning to the back of his ears, and that smile couldn't even be suppressed by AK. He could never have imagined that Lu Fan's fighting level could reach such a high level. Even the 16th-ranked Special Forces soldier in the military region was easily taken down. In the past, if he had known that he was so capable, he would have made him the captain of the Wolfang Special Forces, and there would still be that Li Lin whatsoever. At this moment, he felt that setting up the Flamingo Commando was the wisest choice. Otherwise, how could there be a chance to discover this 1,000-mile horse? He smiled and said at the bigwigs, I told you that our family Lu Fan is powerful, right? You guys still don't believe me. How about it, convinced or not? The big brother of the 6th military region was so angry that his veins were bursting and his hands were shaking. That was one of his most precious soldiers, and just like that, he let a special soldier who had just risen to the top take out. How suffocating it had to be. Old Buster, I still have 2 more trump cards in my hand, so don't be too happy. Don't forget, we had a total of 2 Special Forces soldiers go in the top 10 last year. You, Lu Fan, took out just one of my bronzes. Su Hongguang proudly raised his head and said in disbelief, Old Six, we are both 1,000-year-old foxes who have come out of the rain of bullets and have seen as many masters as we can, so let's not fool ourselves. Ask yourself, have you ever seen a soldier as fast and accurate as Lu Fan strikes? Upon hearing this, all the bigwigs present looked solemn, their faces turned blue, and their fists involuntarily clenched. Even Kong Jian, the big brother of the 9th military region, began to sit on pins and needles, his entire body anxious. After so many years in the military, they really had never encountered an expert as perverse as Lu Fan, able to make a tactical maneuver in 0.7 seconds. That speed, faster than a robot. Kong Jian subconsciously turned his head to look at the big screen and realized that Lu Fan's headcount points had been far ahead and was in first place. In just 5 hours of the opening game, he had taken out 30 Special Forces soldiers by himself. Among them, there was no lack of ace soldiers at the front of the rankings. On the other hand, the second place was Lian Chang, who only had 20 head points, a full 10 points behind Lu Fan. At this moment, Kong Jian began to be nonchalant and secretly mumbled in his heart. Lian Chang. You must hold out for me. On the other side, Flamingo B, led by Dai Zhu, came to another battle zone. While they were looking for their prey was also looking for them. Coincidentally, they encountered Wolfang Special Forces who were indeed from the same military region as themselves. The leader, Li Lin, recognized them at a glance, but had no intention of making a move. After all, these female soldiers were always outside the scope of his first stage of hunting. Moreover, they were all special soldiers from the same military region, and he was planning to join forces with Lu Fan. First siang outside, and then settle inside. Li Lin walked up and said with a smile, Hello guys, I am Li Lin, the captain of the Wolfang Special Forces. We're all in the same military region, and I'm old friends with your company commander Lu Fan. Dai Zhu subconsciously looked at his shoulder badge, the rank of major, a veteran of many years. Although the few other soldiers he led were only soldiers, this captain's strength was not to be underestimated. If the 2 parties fought, they would not be able to fall in favor. After contemplating for a moment, Dai Zhu smiled at him, Hello, Captain Li. Since we're all from the same military region, I think let's not engage in infighting for now. Let's wait until we join forces to take out the other military regions first, then we'll have a showdown, what do you think? Li Lin didn't expect that the thoughts of these female soldiers would be the same as his own, and immediately clapped his hands in agreement. It's really a hero's opinion. That's exactly what I'm thinking. You guys are worthy of being soldiers brought out by Lu Fan, your brains are just better than others. Since we've met, let's join forces and do a little more headcount in the first phase. Let's split the points 50-50, how about it? Zhang Weiwei came over to Dai Zhu and whispered, Captain, I think this plan is feasible. We're no match for them now, they're the top special forces in our military region. Firewolf said, if you can't beat them, run, if you can't run, join them. The other female soldiers also nodded their heads in agreement. After all, they currently only had 8 people, and the other party had 10 people, so they had a numerical disadvantage. Daiju nodded, good. I agree. After both sides reached an agreement, they started walking in the same direction. After just a few steps, Li Lin suddenly stopped and raised his right hand. Stop, stop, stop. Someone is coming. All take cover. Everyone immediately dispersed, all piling into the nearest bushes. Instantly no movement. They had all gone through strict camouflage and concealment training, and their jungle camouflage was already familiar. Coupled with the effect of the ghillie suits, they looked just like their surroundings, and had obviously blended into one. One of Wolf Fang's male soldiers looked around and asked in a low voice, Captain, do you see who it is? Li Lin took the binoculars and looked around, frowned and said, it's the 9th Military Region's Sharp Sword Special Forces, a total of 8 people, we're no match for them. We definitely won't be able to fight, we can only wait for tomorrow's gunfire to start the battle to have a chance of survival. Hearing the Sharp Sword Special Forces, they heard the wind and lost their fear, all of them tightly closed their mouths, even their breaths were divided into 2 hoots. Soon, Lian Chang brought a few soldiers near Li Lin and the others. With every step they took, Li Lin's and their hearts followed. Suddenly, the ears of one of Li Jian's special forces jumped a few times, and lifted a bush with one hand. Chapter 123 There is no father or son in the battlefield. Not to mention brother-in-law, even his own father would have to fight. At this moment, everyone held their breath and covered their mouths with their dead hands, not daring to make a single sound. At this moment, they feel that the sword is like a sharp blade, as long as it touches the heart will be ruthlessly inserted a knife. The Special Forces soldier checked for a while and shook his head in disappointment. Captain, no suspicious characters were found. Lian Chang's brows furrowed slightly, subconsciously looked down at his watch, then looked around, and coldly grunted, Go. Go to the next place. With a command, everyone followed his lead closely. It wasn't until everyone had left that heads poked out of one of the straw piles one after another, their palms pinched with sweat. So it's him. Daiju saw Lian Chang's familiar face and suddenly just remembered. Zhang Weiwei curiously asked, Bamboo Leaf, you know him too? Daiju turned her head slightly and asked with a surprised face, What do you mean? Could it be that you also know him? Zhang Weiwei skimmed her lips and said, It's not really knowing, just that I met him once when I was at the flamingo camp. At that time, there was an emergency assembly, so I didn't ask him where he served, and only today did I find out that he's actually the lieutenant of the Sharp Sword. Daiju swept a glance at the crowd and said in a deep voice, He doesn't only have this identity, he also has another identity. What identity? Daiju looked at the crowd and said, He is the instructor's own brother. What? Everyone stared in horror. Zhang Weiwei bit her fingertip and nodded thoughtfully. No wonder the instructor was able to escape from the tiger's mouth, so it turns out that she came from the gate of tiger generals. It's hard not to excel when you have such a powerful brother. The others also smacked their lips, their faces full of shock. Wei Shiyu snickered, Do you guys think it's the instructor's brother who's great, or our company commander? Shen Mengyao thought for a while and shook her head, it's hard to say. We've seen the strength of our company commander, he's invincible in battle. But the instructor's brother, Lian Chang, is the most powerful special forces soldier in the entire military region, it's too hard to compare. Zhang Weiwei cupped her chin and laughed, I didn't expect our company commander to run into his own great uncle on the battlefield, it's a bit interesting. Do you think if they met, would they fight? Or fight? Daiju coldly grunted, There is no father and son on the battlefield. Don't say it's your great uncle, even your own father would have to fight. Alright, let's not dilly-dally, we have too little loot today, hurry up and look for prey. All the female soldiers looked at each other and nodded heavily. On the other side, Li Lin hid in the grass and patted his chest in fear, that was close. Almost got killed as prey. One of Wolf Fang's male soldiers said heartily, It's fortunate that you're so smart, Captain, that you let us train in camouflage in the jungle for the last 2 weeks. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't be able to escape his fiery eyes. Li Lin cheered at everyone, After today, tomorrow will be the hot weapon stage. Everyone must protect themselves and not disgrace the 8th Military Region. Yes. After Daiju gathered with Li Lin and the others, he directly said, Captain Li, I think we'd better hurry up and leave. I'm worried that he'll turn back and come back, and I won't be able to escape at that time just the same. Li Lin nodded, waved his right hand, and coldly grunted, Go. Let's change places as well. Soon, they walked for nearly 2 kilometers before they noticed a group of people coming towards them. Li Lin fixed his eyes on them and realized that they were from the 5th military region. There were a total of 5 people, and these people were ranked around 40 in the previous class. The strength was above Li Lin's wolf's teeth. It was considered an upper middle class horse. If placed before, they wouldn't have acted rashly. But now, with Flamingo's 8 female soldiers, it might be possible to put up a fight. He put down the binoculars and said to Daiju, "There are now 5 heads, do you want them?" Daiju had a golden light in his eyes and nodded his head vigorously. "Nonsense. Of course I want it." Li Lin pondered for a moment, then said, "If we want to finish them off, we have to work together. Otherwise, at our level, acting separately probably won't work, and we'll also plant ourselves." Daiju directly said, "Captain Li, you have more experience than us, what do you think we have to do?" Li Lin said, "It's simple, you guys go be the bait and lure them here. And then we'll finish them off together." Daiju looked at him in horror and frowned. "What if we go and be the bait and you guys are afraid that you can't beat them and walk away? At that time, won't the 8 of us be sacrificed for nothing?" No. Li Lin patted his chest and assured, "Captain Dai, don't worry, I, Li Lin, have always been true to my word. We Wolverines aren't this kind of cunning villain either, saying that an alliance is an alliance is an alliance. It's impossible to leave our comrades behind in the middle of the day. Besides, if we're going to leave you guys behind, we might as well finish you off right now and still gain 8 head points, so why take the risk of being superfluous?" Upon hearing this, Daiju also felt that he had a point, but he was still a bit worried. "Then why don't you guys go be the bait?" Li Lin laughed, "Captain Dai, on the battlefield, women have always been the easiest for people to let their guard down. I think the higher-ups are taking this into consideration when they want to establish a women's special operations team. If you guys go up there, they'll circle you a bit instead, and they definitely won't take you in their eyes at first. We're just taking advantage of their surprise to add fuel to the fire. If you really find it difficult, then forget it, let's find the next target." At this time, Wei Shiyu couldn't help but speak up, "Bamboo Leaf, I think Captain Li has a point. We can indeed try." Daiju hesitated for a moment and finally nodded, "Fine. If we succeed in finishing them off. 3 of us, 2 of you." Li Lin didn't expect Daiju to be so calculating, and when he thought that people were acting as bait and sacrificing a bit more, he could only nod helplessly. "No problem. In a moment, we'll be like this." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him in unison. "Is this, sure it's feasible?" Li Lin nodded, "No problem. When dealing with this kind of special forces soldier, we have to come up with something different. Can't follow the routine." Everyone looked at each other and nodded heavily. Daiju picked up the binoculars to look at the 5 people who were approaching step by step, and rushed the female soldiers behind him. "Let's go. Let's set off. Just follow the plan." Soon, the 8 female soldiers led by Daiju trooped towards the 5 male soldiers. Watching them walk away, a Wolf Fawn Special Forces soldier codenamed Eagle couldn't help but say, "Captain, are they really okay? Will those special forces not fall for it?" Li Lin laughed, "Don't worry. There are no weak soldiers under a strong general. They're all soldiers brought up by Lu Fan, their abilities are definitely not that bad. We just need to do our part and wait for them to arrive." With a command, all the soldiers of Wolffang immediately climbed to the trees and some hid in the bushes, quietly waiting for their arrival. Chapter 124 Say Nothing, Fight. When the 5 male soldiers saw Daiju walking towards them, each one of them was like seeing their prey, tears of excitement flowing from the corners of their mouths. A special soldier codenamed Cyclone said with a smirk, "Isn't this the Flamingo Commando team from the 8th military region? Surprisingly, we ran into it. We were just worried about how we couldn't meet some little grasshoppers, and it just so happens that they came to our door. What a way to get here." Another male soldier was a bit intolerant. "Would it be too unseemly for us several big men to deal with a few girls?" Upon hearing this, Whirlwind slapped him hard on the head and grunted coldly, "Please get it straight, this is a battlefield. On the battlefield, there is no difference between men and women, there is only the difference between enemies and friends. You're not taking pity on them and want to give them your head on your own initiative, are you? How could that be?" The male soldier lowered his head in shame, his mind instantly clearing up. Cyclone waved his right hand and rushed the crowd, "Go. Finish off the prey." Zhang Weiwei rushed Daiju and said, "Juyi, they're really following us. Run." At Daiju's command, all the female soldiers scattered and ran in the direction of Li Lin's ambush. Physical fitness was bursting at the seams and speed was flying. There was no reason to let a ripe duck in your mouth fly away. After them. Can't let them run away. At Cyclone's command, the legs of several male soldiers were like electric motors, using all their strength to keep charging forward. Daiju and the girls ran while looking back. Neither could they lose them, nor could they follow them too closely, or else the plan would fail. Hoo. I'll go. How did those female soldiers run so fast? What are those legs made of? A male soldier couldn't help but complain as he chased after them. Cyclone gave him a blank look and cursed, "I told you not to exercise properly in general, now you know you're wrong. If you behave like this in bed, your wife will kick you out of bed. Hurry up. Quickly. Keep up. If you can't catch up with these female soldiers, take off your uniforms and go back to being male models." The crowd was filled with black lines. Male models need more physical strength, right? After running for about 2 kilometers, Daiju braked sharply and waved his right hand. Stop. With a command, all the female soldiers all stopped in unison, bending over with their hands subconsciously propped up on their knees, taking a big breath of fresh air. In the 2 kilometers just now, they had used almost all their strength to pull those male soldiers away. Originally, they had already run nearly a dozen kilometers in the morning, and now they were at the limit of 2 kilometers, so their physical strength had already been depleted by a large portion. Daiju glanced to the side and nodded at Li Lin, who was hiding in the grass. Just then, the 5 male soldiers also followed one after another, instantly surrounding them in a large circle. After a morning of hunting, the physical strength of the several male soldiers was not on par with the flamingos. One by one, they were breathing heavily and eyeing them intently. After Cyclone slowed down, he swept a glance across the girls and said with a smirk, "Run, you guys, run. If you guys don't run, you can still save a little bit of energy." Zhang Weiwei said unconvincingly, "If you guys don't chase, can we run? If you guys don't run, can we chase?" A male soldier couldn't help but theorize. Daiju slowly walked up to Cyclone and said provocatively, "Say nothing, let's fight." At those words, Cyclone froze for a moment and looked at her incredulously. "What did you say? A fight? I didn't think that you few female soldiers would have the guts to call our bluff. You guys don't think that with your thin arms and legs, you can beat us few big men. Try it and you won't know." Zhang Weiwei said with a raised eyebrow. The 8 female soldiers silently turned their backs to each other and instantly formed a circle, their fists raised in front of their chests, their eyes burning as they stared at them. The movements were neatly organized, a look of readiness. This gesture instantly shook the 5 male soldiers present. Even the Wolf Fang special forces hiding in the shadows secretly gave them a thumbs up. Daiju waved his right hand and coldly grunted, "Sisters, go!" With a command. The 8 female soldiers were like ferocious tigers, coincidentally swinging their right legs and ruthlessly smashing towards the 5 male soldiers. Watching the 8 long legs swinging towards them in a neat manner, the pupils of the 5 male soldiers widened violently, and they took a few steps back in unison. Immediately afterward, their feet immediately took the initiative and kicked straight at the female soldier's abdomen. Dust splattered on the ground, and a deep pit rose up. Splat! Bang! Clang! In a flash, the scene instantly turned into a mess, with the sounds of beating and screaming constantly. Although Flamingo's fighting level was high, the male soldiers on the other side were not wimpy either. Each and every one of them was skillful and saw the moves. However, this kind of moves killed 1,000 enemies and harmed 800 of their own. After a few moments, the 8 female soldiers were gradually in a disadvantageous position, and their bodies were covered with bruises. However, the momentum of their bodies remained unabated. After a few fights, the 5 male soldiers were not much better, all of them were bruised and swollen. Seeing that the time had come, Li Lin immediately ordered the mobilization. In a flash, Wolf Fang's special forces like dumplings, gently jumped, one after another from the trees. As if they had agreed, one after another, they pounced on Cyclone's 5 male soldiers to the ground. Immediately after that, they made a big straddle with their right foot and sat on top of those male soldiers with an egg on their head, and began to display various graceful and large movements. Although the movements were unpleasant to watch, the effect was marvelous. The 8 female soldiers immediately retreated to the second line, taking a few large, sensible steps back and watching the show with their arms folded across their chests. The first half was the Flamingos, and the second half was Wolf Fang's. The two sides worked together seamlessly. Those few male soldiers had already lost a large portion of their vitality after the confrontation with the Flamingos just now. Now taking advantage of their surprise, Wolf Tooth comes in with a big heavy sneak attack, leaving them defenseless. Plus their own Koan was pressed by several big men, want to move are embarrassed to move. Just now, chasing the flamingo with all his might, he completely forgot to observe the surroundings. Careless. I go. Where did the help come from? Cyclone was so anxious that he wanted to cry. He just wanted to get up, but he was pressed down again by Leyland, helplessly and suffocatingly lying down. A male soldier was the first to react and angrily rebuked. This place is a big fucking trap. We've been trapped. They even joined forces with these few female soldiers to trap us. How shameless. Snap. As soon as the words fell, a male soldier of Wolfang slapped him hard on his big mouth with a big slap. Can you sit down a little bit, the pressure is all flattened out? Ah, lighter my Kuan. 5 male soldiers were pressed on the ground, crazy ravaged, want to fight and cannot fight, the whole heart is dripping blood. It was really bad luck to meet them. A few moments later, the elimination buttons on their bodies were turned off, and only then did the Wolfang special forces stop their hands. After drinking and eating, Li Lin and the others moved away from them reluctantly. At the end, they didn't forget to glance at their crotches. Fixing their eyes on it, they found that it was almost all pasted into pieces of paper. Chapter 125, I was worried about not having food to eat, but you took the initiative to bring it to my door. In the surveillance room. The big man of the 5th Military Region couldn't hold back any longer when he saw his soldiers' grimy, crippled appearance. Old Buster, look at what your soldiers did, to use such underhanded tactics. 2 teams joining forces against 5 of my male soldiers, thanks to them for thinking of it. I seriously protest. Su Hongwang said with a leathery smile, Old 5, the rules only say to compete in a fighting style, it doesn't say you can't join forces. Isn't that right, Director? Wang Defa, the general director who was named, had his heart beating hard. You guys are just arguing, why are you drawing the fire to me? After a moment, he awkwardly explained, it seems, it's true that it doesn't say that it can't be joint. Headquarters clearly stated that as long as you don't use gunfire on the first day, it's not considered a foul. Fuck off. The corners of the 5th Military Region's big man's mouth twitched, veins popping all over his entire forehead as he continued to yell at Su Hongwang, if you fucking won the match fair and square, I'll serve. But look at your soldiers, what tactics are they using? 2 big men, 1 up and 1 down, GG against Koan, thanks to them to think of it, really no shame. At those words, Su Hongwang's old face flushed. In his heart, he did feel that this action was indecent. But as the commander of the military region, even if he felt ashamed in his heart, he still had to protect his calf on his mouth. This is called soldiering. No matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, catching a mouse is a good cat. Not to mention GG against Koan, or GG against Chrysanthemum, as long as you can win, it's all a good tactic. At those words, the big men present were completely shattered, and secretly gave him a thumbs up in their hearts, high. Truly high. The big brother of the 5th Military Region covered his liver with his left hand, and his entire body shakily sat down on the chair, the eyes of the knife man continuing to emit like him. Seeing this, Su Hongwang simply moved back a few meters. Out of sight is out of mind. On the field of play. After the 5 male soldiers were defeated, they despairingly straightened the clothes on their bodies, suffocatingly raising their deep eyes and staring dead at these 8 female soldiers in front of them. Zhang Weiwei raised her head in dislike Li Lin's men with her chin, brothers. You guys don't look at us, look at them. We're only responsible for luring you guys here, they're the ones who stripped the clothes. Cyclone was unconvinced, if you guys hadn't lured us here, could they have stripped our clothes? You guys are the culprits. In this match, you guys didn't win. If you have the ability, let's fight openly and honestly. Playing these tricks behind the back, what kind of heroes are you? Daiju leaned down and grunted coldly, with this awareness you were still a special forces soldier. Thanks to us being comrades in arms, if we were your enemies, would you guys still be able to sit here and talk to us properly? She said sternly, as a special forces soldier, without understanding what the surroundings are, venturing in, this is mistake 1. Coming in and not scouting for vulnerabilities first, that's mistake 2. Thinking that we were female soldiers, you let your guard down and completely disregarded us, your ego made you lose your head, this is mistake 3. With these 3 points, it's impossible for you to win. Daiju's words were all poke at their sore spots. Cyclone and the others turned red and lowered their heads in shame, their faces filled with apologies. Just now, if they could have been less conceited, if they could have judged their surroundings, if they could have been that much more careful, perhaps, they might not have lost. This really shouldn't have been a mistake made by their special forces. Li Lin listened to Daiju's words and was deeply shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that the soldiers that Lu Fan had brought out, even if they were top-notch in the military aspect, they even had such a high level of awareness in terms of judging the situation. Lu Fan, you are indeed an excellent instructor. And at this moment, Lu Fan was sitting in an open place and inexplicably sneezed twice. Seeing such an excellent female soldier, Li Lin then looked at the several wolf fawn soldiers beside him. After a day of hunting, Lu Fan had already taken out nearly 45 Special Forces soldiers, at all levels of high school and low school. With his knowledge of past Special Forces competitions, this headcount points had already hit a record high. He was like a walking Shura, coming to kill one, coming to kill a group. When he was tired of killing, he simply relied on the tree to take a short break. Otherwise, if he kept on killing, he was afraid that he would have cut down 2/3 of the people in the first stage. Then what else would the hot weapon stage tomorrow be compared to? Close to evening, he slowly opened his eyes and subconsciously opened the system to check the merit value. Without looking, it was a shock. In just 2 months' time, the merit value had reached $150,000. Lu Fan, system, open the mall interface. System, okay, it has been opened for the host. In a flash, the screen displayed a wide variety of goods. Lu Fan quickly scanned through them and finally landed his eyes on the piece of spider sense skill. System, introduce this function. System, with the integration of this spider sense skill, when the host encounters danger, your hairs of sweat will stand up while informing you exactly which direction the danger is coming from. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's eyes lit up and felt that this skill was exactly what he needed right now. Lu Fan, how much merit value is required to fuse this skill? System, 150,000. Lu Fan's mouth twitched, so this is just enough? How damn expensive. Lu Fan sneered and finally gritted his teeth and said, help me fuse it. System, okay. A few moments later, the merit value was deducted and the skill automatically fused into his body. Lu Fan looked at the empty merit value and closed the system in disgust. He looked at the vast jungle and surprisingly, he couldn't see Lian Cheng's figure at all. Thinking that if he could have met him on the first day, he might have been able to make a few moves against him. Now it seemed that today was probably out of the question and he could only wait for tomorrow's hot weapon stage. Just then, his sweaty hairs suddenly stood up. It was the spider sense skill. According to the direction of the skill's tip, he turned his head violently and found a small green snake the size of 2 thumbs looking at him intently. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth hooked up slightly. This skill was really high-end. He took out his dagger, narrowed his eyes slightly, and swung it with force. The green snake instantly broke into 2 halves and fell to the ground. I was worried about not having a meal, but you took the initiative to send it to my door. Soon, he built a small fire with wood before hanging the snake horizontally above the fire. A few minutes later, a steady stream of fragrant smells wafted out. This scent drifted farther and farther away, and with the effect of the fire, it soon stirred up a few more ignorant special forces. Lu Fan looked at the heads that were delivered to his door and shook his head helplessly. This is what you guys delivered to your door. Chapter 126. I won't play with death anymore. The ones who came were 2 Special Forces soldiers from the 3rd Military Region, ranked around 90th last time, medium level. A Special Forces soldier named Wu Haitao looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Hey! Newbie, you dare to openly barbecue here, you've got some guts. You're called drawing fire, understand? Lu Fan continued to barbecue the green snake and said calmly, after fighting for a day, everyone is hungry, do you want some? Wu Haitao raised his head and grunted coldly, it's useless to bribe me, I'll take this head point of yours. When I finish you off, you can enjoy your own food here by yourself in peace. After saying that, his body shook, his 5 fingers instantly clenched, and he raised his arm to quickly swing towards the left side of Lu Fan's face. Lu Fan's eyelids snapped up and he snorted coldly, too slow. Snap. Before he could hit Lu Fan, he was kicked off 2 meters away by Lu Fan, and then sat down to continue barbecuing like nobody's business. Smooth movements, lingering aura. Wu Haitao crashed heavily into the tree trunk, his back immediately hurt like a million pins and needles, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The whole person was knocked into a daze, his nerves were disoriented in general, and several overlapping shadows appeared instantly when he looked at Lu Fan's figure. Who am I? Where am I? If it wasn't for his strong willpower, he would have already entered deep sleep. Li Yong, the Special Forces soldier standing on the side, was completely dumbfounded, his head roaring, his face uglier than if he had eaten a meal of shit. This fucking Bruce Lee came to stand aside. I'm not going to play around and die. He carefully observed Lu Fan for a while and realized that he was concentrating on the barbecue. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped softly and silently backed up a few steps, and had just turned around and was ready to bolt when he was strangled by a large hand on his shoulder. "Veteran, eat before you leave." Li Yang's heart thumped, and his feet were fixed in place like glue. After a few moments of reprieve, he slowly turned his head and gave Lu Fan a faint smile. "No, warrior, I'm not hungry, take your time to eat. When I go back, I will definitely burn high incense for you." Lu Fan frowned at him. "Who did you say to burn high incense for?" Li Yang's pupils widened violently, realizing that he had said the wrong thing. He hurriedly apologized. "Burn high incense for your ancestors." Can I leave now?" "Can't." After coming to his senses, Wu Haidao roared, his eyes bursting with thick killing intent. "Oldly, let's join forces and finish him off. I just don't believe that his 2 fists can defeat our 4 hands." Li Yang's mouth twitched and looked at him with dissatisfaction. "You'll die if you don't fucking talk. If you're good, you go on, pull me in as a backer for what?" In the end, not surprisingly, the 2 men were easily dried out by Lu Fan in unison. There is no way, they can only obediently sit down, helplessly eating Lu Fan give them a good barbecue. People had sent their heads over 1,000 miles, so it wasn't right not to give them a little something to eat. This young heart of a special forces soldier still needed to be maintained sometimes. Although the 2 men were holding back in their hearts, their bodies were honest, their mouths never stopped, and they ate with their mouths full of oil. Li Yang ate while glaring at Wu Haitao with a deadly glare, his eyes spewing out a blazing fire. Secretly swore in his heart, "In the future, I will never play with him again." Wu Haitao raised the barbecue in his hand and gave him a fawning smile. "Oldly, don't look at me like that. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be able to eat this delicious barbecue." Li Yang snorted coldly. "Bah! You have to pull me down. You still laugh, go back and see how to write a 20,000-word review." Upon hearing this, Wu Haidao swallowed his saliva vigorously, and the snake meat in his mouth instantly lost its flavor. The 2 of them coincidentally looked at Lu Fan, their eyes filled with grief. Lu Fan pretended to get the wrong idea and said with a smile, "Eat, don't be polite, eat as much as you want." Wu Haitao wiped his mouth dry, the corners of his mouth twitching madly. "Lu Fan. You grandpa." The other side. Lian Cheng managed to get 30 points after a day of hunting, an achievement that in the past was already a ceiling. He was the reigning Special Forces soldier, the ghost in the eyes of his enemies. The Special Forces in the military region would all avoid him when they heard his name. Although he was already 35 years old, he couldn't see any traces of age on his face and was still in his prime. Because of the intense training he maintained every day, his muscles were developed and his motor gland hormone soared, looking almost as young as a young man in his 20s. After a day of fighting, he began to rely on a tree to rest and recuperate. He slowly opened his eyes and rushed his headset to ask, "Today, have you seen any female soldiers from the 8th Military Region? Or, have you seen their instructor Lu Fan?" A moment later, the same voice came from the earpiece. "Report." "No." "Report." "I don't have one either." "No." A hint of disappointment flashed in Lian Cheng's eyes and he grunted coldly, "Roger. All rest in place. Prepare for tomorrow's battle. Do a good job of guarding the area, don't let a single fish slip through the net." "Yes." Lian Cheng didn't expect that he hadn't even encountered a flamingo in today's day of fighting and killing. Originally, he wanted to finish off Lu Fan in the first stage, so that he would know what to do, but unfortunately, the sky was not favorable. "It seems that we can only see him in tomorrow's hot weapon stage." Thinking darkly in his heart, suddenly Zhang Weiwei's big, clear eyes sprouted in his mind. His eyelids snapped up and he shook his head with effort to keep himself calm. "She's the same age as my sister, how can I have such thoughts? No way, no way. Absolutely not. It seems like I really need to start a family, or else my mind won't be clear." Over the years, he had dedicated all of his youth to the army. Coupled with the fact that Lian Yuan was still young at the time and suddenly suffered a family change, he became a father and a mother to bring up his sister. The responsibilities that one person took on were too great and too much, so much so that there was no time to care about his children's personal feelings. His inner loneliness no one knows, can only slowly wear out every night. In the end, some of the little things in his own heart were stifled by the sense of battle. The next morning, a ray of morning sunlight shone into the jungle, showering a golden earth. In the monitoring room, the leaderboard list on the big screen, the first place was still Lu Fan with 47 head points, the second place was Lian Cheng with 30 points. The gap between the two had widened by almost half in the first stage. After having breakfast, all the bigwigs returned to the monitoring room once again. At a glance, only Su Hongguang's face glowed, while the others each had a dark face. Originally, everyone's common opponent was Kang Jian of the 9th Military Region, but now all of them had turned one way or the other toward Su Hongguang. With his own strength, Lu Fan had managed to make Su Hongguang a target. Su Hongguang had been oppressed for so many years, and suddenly transformed into a landlord, not to mention how proud he was. Being able to become a thorn in other people's side shows that he is capable, and he is even a bit emboldened. Humming a little song and drinking tea, he completely ignored the feelings of the other bigwigs. Kang Jian was already distracted, and seeing him in this beaten-up appearance really couldn't help it. Stop, stop, stop. Can you motherfuckers stop singing? The sound of killing a pig doesn't sound this bad.